Xiao Ji, a divine being born from millennia of ice, wields the authority of law and order, adhering strictly to regulations with little regard for emotions or human connection. Little did he expect that his inaugural descent to the mortal realm for a task would involve taking the place of scoundrel to win the affections of the intended target. Even more outrageous is that the task object is none other than his lifelong rival who scorns the very notion of rules, the phoenix Yin Nian. With no alternatives left, he finds himself compelled to press the individual onto the bed, seeking to engage in an intimate encounter. Chapter 1. The Rising Star and His Irritable Benefactor, Part 1. Xiao Ji, I asterisk you. Fang Yinyan's curse was abruptly silenced by a long, elegant hand covering his mouth. Xiao Ji's kiss lingered on the side of Fang Yinyan's neck, his deep voice whispering in his ear. Be a good boy, darling, keep your mouth clean. The bedroom door and windows were wide open, the thin curtains fluttering restlessly in the wind. Fang Yinyan felt as if his entire body had collapsed, lying motionless on the bed, his gaze fixed on the red scratches adorning Xiao Ji's bare back. His voice was hoarse as he said, Take your money and get lost. Don't ever let me see you again. Xiao Ji sat on the edge of the bed, lighting a cigarette, his tone as indifferent as it had been moments before. I want resources, Fang Yinyan scoffed. What a delusional dream you're having. Xiao Ji didn't turn around, the glowing cigarette but flickering between his fingers. Not acknowledging the deal, his calm demeanor belied the tremor that shot through Fang Yinyan's thighs. Fang Yinyan had never been one to succumb to threats. If today's events get out, I'll blacklist you. After all, he was merely a third-tier star under his own company, and after climbing into his bed and ruining his night, he dared to ask for resources. Utterly absurd. Fang Yinyan thought that such words would provoke anger from Xiao Ji. However, that was not the case. Xiao Ji simply extinguished his cigarette and began to dress in front of him. He bent down, tossing aside his own torn shirt and donning Fang Yinyan's clothes with casual ease. Truth be told, over the years since taking over the family entertainment company, Fang Yinyan had encountered countless handsome men and beautiful women. Logically, he should have long since developed immunity to aesthetic fatigue. Yet, Xiao Ji's visage was nothing short of celestial. At that moment, observing Xiao Ji's sturdy, well-defined chest and his smoothly sculpted abs, alongside those long, straight legs with exquisite muscle definition, Fang Yinyan found himself feeling hot and parched again. Unfortunately, after indulging for the first time, he had exceeded his limits. Further exertion would surely leave him bedridden for days. Fang Yinyan watched as Xiao Ji finished dressing, anticipating him to continue negotiating for resources. He had already formulated a strategy to manipulate Xiao Ji, but alas, it proved futile. Xiao Ji merely fastened his belt, leaned down to pinch Fang Yinyan's chin for a brief kiss, then picked up his phone from the bedside table, stating, All right, I'm leaving. With that, he turned and walked away with an air of nonchalance. On the bedside table, the check Fang Yinyan had hastily filled out earlier lay untouched, waiting in vain for attention. After a moment of realization that Xiao Ji had indeed departed, Fang Yinyan found himself at a loss, unable to discern who had truly taken advantage of whom. A surge of impotent frustration welled up within him, prompting him to call his secretary Xiao Lin. Where are you? At 4 a.m, Xiao Lin, jolted from slumber, replied in confusion. President Fang? I'm at. Before he could finish, Fang Yinyan interrupted, his earlier inquiry seeming more casual than genuinely concerned for his whereabouts. Where's Cheng Nuo? Xiao Lin was utterly bewildered. It was well known that Emperor Cheng and Fang Yinyan had grown up together. Like brothers, Fang Yinyan had played a significant role in Cheng Nuo's success over the years. If Fang Yinyan himself didn't know Cheng Nuo's whereabouts, how could his secretary possibly know? Yet, faced with his benefactor, Xiao Lin refrained from voicing such doubts, instead saying, At this hour, Emperor Cheng should be back at the set. Fang Yinyan chuckled coldly. Call him and tell him I said to stay on set until he dies. Never come back to see me again. Xiao Lin gasped in shock. Right now, why not? Wait until the new year? Fang Yinyan retorted. Xiao Lin felt a wave of despair wash over him, struggling to find words of protest when Fang Yinyan abruptly hung up and switched off his phone. As Xiao Ji exited Fang Yinyan's residence, the sky remained dim, with only a few streetlights flickering weakly, stubbornly fulfilling their duty. He strolled to a 24-hour convenience store, ordered a few skewers of Odin, and settled into a high stool by the window, leisurely beginning his breakfast. Halfway through, he seemed to suddenly recall something, momentarily lost in thought, though the memory eluded him again, and he continued to eat, until a crackling electric sound broke through the confines of his mind, erupting into a sharp, piercing outburst. Are you trying to die? Are you utterly fed up with living? Your task was to win him over, to earn his true affection, not to jump into bed with him right away. Only then did Xiao Ji remember that he had previously muted the supervisor sent to oversee him. Now, listening to the shrill complaints of the enforcement officer designated as 037 in his mind, Xiao Ji couldn't help but frown, finding the officer excessively demanding. He requested it. You told me to take him down. 037 was at a loss for words. It truly regretted that it had believed its extensive experience as an enforcement officer rendered it capable of handling any situation. Yet faced with the current predicament, it couldn't help but lament how difficult it was to earn a living these days. Xiao Ji was like a piece of ancient ice born from the depths of the ocean, transformed into a human form to become a deity, strictly adhering to the rules of heaven. It was incomprehensible how the heavenly sovereign had decided to assign Xiao Ji the task of rectifying the souls of fugitives in this minor world. Yet, the Phoenix Yin Nian, entangled in a misdirected fate, absurdly expected Xiao Ji to untangle the mess, while also believing that Yin Nian, who was not exactly virtuous himself, could reform Xiao Ji. Such a notion was truly absurd. Even more ludicrous was the fact that this grand task had fallen so easily onto the shoulders of 037. After completing the handover, it hurriedly prepared to explain the task's rules to Xiao Ji, only to find that Xiao Ji had muted it and had already dealt with Yin Nian on the spot. At this moment, seeing 037 silent for so long, Xiao Ji inquired again. Did I get the wrong target? Was that something a person could say? With the context unknown and the target still a mystery, he had completed everything. 037 was on the verge of exploding, gritting its teeth. Indeed, Xiao Ji perplexed. Then why are you whining? 037. It was left speechless, exasperatedly flooding Xiao Ji's mind with the original trajectory of Yin Nian's fate, attempting to overwhelm him with information. Yet, Xiao Ji remained unfazed, calmly drinking his milk while absorbing the information transmitted from 037. Chapter 2. The Young Star and His Irritable Benefactor, Part 2. The Fong family boasts considerable wealth, having amassed their fortune abroad through dubious enterprises in the last century. As domestic conditions improved, they were among the first to venture into the entertainment industry, cultivating a plethora of renowned superstars. Elder Fong's health was failing, and his daughter had taken over the family's overseas ventures, leaving only the pristine domestic entertainment company to Yin Nian, the family's sole son, to manage. Yin Nian, tall and strikingly handsome, is very much dedicated to maintaining his physique, exuding an air of flamboyance. When he assumed control of the company at the age of 24, countless female artists pursued him fervently, yet all their advances ended in vain. Subsequently, whispers circulated within the industry regarding Yin Nian's sexual orientation, both in appearance and demeanor. It was evident that he was not the type to entertain such rumors. As a result, many male artists, particularly those of a more submissive nature, began to test the waters around him. Unfortunately, most faced dire consequences, either being blacklisted or sidelined. In this predetermined trajectory, the original character, Xiao Ji, was a heterosexual male. He skyrocketed to fame with a single viral photograph, reaching the pinnacle of his career upon debut. He starred in a television series adapted from a gay-themed novel, which quickly gained immense popularity across the nation, earning him the title of the top cool and aloof figure in the industry, thereby narrowing the scope of his future prospects. Regrettably, fortune did not favor him, as the series was soon removed from circulation due to regulatory policies. After a brief period of obscurity, he managed to secure roles in several conventional dramas. However, both fans and viewers were unresponsive. Many found his romantic scenes with the female lead awkward, while a more extreme faction condemned him for selling corruption, finding his portrayal repugnant. In light of this dire situation, the original character felt compelled to venture into risky territory. Serendipitously, an opportunity presented itself. The acclaimed actor Chen Nuo, outwardly a close friend of Fang Yinyan, was, in reality, a descendant of the Fang family's long-standing adversaries. Assuming a new identity to approach Fang Yinyan, his true intent was revenge. However, having grown up amidst the suspicion and caution characteristic of the Fang household, Fang Yinyan, despite treating Chen Nuo as a true brother, never divulged any family secrets, nor would he allow Chen Nuo access to the company's core operations. By chance, Chen Nuo identified Xiao Ji as a potential ally, claiming he could facilitate Xiao Ji's approach to Fang Yinyan and pave the way for his success, offering a substantial reward for evidence of Fang Yinyan's economic crimes. Given the magnitude of the Fang family's entertainment empire, it was implausible that they operated without any blemishes. Chen Nuo and the original character quickly struck a deal. After a grand company event, Chen Nuo seized the opportunity to have the original character escort the inebriated Fang Yinyan home. Fang Yinyan did not decline the offer, yet upon arriving home, the original character hesitated to leave immediately. Suppressing his discomfort, he attempted to entice Fang Yinyan, just as he had steeled himself for a bold move. Fang Yinyan abruptly halted the proceedings, ordering him out of the house. The master has not yet achieved success, but has already met an untimely demise. The original host held an unfavorable view of Fang Yinyan's temperament and had contemplated abandoning all hope. To their astonishment, Fang Yinyan unexpectedly resolved to take the original host under his wing. What was even more surprising was that Fang Yinyan, who had maintained his chastity, was indeed gay, yet not in the way one might expect. The original host found himself in a predicament. He harbored no affection for men, and every intimate encounter with Fang Yinyan proved to be an arduous trial. Fang Yinyan was undeniably attracted to the original host's exterior, but was dissatisfied with all other aspects of him. Training the original host felt akin to training a dog. He was expected to cater to Fang Yinyan's every whim, feigning love even when it was absent. Fang Yinyan understood that the original host did not love him, but rather sought to extract benefits and resources from him. However, he was indifferent, desiring only obedience from the original host, viewing him merely as a tool for amusement. Though the original host shared Fang Yinyan's bed, he remained devoid of Fang Yinyan's trust, while the original host could endure. Chen Nuo lacked such patience and gradually cultivated ulterior motives. He recognized that the original host felt humiliated and was enduring hardships, leading to a warped psyche. Ultimately, he was still a straight man. Chen Nuo devised a scheme to drug the original host and, taking advantage of his impaired state, hired an escort to invade his bed, subsequently revealing this to Fang Yinyan. When Fang Yinyan caught the original host in the act, his fury erupted, leading to a scuffle. In the chaos instigated by the escort, an unfortunate accident occurred, resulting in the original host's head striking the sharp corner of a coffee table, leading to his immediate demise. Concurrently, journalists burst through the hotel door, armed with irrefutable evidence. The ensuing scandal was so overwhelming that, despite Fang Yinyan's formidable background, he could not evade the consequences of imprisonment. Task: to cleanse the fragmented soul of the fugitive Chen Nuo, assume the identity of the original host, Xiao Ji, and win Fang Yinyan's genuine affection. To be entangled by the wrong red thread is indeed a distressing affair. It forges bonds between individuals who are inherently incompatible, yet such connections are far from benevolent. Xiao Ji found himself in a most vexing situation. He was merely punished for refusing to accept a bribe and lawfully ending the life of the heavenly realm's major benefactor's only son, ensuring his rebirth. Now, he was relegated to this place to fulfill this meaningless task. Moreover, he had known Fang Yinyan long before. Fang Yinyan was notoriously unruly in the heavenly realm, impervious to restraint, often dancing on the precipice of the law without ever crossing it. Xiao Ji had observed him closely for an extended period and had engaged him multiple times, yet had never found a valid reason to take action against him, which was exceedingly frustrating. When Xiao Ji arrived in this world, he found himself at the moment Fang Yinyan had indulged in drink. On the night the original host first escorted Fang Yinyan home. Just as the original host had ushered Fang Yinyan through his front door, his soul was claimed by 037. The transfer was incomplete when Xiao Ji arrived, and 037 could only hastily instruct him with 3 words: take him down. Thus, as he followed Fang Yin Nian into the bedroom, and in response to Fang Yin Nian's inquiry about his lingering presence, Xiao Ji candidly declared, "Qing Nuo sent me to your bed." Fang Yin Nian was aware of Xiao Ji, and not only did he know him, but he also discreetly monitored the trajectory of his career during a certain period. However, as an employer, Fang Yin Nian had never engaged with Xiao Ji in any manner. Even when Xiao Ji took the driver's seat in his car, they exchanged not a single word throughout the journey home. Ironically, the first phrase Xiao Ji uttered in his lifetime to Fang Yin Nian succeeded in evoking a laugh from him. Sitting at the foot of the bed, Fang Yin Nian scrutinized Xiao Ji's flawlessly sculpted visage, gazing into the depths of his profound eyes, and remarked, "So, Qing Nuo sent you. And you came. Are you Qing Nuo's lapdog? Leave." Fang Yin Nian had prepared himself for Xiao Ji to cling stubbornly, desperately vying for an opportunity. He was eager to witness the spectacle of someone like Xiao Ji, kneeling at his feet, pleading for a chance, envisioning an exhilarating scene. It was not that Fang Yin Nian relished theatrics. Rather, it was well known that the bed he had yet to share with anyone promised immeasurable benefits to those who dared to ascend it. Yet, fate had other plans. Xiao Ji simply responded with an affirmative and turned to leave. His departure displeased Fang Yin Nian, and his amusement vanished in an instant. "Come back." Xiao Ji glanced back at Fang Yin Nian, questioning, "Are you certain?" Fang Yin Nian, leaning back on his hands and emboldened by the effects of alcohol, fixed his gaze on Xiao Ji. "Did you not wish to ascend to my bed? Come, if you fail to please me. You will not know how your demise will unfold." In the 3rd chapter, featuring the small celebrity and his volatile benefactor, Fang Yin Nian's already profound gaze became increasingly hazy under the influence of alcohol as he regarded Xiao Ji. His long legs sprawled on the ground, exuding an air of unfulfilled desire. Xiao Ji found this demeanor detestable and returned to the bedside, gripping Fang Yin Nian's chin to kiss him, as if preparing for a brawl. For 28 years, Fang Yin Nian had led a life of restraint, but once ignited, he burned with an intensity that swiftly tore apart Xiao Ji's flimsy shirt, scattering its already fragile buttons across the floor. To the world, Fang Yin Nian embodied the pinnacle of masculinity. He had never denied his orientation, yet he found it difficult to vocalize the fact that he was not the dominant partner. At a certain stage in their entanglement, he abruptly lost interest and sought to expel Xiao Ji. However, Xiao Ji refused to let events unfold in the dismal manner Fang Yin Nian anticipated. Beneath his cool exterior, Xiao Ji's assertiveness and initiative proved nearly irresistible to Fang Yin Nian. The subsequent events transpired naturally, seamlessly. When Fang Yin Nian could no longer endure, he unleashed a torrent of curses, encompassing Xiao Ji's entire lineage. The more he berated, the more invigorated Xiao Ji became, seemingly wishing for Fang Yin Nian to perish in bed. As 037 replayed the earlier scenes, devoid of visuals, it could only hear the exchanges of insults and the countless obscured sounds of suppressed reactions. In a place unseen by Xiao Ji, it pinched its own philtrum, striving to regain composure before gritting its teeth and inquiring of Xiao Ji, "What do you plan to do next?" Xiao Ji finished the Odin on the table, took a tissue, folded it neatly, and wiped his mouth, saying, "I'm going home to sleep." After a moment, as if recalling something, he pulled out his silence phone. Sure enough, the lock screen displayed an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. As soon as he answered, Qing Nuo's voice erupted from the receiver. "I asked you to take him home. Where did you drop him off?" 100 calls, and not a single one answered. If the phone isn't useful, you might as well exchange it for a stainless steel basin. Qing Nuo had rushed back to the set late at night. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, he was jolted awake by a call from Fang Yin Nian's secretary, who bluntly instructed him to come immediately. Qiang No, bewildered by the reprimand, could only surmise that the cause of Fang Yin Nian's displeasure must be Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji stood up and pushed open the convenience store door. Stepping outside, "I took him home. I didn't hear anything," he replied. "What did you do to provoke him?" Qiang No with it. Xiao Ji pondered the events of the evening and replied honestly, "I didn't provoke him. I just went along with whatever he said. Cheng Nuo hesitated for a moment, probing gently. Did you perhaps stop things midway? Was he not satisfied? Xiao Ji replied, no. He didn't actually stop, but I could sense his state. He seemed to be saying one thing while meaning another, so it didn't truly halt. However, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate on such details with Cheng Nuo. Cheng Nuo, unable to directly ask Xiao Ji for specifics, attempted another approach. Did he mention any special requests that you might have missed or not agreed to? Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow, such as, we are all adults here. Many things can go unspoken and understood implicitly. Cheng Nuo replied ambiguously. Just, that sort of thing. Xiao Ji was as unyielding as ice. He could learn and follow instructions to fulfill his duties, having lived long enough to see much. Yet he lacked practical experience, relying solely on instinct. He simply stated he didn't mention anything. Cheng Nuo had some understanding of Fong Yin Nian. He knew that Fong valued his pride and would likely not voice certain demands directly. Xiao Ji's words made Cheng Nuo feel he had grasped the crux of the matter. With a frustrated hiss, he admonished, you squander a golden opportunity and still manage to mess it up? If he doesn't say it, can't you take the initiative? Xiao Ji, this world is replete with people who know how to please Fong Yin Nian. If you expect to thrive in the entertainment industry, you better work harder on your own. With that, Cheng Nuo abruptly ended the call. A few seconds later, he sent another text. Don't say I taught you this. Xiao Ji deleted the message with a flick of his hand, stood on the street for a moment, and opened a shopping application, carefully selecting and purchasing several books that appear to be quite professional. Looking at the titles, such as the 36 Stratagems of Love, How to Understand Your Beloved, Mastering Emotional Dominance, How to Make Them Infatuated, and 3 Tricks to Make Them Irresistible in Bed, he felt the path ahead was long and arduous. However, one must say that at least Xiao Ji is a person willing to learn and heed advice, which offers a modicum of solace to 037. The real estate market in Haicheng is exorbitant. The original owner hails from a modest background, with parents who are laborers in a small-town enterprise. After merely a year of striving in the entertainment industry, he has little financial foundation. Last year, he earned a modest sum, which he used to support his family by purchasing a new 3-bedroom apartment in the county. The remainder was spent on a basic vehicle for his personal use. In Haicheng, he could only afford to rent an old-fashioned apartment that, while conveniently located and functional, was rather unremarkable. In terms of security measures, aside from ubiquitous surveillance cameras, there were merely 2 elderly guards on rotating shifts. The original owner was an exceptionally ordinary man, possessing little beyond a pleasing exterior. Like many solitary men, he succumbed to a certain disarray. His living room was cluttered with various articles of clothing, the wardrobe ajar, and socks and underwear piled in the laundry basket, awaiting washing. Upon returning home, Xiao Ji silently devoted an entire day to purging his living space of all items deemed unnecessary, leaving not a single ornament behind. He utilized 3 full buckets of disinfectant and a bag of laundry detergent to cleanse everything that had long been neglected, hanging them out to dry on the balcony. All old personal garments were discarded, while new ones were unpacked, neatly folded into tidy blocks, and arranged in storage boxes. Subsequently, he prepared a steak for himself, sitting in the impeccably clean and eerily empty living room, turned on the television, and hacked into a certain website via his phone, casting it onto the screen. As he consumed his steak, unfazed by the sight of 2 men engaged in physical activity on the screen, he paused to take mental notes whenever he observed the evident pleasure on the faces of certain participants. 037, watching the pixelation on the screen, felt compelled to remind Xiao Ji that such content is intended for the audience's enjoyment. While viewers might find it pleasurable, the performers may not share the same sentiment. Yet, it's surmised that, given Xiao Ji's nature, voicing this thought could lead him to infiltrate specific practical scenarios, adopting a learning demeanor as he forcefully interviewed participants. 037 had never felt such a sense of constraint before. With a sigh, it chose to sever the connection with Xiao Ji. Chapter 4. The Little Star and His Impetuous Benefactor. Part 4. Xiao Ji was remarkably diligent, scouring the entire website and studying until the early hours of the morning. Unaccustomed to the softness of a plush mattress, yet unwilling to lie on the floor, he ultimately resorted to the rigid surface of a tempered glass coffee table, reclining there as the sounds of a film accompanied him into a peaceful slumber. Just as dawn's light began to break, he received a call from his agent. "Sister Xiao, I have both good news and bad news." Xiao Ji opened his eyes and sat up. "I wish to hear the good news first." "It's not your decision," Sister Xiao interrupted. "The good news is that an hour ago, a family planning product company reached out to me, seeking you as their spokesperson. Although it may not be the most reputable opportunity, the compensation is quite generous, surpassing that of endorsement for secondary-tier clothing brands. Bad news, Mr. Fong did not come to the office yesterday, and upon his arrival today, he appeared rather displeased during the morning meeting, uttering not a single word. Immediately after the meeting, he called my office, specifically requesting to see you, his tone decidedly unpleasant. Xiao Ji, what have you done to provoke Fong Yin Nian?" Xiao Ji offered no response to the inquiry, but, without hesitation, declared, "I will not go." He did not perceive the good news that Sister Xiao shared as beneficial, nor did he regard her bad news as truly detrimental. However, before Xiao Ji could articulate his thoughts further, Sister Xiao erupted. "You seem to have a misunderstanding regarding your current situation, Xiao Ji. The policies are stringent, and I have just clarified matters for you. The old paths are no longer available, and the new avenues are not appealing to fans or audiences. You will not land any respectable roles. What qualifications do you possess to be choosy? Do not blame me for my harsh words. If you continue to hold yourself in such high regard, you may not even secure an endorsement for condoms." Xiao Ji rose from his seat, calmly walking toward the restroom to freshen up, and replied to Sister Xiao, "Then I shall set up a stall downstairs selling egg pancakes." Sister Xiao was taken aback. "You had better not be serious." Xiao Ji did not engage with her remark, but simply stated, "Cheng Nuo's film is wrapping up. I heard he is taking on a variety show, and I wish to join." Sister Xiao regarded Xiao Ji as if he had lost his mind, inhaling deeply. "The variety show Cheng, the film emperor, is involved in is a dating show. Given your current predicament, even the producers of ordinary matchmaking programs do not want you. You're telling me you wish to participate in a dating show? Xiao Ji, please comprehend. I am your agent, not a wishing well." While Sister Xiao was not a wishing well, some individuals might very well be. Xiao Ji remained indifferent to the feelings of irrelevant parties, overwhelmed by Sister Xiao's cacophonous reprimand. He hung up and blacklisted her. Unhurriedly, he stood before the mirror, washing his face, brushing his teeth, and shaving. Once he had tidied himself, he prepared a sandwich with the scant ingredients in the refrigerator, and after finishing his meal, he drove to the office. At this moment, Fong Yin Nian stood with his back to the open office door, positioned by the window, clad in a sleek black silk shirt tucked into tailored trousers. He showcased his trim waist and well-defined posterior, holding a half-burned cigarette in his hand, lost in thought. Xiao Ji observed Fong Yin Nian's silhouette for a moment before entering. Locking the door behind him, he approached Fong Yin Nian from behind and wrapped his arms around his waist. Fong Yin Nian did not flinch, glancing down at Xiao Ji's long hands resting on his abdomen, and asked, "Who allowed you to enter?" After kissing the nape of his neck, Xiao Ji replied, "Shall I leave then?" Fong Yin Nian turned to face him, placing a hand on Xiao Ji's throat, stating, "You must be tired of living." Xiao Ji paid no heed to the veiled threat, allowing Fong Yin Nian's thumb to rest upon his carotid artery as he leaned in to kiss the corner of his lips. "Have you missed me?" Fong Yin Nian had seen Xiao Ji from a distance before. At that time, he thought Xiao Ji's appearance was quite agreeable, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic preferences, and quietly afforded him a bit more attention. Yet, this distant admiration only provided a shallow understanding of Xiao Ji, which tragically overlooked all the qualities that Fong Yin Nian truly appreciated. Thus, he had never intended to seek further contact with Xiao Ji. Last night had been an unexpected occurrence. He had indulged in drink while Xiao Ji had approached him unbidden, with the tempting allure of something readily available, regardless of the motives behind its offering. Fong Yin Nian allowed himself, and Xiao Ji, a moment of indulgence. However, Xiao Ji, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, hastily departed without even tidying up the battlefield of their encounter, leaving Fong Yin Nian seething with ire at his dismissive attitude. The thrill of competition surged within him. At this moment, hearing Xiao Ji casually ask if he missed him, Fang Yinian felt an overwhelming urge to silence him permanently. He scoffed. I wish to rid myself of you. Xiao Ji was clear about his own position. His hand, wrapped around Fang Yinian's waist, began to roam. While kissing the nape of Fang Yinian's neck, he attempted to tug at the shirt tucked into Fang Yinian's trousers. After several unsuccessful attempts, he shifted his focus to Fang Yinian's belt. Fang Yinian seized Xiao Ji's wrist and, without warning, pushed him away. Let us discuss the matter at hand. What is your purpose in approaching me? Unlike the carefree demeanor he exhibited while intoxicated, the sober Fang Yinian exuded an air of unapproachable coolness. Xiao Ji was not foolish. He was merely a small star who had shared a fleeting night with Fang Yinian, having never interacted with him before. At this juncture, Fang Yinian's relationship with Qingnuo was still very strong, and he would not allow a few words from Xiao Ji to create a rift between them. There was a chance Fang Yinian might even suspect malice on Xiao Ji's part, perceiving it as an attempt to sow discord. Thus, Xiao Ji replied, My current situation is precarious. I require suitable resources, and you can assist me. As expected, Fang Yinian let out a derisive laugh upon hearing this. Are you truly unwilling to utter a single pleasant lie? He added, seemingly vexed, Why should I help you? Xiao Ji maintained his composure. Then I love you. You yist. Fang Yinian retorted angrily. Do you take me for a fool? He was unwilling to entertain either insincere flattery or harsh words, finding Fang Yinian difficult to placate. Xiao Ji pondered for a moment and offered a compromise, revealing a fragment of the truth. To discuss resources, you are not my only option. The reason I approach you is that I cannot betray my true feelings. I wish to accompany you, to cherish and indulge you, Fang Yinian, if only you are willing. I wish to accompany you. Fang Yinian felt little resonance with each word spoken, leaning against his desk, yet he found himself mulling over that particular phrase repeatedly. Finally, he managed to respond. Have you given this considerable thought, Xiao Ji? I am not one to be easily pleased. Chapter 5. The Little Star and His Fiery Benefactor, Part 5. Fang Yinian's office was spacious, equipped with a lounge and even a shower. Unlike the last encounter this time, Xiao Ji had learned the lesson that one cannot simply finish an affair and depart unceremoniously. Now, he and Fang Yinian lay face to face on the bed, exchanging silent glances. Fang Yinian observed him for a while, and when he saw no further action from Xiao Ji, he was nearly exasperated into laughter. If you wish to kiss me, then do so. Why stare at me like that? Why were you not so coy just moments ago? Xiao Ji received the signal, raising his hand to gently press against Fang Yinian's nape, initiating a kiss. In this world, many endeavors are dictated by innate talent, and Xiao Ji belonged to that rare breed who instinctively excelled in such pursuits. As long as Fang Yinian did not call for a halt, he could leisurely indulge him. It wasn't until Fang Yinian began to feel lightheaded, pushing Xiao Ji away, that Xiao Ji relented, granting him the opportunity to draw in deep breaths. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, Fang Yinian lifted his leg to nudge Xiao Ji, stating, I need to take a shower. The lounge's bed, positioned against the wall, prompted Xiao Ji to rise and yield his spot, saying to Fang Yinian, You go ahead. The last time, Xiao Ji had departed, leaving Fang Yinian to endure his discomfort alone, scolding Xiao Ji in his mind while bathing. This time, however, he felt a mischievous urge to tease Xiao Ji. My back hurts. I don't want to move. Xiao Ji understood immediately, effortlessly scooping Fang Yinian up and carrying him toward the bathroom. The warm water washed away Fang Yinian's discomfort. In the office bathroom, devoid of a bathtub, he lazily stood, one hand braced against the wall for support. Xiao Ji, expressionless and dutiful, like a dedicated bath attendant, used a pink-blue loofah to meticulously cleanse every inch of Fang Yinian. During this process, Fang Yinian, in a playful act, aimed the shower head at Xiao Ji's face. However, Xiao Ji did not appear upset. Instead, he seized the shower head from Fang Yinian's grasp to rinse away the suds and playfully patted his gluteus maximus, urging him to behave. Unbeknownst to Fang Yinian, his recent antics reminded Xiao Ji of those dogs that, while bathing, would shake off water and drench their owners. Half an hour later, both had dressed and tidied themselves. Sitting face to face at Fang Yinian's desk, while in the corner stood Secretary Xiao Lin, who had inadvertently witnessed Xiao Ji's back adorned with scratches when delivering lunch. I'll assign you other work. Dramas or movies are fine, but don't even think about that absurd dating reality show, Fong Yinian said, leaning back in his office chair. His expression dark. Just having left his bed, Xiao Ji dared to mention participating in a dating show, showing no regard for Fong Yinian's feelings. Xiao Ji candidly stated, "Given my current situation, no one would watch whatever I film." Fong Yinian, assertive, replied, "Then I'll hire people to watch, making them tune in. I'm not going there to date anyone. I need this opportunity to shake off the old fans and build a new audience, reshaping their perception of me." Xiao Ji, with a good-natured demeanor, presented what seemed to be a reasonable excuse. In truth, any program held little significance for him. He merely sought a chance to get closer to Chungnua. "You are reshaping my perception," Fong Yinian retorted, displeased. "It seems you have a death wish. Climbing into my bed, not for resources, but for self-destruction." Xiao Ji stubbornly locked eyes with Fong Yinian for a moment, then suddenly seemed to lose all strength, lowering his gaze and expressing his disappointment. "Brother Nian, I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely find myself in a dire situation and wish to rise again. I am not so devoid of humanity as to partake in the feast while casting my eyes on the pot. I understand your feelings towards me. You do not like me, but rather see me as a temporary possession. I am fully aware that one day, when someone younger, more handsome, and more to your liking appears, I will inevitably become a mere passerby in your life. Therefore, before that day comes, could you perhaps extend a modicum of compassion and consider my perspective? Please do not allow me to return to this desolate state of existence once you depart." At the side, 037, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was taken aback. Xiao Ji had merely heard a segment on the radio that morning while driving to the company, suggesting that when encountering particularly assertive individuals, a head-on confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction. Instead, yielding at the right moment might yield unexpected rewards. 037 paid little heed to this notion, but Xiao Ji grasped it completely, applying it directly to Fong Yinian. It clicked its tongue inwardly, thinking, "Truly remarkable." Disregarding 037, Xiao Ji turned his gaze back to Fong Yinian after speaking. As anticipated, Fong Yinian fell silent. After a long pause, he waved his hand dismissively and said to Xiao Ji, "Get lost." Xiao Ji stood up, ready to leave. Fong Yinian called out to him again, "Get out quickly." Xiao Ji halted, glanced at the trembling figure of Xiao Lin in the corner, approached Fong Yinian, and leaned down to share a kiss, only then departing. Though Xiao Lin had long been aware of Fong Yinian's inclinations, witnessing two grown men kiss was a first for him. His expression contorted as his mind flooded with chaotic images of the earlier scratches on Xiao Ji's broad back. More disordered and indescribable scenes spreading like a parasite within his thoughts, stubbornly refusing to dissipate. However, upon catching sight of Fong Yinian's gaze upon him, he swiftly masked his grotesque expression, feigning indifference. Fong Yinian observed Xiao Lin and asked, "What are you daydreaming about? Don't you know what you should be doing?" Having served as the president's secretary for so many years, Xiao Lin had seen his fair share of situations. Given the intensity of the earlier exchange between Xiao Ji and Fong Yinian, he inferred that Fong Yinian's stance indicated agreement. Thus, the next step would be for him to contact the relevant parties to facilitate Xiao Ji's entry into the production team. However, considering Xiao Ji's current predicament, it was likely that the production team would demand a substantial investment from Fong Yinian. Therefore, Xiao Lin resolutely declared, "I will convene a meeting." Upon hearing this, Fong Yinian threw the tissue box on the table at Xiao Lin. "Am I supporting someone, and you want to hold a meeting? Is that really appropriate? It seems you're not interested in your job anymore." Startled, Xiao Lin dared not retort, hastily opened his laptop, and began drafting a labor contract that would masquerade as a legitimate employment agreement while concealing the true nature of the arrangement. In this moment, Fong Yinian scrutinized the contract drafted by Xiao Lin, simultaneously dismissing Xiao Ji as unworthy while discreetly extending a finger to slyly add an additional zero to Xiao Ji's salary figure. Meanwhile, just as Xiao Ji stepped out of the company's entrance, he encountered Chungnua, who was seated in a car, waiting specifically for him to invite him for a discussion. Chapter 6. The Little Star and His Fiery Benefactor, Part 6. During their journey, Cheng Nuo remained silent. Upon arriving at his residence, he finally invited Xiao Ji to sit, uncorking a bottle of whiskey and pouring it into an elegantly crafted glass, placing it before Xiao Ji. "Is everything going smoothly?" Jiang Nguyen with it. Xiao Ji glanced at the drink, but remained unmoved, replying, "Not smoothly at all." Cheng Nuo fixed his gaze upon Xiao Ji, asserting, "Fang Yinyan may appear nonchalant, yet at his core, he is a profoundly conservative individual. If he does not regard you favorably, he would never engage with you. You shared his bed once, and the very next day, he summoned you to his office for an in-depth conversation. You call that unsuccessful? Do you believe me easily deceived?" Xiao Ji leaned back in his chair, feigning indifference as he replied, "After all these years of brotherly camaraderie with Fang Yinyan, do you truly think he is easily misled?" Cheng Nuo frowned. "Our statuses are different. No matter how close brothers may be, they cannot rival the intimacy of a partner. He may not confide deeply in me, but with you the dynamics shift. If you are willing to invest effort in him, both your desires and mine can be fulfilled." Xiao Ji remained silent, his attention captured by two sparrows indulging in their affectionate exchanges outside the window. "Xiao Ji, I advise against any thoughts of hastily severing ties with Fang Yinyan. Do you think simply sharing his bed guarantees your success? I could easily ensure your departure from his life with a mere word. Do you believe that?" Cheng Nuo and Fang Yinyan's superficial brotherhood had endured for many years, and given the current circumstances, it was evident that Xiao Ji's standing in Fang Yinyan's eyes was far less significant than Cheng Nuo's. Cheng Nuo's assertions were not without merit. Xiao Ji appeared contemplative, though he was actually lost in thought. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, "I lack the capability. Perhaps you should consider finding someone else. If another possesses the talent, let them take my place." With that, he stood up, foregoing any customary farewell, and departed from Cheng Nuo's residence. Once outside, the first thing he did was retrieve his phone, pausing the recording and saving the file. 037 remarked, "Confronting him now serves no beneficial purpose. Your relationship with Fang Yinyan remains tenuous. This world is replete with attractive individuals, and Fang Yinyan has no emotional attachment to you. If he can support you, he can support others. Should Cheng Nuo truly seek a replacement, it would complicate matters for you considerably." As Xiao Ji descended the elevator, he lit a cigarette and responded to 037. "A fragile relationship can be strengthened, but once trust shatters, even a repaired bond will bear its scars." Though Xiao Ji possessed limited understanding of Fang Yinyan in this world, he had long been acquainted with the celestial Yinyan. Yinyan was ever so astute. Xiao Ji utilized Cheng Nuo as a stepping stone to approach him, only to subsequently sever ties, viewing it merely as a pragmatic strategy rather than a genuine sentiment. Even if Cheng Nuo were to enlist someone to complicate matters further, it would result in little more than a few additional troubles. Fang Yinyan would certainly feel angered upon discovering this, but would not take it to heart. However, if Xiao Ji conspired with Cheng Nuo to deceive Fang Yinyan under the guise of closeness, he would harbor resentment towards Xiao Ji for a lifetime, let alone earn Fang Yinyan's true affection. 037 experienced an epiphany, though not entirely. Did you not record it? Simply send it to Fang Yinyan, allowing him to be wary of Cheng Nuo. To which Xiao Ji replied, "Are you truly wasting your best resources?" At this moment, the recording was not yet suitable for Fang Yinyan's ears. Cheng Nuo had yet to act, and the words within the recording did not explicitly indicate what Cheng Nuo desired. Even if Xiao Ji were to send it to Fang Yinyan now, Fang Yinyan would merely confront Cheng Nuo, as long as Cheng Nuo steadfastly denied the allegations. Fabricating another plausible excuse, Fang Yinyan might very well be inclined to believe him. Only when Cheng Nuo's true intentions were revealed, after Fang Yinyan had begun to harbor suspicions, would this recording serve two crucial purposes: to be the final straw that broke the camel's back for Cheng Nuo, and to convince Fang Yinyan that Xiao Ji and Cheng Nuo were not two of kind. 037's mind raced, taking a significant amount of time to digest Xiao Ji's analysis, only to be struck with a wave of dread. Initially, it had thought Xiao Ji merely a cold, obedient automaton. Yet now, it seemed that among all beings, only it, 037, remained truly naive. None of the hosts it had encountered were particularly straightforward, fearing that further dialogue might render it exceedingly foolish. It contemplated asking Xiao Ji how he intended to solidify his relationship with Yin Nian, but ultimately chose to remain silent. It resigned itself to the notion that intelligent individuals always have their own rhythm. Indeed, Xiao Ji possessed his own rhythm. Ever since he declared his intent to strengthen his bond with Yin Nian, he had spent an entire week idly lounging at home, not entirely unproductive. For the books he had ordered online had arrived. Xiao Ji's daily routine was perplexing in its regularity. Each morning at precisely 5:27 a.m., he would awaken, take 3 minutes to gather his senses at the coffee table, rise at 5:30 and spend 20 minutes grooming himself, followed by another 20 minutes preparing breakfast, and yet another 20 minutes consuming it. He would then dedicate half an hour to tidying up the already immaculate floors and furniture before embarking on a morning jog. After exercising, he would read for the entire morning, enjoy a leisurely lunch, and indulge in a deep slumber throughout the afternoon before browsing various websites and taking study notes. As night fell, he would venture out, fully equipped, exploring locales from the market to amusement parks, and from KTVs to hair salons in bustling alleyways, traversing factories and senior activity centers alike. On the 7th evening, he found himself perched on the rooftop of a crematorium on the outskirts of the city, observing a man who had just bid farewell to his wife, who had been cremated before he entered the car of his extramarital lover, engaging in an intimate farewell with the gentleman inside. 037 could no longer contain himself. I can comprehend your observations of the world's fickle emotions. Yet must it be done under the cloak of night? There are many unsavory characters lurking about at this hour. Xiao Ji, perplexed, replied, "Is this considered a criminal act under human law?" After a moment's reflection, 037 responded, "While it may not constitute bigamy, it is certainly unethical, a violation of moral principles, deserving of scorn rather than commendation." Enlightened, Xiao Ji promptly ordered a copy of the criminal code, intending to study it thoroughly later. Just as he submitted the order, he received a call from Yin Nian. "Have you received the contract?" Xiao Ji understood that Yin Nian referred to the sponsorship contract and affirmed, "I received it a week ago." Yin Nian, visibly displeased, retorted, "You received it a week ago, yet you have not sent me a single message in all that time." To this, Xiao Ji replied, "Article 17 states that the employed party shall not disturb the employer without permission, which includes, but is not limited to, uninvited visits, phone calls, text messages, or comments on social media posts." Cursing under his breath, Yin Nian could not contain his frustration. He had not scrutinized the contract beyond the crucial monetary figures. Ever since it was dispatched, he had anticipated Xiao Ji would proactively update him, only to find that Xiao Ji had remained utterly silent for an entire week. Today, he had finally carved out some time to confront Xiao Ji, only to discover that the fault lay with him. The instigator was Xiao Lin. He retracted his earlier remarks, expressing his impatience. "Be at my side before midnight." Chapter 7. The Young Star and His Temperamental Benefactor, Part 7, in stark contrast to the clamor of the old-fashioned apartment. The joy of the affluent is often beyond ordinary comprehension. Yin Nian's villa is located on the outskirts of the city center, a serene oasis amid the chaos. Fortified with stringent security measures and utmost privacy, the entire villa community comprises only 20 households, each distant from one another. Xiao Ji hailed a taxi, but was halted at the entrance to the villa district. The tranquil and spacious streets were lined with walls adorned with roses and jasmine. Upon arriving at Yin Nian's doorstep, he noticed that the front gate was unlocked. He strode into the courtyard, where he spotted Yin Nian reclining on a bench beneath the moonlight, clad in a white bathrobe, the sash loosely tied at his waist. The robe gaped open, revealing a well-defined and strikingly muscular chest. One hand cradled an empty whiskey glass, a likely testament to his low tolerance for alcohol, while the other shielded his eyes from the moonlight. Xiao Ji assumed he had fallen asleep. As he approached, intending to carry him back inside, Yin Nian spoke, "You are quite punctual." His voice was somewhat hoarse, lacking the usual coldness and dominance, now tinged with fatigue. Xiao Ji knelt, grasping Fang Yinyan's cool ankle, resting his cheek against his knee. It has grown chilly in the autumn evenings. Let us go inside. As Fang Yinyan relaxed his grip, the whiskey glass slipped from his hand. With quick reflexes, Xiao Ji caught it before it hit the ground, placing it securely beside the bench. Fang Yinyan rested his foot on Xiao Ji's left shoulder, lowered his arms, and gazed at him with a dreamy expression. What is the matter? Under the vast sky, do you not wish to engage in something delightful here? Xiao Ji tilted his head and kissed Fang Yinyan's slender, pale ankle. Gently declining, I fear you may fall ill. Fang Yinyan scoffed. Fear I may fall ill? Xiao Ji, during our first encounter, you were oblivious to protective measures. After our tryst, you left without a care. Why were you not concerned then? Xiao Ji felt somewhat wronged. He was not entirely without concern that time. It was merely a hasty situation, and his inexperience had left him ignorant of the nuances involved. Moreover, it was Fang Yinyan who had urged him to leave. However, after recent reflections, he understood that clinging to logic in this moment would be futile and would only provoke Fang Yinyan further. Thus, weighing the consequences, he simply offered a submissive apology. I was wrong. I lacked experience. Please don't be upset. In Fang Yinyan's memory, Xiao Ji had always seemed aloof, yet in truth, he was rather simple-minded. The reason his first drama became a sensation was largely due to his character, who mirrored his own naivete and stoic demeanor. Now, witnessing Xiao Ji's immediate acknowledgement of his fault, Fang Yinyan felt a measure of relief, though he remained skeptical about the claim of inexperience. He took Xiao Ji's hand, placing it on his thigh, and said, I am quite tired. Please give me a massage. Fang Yinyan was not particularly fair-skinned, at least not compared to Xiao Ji. Yet, having lived a life of privilege, he took great care in maintaining his physique, resulting in skin that was exceptionally smooth and firm, with a warm and delicate touch. Most notably, Xiao Ji noticed that, unlike their first encounter, Fang Yinyan seemed to have meticulously groomed his body hair today. Watching Xiao Ji's hands move aimlessly across his thigh, Fang Yinyan felt a surprising sense of comfort, perhaps stemming from psychological factors. While he requested a leg massage, it was not solely for that purpose. In essence, as the temporarily vulnerable party, it was a subtle invitation for intimacy. If he genuinely desired a massage, he could easily hire numerous professional masseurs. Why would he engage Xiao Ji in this manner? Yet, Xiao Ji appeared wholly focused on the task at hand. He began dutifully massaging from the ankle to the thigh, repeating the motion several times, steadfastly refusing to cross any boundaries. Fang Yinyan endured for a while, but eventually relinquished his modesty, suddenly sitting up from the bench and pinning Xiao Ji down. The sensation was so vivid that Fang Yinyan could not help but laugh in exasperation. I thought you were more capable, yet here you are, playing coy. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Ji, gripping his chin firmly. Now, tell me, where did this all begin? Under Fang Yinyan's firm hold, Xiao Ji remained composed, pondering several options in his mind before selecting the one he believed Fang Yinyan would find most appealing. It began when I first laid eyes on you. To his surprise, Fang Yinyan's smile vanished in an instant upon hearing this. You silver-tongued flatterer, do you think I would believe you? Xiao Ji, unfazed, boldly embraced the principle of the more one speaks, the more one errs, and without hesitation, he lifted Fang Yinyan and carried him inside. While Xiao Ji remained unaware of Fang Yinyan's other peculiarities, he had discerned through their recent encounters that despite Fang Yinyan's seemingly assertive demeanor, he secretly relished being compelled and subdued in certain matters. Actions often spoke louder than words. Regrettably, Xiao Ji's understanding was still rather simplistic. Fang Yinyan's claim of being difficult to please was certainly not mere banter. As Fang Yinyan suddenly tugged at his ear, instructing him to put his underwear back on and go buy an umbrella, Xiao Ji was taken aback. Now, he queried. Fang Yinyan met his gaze. What else? Shall we purchase it after the fact? As a mere decoration, a balloon, or perhaps filled with water to serve as an ice pack in the fridge? Though Fang Yinyan's timing seemed to intentionally ruffle Xiao Ji's composure, at that moment, Xiao Ji felt neither resentment nor anger. Fang Yinyan's request was entirely reasonable. It was Xiao Ji's own oversight for not preparing adequately prior to their meeting. Thus, In silence, Xiao Ji donned his clothes, adjusted his hat, and pulled his mask down to his chin. Lighting a cigarette to soothe his nerves, he stepped out and made his way toward the entrance of the villa community. Fang Yinyan's residence was located on the outskirts of the main urban area, not in the city center. This expansive villa district notably reduced the population density, and while there were a few convenience stores nearby, none operated around the clock. At this hour, past 1 in the morning, the streets were desolate, with only the occasional vehicle passing by, and the shops had already shuttered for the night. Standing by the roadside, Xiao Ji sighed. 037, he called, who promptly understood Xiao Ji's intentions and replied, "A kilometer north of the intersection, there's one. They have a comprehensive selection, with every flavor imaginable." Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow. Flavors? Although 037 had never tasted pork, it had accompanied many pigs in its time. While it had been in a dormant state during the incident, it had witnessed enough events to understand the necessary items. Now, hearing Xiao Ji's uninformed inquiry, it felt compelled to contribute, eagerly explaining, of course, various flavors, styles, and colors to choose from. It primarily depends on what Little Phoenix prefers. For instance, Xiao Ji inquired, seeking further clarification. 037 pondered briefly. Fruit flavors are quite common. Xiao Ji contemplated for a moment, then began walking north toward the intersection, sending a message to Fang Yinyan. "What fruit do you like?" Chapter 8. The Young Star and His Fiery Benefactor. Part 8. As a man, from the moment Xiao Ji exited, Fang Yinyan began to harbor some regret. Observing Xiao Ji's decisive departure, devoid of any hesitation or bargaining, Fang Yinyan felt somewhat foolish for his actions. It was a case of inflicting self-damage while attempting to wound the adversary. It was, to some extent, counterproductive. Rising from his seat, he wandered about the house, drank a large glass of cold water, and was just about to address some work emails to alleviate his frustration when he received a message from Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji lacked experience, as did Fang Yinyan. While they possessed some fundamental knowledge, the intricacies of advanced matters were foreign to them. Xiao Ji simply assumed that Xiao Ji intended to prepare him a post-battle fruit platter, prompting a smile as he reflected on his earlier misconceptions about Xiao Ji. He was not merely someone who knew nothing beyond dining. Therefore, after some contemplation, he replied, "A fresh fruit platter will suffice." Upon receiving the response, Xiao Ji furrowed his brow. He hurried to the convenience store, where he stood before the shelves, scrutinizing the merchandise. There were not only umbrellas but also numerous items resembling facial cleansers, all arrayed on the same shelf, each in various flavors. The young clerk on duty, a boy of tender years, noticed the tall and lanky Xiao Ji entering and couldn't help but stare. Observing Xiao Ji lost in thought before the family planning products shelf, he ventured to ask, "Hello, the sizes on the shelf are incomplete. If you can't find what you need, I can check the stockroom for you." Xiao Ji was taken aback. "There are sizes?" The clerk, surprised by the question, awkwardly clarified, "It's written on the back of the packaging." As Xiao Ji examined the predominance of S and M sizes on the shelf, he casually compared them to the standard measurements, pondering for a moment before diplomatically suggesting, "This might be too small." The clerk appraised Xiao Ji from head to toe. "I'll check the stockroom for the model." "Which one do you need?" Xiao Ji inquired. "Do you have fruit platters?" The clerk responded with a slight gasp. "Fruit platters?" Noticing the clerk's confusion, Xiao Ji opted for a more reasonable term. "Assorted gift box?" Fang Yinyan, having waited for an extended period while processing 3 documents, grew increasingly impatient when Xiao Ji had yet to return. Just as he was about to dial Xiao Ji's number, he spotted Xiao Ji entering, burdened with 2 overflowing plastic bags. "Did you go shopping?" Fang Yinyan remarked sarcastically. What compelled you to indulge in such late-night shopping? However, upon witnessing the items laid before him, Fang Yinyan's expression transformed dramatically. "Xiao Ji, perhaps you should consider a visit to the hospital." Xiao Ji explained, "There were no fruit platters." Fang Yinyan stared at the pile before him, strawberries, cantaloupe, pineapples, mangoes, feeling dizzy, unable to identify any faults, and struggling to find a point of praise for Xiao Ji. He even began to suspect Xiao Ji's intentions, experiencing a twinge of discomfort. Most troubling of all, Fang Yinyan felt certain that Xiao Ji was preoccupied with these inconsequential matters. Were you doing this on purpose? He questioned Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji, taken aback by the inquiry, felt a surge of irritation. The items were what Feng Yin Nian had requested, and it was Feng Yin Nian who had mentioned the fruit platter. Now that it was procured, Feng Yin Nian was unwilling to accept it. What infuriated Xiao Ji further was that he had gone to great lengths to return, only for Feng Yin Nian to express disdain upon seeing the assortment. It felt as though it were merely an attempt to vex him. Both were in a state of discontent. Even mundane tasks felt like a battle, fraught with tension and hostility. Ultimately, it was Feng Yin Nian who could no longer endure the strain. In a fit of frustration, he kicked Xiao Ji off the bed. Xiao Ji observed Feng Yin Nian's disheveled appearance and chose not to hold it against him, standing by the bedside and requesting a room. Feng Yin Nian, breathless, retorted, "Get out of my house." Xiao Ji found this aspect of Feng Yin Nian rather irksome. He often resorted to cursing and using such dismissive language, despite being the one who had come over and the one who would ultimately be discarded. If Xiao Ji were to leave abruptly again, Feng Yin Nian would likely stew in his anger for the entire night, chastising him for leaving on command. Thus, Xiao Ji merely donned a pair of shorts, turned, and entered the bathroom to fill the bathtub with water. After filling it halfway, he emerged to embrace Feng Yin Nian. Feng Yin Nian resisted, preparing to unleash another tirade. But Xiao Ji preemptively warned him, "Be quiet and behave." Seizing the moment when Feng Yin Nian was momentarily taken aback by his sternness, Xiao Ji hoisted him from the bed and carried him into the bathroom. Feng Yin Nian had been raised in a cocoon of affection, cherished by his parents and older sister. As he grew older, those around him either flattered or fawned over him. In his 28 years of life, no one had ever dared to tell him to be quiet. Yet, confronted with Xiao Ji's impassive demeanor, Feng Yin Nian instinctively refrained from retorting. He obediently settled into the bathtub, allowing Xiao Ji to wash him. Once Feng Yin Nian was clean, Xiao Ji began to tidy up the surroundings, personally changing the bed linens. After taking a quick shower himself, he also washed the intimate garments that Feng Yin Nian had recently discarded. Completing all these tasks, he quietly extracted Feng Yin Nian from the bathtub, dried him off, and carried him back to bed. He even tucked the corners of the blanket around Feng Yin Nian and, with a serious expression, pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead. Feng Yin Nian was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected tenderness. The dissatisfaction he had felt just moments ago had largely dissipated. He opened his mouth to request that Xiao Ji stay and perhaps find a guest room upstairs, but he watched as Xiao Ji dressed and, with damp hair, stepped out of his home. The resolute pace of Xiao Ji made Feng Yin Nian feel an inexplicable discomfort. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and Xiao Ji strolled leisurely along the path back to the villa. A gentle breeze carried the faint fragrance of flowers. 037 attempted to probe Xiao Ji's emotions, but yielded no insights, only asking, "Are you genuinely angry or just pretending?" Xiao Ji replied coolly, "I am not angry." Although he sometimes found Feng Yin Nian bothersome, he recognized this as part of his mission. He had long since come to understand Feng Yin Nian's temperament and had prepared himself mentally, making it difficult for his emotions to be easily stirred. 037 was puzzled. Then why act that way towards him? His emotional fluctuations seemed quite pronounced. Xiao Ji was not surprised by this observation. His emotional volatility does not necessarily indicate that he has developed feelings for me. It stems from my failure to acquiesce to him, which has left him feeling out of control. I fulfilled my responsibilities as per his requests, but that does not imply I must continue to indulge him emotionally. It was a simple logic. One must not allow emotional investment to diminish in value. Whether in matters of emotion or material possessions, one often cannot escape a certain law. The more one invests in value, the more easily the other party becomes indifferent. If you present a bouquet of flowers to someone daily, initially, they will undoubtedly feel delighted and even surprised. However, as time progresses, they will grow accustomed to it, becoming numb, with no emotional ripples stirred within. They may even criticize that today's bouquet pales in comparison to yesterday's, carelessly discarding it. Yet, if one day you gift them a bouquet, the next day present something utterly unappealing, followed by an unexpected slap, and then once again offer a beautiful bouquet, that flower will become exceedingly precious. To win the genuine affection of Yin Nian, merely being a submissive admirer proves futile. It is essential to create an air of uncertainty regarding your feelings. This compels the other person to invest thought into the relationship and ponder your character. Of course, this assumes a fundamental mutual attraction already exists. 37 contemplated this strategy. But as long as you still seek something from him, can you be certain he will fall for your game? Does this tactic truly work on him? Xiao Ji was uncertain. Let us give it a try. If it fails, we can devise another approach. 37 hesitated. There is something I'm not sure whether I should voice. Xiao Ji, who typically adhered to the principle of remaining silent when uncertain, chose to show some leniency in this instance. Speak. 37 remarked. While strategies can be effective, people are not fools. Love and indifference can be felt, no matter how flawlessly you execute your facade to capture the heart of the little phoenix. One must exchange sincerity for sincerity. Xiao Ji did not comprehend the essence of true sincerity. He could wholeheartedly cater to Yin Nian's desires, providing him with whatever he wished. Frankly, if the task were simply to replace the scoundrel and cherish Yin Nian for a lifetime, Xiao Ji was confident he could accomplish it flawlessly. However, the task demanded Yin Nian's genuine affection, a certainty that eluded him, leaving him to diligently study and initially rely on strategy. As he listened to 37's words, he fell into silence. Fortunately, reality proved that Yin Nian was indeed responding to this approach. As Xiao Ji neared the entrance of the villa area, a sudden honk sounded behind him. Chapter 9. The Little Celebrity and His Fiery Benefactor, Part 9. Without glancing back, Xiao Ji continued walking forward. Yin Nian's car brushed closely past him, and as it maintained a parallel position with the driver's side window open, he called out, "Get in. I'll drive you home." Xiao Ji did not even look at him, firmly rejecting the offer. No need to trouble yourself. Yin Nian, clad in pajamas with disheveled hair and sunglasses perched atop, furrowed his brow in irritation at Xiao Ji's unexpected obstinacy. I said, "Get in the car." Xiao Ji remained resolute. I said, "It's unnecessary." After being rebuffed twice, Yin Nian cursed under his breath, pressed the accelerator, and swerved the car to block Xiao Ji's path. "Xiao Ji, don't make me repeat myself a third time." Xiao Ji felt as if Yin Nian's earlier demeanor suggested he would crush him under the car if necessary. He came to a halt, undeterred by Yin Nian's intimidation, and nonchalantly remarked, "Then go ahead and kill me." Yin Nian, amused and exasperated by his defiant demeanor, retorted, "Stubborn mule." Xiao Ji remained silent, and after a moment of confrontation, Yin Nian softened his tone slightly, saying, "Will you just get in the car for heaven's sake? Do you expect me to beg you?" Observing Yin Nian's attitude, Xiao Ji realized this was the extent of his concession and decided to relent, entering Yin Nian's vehicle. Yin Nian was accustomed to having others readily obey him. Xiao Ji was no exception. After all, he had complied with everything Yin Nian had asked of him. He followed instructions, albeit with a certain nonchalance. While one could argue he was coerced, he had also sought out Yin Nian willingly. Aside from the brief protest when he was asked to get in the car, he had never hesitated or made excuses, responding promptly and efficiently. However, this process and its outcome often left Yin Nian with a sense of pent-up frustration. For instance, as Yin Nian drove, Xiao Ji sat in the passenger seat. Staring blankly out the window, Yin Nian had not encouraged conversation, leaving Xiao Ji seemingly mute, not uttering a single word. After a sleepless night spent in Xiao Ji's company, Yin Nian was now driving him home. Yet Xiao Ji offered no words of gratitude. However, as they arrived at Xiao Ji's apartment building and prepared to part ways, Xiao Ji unexpectedly leaned in to kiss him, pressing his head down gently. His reluctance was ambiguous, yet it was evident he didn't entirely lack enthusiasm. In a foul mood, Yin Nian was disinclined to indulge in any affectionate banter. As soon as he felt it was sufficient, he pushed Xiao Ji away and said, "The contract wasn't drafted by me personally. You needn't worry too much about its terms. I tend to be busy, so feel free to message me whenever you have time. I'll respond when I see it." Xiao Ji nodded. All right, what should I send? Yin Nian felt irritation bubbling up again, grinding his molars. You've never been pampered or been in a relationship, have you? Xiao Ji replied candidly, no. This revelation took Yin Nian by surprise. He had diligently reviewed Xiao Ji's profile over the past few days, nearly memorizing it. Standing at 187 centimeters tall, weighing 78 kilograms, and age 23. He hailed from City X and graduated from a certain school in a particular year. Although Xiao Ji's career was relatively new, having not produced any notable works since his first drama was taken down, it was undeniable that he possessed striking looks. There was no filter to enhance his appearance. He was objectively handsome. Given the current pace of online evolution and the maturity of humanity, someone like Xiao Ji would undoubtedly have been the most sought-after heartthrob in school, with no shortage of admirers eager to offer their affections. Yin Nian, skeptical, confirmed once more, you've never been in a relationship? Xiao Ji responded firmly, if I say no, then it's no. Consequently, the anger that had been brewing within Yin Nian was swiftly extinguished, and in a surprisingly good mood, he advised Xiao Ji, then share your daily routine with me. When you wake up, what do? What are your plans? Xiao Ji accepted the directive and began to actively share snippets of his day-to-day life with Yin Nian that evening. Every day at 5:20, Xiao Ji would inform Yin Nian, I have risen. Following his own routine, he would meticulously narrate every detail of his morning activities, brushing his teeth, washing his face, preparing breakfast, eating, running, reading, and taking a nap. On the first day, Yin Nian responded to each message, but the following 2 days passed in silence. By the evening of the 4th day, observing Xiao Ji's reports, so repetitive that even the punctuation remained unchanged, and noting the identical timestamps of each message, Yin Nian could no longer contain his frustration and called Xiao Ji, asking, have you set this to send automatically? Xiao Ji denied it, asserting that each message was typed out manually. Yin Nian, perplexed, retorted, are you a robot? Xiao Ji, confused about his perceived misstep, fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Nian instructed, starting tomorrow, include photos in your reports before hanging up. Xiao Ji continued his daily routine as before. Yet, the photos he sent before washing up each morning revealed subtle variations. His pajamas changed, his hairstyle differed, and the angles of the shots varied slightly. The meals he reported also showed diversity. It dawned on Yin Nian that Xiao Ji had indeed not set any automatic messages. However, the nature of this sharing left Yin Nian devoid of any desire to engage in conversation with Xiao Ji. He attempted to counteract with similar tactics, adopting Xiao Ji's approach in a bid to render him speechless, and began sharing his own daily life in the same manner. To maintain this pattern, he set countless alarms, anxious not to disrupt the rhythm even for a minute. This led Yin Nian to cultivate a remarkably robotic routine over the following days. He even scheduled meetings for a strict 2-hour duration. If they were not concluded by then, he would unilaterally end them. If they wrapped up too early, he refrained from disbanding the meeting, insisting that all senior executives remain in the conference room for the full 2 hours. He adhered to fixed meal times and sleep schedules. Xiao Ji would reply with a 1 after each of Yin Nian's messages, almost instantaneously. Yin Nian reciprocated with a 1 as well, matching the rapidity of his responses. Xiao Lin noticed Yin Nian's unusual behavior. While reporting work, he observed Yin Nian's unwavering focus on his phone and his mechanical gestures of tapping the screen. Curiously, he inquired, Mr. Fong, are you in a relationship? Without even looking up, Yin Nian denied it. Xiao Lin pressed his lips together, continuing, the celebrity Cheng Ying is set to begin filming that variety show next month. What about Mr. Xiao? Upon hearing this, Yin Nian set down his pen, directing his gaze toward Xiao Lin. After pondering for a moment, he asked, do I have any important arrangements next month? Chapter 10, The Little Star and His Tempestuous Benefactor, Part 10. Whether Yin Nian had plans was a mystery to Xiao Ji, who cared little about it. However, Xiao Ji's schedule was crystal clear to his manager, Sister Chow. After Xiao Ji had been idle for nearly half a month, Sister Chow, unable to reach him due to being blocked, happened to be in the vicinity of Xiao Ji's home while conducting business and decided to pay him a visit. She brought both good news and bad news. Sitting on the sofa in Xiao Ji's home, Sister Qiao addressed him directly. Xiao Ji sat at the dining table, a distance of 8 zhong from Sister Qiao. He wished to speak first, but only uttered 4 words, bracing himself for Sister Qiao to interrupt him. However, it soon became evident that the world is not populated by so many automatons. This time, Sister Qiao respected his opinion and asked, "Which one would you like to hear first?" Xiao Ji pursed his lips and replied, "The good news." "Then I shall begin with the bad," she said. Though her respect was not absolute, she continued, "Because you did not agree, I cannot respond from my end. The endorsement for the contraceptive product has fallen through, and they have sought artists from a modeling agency instead. The good news is that the production team of the dating show you wish to participate in has sent an invitation for you to join them next Monday." Xiao Ji, tell me honestly, whose leg have you latched onto, given his current situation? It was a mere fantasy for Xiao Ji to think he could make a comeback without a benefactor willing to invest in him. In the harsh reality of their industry, Sister Qiao regarded Xiao Ji as a mere pawn, her focus entirely on her other artists. She paid little attention to him, aware that he had been summoned for a conversation by Yin Nian, yet unaware of the specifics of what transpired. She only knew that the absence of any news regarding his potential contract termination or being shelved was a cause for relief. Furthermore, the temperament of Yin Nian was well known among the company, and Sister Qiao had never considered that Xiao Ji could have secured his position through him. Xiao Ji had no intention of disclosing the truth, merely stating that perhaps he had garnered the support of a benevolent philanthropist. Sister Qiao dismissed his fanciful claims, cautioning him, "In this industry, minor fame relies on endorsements, while major success depends on fate. Deviant paths may yield short-term gains, yet they are not a sustainable strategy. As a public figure, one must be accountable for one's words and actions and bear the corresponding consequences. I may remain uninvolved in how you obtain this opportunity, but I hope you will exercise prudence in your future conduct. Having embarked on this path, you must be prepared for the day when the truth may come to light." Her words, though harsh, were indeed well-intentioned, and Xiao Ji expressed his gratitude. Seeing that Xiao Ji remained tight-lipped, Sister Qiao chose not to press further, offering a few more words of advice before departing from his residence. No sooner had Sister Qiao left than Xiao Ji stepped outside, heading straight to Yin Nian's home. This time, he had learned from experience. Fearing another change in Yin Nian's demeanor before his departure, he opted to drive himself. Yin Nian had not seen Xiao Ji for half a month, partly to intentionally keep him at bay, ensuring he did not overestimate his own importance, and partly due to his own numerous commitments that left him little time. After finally wrapping up several pressing matters, he had an evening of social obligations ahead. Not wanting his engagements to disrupt the rhythm of informing Xiao Ji, he chose not to message him. By the time he returned home, it was nearly 2 in the morning. Yin Nian's villa had 2 entrances, a front door for pedestrians and a rear for vehicles. As he passed the front entrance, he instinctively glanced outside and spotted someone squatting at his front gate, engrossed in their phone. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Xiao Ji's figure and instructed the driver to stop. He stepped out of the car and strode towards Xiao Ji, asking, "Did you not think to call me before coming over?" Upon hearing the words, Xiao Ji rose to his feet. "You didn't mention that I could call. I only sent a message." Yin Nian, who had been dragged into a night of drinking, remained sober solely due to his exceptional tolerance for alcohol, leaving him with little time to check messages. Yet, he had come to understand that Xiao Ji was precisely this kind of person. He retrieved his phone, bypassing the myriad of unread notifications, and located their conversation thread, where he noted a message from Xiao Ji sent 5 hours prior, indicating his intention to visit. Yin Nian's household employed a housekeeper, yet due to his own preferences, he did not permit her to stay overnight. She typically departed shortly after preparing dinner. If Yin Nian chose not to dine at home, the housekeeper could leave even earlier. The drive from Xiao Ji's residence to Yin Nian's took approximately 40 minutes, suggesting that Xiao Ji had been waiting at his doorstep for at least 4 hours. He pondered how one could adhere to conventions to such an extent, exhaling a sigh as he set Xiao Ji as a pinned contact, stating, in the future, "Feel free to call whenever there's something. I will answer if I'm not busy." After a moment's consideration, he also provided Xiao Ji with Xiao Lin's contact information, adding, "If I don't answer, You can ask Xiao. Xiao Ji acknowledged with a simple okay and obediently added Xiao contact. Upon entering, Fang Yinian utilized facial recognition to unlock the front door, followed by entering a sequence of numbers, instructing Xiao Ji, "Next time, if no one is home, just come in and wait." Xiao Ji followed closely behind, responding with a slight hum. Once inside, Fang Yinian casually reclined on the sofa, removed his tie, and commanded, "Pour-moi un glace of water." Xiao Ji complied, bringing the water and sitting opposite him, placing the cup in front of him. "What is the sudden reason for your visit?" Fang Yinian inquired, draining the warm water in one go. As Xiao Ji observed the movement of Fang Yinian's Adam's apple as he swallowed, he was abruptly reminded of something Cheng Nuo had said not long ago. He averted his gaze, lowering his eyes, and confessed, "I miss you." "Stop talking nonsense," Fang Yinian retorted instinctively. "You might as well say you want to sleep with me. I do believe that to a much greater extent." Setting aside other matters, Fang Yinian possessed a modicum of confidence in this regard. Although he was 5 years older than Xiao Ji, he considered his physique and appearance to be among the upper echelon within the highly competitive gay community. Moreover, despite his propensity to curse, he was also accommodating and enthusiastic, with a voice that was undeniably alluring. Otherwise, Xiao Ji would not have been so relentless in his advances. Regardless of their personalities, their encounters in bed had been exceedingly pleasurable thus far. Consequently, Xiao Ji decided to play along with Fang Yinian's implication, stating earnestly, "I want to sleep with you." Fang Yinian closed his eyes momentarily, replying, "Xiao Ji, don't make me curse you." The conversation was fraught with restrictions. Xiao Ji, seeking an alternative approach, rephrased, "I want you to sleep with me." Although the essence remained unchanged, the revised phrasing evidently brought Fang Yinian a measure of comfort. He regarded Xiao Ji and asked, "So, are you waiting for me to take the initiative to serve you?" In their interactions, if certain matters became repetitive, it wouldn't be long before they lost their novelty, devolving into mere tasks and outlets for release. A harmonious blend of firmness and gentleness, coupled with a balance of labor and leisure, along with an array of surprises, is what continually ignites anticipation in people's hearts. When Fang Yinian is in good spirits, even if Xiao Ji wishes to let him be, he feigns refusal, insisting with words like "no, go away," yet his body betrays his true compliance. However, during this period of relentless activity, he has not only worked tirelessly, but is also engaged in social drinking throughout the day and night, leaving one to assume the extent of his fatigue. Thus, Xiao Ji has ceased to be as domineering as before, adopting a demeanor of utmost tenderness. After attending to the aftermath, he quietly cradles Fang Yinian in his arms, gently patting his back to lull him to sleep. Fang Yinian relishes this rare moment of warmth and affection, feeling that Xiao Ji is particularly obedient today, making his exhausting fortnight worthwhile, even if it meant tolerating Xiao Ji's presumptuous intrusions. He is acutely aware of the nature of their relationship and his own position, and when in good spirits, he does not mind granting Xiao Ji a few favors. With his eyes closed, nestled in Xiao Ji's embrace, he kisses the marks he left on Xiao Ji's chest and asks, "You don't come uninvited without a reason, do you? Speak up, what do you desire?" Xiao Ji tightens his arms around Fang Yinian and kisses the top of his head in response, declaring with grandiosity, "In your heart, is it not true that I must have a motive for seeking you out?" Fang Yinian, ever clear-headed and candid, replies, "What else could it be? Love me? Truly miss me? Spare me the pretense." Indeed, Xiao Ji initially arrived with a purpose. His intention was not merely to express gratitude, but rather to advance his own interests. He seeks a brand endorsement from a sports label. This endorsement is not significant in itself, nor would it immediately alter his current predicament. Rather, it is noteworthy because it was previously mentioned to Fang Yinian by Cheng Nuo. Though Fang Yinian neither accepted nor rejected the offer, his ambiguous stance suggested a sense of entitlement. Cheng Nuo, understanding Fang Yinian's character, knew he would only agree once matters were settled, never indulging in grand promises without assurance. In his mind, the endorsement was already within his grasp. In the original course of events, Cheng Nuo did indeed benefit from Fang Yinian's influence, securing the endorsement. Presently, Xiao Ji faces a considerable disparity in popularity and status compared to Cheng Nuo, making it far more likely for the brand to choose Cheng Nuo over him. However, Cheng Nuo is not without his flaws as an ideal candidate. His height of 175 centimeters, while average, does not particularly stand out, and the typical slenderness expected of actors hardly lends itself to any notable physique. Furthermore, Cheng Nuo has always pursued a path of skill rather than mere appearance, relying on his commendable acting talent and adept management by the capital. While he could endorse many products, the realm of sports brands has never sought him out. Yet he has set his sights on the power and influence that lie behind this particular brand, wishing to stake his claim. Xiao Ji's desire to acquire this endorsement serves to exacerbate the rift between Yin Nian and Cheng Nuo. He contemplated his approach, hoping that if he were forthright, Yin Nian would acquiesce. If not, he would devise an alternative strategy. At this moment, as Yin Nian spoke, Xiao Ji felt a sudden hesitation. After a long while, he gently patted the back of Yin Nian's head and said, "Go to sleep. I'm fine." Yin Nian, being perceptive, did not believe Xiao Ji's reassurances. However, since Xiao Ji remained silent, Yin Nian chose to maintain his composure, preparing himself to endure the tension. Perhaps due to exhaustion, the initially restless Yin Nian, who had doubted whether he could sleep soundly beside someone for the first time, fell into a light slumber within a minute, nestled in Xiao Ji's embrace. His soft snores resembled the gentle purring of a kitten. Unbeknownst to him, as he slept, Xiao Ji unexpectedly appeared in his dreams. In the dreamscape, they were still within the confines of this villa, but the surroundings were adorned with photographs of the two of them together. And on the wall behind the headboard hung their wedding portrait, a rather cliché display. They sat at opposite ends of the sofa, and Yin Nian was speaking to Xiao Ji, who seemed oblivious, lost in laughter at his phone. "Xiao Ji," Yin Nian shouted, and only then did Xiao Ji snap to attention, looking at him and asking, "What's wrong?" Yin Nian inquired, "Who are you chatting with? Why so happy? Have you gone deaf while I've been talking to you?" Xiao Ji, attempting to appear nonchalant, replied, "Group chat." Yin Nian raised an eyebrow. "What group?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Ji responded, "A work group. My colleagues from the crew are chatting." The credibility of this statement was dubious at best. Yin Nian extended his hand, demanding, "Let me see your phone." At this, Xiao Ji's expression turned icy. He locked his screen and retorted, "Take a good look in the mirror, Yin Nian. The suspicious person you've become is a far cry from the person I met all those years ago." Yin Nian, being older than Xiao Ji, had watched as Xiao Ji flourished over the years, accumulating numerous accolades that adorned an entire wall of trophies in his home, surrounded by a plethora of charming young admirers. Of every conceivable type, Yin Nian, upon hearing this, lunged to snatch the phone from Xiao Ji's grasp. Xiao Ji dodged, anger flaring as he shouted, "Enough. Stop your unreasonable antics." Yin Nian fumed. "Unreasonable? If you have nothing to hide, why not show me? I've truly spoiled you." As they exchanged heated words, a struggle ensued. Yin Nian was determined to see Xiao Ji's phone, while Xiao Ji obstinately refused to let him. In the dream, Yin Nian appeared more ferocious, his resolve stronger. He quickly gained the upper hand, pinning Xiao Ji beneath him and seizing the phone. Utilizing Xiao Ji's facial recognition, he unlocked the device and began perusing its contents. What he discovered were various flirtatious messages, numerous obscured photographs, and records of rendezvous with various young male stars. When Yin Nian awoke in a fury from this dream, the day had already dawned bright outside. Xiao Ji was no longer in bed. As Yin Nian sat up, searching for him, he spotted Xiao Ji lying straight on the floor, arms crossed over his abdomen, eyes closed, deeply asleep. Yin Nian sighed, closed his eyes momentarily, then kicked Xiao Ji with his leg, saying, "Get up." Xiao Ji opened his eyes, appearing somewhat bewildered. Subsequently, he casually grasped Yin Nian's ankle, pulling the latter's foot into his embrace, intending to continue his slumber. Yin Nian, still engulfed in the anger of betrayal, stepped on Xiao Ji's chest and declared, "I demand you to rise." Only then did Xiao Ji gradually regain his senses, releasing Yin Nian and sitting up to inquire, "What is it?" Yin Nian extended his hand. "Hand me your phone." Chapter 12. The Little Star and His Volatile Benefactor, Part 12. Xiao Ji obediently turned around and handed Fang Yinian the phone that was resting beside the bed. Fang Yinian refused to take it, asserting, "I want yours." In this era, a mobile phone is a profoundly private possession. Many married couples may not even peruse each other's devices, let alone someone in the unique relationship between Fang Yinian and Xiao Ji. Accustomed to being domineering, Fang Yinian assumed Xiao Ji would not dare to decline him. He had also mentally prepared himself. Should Xiao Ji hesitate or refuse, he would resort to violence. However, when Xiao Ji unhesitatingly offered his own phone to Fang Yinian, the latter was momentarily taken aback and raised an eyebrow, stating, "You're quite forthcoming. Are you not concerned about what I might uncover? Shall I dismantle you right here?" Xiao Ji, seated on the floor, glanced at him, unlocked his phone, accessed the settings, and registered Fang Yinian's fingerprint before tossing the device to him. "If you discover anything you shouldn't, consider it my demise." Fang Yinian squinted at Xiao Ji for a moment, then propped himself up, furiously and intently sifting through Xiao Ji's phone. Like most couples who engage in mutual phone checking, the first application he opened was Xiao Ji's social media app. There, pinned at the top, was a photo of winter waves, showcasing a scenic view from Fang Yinian's account. Below that, the second contact was from 3 days prior, an account named Blossoms of Wealth, featuring a serene purple lotus as the avatar, inquiring about Xiao Ji's well-being and suggesting a call home when he had a moment to spare. Xiao Ji had responded with a smiling emoji and, subsequently, made a phone call lasting 2 minutes and 37 seconds. As he continued scrolling, there appeared to be a gap in time, filled with work-related contacts and matters. Fang Yinian scrutinized Xiao Ji. "Is this your secondary account?" Xiao Ji replied, "This is my only account." Unconvinced that one could remain socially inactive for such a duration, Fang Yinian retorted, "Then you must have deleted everything." Xiao Ji, unfazed, replied, "I can provide you with a password. You can log in from your computer." Fang Yinian fell into a suspicious silence for a few seconds before rejecting the offer. "Am I a pervert?" Xiao Ji chose not to respond. Fang Yinian continued to browse through transaction records, expenditure logs, and food delivery orders, finding nothing of interest. "Did you erase this too?" he inquired. Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly, "I can provide a statement." Fang Yinian fell silent. Just as he intended to return the phone to Xiao Ji, a thought struck him, prompting him to open the photo gallery and browser. Upon doing so, he discovered that Xiao Ji had been closely following a burgeoning sports brand. He recalled that Xinghua had mentioned it previously. However, he had been too preoccupied to delve into the matter. Now, seeing the plethora of content related to this brand on Xiao Ji's phone, he frowned and asked, "What interest do you have in this?" Xiao Ji presented himself with a natural demeanor, casually remarking, "It's nothing, just browsing." "What are your thoughts on this brand's endorsement?" Fang Yinian inquired directly. Xiao Ji did not deny it, responding, "To say I have no interest would be disingenuous. This brand aligns with my capabilities. However, as I have mentioned, I am acutely aware of my current circumstances, and the brand would not consider me." Fang Yinian fell silent. Within a few short minutes, he pondered whether Xiao Ji was attempting to play mind games with him. Yet, throughout their conversation, Xiao Ji had not broached the subject at all. Even his act of checking his phone was merely a spontaneous thought initiated by Fang Yinian himself. It was Fang Yinian who had posed the question. His mind was clear. He did not believe Xiao Ji possessed the ability to control his dreams or thoughts. Such an idea was utterly absurd. If Xiao Ji truly held such a power, he could simply invest in major directors and producers through dreams, rather than becoming a mere lover. At that moment, Xiao Ji's demeanor suggested he was quite indifferent to the matter. Nevertheless, it was evident to Fang Yinian that, as Xiao Ji had articulated, his desire for the endorsement stemmed from a sense of helplessness, leading him to refrain from dwelling on it. Fang Yinian wiped his face and returned Xiao Ji's phone, asking, "Were you referring to this matter last night?" Xiao Ji did not respond directly, instead saying, "Sister Chao visited me yesterday and mentioned that I should join the filming of the dating reality show next week." Upon hearing this, Fang Yinian grasped the situation and refrained from further discussing the endorsement or the reality show, abruptly changing the topic by nudging Xiao Ji playfully. "Why are you sleeping on the floor? Is it so difficult to share a bed with me? Xiao Ji stood up, explaining, it's just a habit. The bed is too soft, and I tend to feel warm. They exchanged casual banter before each retreating to their personal routines. Fang Yinian had the day off, so he did not urge Xiao Ji to leave. Without any directive to depart, Xiao Ji comfortably settled in Fang Yinian's home. The two of them found refuge in the bedroom. Fang Yinian sat on a small sofa by the window with his computer, reviewing documents, while Xiao Ji quietly nestled in a corner where the sunlight did not reach, silently perusing a book borrowed from Fang Yinian's study. On his occasional days off, Fang Yinian would grant the household staff a break, relishing his solitude. He would wake naturally, indulging in 2 takeout meals throughout the day. As noon approached, just as Fang Yinian habitually prepared to call a hotel manager for food delivery, Xiao Ji suddenly set down his book and stood up, inquiring, "Are you hungry? I will cook." Fang Yinian was not surprised by this. Over the past fortnight of their time together, he had already learned that Xiao Ji was capable of cooking. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Go ahead." Xiao Ji then asked, "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Fang Yinian merely replied, "What's in the fridge is acceptable for me." Based on the photographs of the dishes Xiao Ji had previously prepared, Fang Yinian had come to appreciate his culinary skills, which appeared both healthy and appetizing. Thus, he did not interfere, secretly anticipating his lunch. However, when Xiao Ji presented a visually stunning and artfully arranged dish on the table, Fang Yinian experienced firsthand the expression of a gold-plated toilet bowl. Beyond its aesthetic appeal, the food Xiao Ji had prepared was utterly lacking in substance. Fang Yinian took only a single bite before setting down his chopsticks, observing Xiao Ji, who was silently engaged in his meal with an expressionless face. He couldn't help but question, "Xiao Ji, do you lack taste buds?" Xiao Ji, while picking up food, cast a glance at Fang Yinian, urging him to speak further. Fang Yinian opened his mouth, exclaiming, "Are you devoid of any sense of flavor?" Xiao Ji was taken aback. In the celestial realm, he had never partaken in meals. Upon arriving here, he had feigned the act of learning to eat. He merely understood the importance of presenting food aesthetically, seasoning it according to his whims. Yet he remained oblivious to the actual flavors these dishes were meant to possess. It seemed that what he had prepared did not align with Fang Yinian's palate. Apologizing, he prepared to rise and discard the dishes, suggesting Fang Yinian order takeout, but Fang Yinian picked up his chopsticks once more, stating, "It's not that inedible. I can make do." With that, he hastily shoveled the unappetizing food into his mouth. Chapter 13. The Little Celebrity and His Tempestuous Benefactor for a Considerable Stretch of Time. Fang Yinian had grown accustomed to his solitary life. The multitude of matters to attend to and individuals to engage with made these tranquil moments of solitude a genuine pleasure for him. He had anticipated that cohabiting with someone as aimless as Xiao Ji would soon compel him to wish for Xiao Ji's departure. However, contrary to his expectations, he not only felt no desire to evict him, rather, upon witnessing Xiao Ji clad in his pajamas, adorned with a delicate floral apron while washing dishes in the kitchen, an odd sense of serene contentment washed over him. Leaning against the kitchen doorframe, he gazed at Xiao Ji's silhouette for quite some time, contemplating saying, "Xiao Ji, why not move in?" Yet the words lingered at the tip of his tongue, ultimately swallowed back down. Firstly, should anyone discover that Xiao Ji frequently visited his residence, it might stir unnecessary commotion. Secondly, their relationship was merely one of patronage. It was not a romance. Should he one day tire of it, or Xiao Ji grow weary, disentangling from this arrangement would undoubtedly become a cumbersome endeavor. Nonetheless, Fang Yinian refrained from urging Xiao Ji to leave. Xiao Ji was remarkably quiet and exceedingly accommodating. If Fang Yinian were not facing Xiao Ji, often he would forget his presence during moments of heightened concentration. Though Xiao Ji appeared engrossed in reading, occasionally sprawled on the floor playing trivial mobile games, the instant Fang Yinian reached out or spoke, whatever he desired would be promptly delivered to him. While Fang Yinian chose not to dismiss Xiao Ji had his own intentions. That evening, before 10 o'clock, he coaxed Fang Yinian into bed, and after some playful antics until midnight, he began to narrate bedtime stories. Initially, Fang Yinian resisted, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Do you take me for a child?" What grown man approaching his 30s needs a lullaby about the little match girl? However, Xiao Ji had conducted his research, discovering that many individuals in their 30s secretly yearn for bedtime stories from their younger counterparts, relishing such moments. This is unrelated to the story itself. It merely reflects a desire to be cherished by a partner like a beloved child, which brings a sense of psychological fulfillment. Thus, Xiao Ji merely assumed that Yin Nian was being vain, making excuses for himself. He gently patted Yin Nian's back and said, "Be good, sleep well. Do not cause any trouble." Just as Yin Nian was about to utter a curse, before he could voice his frustration, Xiao Ji bestowed a soothing kiss upon him, silencing him as he resumed his storytelling. Yin Nian truly did not wish to listen to such tales, yet he felt that Xiao Ji genuinely yearned to share them. Therefore, he could only maintain a stern expression, thinking to himself that he had chosen this path, and indulging Xiao Ji occasionally was no grave matter. As the story unfolded, he gradually drifted into unconsciousness, lulled by Xiao Ji's calm and steady narration. Xiao Ji rose to tuck him in and, after changing his clothes, departed from Yin Nian's residence. 037 observed the situation with intrigue. The little phoenix is not so easily appeased. Your tactic of retreating to advance has likely backfired. He hasn't taken it to heart at all. From the moment Yin Nian learned of Xiao Ji's interest in that sports brand to Xiao Ji's departure, Yin Nian had only inquired briefly about the matter, and thereafter, he never brought it up again. In the following 3 days, Xiao Ji continued his usual reporting mode, but received no response. It seemed as if Yin Nian had grown weary of this pointless and unfulfilling communication. Xiao Ji maintained a tranquil mindset. Why rush? Man proposes, but heaven disposes. There are many ways to incite discord. Patience is key. Just as 037 was about to ask Xiao Ji if he fancied a wager, before he could utter a word, Xiao Ji received a call from Sister Chao, instructing him to attend a casting for a certain sports brand endorsement the next morning at 9. 037 silently rejoiced at his own timely restraint while simultaneously chastising himself, vowing to never again engage with gambling or drugs. Cheng Nuo also received a notification for the audition. Upon arriving at the shooting venue and waiting, he felt deeply humiliated as he observed the array of glamorous and statuesque artists and models. Given his status, securing an endorsement should have been a foregone conclusion, contingent only upon Yin Nian's support. Why must he undergo such a futile formality? Unable to endure any longer, he instructed his assistant to remain on standby and to notify him when it was his turn. While he made his way toward his luxury vehicle and dialed Yin Nian's number. What is going on? Why is there still an audition? Yin Nian, having just returned to the office from a meeting, spoke to Cheng Nuo without a hint of politeness. Are you not aware of your own standing? I am an investor, not the brand CEO or your father. You do not meet their criteria for a brand ambassador, and if I do not invest, you won't even receive an audition notice. Use your acting skills to impress their higher-ups. Portray yourself as an athletic figure, and they will select you. Do not bother me with trivial matters. With that, he abruptly ended the call. As Wang Bagaizi, Cheng Nuo, listened to the busy tone on the other end of the line, he cursed under his breath. Just as he approached his chauffeur-driven vehicle, preparing to open the door, he looked up and spotted Xiao Ji descending from a white Ford. Wearing sunglasses, Xiao Ji was making his way toward the audition studio. Previously, Cheng Nuo regarded Xiao Ji's exceptional physique and flawless features as a sharp weapon he could wield against Yin Nian. The more handsome Xiao Ji appeared, the more satisfaction Cheng Nuo felt. However, ever since Xiao Ji had confronted him, Cheng Nuo had begun to find him increasingly irksome. It was not that he did not wish to find a more suitable partner to overshadow Xiao Ji. Rather, he had been unable to identify anyone more fitting. Now, with Xiao Ji appearing as his rival, Cheng Nuo's mindset shifted, even provoking a sense of indignation, as if he were being toyed with. Gritting his teeth, he forced a smile and whistled at Xiao Ji. Here for an audition? Xiao Ji had deliberately parked his car in front of Cheng Nuo, and upon hearing the whistle, he turned in surprise to greet him, saying, "Brother Cheng." Cheng Nuo scrutinized Xiao Ji and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "This opportunity surely wasn't procured by your agent, was it? Things seem to be progressing well over there." With an innocent expression, Xiao Ji replied, I'm not sure. Ingo only mentioned it once, saying this brand suits me. The implication was clear. The audition opportunity was not something he had sought, but rather something Fang Yinian had thrust upon him. Cheng Nuo, feeling stifled and unwilling to engage further, scoffed coldly. Well, I wish you success in your audition. Xiao Ji politely responded, Thank you, Brother Cheng. However, since you are here, I suppose I'm just here to add to the crowd today. Cheng Nuo smirked, thinking to himself that Xiao Ji should not bother with such pretenses. Xiao Ji, if you believe you've secured Fang Yinian's favor, you are gravely mistaken. We shall see how this unfolds. Chapter 14. The Little Star and His Irritable Benefactor, Part 14. Cheng Nuo prided himself on knowing Fang Yinian well after more than a decade of acquaintance. Fang Yinian was a businessman who never engaged in unprofitable ventures. In the past, he had invested in Cheng Nuo, who had not disappointed him, achieving great heights, a mutually beneficial relationship. However, Xiao Ji's situation was markedly different. For Xiao Ji to turn the tide, he would require substantial financial backing to support him. Moreover, with his subpar acting skills, relying solely on his looks was not a sustainable strategy. He could only capitalize on his youth, which offered limited value. Fang Yinian was not the type to squander wealth merely for the sake of beauty. Cheng Nuo had previously perceived Xiao Ji as an honest individual, but it now appeared he possessed a cunning nature. The notion that Fang Yinian would proactively provide resources was utterly implausible to Cheng Nuo. Yet, the idea that Xiao Ji had employed some trickery to compel Fang Yinian into allowing him to audition, essentially forcing him to reconsider, seemed far more credible. Auditioning for endorsements and acting were not the same. The former required not acting skills, but rather a strong presence on camera and the ability to evoke consumers' desire to purchase. The key to igniting such desire for a sports brand lay in showcasing the exhilarating explosiveness of athleticism, along with the endorser's athletic prowess and enviable physique. The audition studio was modest in size, equipped with various professional sporting equipment. By a stroke of fate, Xiao Ji found himself positioned directly behind Cheng Nuo as they entered together. Leaning against the doorframe, he observed Cheng Nuo intently. Regardless of external circumstances, Cheng Nuo exuded the aura of a film emperor. He bent down to adjust the barbell on the floor and promptly voiced his demands. The weight is rather excessive. Kindly arrange for a different one. The brand representatives were exceedingly accommodating, granting Cheng Nuo the respect he deserved. As an accomplished actor, Cheng Nuo was meticulous about maintaining his physique, adeptly maneuvering the exercise equipment with grace, and demonstrating a keen awareness of camera angles and expressions. Overall, aside from his inherent shortcomings, he performed splendidly. Yet, for reasons unknown, he perpetually sensed a hint of barely perceptible mockery lurking beneath Xiao Ji's indifferent demeanor. Following the audition, Cheng Nuo did not depart immediately. Instead, he lingered in the corner, ostensibly resting, with the intention of observing the ensuing spectacle surrounding Xiao Ji. The first thing Xiao Ji did in preparation for the audition was to shed his loose t-shirt. As he stepped into the camera's range, his impossibly long legs and impeccably defined musculature captured the attention of everyone present. Members of the directing team began to critique Xiao Ji in hushed tones, remarking, from a professional standpoint, his head-to-shoulder ratio, waist-to-shoulder ratio, and waist-to-hip ratio all conform perfectly to the aesthetic standards of human anatomy. He could be tentatively considered. The person beside him frowned upon hearing this. You don't recognize him? Xiao Ji, currently mired in a scandal regarding homosexuality, is in a predicament from which he cannot easily extricate himself. Engaging him as a spokesperson could lead to considerable complications. The initial speaker was taken aback. Who issued him the audition invitation? A moment of silence ensued as the group exchanged glances. Finally, the chief director took a sip of tea and stated, I sent it. Let us observe first and not rush. Xiao Ji opted not to utilize the gym equipment available for display. Instead, he politely requested, could I please have half a bottle of mineral water? Thank you. The staff, upon hearing this, casually handed him a partially consumed bottle of mineral water. Xiao Ji accepted the bottle with gratitude and nodded to the camera crew, signaling that he was ready. The clapperboard snapped shut. With a casual flick, he tossed the water bottle into the air and leaped up, delivering a swift kick to the descending bottle. At the moment his black, tactical boot connected with the plastic, the bottle exploded, sending water spraying in all directions as Xiao Ji landed gracefully. In the next instant, the shattered bottle plummeted into the trash bin nestled in the corner of the studio. Remarkably, every droplet of water was perfectly captured on camera, cascading elegantly onto the floor. Apart from Cheng Na, who stood in a relatively secluded spot and was inadvertently drenched, no one else suffered this unexpected misfortune. The room fell into a profound silence. This was no mere coincidence. After a considerable pause, the chief director called for a halt and began to review the footage of the previous shot repeatedly. The image of Xiao Ji on screen bore an uncanny resemblance to the man himself. There were no discrepancies in his on-screen presence. Beneath his serene exterior, he resembled a formidable beast brimming with explosive energy. The power and grace of his movements during the airborne rotation were nothing short of impeccable, sending shivers down the spines of those who witnessed the eruption of water. The actions upon landing were executed with remarkable precision and stability, a skill honed over time rather than achieved overnight. Every detail was flawlessly captured by the camera, with the subject remaining consistently at the center of focus. After a lengthy observation by a group gathered before the camera, the chief director finally spoke, brimming with excitement. "I have a vision. Could you undertake some challenging athletic feats, such as parkour, obstacle courses, or rock climbing?" The majority of sports brand advertisements tend to showcase running and fitness, lacking in originality. He had long aspired to merge the essence of advertising with the cinematic quality of a blockbuster. However, the high production costs and the stringent requirements for authenticity posed significant obstacles. Initially, the brand sought professionals in this realm, but while some possessed the right physique, they lacked the requisite appeal. Conversely, those with striking looks were few and far between when it came to capability. Thus, the idea was reluctantly shelved, yielding to market conventions by selecting candidates from the entertainment and modeling industries. Xiao Ji remained composed and unperturbed. "I can do it." The chief director slammed his hand on the table. "Step outside and await further instructions." Xiao Ji donned his attire and exited the studio. Just as he was about to leave, he was halted by the chief director's assistant. "Mr. Xiao, greetings. Director, you request that you remain for a moment longer." Nodding in acknowledgement and expressing gratitude, Xiao Ji settled in the corridor, patiently awaiting further developments. Meanwhile, within the studio, Cheng Nuo stood in a corner, his expression rigid as he gazed at the chief director. "Director, do you have a clearer understanding now?" The chief director was still analyzing the footage of Xiao Ji's recent shoot, and in response to Cheng Nuo's inquiry, he offered a sheepish smile. "Teacher Cheng, I apologize, but we still need to deliberate further. This batch of young talents auditioning is truly exceptional." The close relationship between Cheng Nuo and Yin Nian was well known in the industry. They were like brothers, and there was little to be circumspect about. He candidly stated, "If you seek a cinematic quality, it is evident that I am the optimal choice." The chief director did not deny this. "Indeed, with your acting prowess and popularity, you would undoubtedly be the prime candidate for shooting an advertisement in a cinematic style. However, to be frank, we are still in a developmental phase. While our momentum is promising, we have yet to reach a certain level. On one hand, the budget for advertisements and endorsements is limited. On the other, we fear that a small temple cannot accommodate a grand Buddha." While delicately phrased, the implication was unmistakable. They had essentially ruled out the possibility of selecting Cheng Nuo. Cheng Nuo's expression darkened. "Has Yin Nian not been in touch regarding funding?" The chief director, astute as ever, knew precisely what to say and what to withhold. In response, he merely chuckled. "Emperor Cheng, you jest. Given your friendship with General Fong, it hardly falls to us outsiders to interfere, does it?" Cheng Nuo did not receive a definitive answer, yet the implications of director Yu's demeanor spoke volumes. It was evident that Fong Yinian had likely set forth clear conditions to the brand, but it was certain that Cheng Nuo would not be the chosen one, or rather, not the sole candidate. Xiao Ji's performance was indeed impressive, but the chief director's readiness to make an immediate decision likely stemmed from the understanding that Regardless of whether they selected him or Xiao Ji, Fang Yinian would provide the necessary funding. Moreover, it is not surprising that the investment amount chosen by the brand may exceed that of Xiao Ji. After waiting outside the studio for approximately an hour, Xiao Ji received a notification from the brand, instructing him to proceed to the shooting location for the formal shoot the day after tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the director and walking a short distance, he heard Cheng Nuo's voice behind him, Xiao Ji. As Xiao Ji halted and turned around, he was met squarely by Cheng Nuo's fist. Xiao Ji tilted his head slightly, showing little reaction. He merely licked his canine tooth and smirked at Cheng Nuo. Cheng, the great film emperor, are you succumbing to impotent rage? Chapter 15. The little star and his irritable patron for Cheng Nuo, who has long occupied a high position. Being usurped to the endorsement by a character like Xiao Ji was already a humiliation, coupled with Fang Yinian's blatant favoritism. Cheng Nuo's anger erupted completely. Aren't you afraid I will expose you? Xiao Ji responded indifferently. I act with integrity. What could you possibly expose me for? His audacity to utter such nonsense stemmed from an unshakable confidence. The only things Cheng Nuo could potentially expose were twofold: revealing the transaction he had with Cheng Nuo to Fang Yinian, or disclosing to everyone the fact that he was being supported by Fang Yinian. However, the first option would lead to mutual destruction, and Cheng Nuo would never rashly gamble before achieving his goals. As for the second, he would have to consider whether anyone would believe him, regardless of the consequences with Fang Yinian. Fang Yinian upheld a pristine reputation. For many years, he had only supported Cheng Nuo from behind the scenes. If he could be brothers with Cheng Nuo, why couldn't he be brothers with Xiao Ji? Without substantial evidence, such as photos or videos, Cheng Nuo's actions would merely be a farce. Cheng Nuo swung his fist at Xiao Ji once more, but this time, Xiao Ji seized his wrist and twisted his arm behind his back. His tone remained remarkably calm. I'll let you take a swing out of respect for Brother Nian, but it does not mean I will refrain from retaliating forever. Cheng Nuo, you had best not harbor any inappropriate intentions, or I shall ensure you regret it. That evening, the area on Xiao Ji's face where he was struck began to faintly bruise. 037 inquired, why didn't you evade? Xiao Ji had countless ways to avoid Cheng Nuo's assault, yet he neither dodged nor wished for a softer blow. Looking into the mirror, he poked at the light bruise on his cheekbone. Why should I evade a splendid opportunity? 037 felt a moment of enlightenment and mischievously suggested, then why not endure a few more punches? It would appear even more tragic. Xiao Ji retorted, such foolish questions need not be asked. Logically, having secured the endorsement, Xiao Ji should have promptly reported his status and expressed gratitude to his patron. Or, akin to last time, he could have rushed to his patroness' residence to show his appreciation through action. Fang Yinian thought the same. However, he waited an entire day, not only failing to see Xiao Ji at his door, but also receiving neither a phone call nor a message. Moreover, it was rather excessive that his previously sent messages went unanswered. Xiao Ji, who had always replied to messages in an instant, could not possibly have overlooked them. Even if one were to insist otherwise, neither Cheng Nuo nor Fang Yinian would believe it. Sensing that Xiao Ji might be deliberately ignoring him, Fang Yinian pondered for a moment before dialing his number the following morning, only to be met with an abrupt disconnection. At this point, the possibility became evident. Xiao Ji simply did not wish to engage with him. Skipping lunch altogether, Fang Yinian turned to Xiao Lin and declared, the afternoon meeting is canceled. I have some personal matters to attend to. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji lay in the corner of his modest balcony, enjoying the breeze while evading the sun. When he heard a relentless knocking at the door, he remained indifferent. Soon, the knocking ceased, replaced by the ringing of his phone. He ignored the first call, and on the second, he hung up. Outside, Fang Yinian's voice boomed, you wretched creature if you don't open the door. I shall find someone to blow your front door off its hinges. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji stretched languidly and slowly sat upright in his chair. It was not until the third call rang that he leisurely rose to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, before Fang Yinian could step inside, he seized the collar of Xiao Ji's nightgown, exclaiming, have you forgotten your own surname? Xiao Ji met Fang Yinian's gaze with a calm demeanor. slightly turning his face to reveal a bruise on his cheekbone that was more pronounced than the day before. Taken aback, Fong Yinian's pent-up anger from the previous day dissipated significantly, and he released his grip on Xiao Ji's collar, frowning. "Did you get into a fight?" Ignoring Fong Yinian's query, Xiao Ji turned away and slumped onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling in a state of despondency. Fong Yinian followed him into the room, shutting the door behind him. He knelt beside the sofa, attempting to touch Xiao Ji's face, only to have him turn away. This provoked Fong Yinian's earlier frustration to resurface. "It wasn't me who laid hands on you. Why are you giving me the cold shoulder?" Xiao Ji glanced at him and replied, "Ask Cheng Nuo." Upon hearing this, Fong Yinian pieced together the circumstances, rising to his feet and cursing, "That damned fool. Now he thinks he can act with impunity, daring to lay a finger on you." Fong Yinian was always cautious around Xiao Ji, even when they were in bed. He had never dared to cause any harm to his face, despite his playful scratches on his back. Xiao Ji, having explained the situation, fell silent, lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, entirely disregarding Fong Yinian's presence. Fong Yinian sat beside him, observing for a while before softening his tone. "I didn't foresee that he would resort to violence. I should have considered this better. Please don't be angry." Xiao Ji opened his eyes, propping his head with one hand, and gazed at Fong Yinian, simply responding, "All right." Xiao Ji's demeanor was flat, akin to his usual self, leading Fong Yinian to believe he could easily appease him. As he leaned in to kiss him, Xiao Ji raised a finger, pressing it gently against his forehead. Fong Yinian was not one to indulge in flattery, yet it was evident that Xiao Ji, despite his verbal assurances, was still sulking. With a patient tone, Fong Yinian explained, "Regarding this endorsement, Cheng Nuo has approached me long ago. After all these years as brothers, he has become one of the pillars of the company, and it would be inappropriate for me to disregard him." Xiao Ji lowered his gaze and replied, "Understood." His words were laden with understanding, evoking a sense of pity. Yet the finger pressed against Fong Yinian's forehead remained unyielding. "I've spoken to the brand representatives. If they use Cheng Nuo, I will cover the costs. If they choose you, I will pay double. Let them deliberate. Otherwise, given your current situation, even with your commendable performance, they may not opt for you. It ultimately requires my financial backing." Fong Yinian continued to elucidate. Xiao Ji, upon hearing this, fell into a prolonged silence before responding with indifference, "Fine. Spare me your sarcasm." Fong Yinian, too, felt a flicker of irritation. Xiao Ji regarded Fong Yinian with a calm gaze, reiterating, "Fine." Fong Yinian retorted, "I'm speaking to you earnestly, Xiao Ji. I owe you nothing." Xiao Ji nodded, "Fine." Fong Yinian, now truly angered, exclaimed, "You are such a meticulous nuisance. So tell me, what do you want?" Xiao Ji withdrew his finger from Fong Yinian's forehead, his voice devoid of emotion. "At least we've shared moments together. I am not angry with you, Brother Nian. I am content and have no regrets." Xiao Ji did not genuinely wish to vex Fong Yinian. The individuals involved in this matter were limited to him and Cheng Nuo. By provoking Fong Yinian's ire and then delivering that final soft-spoken remark, he aimed to strike at Fong Yinian's vulnerabilities, redirecting his frustration toward Cheng Nuo. Xiao Ji bore no resentment toward Fong Yinian. Rather, it was Cheng Nuo who incited his displeasure. Implicitly, he believed that had Cheng Nuo not dismissed Fong Yinian, today's conflict would not have arisen. Who was Fong Yinian? Having been cherished throughout his early life, encountering someone as obstinate as Xiao Ji for the first time, and being in a position of dependency, he could not bear the thought of Xiao Ji simply severing ties. Fong Yinian clenched his teeth and grasped Xiao Ji's chin. "Do you have the resolve to be a lover? To merely dismiss me? Let me tell you, Xiao Ji, as long as you are alive, you must remain faithfully by my side. Should you ever meet your demise, I assure you, I will arrange your final affairs with the utmost care and grandeur, ensuring you lack for nothing." Xiao Ji was quite pleased with Fong Yinian's assertive demeanor. "Then go ahead and kill me. I wish to live no longer." Fong Yinian genuinely desired to strangle Xiao Ji, repeatedly reminding himself that he chose this path. He took a minute to regain his composure. "I will help you reclaim what is yours. Can you please stop sulking?" In that moment, Fang Yinian felt a sense of frustration. Having invested such significant resources in someone like him, Xiao Ji displayed none of the awareness expected of a lover, his temperament more exasperating than that of a capricious deity. What Xiao Ji saw was precisely this admission from Fang Yinian. He yearned to witness the conflict unfold between Fang Yinian and Cheng Nuo. Regardless of the nature of the relationship, one cannot withstand the melodrama of you resorting to violence for him. He lowered his gaze, provoking Fang Yinian one last time. There's no need. You two have been good brothers for over a decade. It's not worth it for me. And you might not even have the heart to lay a hand on him. With that, he rose and began to walk toward the bedroom, casually remarking to Fang Yinian, I'll take a rest now, Brother Nian, do as you please. This attitude clearly indicated that he would only forgive Fang Yinian upon witnessing the resolution firsthand. And he did not impose any pressure on Fang Yinian regarding his choice. The initiative lay solely with him. It was simply a matter of his unsatisfactory answers leading to his persistent demeanor, all contingent upon Fang Yinian's decisions. As he observed Xiao Ji retreat into the bedroom, slamming the door shut, Fang Yinian's frustration intensified. Was Xiao Ji in the wrong? It seemed not. The audition was not initiated by Xiao Ji, but rather orchestrated by Fang Yinian himself. As for Cheng Nuo, regardless of whether they had exchanged heated words prior, Cheng Nuo's aggression was ultimately a reflection of Fang Yinian's own failure to manage his affairs properly. The crux of the matter lies in the adage that one must consider the master when dealing with the dog. Cheng Nuo's actions left no dignity for him. Driving back, Fang Yinian attempted to contact Cheng Nuo, who refused to answer. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he unexpectedly encountered Cheng Nuo waiting for him. Fang Yinian parked by the roadside, stepped out of the car, and approached Cheng Nuo. Before he could voice his grievances, Cheng Nuo hastily chimed in, Brother Nian, do you think what you did was appropriate? That endorsement was something I had agreed upon with you long before you met Xiao Ji. Now, with Xiao Ji intervening, where does that leave my reputation? Fang Yinian had consistently treated Cheng Nuo with kindness, adhering to the principle that supporting one's brothers was paramount. However, it became evident that he had indulged Cheng Nuo to the point of absurdity, as if all the resources available to Fang Yinian should be handed over to him. Without uttering a word, he delivered a powerful punch to Cheng Nuo's face, nearly toppling him over. Afterward, he dusted off his hands and stated, Your reputation? Did you consider mine when you laid hands on Xiao Ji? I treated you as a brother, and yet you dared to touch my people. That was a grave mistake. Dazed from the unexpected blow, Cheng Nuo took a moment to regain his composure, incredulously gazing at Fang Yinian. Are you out of your mind? You've only known Xiao Ji for a few days. You would abandon me for him? I lost my temper when Xiao Ji mocked me, and I couldn't hold back. Enough with the useless excuses, Cheng Nuo. Fang Yinian interjected. Do you think I am unaware of your ulterior motives? Let me make it clear. Nothing justifies your actions against him. My resources, my company, are mine to dictate. I have the power to elevate you, just as I can bring your downfall. As a brother, I have extended you ample grace. Cheng Nuo tentatively prodded his aching jaw with his tongue, suddenly sneering. Xiao Ji is quite the character. Isn't he? He has you so worked up on Yin. As a brother, let me remind you not to underestimate him. He is far from naive. Fang Yinian observed that Cheng Nuo not only failed to acknowledge his mistakes, but also began to shift the blame onto Xiao Ji, leaving him with the unsettling realization that he had never truly known the person before him. Losing interest in further dialogue with Cheng Nuo, he suppressed his anger and curtly instructed, Leave, I do not wish to see you around here again. While Fang Yinian felt disappointment towards Cheng Nuo, he was not easily deceived. Though he had recently developed a keen interest in Xiao Ji, full trust was an impossibility. He remained lucid about the situation. Cheng Nuo had mentioned that Xiao Ji was cunning, yet he dismissed this notion. Their relationship was fundamentally transactional, with Xiao Ji's actions merely aimed at securing resources for himself. This was a typical exchange between a benefactor and a dependent, one willingly engaging while the other willingly endured. Fang Yinian did not require Xiao Ji's affection. He simply sought wealth and resources. Xiao Ji was astute enough not to relinquish this arrangement lightly. Nevertheless, despite his clarity of mind, Fong Yin Nian found himself restless at night, ultimately dialing Xiao Ji's number. What did you mean when you said earlier that having been together, one should feel content and without regrets? 2 hours earlier, Xiao Ji lay on the floor of his bedroom, his phone by his head on speaker mode, clutching a small pillow, quite pleased with the video of Fong Yin Nian confronting Cheng Nuo that was playing. Acknowledging Fong Yin Nian's generally compliant and reasonable demeanor, he decided to reward him. Fong Yin Nian sat at the edge of the bed, lighting a cigarette, hearing Xiao Ji's faint footsteps but not a word from him. When faced with potentially perilous yet significant questions, one often experiences tension and anticipation. After a prolonged silence, Fong Yin Nian contemplated asking, "What the hell are you doing? If you're going to answer the phone, at least say something." However, Xiao Ji preemptively interrupted him with a sharp inquiry. "Is this what is keeping you up at night?" Fong Yin Nian would never admit to such triviality. The notion that one could be so restless over a mere phrase from another was far too shallow, as if he were particularly concerned about Xiao Ji. "I just suddenly remembered," he replied. Xiao Ji did not affirm or deny this, instead responding, "Stop overthinking. If you can't sleep, take a walk in a yard." Without waiting for Fong Yin Nian's reply, he seemingly impatiently hung up the phone. Fong Yin Nian heard the beep and felt his temper flare. How dare Xiao Ji disregard his question and end the call? Infuriated, he felt the urge to smash his phone, but first, he needed to vent his frustration by cursing Xiao Ji's entire lineage. Thus, he redialed Xiao Ji's number, only to be met with the message that the phone was turned off. Rising from the bed, he threw on a jacket and slipped into his slippers, storming outside while muttering curses directed at Xiao Ji. Having spared him during the day, he was determined to vandalize Xiao Ji's doorstep that very night. As he walked, he intended to call Xiaolin to arrange for a professional to dismantle the door. However, just as he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered someone entering through his front door. Having just unlocked it, Xiao Ji, wearing a cap pulled low over his brow, cradled a large bouquet of budding porcelain roses in his arms. Under the moonlight, he smiled at Fong Yin Nian and asked, "Are you angry?" Fong Yin Nian's expression of anger solidified on his face, only to gradually shatter as he approached Xiao Ji and punched his arm, exclaiming, "Are you toying with me?" Xiao Ji, with one hand still holding the roses, grasped Fong Yin Nian's wrist and pulled him into an embrace, gently kissing his cheek. "No, I rushed out and my phone died. It wasn't intentional to hang up on you." Fong Yin Nian's heart had been in turmoil over the past few days due to Xiao Ji, and now, feeling himself enveloped in his embrace, he suddenly experienced an unfamiliar pang of bittersweetness. He pushed Xiao Ji away, snatched the bouquet from his hands, and held it tightly against his chest. Looking at the plump, round porcelain roses with their pink centers, he grumbled, "What are these? Peach buns?" Which man would appreciate such absurd flowers? Though his words were critical, the affection in his eyes was nearly overflowing. Fong Yin Nian was of considerable height, not much shorter than Xiao Ji. Until this moment, Xiao Ji had never closely observed the person before him, his impression of Fong Yin Nian having been shaped by past encounters with a fiery phoenix, quick-tempered, impetuous, and arrogantly rebellious, always seeming to revel in chaos. Now, under the gentle moonlight, Fong Yin Nian, clutching the bouquet of peach buns and displaying an uncharacteristic charm, made Xiao Ji realize that he might, in fact, be somewhat endearing. Xiao Ji scrutinized Fong Yin Nian's face and candidly stated, "I inquire at the flower shop's florist. I mentioned that my boyfriend has a rather fierce temperament. He often feels like throttling me, threatening to blow up my front door, and if I say something wrong, he might toss me out. Today, having angered him once more, I sought flowers to placate him. The florist assured me that my boyfriend must be quite charming and suggested these, claiming they resemble him in their cuteness. In his 28 years of life, Fong Yin Nian had not been called cute since he was 3. Hearing Xiao Ji's words now nearly made him lose face. The remnants of his earlier irritation dissipated entirely. Turning away as he walked back inside, he muttered under his breath, "Your eyesight must be terrible. You are the cute one. Your whole family is adorable." Perhaps finding the description difficult to accept, Fong Yin Nian appeared somewhat flustered and busy once inside. He first placed the flowers on the coffee table, then began to pace around the room, rummaging through drawers for something. After a while, He seemed to forget what he was searching for and returned from the kitchen with a glass of water for Xiao Ji before continuing his search. Eventually, he unearthed a glass vase from a corner cupboard, filled it with water, and began to unwrap the porcelain roses. As he trimmed the stems with scissors, he carefully arranged the flowers in the vase. Contemplating the term boyfriend over and over, I increasingly sensed something amiss and inquired of Xiao Ji. You so carelessly revealed it. Do you not fear being recognized by the florists? Xiao Ji, seated on the sofa, observed Fong Yin clumsily trimming flower stems. After taking a sip of water, he replied, I called the flower shop beforehand. When I went, I wore a mask, sunglasses, and a hat. They had everything prepared, and I simply went in, collected it, and left. Most importantly, 037 made a few adjustments, erasing the surveillance footage of my visits to the shop. Fong Yin refrained from commenting on the term boyfriend, but instead cautioned. Being with me means you will find yourself in the spotlight more often. You must exercise caution. I am indifferent, but you should cherish your own reputation. It was rare for Fong Yin to hear any compliments from Xiao Ji, and suddenly, a peculiar sensation stirred within him, as if a small part of him had sunk. He shifted his throat and uttered a simple thank you. As anticipated, the next moment, Fong Yin blurted out, Don't you dare be polite with me. The last two words hung in the air, perhaps due to Fong Yin's own sense of crudeness. He swallowed them back and replaced them with, No need for unnecessary words. As long as you obey, I shall not treat you poorly. Chapter 18. The little star and his fiery benefactor from that day forth. Fong Yin suddenly discerned a subtle transformation in Xiao Ji compared to before. For instance, his daily reports began to include some ominous symbols at inappropriate times. Additionally, there were an abundance of cat emoticons collected from unknown sources, along with flirtatious messages he had never previously sent. For example, one moment, Xiao Ji would earnestly send, I am having breakfast, accompanied by a picture of his meal. In the next instant, he would follow up with, I want to touch your thigh. Can I touch it tonight? Paired with a cheeky emoticon. Deep down, Fong Yin considered himself somewhat traditional, finding it difficult to respond to such direct messages. Thus, he posed the question to Xiao Lin. What do you think he is trying to achieve? Unaware of the dynamics between Fong Yin and Xiao Ji, Xiao Lin was taken aback by the inquiry and tentatively suggested, If you don't mind, perhaps you could share your story with me while you have the time? Fong Yin had always looked down upon sharing his romantic affairs with others for their opinions. Therefore, he recounted the entirety of his relationship with Xiao Ji throughout the afternoon. Apart from the intimate moments they shared, he divulged nearly all of Xiao Ji's recent actions and subtle changes to Xiao Lin, although Xiao Lin appeared to listen attentively. In truth, his mind had drifted into a stupor an hour prior. It was only when Fong Yin posed the final question, So, what do you think he is really thinking now? That Xiao Lin's mind snapped back to attention, seizing upon the key phrases and confidently declared, He must truly love you. Fong Yin gazed into Xiao Lin's eyes for a prolonged moment, stroked his chin, and pondered, Does he really love me that much? Without hesitation, Xiao Lin nodded. Damn! Fong Yin slammed the table, startling Xiao Lin. Just as Xiao Lin feared that Fong Yin had noticed his distraction and was preparing to kneel and plead for his bonus not to be deducted, Fong Yin suddenly remarked, I should have known he harbored ill intentions. He claims to be here for resources and merely for transactions. Yet he shows up with flowers and comes to my house at odd hours, spouting nonsensical remarks, even recording my fingerprints in his phone. This rascal is clearly after me. I have yet to send him flowers, and he has already beaten me to it. Where does that leave my dignity as a benefactor? I've repeatedly told him to refrain from being so forward. I will seek him out when I need him. Yet he insists on knocking on my door late at night, and when I don't chase him away, he lingers, even attempting to tell me stories to coax me to sleep. Do I truly need him to lull me to slumber? Seeing Fong Yin's sudden emotional upheaval, Xiao Lin momentarily found himself at a loss and blurted out, If you are dissatisfied, why not replace him? To his surprise, Fong Yin became even less agreeable. That one do. I need to warn him not to love me too much. With that, he picked up his phone and messaged Xiao Ji regarding the matter of thigh touching. Can you not be a bit more restrained? I am quite busy today. Please do not come to my house before 9 this evening. After sending it, he waited for a minute, but Xiao Ji did not respond. Fang Yin began to reflect on whether his tone had been too harsh, potentially hurting Xiao Ji's delicate sensibilities. After a moment's thought, he sent another message. You can only touch for a little while. Indeed, as soon as the message was dispatched, he received a reply from Xiao Ji. Okay. Only then did Fang Yin feel reassured enough to set his phone aside and commence the evening video conference. However, that night, Xiao Ji was unable to touch Fang Yin's thigh. This was due to Fang Yin dealing with an unexpected incident that caused him to work late into the early hours of the morning, while Xiao Ji had to shoot a promotional advertisement the following day. Early the next morning, upon leaving his home, he spotted Fang Yin's car parked by the roadside. Approaching the vehicle, the driver exited and opened the back door, inviting Xiao Ji inside. Fang Yin was reclining against the back window, eyes closed in a state of rest. Clad in a robe, with a taut and smooth thigh exposed at the hem of the garment, catching Xiao Ji's attention. Once Xiao Ji entered the car, the driver raised the partition between the front and back seats. Fang Yin appeared somewhat groggy and fatigued upon noting Xiao Ji's arrival. He got straight to the point. Hurry up, I'll take you to the shooting location. I haven't slept all night and have waited for you for 2 hours. Xiao Ji, taken aback, momentarily failed to comprehend. What do you mean, hurry? Fang Yin narrowed his eyes. Didn't I promise you yesterday? I always keep my word. It was then that Xiao Ji suddenly recalled the message he had sent to Fang Yin the previous day, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. In truth, he had merely been speaking offhandedly, as he had read that conversations between couples should not be strictly formal and should incorporate appropriate expressions and punctuation to avoid sounding overly rigid. Such flirtatious banter, akin to a secret, could enhance their relationship. Xiao Ji had not anticipated that Fang Yin would take his words so seriously, waiting for him all night long. He felt that if he were to speak the truth and express that he did not genuinely wish to touch Fang Yin's thigh, Fang Yin would undoubtedly leap over with the agility of a carp, seizing him by the throat and rendering him lifeless. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ji silently took hold of Fang Yin's thigh and cradled it in his embrace. It was not until the driver had brought the car to the filming location that Xiao Ji released Fang Yin and alighted, advising him to return and rest promptly. Fang Yin's reason for escorting Xiao Ji, apart from honoring his promise from the previous day, was also to demonstrate to the brand representatives that he valued Xiao Ji significantly. While others might not recognize his vehicle, the chief director of the brand certainly did. Regardless of Xiao Ji's performance during the shoot, whether commendable or lackluster, no one would dare to intentionally provoke him. Fortunately, Xiao Ji was sufficiently determined and in excellent form, effortlessly meeting every request from the director, resulting in a remarkably smooth shoot, with most scenes captured in a single take. Occasionally, certain shots were repeated 2 or 3 times, but this was not due to any fault of Xiao Ji. By the time the filming concluded, darkness had enveloped the sky. After changing his clothes and removing his makeup, Xiao Ji noticed Fang Yin's car parked nearby. Upon approaching and entering the vehicle, he discovered that Fang Yin was not present. Instead, it was Xiao Lin behind the wheel. Good day, Mr. Xiao, greeted Xiao Lin. Hello, replied Xiao Ji politely. As Xiao Lin started the engine, he informed Xiao Ji. President Fang will be on a business trip for a while. The return date is yet to be determined. He asked me to take you back. Tomorrow is Monday, and you're scheduled to go to the filming location of A City of Mist and Rain. The itinerary has been arranged, and I will drive you to Sioux City at 7 in the morning. Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow. A business trip? Xiao Lin nodded and offered no further explanation. Simply stating, President Fang mentioned that if you have no urgent matters, it would be best not to message him these days, as he is quite preoccupied and unable to respond. Chapter 19. The Young Star and His Impulsive Benefactor. A City of Mist and Rain is a star-studded reality show about romantic observations in which Xiao Ji is set to share the stage with Chung Nua. Instead of taking Xiao Ji back to his own residence, Xiao Lin drove to Fang Yin's home. High City is not far from Sioux City, and driving from Fang Yin's house to the set is closer to the expressway, allowing them to avoid the morning rush hour traffic, taking approximately 4 hours. More importantly, a large suitcase was positioned in the living room. After entering the house with Xiao Ji, Xiao Lin approached the suitcase, stating, "The items you need for the program have already been arranged by President Fong. I will take this to another vehicle, so you can be ready to depart first thing in the morning." Xiao Ji expressed his gratitude to Xiao Lin, and once he had left, he trimmed the flowers in a charming porcelain vase and changed the water before heading to the bedroom. On the hanger was a set of the latest summer casual wear from a particular brand, along with matching shoes and accessories neatly arranged beside it. This ensemble, in keeping with Xiao Ji's usual style, was likely prepared by Fong Yin Nian for him to change into upon waking the next day. Xiao Ji, being obedient, refrained from messaging as Fong Yin Nian had instructed. After taking a shower, he lay down on the floor near the side of the bed where Fong Yin Nian often slept, closing his eyes. As I was about to arrive in Sioux City, I received a call from Fong Yin Nian. It's been a full 26 hours without a word. Are you dead, or do you think I am? Xiao Ji was taken aback. Xiao Lin said you would be very Fong Yin Nian. Hearing this, softened his previously sharp tone. I am indeed quite busy, but if you insist on calling or messaging me, would I truly ignore you? If you wish to communicate, feel free. I won't scold you. Xiao Ji pressed his lips together. All right. After hanging up, he reached the recording venue within half an hour. It was a residence nestled in an ancient town with quaint bridges and flowing waters, embodying the romance of traditional Chinese aesthetics. To ensure the authenticity of the program, it was broadcast live, with each actor arriving at the designated time. From the moment they stepped out of the car, they officially entered the program's lens. Xiao Lin parked the vehicle along the street outside the ancient town's gate and said to Xiao Ji, "You'll start filming as soon as you get out. I want to be joining you." Understanding Xiao Lin's intention, Xiao Ji expressed his gratitude and opened the car door to exit. He retrieved his luggage from the trunk and proceeded along the stone-paved path into the town. Along the way, he noticed signs pointing to the residence and cameras following him, yet no one spoke to him. The moment Xiao Ji appeared on camera, a flurry of question marks erupted in the comments. Xiao Ji? Isn't he a gay man? Why is he appearing on a dating show? Who said he is gay? His studio just clarified that, right? Let's not be so stereotypical. Regardless of his orientation, Xiao Ji's looks truly set the standard for the aloof, handsome type. He fulfills all my fantasies of the ethereal beauty in romantic novels. And you say it's not a stereotype? I simply cannot accept the idea of Xiao Ji possibly kissing a woman. Among the female celebrities present, do you think any match well with Xiao Ji? I dare say, I think he and Zhao Jiadong make a fine pair. Please, ladies upstairs, mind your words. Zhao Jiadong is a genuine straight man. Schrodinger's straight. Nowadays, one's orientation is hard to define before it's fully revealed. The other guests were oblivious to the audience's comments outside the lens, but Xiao Ji was fully aware. This was because 037 was busily reading the comments in his mind. After a lengthy recitation, 037 seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Your persona will be difficult to redeem. Your future prospects may not be favorable. How you plan to conduct yourself on the show? Xiao Ji was indifferent. I want to perform. He held no expectations for his acting career. He merely wished to complete his task and was unconcerned about the trivialities of the small world. He entered the dating show not to pursue romance, but to find the opportune moment to deal with Chung Nua. 037's focus differed from his. But if you don't perform well, you might end up with no female guests interested in you. And you'd be tarnishing the reputation of the little phoenix. If I perform well, and all the female guests are enamored with me, it's my life that would be at stake, Xiao Ji retorted. 037 was rendered speechless. Xiao Ji arrived at the grand entrance of the mansion and stepped into the courtyard, where he encountered 5 individuals, including Chung Nua, gathered in the yard. He rummaged through the memories of the original owner and gleaned the basic information about these people, beginning with Chung Nua, greeting each in turn. Greetings. He then turned to the 30-something pop diva, Lian, and said, hello. Next, he acknowledged the recently popular young actress, Gu Yao, with a hello. Following her was the rising star, Zhao Jiatong, who had just transitioned from a boy band to a solo acting career, to which he also said, hello. Lastly, he greeted Lai, the model who had just stepped down from the international runway due to a leg injury and was now embarking on an acting career. Hello. Upon seeing Xiao Ji, Chung Nua's expression soured. The guests invited by the production team were kept confidential before the official filming commenced. Cheng Nuo was aware that this dating reality show featured a significant lineup, bringing together outstanding singles from various fields. When he arrived at the venue before Xiao Ji, it was indeed filled with prominent artists and models. He never anticipated that Yin Nian would not only allow Xiao Ji to usurp his endorsement, but now also place him in the same program. What perplexed him most was that Xiao Ji was clearly Yin Nian's lover. What kind of enchantment had Xiao Ji cast upon Yin Nian to secure his participation in a dating show? Despite his bewilderment, Cheng Nuo maintained a facade of enthusiasm, warmly draping an arm around Xiao Ji's shoulder and introducing him to the others with a smile. You may not recognize him yet, but this is our company's rising star. Quite handsome, and I have high hopes for him, Xiao Ji. Everyone scrutinized Xiao Ji. They had heard of him to some extent before, yet none had encountered him in person until now. As Cheng Nuo spoke, regardless of their internal thoughts, the others immediately reciprocated the warmth, responding to Xiao Ji's earlier greeting with their own. Are we all present now? Gu Yao's gaze flitted between Xiao Ji and the others. Zhao Jiatong shrugged. I'm not sure. If everyone is here, they should start assigning rooms. No sooner had he spoken than another girl entered, dragging a suitcase behind her, causing everyone present to momentarily pause. The girl's name was Su Yu. She was not considered part of the industry. However, last year, she gained notoriety on a reality dating show for her unique charm and alluring strategies, captivating all 5 male contestants toward the end of the program, nearly inciting a brawl among them. Following the broadcast, she earned the title of public enemy #1 among women, with many relationship bloggers using her as a case study, exaggerating claims that no man could resist Su Yu's allure. Yet, in the end, she chose none of the male contestants. No one anticipated that the production team would invite Su Yu to participate in an all-star dating reality show for the sake of publicity. In terms of appearance, Su Yu is undoubtedly less striking than the young actress Gu Yao. In terms of poise, she could not compare to the 178 centimeters tall Lai, and in talent, she fell short of Li Yan. Yet, as Su Yu stood there, she exuded an enchanting charm that compelled onlookers to steal glances at her. Everyone scrutinized Su Yu, except for Xiao Ji. He had shut out much of the surrounding noise, focusing instead on the ants laboriously transporting tiny grains of sand into the crevices of the bricks. His mind wandering to Yin Nian. He did not dwell on any particular thoughts. Rather, he found himself preoccupied with the image of Yin Nian's long legs, whether draped over his shoulder or wrapped around his waist, both perfectly poised. He also pondered the assorted gift boxes he had purchased earlier, uncertain of when they might come in handy. Xiao Ji's thoughts were akin to a wild stallion, galloping increasingly off course, until a delicate hand reached beneath his eyelids, addressing him. Hello, brother. I am Su Yu, pleased to meet you. This brought him back to reality. He rummaged through his pocket for an eternity before producing a half-used pack of tissues, extracting one and placing it in Su Yu's hand. You have lipstick on your teeth, he remarked, tucking his hands into his coat pockets. Outside the scene, the comments exploded. What on earth is he doing? I can't. I'm dying of laughter. Miss Su Yu is about to shatter. However, isn't this a bit inappropriate? It seems rather lacking in gentlemanly decorum. Before this, I never believed he was straight. This posture of rejection subtly hints at a touch of disdain. Can anyone discern if he is being intentional? I doubt it. Just now, Su Yu had a close-up, smiling at Teacher Cheng, and there was a tiny bit of red on the left side of her third front tooth. Someone must have edited that. You should check for yourselves later. But is it really acceptable to disregard a girl's feelings in such a public setting? It's evident that Xiao Ji is genuinely reluctant to find a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Su Yu maintained her composure, accepting the tissue and squinting slightly as she thanked him. Thank you, brother. Xiao Ji nodded in response. It's nothing. No sooner had his words left his lips than a staff member clad in a long coat appeared, bearing a tray. We will now begin assigning rooms. Once a room is allocated, it cannot be easily changed unless special conditions are met. Currently, the residence contains 3 triple rooms, 2 double rooms, and 2 single rooms. However, with only 7 of you present, please appoint a representative to draw lots until sufficient accommodations for 7 individuals are secured. The remaining rooms will be temporarily locked. As the staff concluded, the group exchanged glances. Cheng Nuo was the first to speak up. Who will draw the lots? No one was eager to take on this task. Should luck be unfavorable, resulting in dissatisfaction, they would face the ire of others. Li Yun suggested a game of rock, paper, scissors, and the group agreed without dissent. Xiao Ji emerged victorious in the first round, stepping aside as the others continued. In the second round, all others succeeded, leaving Cheng Nuo as the sole loser. The responsibility of drawing rooms fell to Cheng Nuo, who, living up to expectations, successfully bypassed 2 double rooms, ultimately drawing 2 triple rooms and the least desirable single room. The group fell into a silence as they beheld the outcome. Li Yun pursed her lips and inquired, "Are the rooms assigned based on gender?" Staff member, allocated by luck. 3 individuals, unfamiliar with each other, share a room for the first time. On the very first day, should one of them snore, grind their teeth, or pass gas in their sleep, it would require considerable effort to restore their dignity. Amidst this awkward atmosphere, the staff presented a new tray, neatly arranged with 7 small wooden plaques. Each plaque bore a number on its reverse side, indicating the corresponding room to seek. The group exchanged wide-eyed glances, and realizing the situation was irreversible, they began to jostle playfully, urging each other to retrieve a plaque first. The draw revealed that Gu Yao, Xiao Ji, and Li Yun would share one room, while Cheng Nuo, Xiao Ji, and Su Yu would occupy another, with Lai assigned single room. After receiving their assignments, the group gathered their luggage and proceeded to locate their respective rooms. The accommodations provided by the production team were quite satisfactory, characterized by a villa adorned in a Chinese style, featuring a living room, kitchen, and dining area on the ground floor. The guest rooms were situated upstairs. As they ascended, Su Yu walked alongside Xiao Ji, commenting, "I consider myself fortunate. I often make wishes with my thoughts, and most of the time, they come true." Xiao Ji, not directing his gaze toward Su Yu, instead focused on Cheng Nuo, who was walking ahead. "What a coincidence, so do I." Their voices were not particularly hushed. And Cheng Nuo, not far behind, glanced back at Xiao Ji before returning his gaze, pondering thoughtfully. Upon arriving at the door of their assigned room, they pushed it open to reveal a spacious interior, highlighted by a bright sliding glass door that opened onto a balcony overlooking the river, allowing for a breathtaking view of the riverbank. The room boasted an en-suite bathroom and a projector, yet surprisingly, this so-called triple room contained only 2 double beds. Su Yu, being quite the character, immediately reacted not by suggesting that the 2 men, Xiao Ji and Cheng Nuo, share a bed, but rather burst into laughter and posed the question to Cheng Nuo. "Brother Cheng Nuo, would you prefer to sleep with me or with Xiao Ji?" Under normal circumstances, Cheng Nuo would exemplify his gentlemanly demeanor by allowing Su Yu to have her own bed while he made do with sharing one, reasoning that they were all men. Thus it was no great matter. However, before Xiao Ji, Cheng Nuo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Choosing Su Yu might lead the audience to misinterpret his intentions, while opting for Xiao Ji would surely incite the wrath of Yin Nian. Fortunately, Cheng Nuo's quick thinking kicked in, and he playfully returned the question to Su Yu, jesting, "Why should I be the one to choose? Such matters should always favor the ladies." Chapter 21. The Little Star and His Fiery Benefactor. 21. Outside the camera, the awkward moment truly caught everyone off guard. Hilarious. It's evident that the straightforward Cheng Nuo is wary of Xiao Ji. Su Yu really knows how to stir the pot. She is audacious. If given the choice, she would certainly not opt for her own bed, but would instead force a decision between the 2. Is that for real? Isn't she concerned about being perceived as immodest? She is indifferent to such opinions, and she acts with discretion. She would choose to share a bed, but would never overstep boundaries. She appears to show interest, yet if you dare to break the barrier, she would swiftly dismiss you. Should she choose Xiao Ji, how will he respond? "I lay on the floor," Xiao Ji remarked, not granting Su Yu the opportunity to express herself. Su Yu arched her beautiful brows and jested. "Would you rather sleep on the ground than share a bed with me?" Xiao Ji candidly replied, "I would prefer not to sleep with either of you." Su Yu was taken aback. While Cheng Nuo, noted that the production team had allotted little time for the guests to organize their luggage. As Xiao Ji's words faded, the room's intercom crackled to life, instructing everyone to gather in the living room in 20 minutes to prepare lunch. Xiao Ji remained still, quietly listening to the announcement before opening his suitcase. He chose the outermost compartment of the wardrobe and began methodically arranging his belongings. From jackets to t-shirts to trousers, each item was folded into neat, cubical shapes, stacked one upon the other. However, upon opening the other side of the suitcase and gazing at the intimate garments, he fell into a moment of silence. Various pairs of undergarments adorned with playful motifs, ducklings, starfish, camels, and kittens, alongside vibrant, flowery socks, lay exposed to the prying lenses of the cameras. Xiao Ji sighed resignedly at the colorful display and continued to fold them expressionlessly, placing them into the cupboard. Suyu observed Xiao Ji as he organized his possessions, and upon spotting his less-than dignified intimates, she erupted into laughter. "I never would have guessed. There's quite a contrast with your persona. You have quite the taste." Xiao Ji glanced at her, stating curtly, "Please refrain from speaking to me when it is unnecessary." After a moment's reflection, he added politely, "Thank you." Suyu, undeterred by her repeated attempts at banter, merely pouted and resumed her own tidying, seemingly unfazed. With just 2 minutes remaining before descending, Xiao Ji had organized all his items. Offering no farewell to Suyu or Chungnua, he closed the cupboard and, without warning, exited the room. He stood in the living room precisely at the 20-minute mark. While the others gradually trickled down, Li Yun perused the ingredients laid out on the table, asking, "Who will cook?" "I have limited culinary skills and can only whip up some desserts," she replied. Standing by the refrigerator, Lai added, "I can only make vegetable salad." Chungnua descended from upstairs, rolling up her sleeves and addressing the group. "Shall we prepare Chinese or Western cuisine?" Zhao Jiatong chimed in, "I'm not picky. I'll assist. Is Chinese acceptable? I have a craving for spicy potato shreds and eggplant and garlic sauce," Gu Yao suggested softly. While the group was still deliberating, the production team's announcement echoed once more. "The delightful and eagerly anticipated lunchtime has arrived. Today's menu will primarily feature Chinese cuisine. Everyone is encouraged to prepare a signature dish." Chungnua shrugged helplessly. "It seems we are all required to pitch in." The kitchen boasted an oven, a microwave, 2 stoves, 2 induction cookers, and various pots and utensils, providing ample space for 5 or 6 people to collaborate. Meanwhile, the group continued to discuss who would take on which task and the order of operations. On the other side, Xiao Ji had already gathered the ingredients and made his way to the kitchen. Without uttering a word, he immediately set to work, washing and slicing the vegetables with a knife that twirled in his hand almost like a dance. The camera focused on the julienne potatoes on the cutting board. Under the high-definition lens, it was evident that each strand was nearly uniform in thickness. His actions were so deft that even seasoned chefs with decades of experience would find themselves eclipsed. However, after preparing the accompaniments, Xiao Ji suddenly halted in place. Moments later, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and began searching for the correct proportions of spices. Yet, upon encountering vague terms like appropriate amount and some in the recipes, he found himself in a state of perplexity. After several fruitless searches, he glanced over at Chungnua, who was blanching chicken pieces, and inquired, "How should I season the julienne potatoes?" Chungnua looked at Xiao Ji and replied with a smile, "I would love to assist you. But didn't the broadcast just say to prepare your own dish?" Xiao Ji found Chungnua's words to be quite pretentious and promptly countered. The broadcast only mentioned that everyone should prepare a signature dish. It never stated that one cannot seek assistance. If you prefer not to help, you may simply say so. After saying this, he noticed Chungnua's smile freezing on his face and added, "Your smile seems rather insincere." Without further ado, he heated oil in the pan and tossed the julienne potatoes in. Chungnua had previously known Xiao Ji to be somewhat taciturn, but he was taken aback by the boldness that had surfaced, as he no longer felt the need to feign politeness in front of the camera. Stung by Xiao Ji's remark, Chungnua felt a bit flustered, but in a bid to save face, he hastily retorted, "What are you saying? It appears I'm misunderstood. Do you always speak so harshly?" Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly, "My apologies. I assumed the production team meant that during filming, the authenticity of the show must be upheld. Thus, no falsehoods should be uttered. Cheng Nuo, unable to engage further with Xiao Ji, turned his focus back to his own ingredients, as he was preparing curry chicken. After frying the chicken and adding curry and water, he covered the pot to let it simmer for a while. Xiao Ji watched as Cheng Nuo sealed the pot and contemplated the broadcast words once more. It only stated that each person should prepare a signature dish, without mentioning that one could not meddle with another's ingredients. Therefore, after serving his julienne potatoes, he glanced back at the flame that Cheng Nuo had reduced. Chapter 22. The Little Star and His Temperamental Patron. Part 2. Earlier, did you ever hear Xiao Ji? In another corner of the kitchen, Lai whispered to Li Yun while mixing a vegetable salad. The exchange between Xiao Ji and Cheng Nuo was not discreet, and while Cheng Nuo might have modulated his volume, Xiao Ji's voice remained as loud as usual, allowing their conversation to reach Lai and Li Yun's ears. Li Yun, who was cracking eggs at the time, responded in a hushed tone, "I haven't followed him much. I only know he hasn't had the best luck, but he has garnered a bit of a fan base. Meeting him for the first time, he is quite different from what I imagined." Lai concurred, "I don't know why, but I find him rather amusing." Li Yun suddenly laughed and looked at Lai, saying, "And quite handsome too. Are you interested?" Lai shook his head, stating that while the appearance was to his aesthetic liking, he preferred a partner who was attuned to the subtleties of warmth and coldness. "What about you?" he inquired. Li Yun, adopting a casual demeanor, replied, "I have no specific requirements. I believe it all depends on the feeling." Xiao Ji had already placed his seemingly impeccable plate of shredded potatoes on the dining table and quietly settled into a corner, patiently awaiting the others. As Cheng Nuo's chicken nuggets were not yet ready, he could not linger in the kitchen, so he too ventured into the living room, making space for others. He had precisely calculated the timing. 15 minutes should suffice. However, to everyone's surprise, a faint burn aroma began to emanate from the pot just 7 minutes later. When someone finally realized that something might be burning, they lifted Cheng Nuo's pot lid only to discover a charred mass, exuding a pungent odor, huddled grotesquely at the bottom. The curry on top, not yet fully dried, stubbornly bubbled away. Cheng Nuo's heart sank. He dashed to the kitchen, but alas, it was too late. Others gathered around, their expressions varying as they exchanged glances. Before anyone could utter words of consolation for Cheng Nuo, Xiao Ji leaned against the kitchen edge and casually remarked, "After all that effort, did you just boil a pot of excrement?" All eyes immediately shifted to Xiao Ji. Gu Yao stifled a laugh, her cheeks squishing as she suggested, "Ah Ji, sometimes it's best to keep certain thoughts to oneself rather than voicing them." Xiao Ji responded with a disinterested "oh," offering a half-hearted apology. Cheng Nuo stood awkwardly by the pot, contemplating whether to dispose of the disastrous concoction when the program's broadcast suddenly announced, regardless of the outcome, "The process is everyone's greatest reward. We kindly ask all guests to place their creations on the dining table for a group photo. Please do not lag behind." Reluctantly, Cheng Nuo had no choice but to grit his teeth and scoop the hideous mixture from the pot onto a plate, bringing it to the table. Half an hour later, as everyone presented their culinary efforts, the atmosphere once again descended into an excruciating awkwardness. Zhao Jiadong, a gentle soul, attempted to comfort Cheng Nuo, saying, "Brother Cheng, we all believe this was merely an accident. Please do your best next time." The others echoed his sentiment with reassuring remarks, insisting it was no big deal and to not take it to heart. Only Xiao Ji, after everyone had spoken, added, "Next time, perhaps make soup." In a similarly unfortunate scenario, at least it won't look so dry. Gu Yao, seated across from Xiao Ji, stifled her laughter, kicking him under the table in a bid to remind him to cease his commentary before she burst into laughter. Each person's expression varied. Although they recognized the unkindness of the situation, certain things had transpired, and words had been spoken, making it difficult to restrain their emotions. At that moment, each individual summoned their finest acting skills, recalling the saddest moments of their lives to prevent themselves from breaking character and further embarrassing Cheng Nuo. Cheng Nuo, thoroughly exasperated with Xiao Ji, wished he could sew his mouth shut with needle and thread. It is perplexing to comprehend the thoughts of Yin Nian, particularly why he remained so ascetic for many years. only to lose his composure for someone like Xiao Ji. However, clarity soon enveloped him. Just as the gathering was on the verge of casually picking up their chopsticks to commence their meal, a newcomer entered from outside, clad in a shirt and dress pants. Tall and possessing an undeniable allure, he carried a black suitcase in hand. Concurrently, the announcement echoed once more. Life is invariably filled with surprises and unexpected encounters. Let us warmly welcome the new member. Aside from Xiao Ji, no one, including Cheng Nuo, seemed to register this development. Fang Yin Nian and Xiao Ji exchanged glances, the former raising an eyebrow before standing up. With fervor, Fang Yin Nian approached the dining table, casually discarding the suitcase and taking the last vacant seat beside Xiao Ji. He did not engage in conversation with Xiao Ji, but rather directed his gaze towards the array of colorful dishes on the table. Just as he was about to reach for the chopsticks, his eyes fell upon Cheng Nuo's curry chicken. Fang Yin Nian had no intention of being special. However, he found himself in a predicament that was supposed to conclude the following day. Fortunately, his sister had stepped in to take over the matter, allowing him to hastily arrive at the set. Having not eaten since noon the previous day, he was ravenous, ready to indulge in the meal before discussing anything else, only to be confronted by that unsightly plate. Fang Yin Nian's displeasure was immediate. He set down his chopsticks and, frowning, inquired, "Why is there excrement on the table? Who did this?" Chapter 23. The young star and his irritable benefactor. Just as Gu Yao had taken a sip of juice, she was unable to swallow in time, and, in her attempt to avoid spraying the table, inadvertently splattered Zhao Jiadong's attire. Coughing, she hastily grabbed a tissue from the table to dab at Zhao Jiadong. The others seized this moment to busily engage in their own activities. Li, with the wind at his heels, dashed to the restroom to fetch a mop. Li Yun, recognizing Fang Yin Nian, promptly greeted him, "Mr. Fang." Su Yu, seated beside Fang Yin Nian, remained motionless, propping his chin in one hand while quietly observing Fang Yin Nian. Jing No, internally cursing the obvious camaraderie between Fang Yin Nian and Xiao Ji, attempted to alleviate the awkwardness with humor by lifting the plate of curry chicken. "It's all you're doing. You've come in and undermined our brotherly pride. I was just about to fall, and the production team insisted on a group photo, likely intending to use it to mock us later." He then nonchalantly shifted the topic. "What brings you here? You didn't give any advance notice." Fang Yin Nian feigned ignorance of his familiarity with Xiao Ji, responding to Cheng Nuo, "We're all brothers. I feared you'd beat me to the punch in finding romance." Xiao Ji, amidst the crowd, maintained a neutral demeanor, addressing Fang Yin Nian, "Good day." Only then did Fang Yin Nian glance at him. "Does standing make you taller? Sit down." The aura Fang Yin Nian exuded was formidable. He typically kept a low profile, seldom appearing in public, and, aside from the artist from his own company, not everyone could immediately recognize his face. However, based on the familiarity with which Cheng Nuo spoke to him, and the way Li Yun referred to Fang Zong just now, the others quickly realized who this unexpected figure, Cheng Yaojin, was. In essence, it was simply due to his immense wealth. Even these stars, usually accustomed to adulation, instinctively lowered their postures in the presence of Fang Yin Nian, the head of an entertainment company and a major investor, a symbol of capital. After an initial moment of awkwardness, everyone politely greeted Fang Yin Nian. He did not engage in handshakes, but sat casually in his chair, nodding in acknowledgement to those speaking to him. Meanwhile, beneath the table, he discreetly stepped on Xiao Ji's pristine white sneakers. With Fang Yin Nian's sudden arrival, the atmosphere at the dining table shifted once more, resembling a serious meeting awaiting the leader's remarks. Fang Yin Nian surveyed the group and said, "Relax, this is not the company. Here, our statuses are equal." Only then did everyone feign relaxation, pouring tea and serving dishes for Fang Yin Nian. Only Su Yu noticed that the chopsticks Fang Yin Nian had picked up were Xiao Ji's. She stood and went to the kitchen, returning with another pair of chopsticks to offer Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji did not accept them, but retrieved the chopsticks in front of Fang Yin Nian, saying, "You have the wrong chopsticks." Whether Xiao Ji's action stemmed from genuine human decency or a deliberate attempt to avoid suspicion, it pleased Fang Yin Nian, who promptly apologized to Xiao Ji and took the pair Su Yu had offered, thanking her. Su Yu blinked in response, signaling that no thanks were necessary, remaining silent. Just before the meal formally commenced, as Yin Nian lifted the chopsticks and was about to set them down on a dish of fish-flavored eggplant, he seemed to remember something and shifted his gaze to the beautifully presented shredded potatoes on the table. He then stood up and placed the dish of shredded potatoes in front of himself, declaring, "I want this. Help yourselves." With that, he began devouring the potatoes hungrily. Xiao Ji gazed at Yin Nian's profile for a moment, saying nothing, and was the second to pick up his chopsticks. At this moment, 037 began to relay the rapidly scrolling subtitles off-camera to Xiao Ji. Heaven knows, I almost died laughing just now. What a forthright darling Xiao Ji is. Is this a persona? If not, I might just start being a fan. Everyone has their off moments. Teacher Cheng's earlier steps clearly indicated he often cooks. It's entirely normal to misjudge the heat on a new stove, so Xiao Ji's comment was rather rude. I actually find his honesty refreshing. He says what he means without pretense, which isn't wrong, is it? Not necessarily wrong, but certainly blunt. It's so strange. Why is it that when Xiao Ji and Feng Zong say similar things, you only criticize Xiao Ji and not Feng Zong? Is this Feng Zong the brother and boss of Cheng Yingdi? So handsome. If he debuted, he would probably eclipse Cheng Nuo's fame in no time. What status does he have to need to debut? The reality is that there must be an abundance of handsome men and beautiful women vying for Yin Nian's attention. Why would he choose to participate in a dating show? The Feng family's entertainment company is merely the tip of the iceberg. Their true wealth resides abroad. It seems his participation in the program is merely a whimsical venture, a way to spend some money for amusement and to keep his friends company. Wait, what does it mean that there are countless attractive individuals? Rumors circulate within the circle suggesting that Mr. Feng has a preference for men, but no one has ever clarified this, leaving us uncertain of its veracity. Is that truly the case? It cannot be that all the distinguished men in the world have chosen this path, leaving us women with no hope of companionship. To the commenter above, perhaps you should seek help. Even if he doesn't prefer men, it is irrelevant to you. Hold on. If Yin Nian does indeed favor men, might I entertain a bold notion? Xiao Ji casually nibbled on some food while glancing at the barrage of comments and noticed that Yin Nian's foot beneath the table had begun to wander, inching up his ankle and teasing his calf. Xiao Ji remained impassive, his expression unchanging. Yin Nian persisted. Xiao Ji continued to feign indifference. After a prolonged silence without a response, Yin Nian resorted to rubbing the sole of his shoe against Xiao Ji's foot. Unable to withstand this any longer, Xiao Ji extricated his foot from beneath Yin Nian's shoe, ensnaring Yin Nian's ankle between his legs. Chapter 24. The Little Star and His Fiery Benefactor, Part 24. After the meal, due to Cheng Nuo's blunder, he took it upon himself to do the dishes as an apology and to salvage his dignity, presenting himself as the picture of a good-humored husband. With Yin Nian's unexpected arrival, discussions soon arose regarding room assignments. Currently, there are no vacancies in the unlocked rooms. Our room, which is designated for 3, only contains 2 beds. The group gathered around the now-clear dining table, while Li Yin poured water for everyone and recounted the situation. Zhao Jiadong felt an inexplicable pressure at the thought of sharing a room with 2 girls and quickly inquired, "Does this mean we have triggered special conditions, allowing us to redraw lots?" However, the program's announcement soon provided clarity. Due to the arrival of a new companion, special conditions have been triggered, and room allocations will be redone the following day. The following day, Li Yin was taken aback. How will arrangements be made for tonight? Lai pondered for a moment. If the rooms cannot be reopened, can we adjust personnel freely? I'm in a single room. If Suyu can manage to stay with me for a night, Mr. Feng can share a room with Teacher Cheng and the others. As soon as she finished speaking, Suyu chuckled, "Sister, while I adore you," before Suyu could finish her thought, the announcement rang out again. Request denied. Once rooms are assigned, they cannot be privately exchanged. Suyu shrugged. Well, there you have it. It's not that I'm unwilling. Throughout this exchange, Yin Nian remained silent, only speaking once everyone had finished. No need to trouble yourselves. I shall sleep on the sofa. 6 individuals reside in 2 3-person rooms. An uninvited invitation would clearly demonstrate a lack of consideration for the other 2 roommates. Only Lai occupies a single room, and, as a single woman, it would be decidedly inappropriate for the inviting party to suggest cohabitation with her. The splendid opportunity to curry favor with Yin Nian, a significant ally, thus slipped away, leaving everyone inwardly cursing the production team for their inconsiderate antics. However, with the situation as it stands, no one could conceive a more prudent solution to address the matter. Once Xiao finished washing the dishes and everyone had a moment of respite, the production team initiated the next segment, pair conversations. As the name suggests, regardless of their prior acquaintance or familiarity, this group would meet under the guise of romantic prospects for the very first time. Utilizing a combinatorial approach, they formed pairs, each spending 10 minutes in a confined environment together, after which they would switch partners. There were no restrictions on questions or actions, as long as both parties were willing. The 10 minutes would be entirely free. This served as an opportunity for each participant to form initial impressions of the others present. The order of interactions was determined by a drawing of lots, consisting of 4 red and 4 blue cards, each marked with numbers from 1 to 4 on the reverse. Adhering to principles of gender equality, after the draw, one representative from each gender engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. The victorious side's first participant would enter the meeting room to converse with the corresponding guest from the opposing side, continuing sequentially. The camera would focus on the meeting room while the others engaged in leisurely activities during the waiting period. Yin Nian drew a blue card, revealing the number 3. Xiao Ji followed suit, drawing card number 4. Xiao was first, followed by Xiao Ji. After the 4 women had drawn their lots, they turned their backs to the camera, whispering amongst themselves before turning around. Li Yun suggested, "Let Suyu handle the rock, paper, scissors. Who will you choose?" Xiao, feeling somewhat unlucky that day, voluntarily stated, "You 3 decide." With Yin Nian present, Xiao Jiadong refrained from seeking attention and remained silent. Yin Nian nudged Xiao Ji, urging him to go. Xiao Ji, wordlessly complying, was pushed before Suyu, unexpectedly throwing rock without warning. Suyu, caught off guard, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "At least give me a signal before you throw." Xiao Ji apologized and withdrew his hand. Seeing that Xiao Ji had no intention of calling out the chant, Suyu suspected that relying solely on unspoken understanding might lead to an entire afternoon of futile attempts at simultaneous throws. Thus, she took the initiative. "I'll call out, rock, paper, scissors." Upon saying paper, they threw simultaneously. In a best-of-3 format, Suyu failed to win a single round. Xiao became the resident male guest, being the first to enter the meeting room while the others returned to their rooms to await their turns. Before long, only Xiao Ji and Yin Nian remained in the living room. Xiao Ji stepped outside towards the courtyard, followed closely by Yin Nian. At this moment, the camera captured only the conversation within the meeting room, while Xiao Ji stood beneath the jujube tree in the yard, gazing at Yin Nian. Though his expression revealed no pronounced change, Yin Nian, familiar with Xiao Ji, discerned that he was smiling and in high spirits. He approached Xiao Ji, leaning against the jujube tree, taking advantage of the absence of others, as the staff were outside the courtyard, and whispered, "Did you miss me?" Xiao Ji responded with a soft reaching out to hook his little finger around Yin Nian's. Yin Nian retorted, "Don't get too touchy. What if someone sees us? I do have to pay to smooth things over." Yet, despite his words, the little finger entwined by Xiao Ji remained still, showing no sign of resistance. Xiao Ji then seized Yin Nian's hand. Yin Nian did not resist, but raised an eyebrow. "How many times must I tell you to be more restrained? Can't you hold back a little? Do you miss me that much?" Xiao Ji tilted his head, gazing at Yin Nian's profile, chuckling softly, "I do." Yin Nian coughed lightly, a faint blush creeping to his ears, muttering, "Don't make it so obvious. Keep it in check." Xiao Ji pinched his cheek gently. "I know my limits." Their exchange was minimal as they stood shoulder to shoulder beneath the jujube tree. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon them. After a while, Yin Nian warned him, "When you speak with those women later, do you know how to handle it?" Xiao Ji, uncertain of Yin Nian's intent, inquired, "Teach me, and I shall follow your guidance." Xiao Ji had previously mentioned his intent to join this troublesome program to reshape the audience's perception of him, and thus turn his fortunes around. Fang Yin, wishing to safeguard Xiao Ji's future, believed that with his presence, Xiao Ji would lack the audacity to act recklessly. Thus, he advised gently, no flirting, refrain from sweet talk. Ask fewer questions, answer only what they ask, and if uncertain, just respond vaguely. Xiao Ji complied with Fang Yin's instructions, understood. Although the live broadcast cameras were not currently focused on them, lingering apart for too long might raise suspicions among their peers. Pretending to casually smoke, they returned to the living room. Fang Yin sat on the sofa, gesturing for Xiao Ji to return to his room. Yet, before he could speak, Xiao Ji preemptively requested, Brother Yin, no flirting, no sweet talk, ask fewer questions, answer only what they ask, and if uncertain, just respond vaguely. You too. Happy holidays to my lovely wives. May you all be safe, healthy, beautiful, joyful, and plump. Today is a festive occasion, so I'll be posting a single update. Moi. Chapter 25. The Little Star and His Temperamental Benefactor. Part 25. The guest room was modest in size, perhaps designed to create an intimate and ambiguous atmosphere for the guests. It featured only a small round tea table and a two-seater sofa. This layout forced the two to sit side by side on the sofa, unable to converse face to face across the table. As Fang Yin entered the guest room, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Just moments ago, Xiao Ji's words, you too, echoed persistently in his mind. He refrained from taking a seat, opting instead to stand by the window. When the first female guest, Li Yun, entered, he merely nodded slightly, indicating for her to take a seat. When confronted by someone significantly more dominant, individuals often succumb instinctively. Fang Yin's commanding presence is a product of substantial wealth, exuding undeniable confidence without a hint of pretense. Those who possess even a modicum of insight into him are aware of his rather irritable temperament. Li Yun, characterized by her gentle demeanor, felt an undeniable pressure when alone with Fang Yin. Seated on the sofa, she awaited him to break the silence. However, it appeared that he had no intention of doing so, as he quietly stood there, just as she did. Before her stood an imposing figure, and even Li Yun found it challenging to remain indifferent to Fang Yin's illustrious background. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke, jesting as Mr. Fang here merely to keep Teacher Chung company? The first question posed was one that Fang Yin found inconvenient to answer. Leaning against the window, with one hand in his trousers pocket, he replied coolly, that's untrue. Li Yun chuckled lightly. Surely, it isn't just for the sake of matchmaking? Fang Yin responded. Not all. Li Yun continued. Is it to pass the time then? Not that either. Do you have any questions for me, Mr. Fang? She inquired. None. He replied curtly. Is it that you're uninterested in someone like me? I dislike those who talk excessively, he stated. 10 minutes later, the person before Fang Yin was replaced by Lai. Earlier, she had expressed her preference for attentive men, and her impression of Chung Nua, with whom she had spoken not long ago, was quite favorable. Despite the mishap with the curry chicken at lunch, Chung Nua had exhibited a certain charm and attentiveness. Observing Fang Yin standing by the window with a sullen expression, Lai felt little desire to engage him in conversation. Instead, she opted to discuss work matters. I have heard that your company intends to acquire Zhongmei Media. The owner of Zhongmei is quite an acquaintance of mine. If you require assistance, I could make an introduction. Fang Yin bluntly replied, an acquisition only necessitates planning and funds. Meeting their owner holds little significance for me. Another 10 minutes passed, and Gu Yao, sitting uneasily on the sofa, addressed Fang Yin. Brother Fang, you seem a bit intimidating. I feel somewhat frightened. Fang Yin replied. Then you may leave. Finally, Suyu appeared before Fang Yin. In contrast to the cautious demeanor of the previous three, Suyu, the most ordinary among them, radiated relaxation as she took a seat and declared, I am self-aware. I do not harbor dreams of soaring to greatness. I am unworthy of you. Fang Yin recognized Suyu from earlier when she had fetched chopsticks for Xiao Ji. Her gaze towards him had been subtly alluring. Regardless of the circumstances, Fang Yin held firm to his principle of not staring at women. He merely glanced at Suyu before diverting his gaze. Chung Nua and Zhao Jiadong are commendable, Fang Yin remarked. Suyu raised an eyebrow at his words. If memory serves, Xiao Ji is also an artist under your company, Mr. Fang. Why not mention her? Fang Yin replied candidly, because you are not worthy. Su Yu chuckled, remarking that aside from her appearance, Xiao Ji seemed to hesitate, choosing not to elaborate further. However, the implication was crystal clear. Despite Xiao Ji's striking looks, she currently held the lowest status among the 4 male guests, with the most modest background. Fang Yin let out a barely audible scoff, stating, I was referring to appearance as well. Unfazed by the criticism of her looks, Xiu merely pouted. As expected of President Fang, your words can be rather unpalatable. As the 10-minute mark concluded, Fang Yin was the first to exit the reception room, and upon stepping outside, he encountered Xiao Ji, who had been waiting by the door. Their eyes met, and he shot her a warning glance before descending the stairs. Xiao Ji, perplexed by Fang Yin's sudden ire, glanced at Su Yu, who was following closely behind him, and then silently entered the reception room. Unfamiliar with Xiao Ji, Su Yu failed to discern the dissatisfaction and doubt conveyed in Xiao Ji's fleeting gaze. She merely turned to catch a final glimpse of a retreating figure before departing herself. Once inside the reception room, Xiao Ji noticed the small 2-seater sofa and furrowed her brow. She lingered momentarily before directing her gaze to the diminutive, round coffee table. Li Yunzhao was the first to arrive at the reception room. Upon entering, she observed that the small coffee table, once placed near the sofa, had been moved to the corner by the window, where Xiao Ji now perched, her long legs awkwardly resting atop the table. Li Yunzhao pressed her lips together, recognizing the peculiar posture of Xiao Ji huddled in the corner, and chose to sit on the armrest of the sofa, maintaining a distance from her. The two exchanged glances, and Li Yunzhao surmised that given Xiao Ji's personality, if she remained silent, Xiao Ji would indeed sit there for the next 10 minutes. Thus, she decided to break the ice. There's no need to be so constrained. I'm a bit older than you, and I doubt you prefer the older sister type, so we can relate as friends. Xiao Ji nodded slightly. Li Yunzhao had no particular intentions toward Xiao Ji, but found her character intriguing and playfully probed. Have you ever been in a relationship before? Xiao Ji replied. Who? Li Yunzhao was taken aback. You? Xiao Ji responded, what about me? Li Yunzhao pursed her lips and pressed on. Have you ever been in a relationship? Xiao Ji queried. With whom? Suddenly, a memory of Xiao Ji's male co-star during her first filming flickered in Li Yunzhao's mind. She felt a twinge of curiosity, but opted for a more tactful approach. Classmates. Co-stars. That sort of thing? After all, Xiao Ji had worked on more than just that one project, albeit the others had not garnered much attention. Xiao Ji's expression remained impassive. You were trying to pry into my life, asking if I'm gay. At this, Li Yunzhao was taken aback, hastily waving her hands. No, that's not what I meant. Xiao Ji remained silent, her face clearly signaling disbelief. Li Yunzhao suddenly found herself at a loss for words, closing her mouth, fearful that any misstep might provoke Xiao Ji into a confrontation. As the 10 minutes elapsed, Li Yunzhao swiftly made her exit. As Li entered the room, her gaze fell upon Xiao Ji, who was seated at the coffee table. To her surprise, she felt an inexplicable lack of astonishment. She simply greeted him with a hello and took a seat. Xiao Ji responded, hello. Li opened her mouth to speak. What are your hobbies? Xiao Ji replied, none. Li continued, however, I notice your culinary skills are quite impressive. The dishes you prepared for lunch today were beautifully cooked. It seems you struggle to express yourself. Xiao Ji countered, that's merely your misconception. Li proposed, this is a Q&A session. Do you have any questions for me? Xiao Ji inquired, what seasoning should be added to shredded potatoes? Li admitted, I'm afraid I'm not adept in the culinary arts. Let me ask a question instead. She pondered for a moment. Among the individuals currently featured in the program, is there anyone with whom you wish to deepen your connection? Without hesitation, Xiao Ji replied yes. Li found this response somewhat surprising. Xiao Ji appeared to be the epitome of indifference. I am curious, she pressed. If you were to have feelings for someone, how would you pursue them? Xiao Ji paused, momentarily lost in thought as the face of Fang Yin surfaced in his mind. However, he felt that the nature of their relationship did not lend itself to the concept of pursuit. It was merely a mutual agreement. Fang Yin required no chasing. With just a bit of coaxing and gentle handling, he would become obedient, affectionate, and charming. Li's question prompted deep reflection in Xiao Ji. He began to contemplate how he would pursue Fang Yin if their meeting had not unfolded in such a manner. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. I would give him everything he seeks from me. Lai was taken aback. Without reservation? Xiao Ji countered, why should I hold back? Lai considered this. What if there is no outcome? Would you regret it? Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly. There are countless matters in life that yield no results. My feelings for someone and what I choose to offer them is my own undertaking. I do not require anyone to be accountable to me, so regret does not arise. Initially, Lai perceived Xiao Ji as emotionally distant and inarticulate. Yet, at this moment, she found herself unexpectedly moved by his candid demeanor. She wished to converse further, but alas, time had run out, and she could only bid farewell to Xiao Ji for the time being. Gu Yao's conversation with Yin Nian was far from successful. Still grappling with her earlier disappointment, she noticed Xiao Ji at the coffee table and joined him by the window. They exchanged not a single word until the countdown for their discussion began. Finally, Gu Yao inquired, am I unattractive? Or do I possess some other glaring shortcomings? Her question was casual, devoid of expectation for a meaningful answer. Xiao Ji responded, you are too short, at a height of 168 centimeters. Gu Yao had never been labeled as short among her peers. She blinked in surprise. I'm short? Xiao Ji remarked. You don't even measure up to my household mirror. I see you observed Gu Yao exiting. He lingered at the entrance for about half a minute before entering the meeting room. He sat cross-legged on the floor, propping his hands behind him, gazing at the birds perched atop the treetops, allowing the sunlight to grace his face perfectly. Do you have an ideal type? Xiao Ji contemplated feigning ignorance, reflecting on the inevitable scrutiny Yin Nian would apply to their conversation should he declare otherwise. The consequences of such a denial were all too predictable. Thus, he replied, he has a fiery temper and a penchant for cursing, while harboring a petty grudge. Suyu cast him a sidelong glance, her mind lingering on Yin Nian's earlier remark. What about the appearance? Xiao Ji pondered momentarily before responding, long legs, sturdy ones. Suyu glanced down at her own legs, which were also quite elongated. How long must they be to be considered long enough? Xiao Ji did not meet her gaze, simply stating, regardless, they are longer than yours. As soon as Xiao Ji entered the reception room and settled onto the tea table, the commentary from the audience was lively and fervent. I suspected he wouldn't sit on that small sofa, but I never anticipated he would move the little tea table. Who understands? Family? How can he be so relaxed and forthright? Is there truly no one he cares about in this world? Li Yin has ceased talking to him. I fear if this continues, Li Yin may become his next target. I can see Yao Yao is visibly affected. It's hilarious. President Fong truly lacks decorum. He seems intent on wreaking havoc. Let us not be absurd. Is President Fong really all right? Xiao Ji is the one truly causing a stir. Among the 4 female guests present, he has likely only not offended Lai. Is Xiao Ji genuinely indiscriminate in his attacks? His ideal type hardly sounds complimentary. For heaven's sake, our teacher Xiao is exactly like this. Throughout the day, I haven't heard a single kind word from him. I adore it. With a personality like Xiao Ji's, how can he possibly favor someone with a bad temper? Doesn't that mean he endures scolding 300 times a day? Every individual is unique. Perhaps he simply enjoys being berated. As the segment drew to a close, the sun had dipped below the horizon. During the program, participants were responsible for their own meals, prohibited from ordering takeout, and only allowed to eat out under exceptional circumstances. The arrangement of who would cook was left entirely to the discretion of the group. Consequently, they devised a rotating schedule. 2 individuals would cook while 2 would wash the dishes each day. Tonight's culinary duties fell to Zhao Jiadong and Suyu. While everyone engaged in casual conversation, Xiao Ji stole a glance at Yin Nian before excusing himself to the restroom, neglecting to lock the door. As anticipated, 3 minutes later, Yin Nian grasped the doorknob of the restroom. He intended to peek inside to confirm whether Xiao Ji was surreptitiously indulging, but instead found himself pulled in by Xiao Ji, who seized his wrist. As a torrent of kisses enveloped him, Yin Nian's mind went blank, consumed solely by the need to reciprocate. Xiao Ji swiftly locked the door with one hand while lifting Yin Nian's thigh, placing him atop the dry sink. Cradling his face, Xiao Ji continued to kiss him while attempting to tug at the hem of Yin Nian's shirt tucked into his trousers. Yin Nian, though audacious, recognized the inappropriateness of the situation and grasped Xiao Ji's wrist firmly, saying, "Stop." Xiao Ji raised a finger to his own lips, whispering, "Shh, don't make a sound." "Darling." Overwhelmed by Xiao Ji's demeanor, Fang Yinyan's grip on Xiao Ji's wrist weakened. He had assumed that Xiao Ji intended to indulge in a proper meal and was about to remind him of the pressing time. Fearing that their prolonged absence would arouse suspicion, only to realize that Xiao Ji merely desired dessert before the main course. Dressed impeccably, Xiao Ji stood before the disheveled Fang Yinyan, having committed numerous unsavory acts. After Fang Yinyan delivered a firm slap in retaliation, Xiao Ji turned his head aside and let out a soft chuckle. Panting heavily, Fang Yinyan raised a hand to shield his eyes, chiding him, "You rascal. If anyone discovers you, prepare for dire consequences." Xiao Ji maintained his nonchalant demeanor, leaning in once more to kiss him. "I am indifferent." Fang Yinyan inquired, "What do you care about?" Xiao Ji bit his lower lip. "I only care whether you're satisfied." Chapter 27. The little star and his fiery patron as Fang Yinyan descended from the wash basin. His legs still tingled and felt somewhat weak. Leaning against the sink, he observed Xiao Ji turn on the faucet, casually washing his hands, meticulously drying each finger with a thick paper towel, and for the first time, he felt a sense of shame regarding such mundane actions. "Must you be so meticulous?" he asked, his ears flushed. Xiao Ji discarded the used paper towel into the bin, assisted Fang Yinyan in tucking his disheveled shirt back in, fastened his belt, and buttoned his collar, personally ensuring Fang Yinyan looked presentable once more. He then pinched his waist, saying, "I shall step out first. Take your time, but not too long." With that, he opened the bathroom door and exited. This residence, featuring both front and back courtyards, had separate entrances. Upon leaving the bathroom, Xiao Ji headed directly to the backyard through the side door. Sitting on the steps, he retrieved a cigarette. Placing it between his lips, resting an arm upon his knee, contemplating Fang Yinyan's furious expression moments ago. Suddenly, a round, brown-backed shrike swooped down from the rooftop, landing squarely in the palm of Xiao Ji's hand. Their eyes met, and Xiao Ji gently set the shrike on the ground. The little bird spun around twice before attempting to take flight. However, only its right wing fully extended, while the left hung limply, seemingly inoperable. Removing the cigarette from his mouth, he tucked it into his pocket and tugged at the shrike's right wing, then the left, suspecting a fracture. He nudged the bird's rear with his index finger, urging it away, "Go on." The shrike toppled over, feigning death on the ground. Observing the motionless bird, Xiao Ji's thoughts drifted back to a distant memory, the first time he had faced a phoenix, during which he had also broken its left wing. Yet the phoenix, with its stubborn disposition, would not feign death, but retaliated by plunging its sharp right talon into Xiao Ji's chest. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ji reached out once more, capturing the shrike in his grasp, cradling it in his palm. Initially, the bird struggled, but sensing Xiao Ji's intent to assist, it soon settled, fixating its round little eyes upon him. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ji placed the shrike back on the ground, tugged at its left wing, and encouraged fly away. The shrike spread its wings, circling above Xiao Ji twice before returning to perch on his shoulder, pecking gently at his cheek. It was a rare moment for Xiao Ji to experience such closeness with a small creature. He tenderly stroked the bird's head with his fingertip and inquired, "Are you hungry?" The shrike tilted its head slightly. Thus, Xiao Ji rose and walked toward the nearby flower house, where he spotted a black spider, the size of a coin, curled up in the center of a web, perched on the fence outside. Both the shrike and Xiao Ji's gazes were fixed on the spider, prompting Xiao Ji to ask the shrike, "Shall we have a snack?" The shrike fluttered its little legs with a hint of anticipation. Xiao Ji then reached out, plucked the spider from the web, and brought it close to the shrike's beak. "Go on, keep your distance. I cannot tend to you." The shrike, perhaps understanding or not, grasped the writhing spider in its beak and flew back to the roof, appearing surprisingly sensible. "Who are you talking to?" A male voice called out from behind Xiao Ji. He turned to meet Qing Nua's gaze. Qing Nua had been focused on Xiao Ji, noticing him even when he had stepped away to wash his hands. Soon after, Fang Yinyan had also headed in that direction. Qing Nua was eager to find an opportune moment to record the clandestine affair between the two, but at present, such trivial matters were insufficient to undermine Fang Yinyan's foundation. Premature exposure would yield no benefits for him. After a while, Fang Yinyan returned, Yet Xiao Ji remained absent. Cheng Nuo inquired about Xiao Ji, to which Fang Yinian responded with a bemused expression. Do I need to keep an eye on Xiao Ji while I'm in the restroom? Lai, sitting nearby, interjected, the side door to the backyard is over there. Xiao Ji might have stepped out. Cheng Nuo remained silent, rising to feign an interest in the backyard, curious to see what Xiao Ji was up to. Upon arrival, he overheard Xiao Ji say, "Keep your distance. I cannot tend to you. Are you on a call?" Cheng Nuo asked when Xiao Ji did not respond. Xiao Ji shook his head. Would you believe me if I said I just saw someone? Cheng Nuo paused, scanning the surroundings. And upon confirming that no one else was present in the backyard besides himself and Xiao Ji, he frowned and asked, Who? Xiao Ji fixed his gaze on Cheng Nuo, suddenly breaking into a grin. She said her name is Cui Ying. Cheng Nuo froze, a chill coursing from his toes to his brain, sending shivers down his spine. This was a remnant of the past enmity between the Cheng and Fang families. The Fang family had risen to prominence abroad through perilous dealings, while Cheng Nuo's original surname was Cui, with the Cui family operating as subordinates to the Fang family. Ultimately, driven by self-interest, Cheng Nuo's father betrayed old Master Fang. The conflict between the two families had been fierce, and victory should have belonged to the Cui family. Yet, just as Cheng Nuo's father orchestrated a final scheme to eliminate old Master Fang, Cui Ying, who had long admired him, betrayed her own brother at a critical moment. The Cui family suffered a complete defeat, and Cheng Nuo's father, in a fit of rage, slapped Cui Ying twice. That very night, Cui Ying hanged herself in her home. At that time, Cheng Nuo was but a child, and the haunting memory of Cui Ying's tragic demise became an indelible shadow over his entire childhood. Later, the Cui family faced retaliation. Aware that his death was inevitable, Cheng Nuo's father discreetly arranged for her to be sent away, altering her name and identity, leading to the present circumstances. These matters were shrouded in absolute secrecy. Back then, Fang Yinian was still in swaddling clothes, unaware of who Cui Ying was. The Fang family sought to redeem themselves, extending their reach back into the country, all for the purpose of providing Fang Yinian with a sanctuary. Anyone with a sound mind would never mention such things to him. Years have passed, and there was no reason for Xiao Ji to know about Cui Ying. Cheng Nuo felt a chill run down her spine, taking a moment to regain her composure before stubbornly denying, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Ji rarely smiled. His facial expressions were typically limited, yet at this moment, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing her words, he replied, when encountering a person, "One speaks of people. When encountering a ghost, one speaks of ghosts." Having spoken, he then suppressed his smile and brushed past Cheng Nuo, heading into the room. "Wait!" Cheng Nuo called out. Xiao Ji turned back, waiting for her to speak. Cheng Nuo's throat moved slightly. "Let's consider our matter settled. There was nothing between us to begin with, was there?" Xiao Ji interrupted her, feigning confusion. "Cheng, the great actor, what are you afraid of?" Chapter 28. The Little Star and His Volatile Benefactor, Part 28. After dinner, the program staff visited, collecting everyone's phones and distributing new ones. The new phones already contained the numbers to be used during the program. If anyone needed to contact one another, they were to use these devices, adhering to the program's rules. Before the final segment commenced, they were instructed not to privately exchange contact information. Should any special needs arise, they could always reach out to the staff for assistance. Additionally, they were asked to return to their respective rooms by 9 o'clock for the next segment. Around 8:30, everyone returned to their rooms. The production team would not genuinely allow Fang Yinian to sleep in the living room. They discreetly arranged for him to pretend to reside there. At 11 o'clock, when all cameras ceased operation, Fang Yinian would be assigned a separate room. He had no objections, feeling in good spirits and unusually agreeable. However, the atmosphere between Xiao Ji and Cheng Nuo grew peculiar. Once back in their room, Cheng Nuo sat in silence on the bed near the door, while Xiao Ji reclined on the balcony, enjoying the gentle breeze, appearing quite at ease. Suyu glanced around, noticing the silence, and directly took a towel to the bathroom for a shower. At 9:30, the program's announcement rang out punctually. After a day of interaction, guests who received a text message should proceed to the public telephone booth located 50 meters to the left outside the courtyard and dial the number of her designated romantic interest for today. In this segment, only the viewers outside the cameras would see who went to the public telephone booth and simultaneously who received the call. Among the guests present, only those in the same room would know who exited and who received the call, but they would remain unaware of who made the call. After the announcement, none of the three in Xiao Ji's room received a text message. They maintained their silence, each absorbed in their thoughts. However, after a mere 10 minutes, Cheng Nua's phone rang first. She glanced at the unfamiliar number on her screen, got out of bed, and stepped outside. The broadcast began. Lai called, asking Cheng Nua not to take the incident at noon to heart. She believes that Cheng Nua will surely perform normally next time. Xiao Ji merely hummed in response, continuing to enjoy the breeze. He found himself unable to consult Fang Yin Nian on how he should proceed. He merely hoped to receive a text from Fang Yin Nian afterward. This way, he could gauge his own actions based on Fang Yin Nian's behavior, in order to avoid any post-factum repercussions from Fang Yin Nian. Cheng Nua soon returned from outside, appearing to have exchanged only a few words with Lai. Suyu cast a glance at Cheng Nua, saying nothing as she applied a facial mask and played a casual game on her phone. To everyone's surprise, 5 minutes later, Xiao Ji received a call as well. Seated on the balcony with the glass door closed, he answered the phone. On the other end, he heard Gu Yao's voice, which immediately implored him not to reprimand anyone. Xiao Ji remained silent, listening intently. Although he was uncertain whom to call, he noted that while her words might not be particularly pleasant, they carried a certain sincerity. He felt less psychological pressure speaking with her, and urged her not to take it to heart. While Xiao Ji was not one to easily extend goodwill, he also refrained from harboring malice without cause. As long as he was not provoked or bothered, he usually chose to ignore others. At that moment, he simply acknowledged Gu Yao's words with a quiet okay. Upon realizing that Xiao Ji had not scolded anyone, Gu Yao finally relaxed her anxious heart and added, "If you find yourself unsure of whom to call later, feel free to reach out to me. I won't overthink it." Xiao Ji declined, saying no need. "I appreciate your kindness." Gu Yao responded with an "oh," and, after a pause, asked Xiao Ji, "Do you have someone else in mind to call?" Xiao Ji, without malice, replied, "Forgive my frankness, but your inquiry seems a bit presumptuous." Gu Yao, unfazed by his words, sighed and said, "My apologies. I was merely curious and meant no offense." Xiao Ji reminded her, "The time is nearly up. You may hang up." Gu Yao acknowledged this with a simple okay before ending the call. Xiao Ji rose from the lounge chair, hesitating whether to head downstairs to see what Fang Yin Nian was up to. Just as he opened the balcony door, his phone rang again. This time, upon answering, he immediately recognized the familiar male voice. "Do you know why I called you?" Fang Yin Nian began, adopting a tone reminiscent of a boss addressing a secretary. Xiao Ji pressed his lips together, replying, "I am your charming male guest of the day." While the truth was undeniable, the way Xiao Ji expressed it so candidly caught Fang Yin Nian off guard, nearly provoking an expletive-laden outburst questioning Xiao Ji's commitment to the entertainment industry. Just as he was about to utter a frustrated exclamation, he reconsidered, having already made the call. Further evasion would only draw more scrutiny. Instead, he decided to embrace the moment, defusing the awkwardness with humor, thereby transforming the situation into a playful jest, which would likely arouse less suspicion. He then continued, "Well then, pack your things and come back with me. You need not show your face again. I shall take care of you." Xiao Ji chuckled lightly. "Teacher Fang, you truly are unreserved. I suspected you would not call the female guest, but I thought you might reach out to Teacher Cheng." This statement was impeccable. Fang Yin Nian and Cheng Nua were good friends. If Fang Yin Nian had no romantic interest in the female guest, calling Cheng Nua would not raise any suspicions, at most inciting a cadre of odd CP fans to find fault online. To this, Fang Yin Nian provided ample justification. "My phone number contains a 4, a 3, and an 8. Seeing those numbers is enough to irritate anyone. Who chose such a number? What a peculiar selection. With an 11-digit phone number, the odds of having 4, 3, and 8 were indeed quite significant." Xiao Ji chose not to expose the pretense, instead deliberately remarking, "However, if Teacher Cheng were to learn that you called me, he would likely feel quite jealous." Fang Yin Nian laughed. "I believe you are seeking trouble." Xiao Ji retorted, "I am rather sensitive. If you wish to scold someone, perhaps I should just hand the phone to Teacher Cheng." Yin Nian recognized Xiao Ji's deliberate provocation and had no desire to communicate with Cheng Nuo. He merely offered a semi-serious explanation. Enough, the rules dictate that it is inappropriate to call anyone at this time. Do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me. And remember, do not call me later. I certainly do not wish to answer. Xiao Ji acquiesced. Just as he hung up, he received a message from the production team, instructing him to go outside to make a call. Upon exiting, he encountered Yin Nian, who had just returned from outside. Their eyes met, and Xiao Ji was once again warned. However, Yin Nian had just stated that Xiao Ji should not call him again. Thus, when he stood before the phone booth, he hesitated momentarily before locating Cheng Nuo's number in the phone provided by the production team. He intended to gradually diminish Cheng Nuo's aura and fortune, leading him step by step into despair. Chapter 29. The Little Star and His Fiery Benefactor, Part 29. Cheng Nuo and Su Yu were both aware that Xiao Ji had stepped out. However, the production team did not explicitly require that every guest remain in their respective rooms during the phone calling segment. Xiao Ji said nothing, leaving them to speculate that he had likely gone to make a call. Yet neither Cheng Nuo nor Su Yu anticipated that merely 2 minutes after Xiao Ji departed, Cheng Nuo's phone would ring once more. Moments earlier, Xiao Ji had been on the balcony, the sliding glass door providing excellent sound insulation. Cheng Nuo only observed Xiao Ji answering the phone, and by the expression on Xiao Ji's face and his manner of speaking, he surmised that it was likely Yin Nian on the line. Cheng Nuo believed that if Xiao Ji were to make a call, it would probably be to Yin Nian. Therefore, upon seeing his phone ring again, Cheng Nuo's first reaction was to dismiss his earlier assumption that Xiao Ji had stepped out to make a call. Feeling quite pleased with himself, he opened the door and pressed the answer button. Yet there was no sound on the other end. After a brief pause, Cheng Nuo took the initiative to say, "Hello?" Suddenly, a delicate patter of rain resonated through the receiver, reminiscent of droplets striking against glass, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. Cheng Nuo, perplexed, recalled that just moments earlier, as he stepped outside to answer the call, the skies had been clear. Tentatively, he inquired, "Is it raining?" Silence prevailed, yet alongside the sound of rain, an urgent footfall echoed from the other end. Cheng Nuo, bewildered, contemplated terminating the call and redialing, when abruptly, a voice emerged from the receiver. It was youthful and melodious, seemingly that of a young boy. Initially, Cheng Nuo could not discern the boy's words, prompting him to activate the speakerphone and amplify the volume to its utmost. Thereafter, he distinctly heard a knock at the door, followed by the boy's voice asking, "Annie, are you awake? May I come in?" In that instant, Cheng Nuo froze, his legs feeling leaden, breath hitching, and a prickling sensation coursing through his scalp. It was himself. The window at the stairwell stood ajar, a breeze fluttering the curtain, billowing into the corridor and seeping into Cheng Nuo's collar. Paralyzed by fear, he dared not glance back. Trembling, he hurled his phone away and hastily pushed open the door to his room, retreating inside and slamming it shut, leaning against it as his legs quaked beneath him. Su Yu, startled by Cheng Nuo's abruptness, exclaimed, "What's wrong? Have you seen a ghost?" Enraged, Cheng Nuo shouted back, "Be quiet." Su Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "Teacher Cheng, you're quite fierce." As Cheng Nuo gazed at Su Yu, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. Su Yu's visage began to merge with that of Cui Ying, a memory long obscure by time. Gasping for air, he appeared to oscillate between terror and fury, striving to maintain his composure, reminding himself that all before him was but an illusion. Yet, the haunting image of Cui Ying, who had hanged herself by the window, surged forth from the recesses of his memory, vivid and unrestrained. Cheng Nuo fought against the urge to look at Su Yu, relying on the wall for support as he stumbled into the bathroom, locking the door behind him. Meanwhile, outside the camera's view, the comments flooded in. "Does anyone know what is happening? Is this a curse?" It startled me. Cheng Nuo didn't even answer the call, just spoke to a black screen and frantically pressed the volume button. Am I seeing this correctly? How eerie. Didn't the call go through? Didn't Xiao Ji make the call? Did you not see? Xiao Ji dialed twice, but after a few seconds, he hung up, then examined that public phone. It seemed faulty, so frightening. Can someone explain? Everything appears normal except for Cheng Nuo's strange behavior. Could he be suffering from a mental disorder? It said that prolonged exposure to the entertainment industry can lead to psychological issues. Didn't someone recently commit suicide due to mental health problems? This is too sudden. My goodness. Xiao Ji, while monitoring the live broadcast of 037, pretended to prepare his phone to contact the production team. The phone had yet to be dialed when the production team abruptly ceased the live broadcast. The chief director personally entered the courtyard, inquiring, "What is happening?" Standing resolutely, Xiao Ji replied without a hint of hesitation, "The phone is broken." The director paused, taken aback. "Broken?" He then signaled to his assistant, "You check on this. I will go upstairs to assess the situation." The assistant complied, and the remaining staff followed the director upstairs in a flurry. The assistant glanced at Xiao Ji, picked up the phone, and dialed a random number, but the line was silent, devoid of any response. He let out a sound of disbelief, tapped the receiver in his palm, and dialed another number, yet still encountered silence. Indeed, it was broken. Repairs were needed. Xiao Ji sighed, prepared to turn away. But after a couple of steps, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned back to the assistant and asked, "What is happening upstairs?" Furrowing his brow, the assistant replied, "There has been a minor issue with Teacher Chung. Director Liu has taken the medical team upstairs, but we are currently unaware of the specifics." A subtle, barely perceptible look of curiosity crossed Xiao Ji's otherwise calm face. Yet he refrained from further inquiries and entered the room. Upon entering, he found Yin Nian absent from the living room, prompting him to ascend the stairs. As he approached the staircase, he noticed a crowd gathered outside his room, with Yin Nian leaning against the handrail, standing apart from the throng. "What is going on?" Xiao Ji inquired. Yin Nian turned at the sound of his voice and replied, "I'm not sure. It seems to be related to the phone issue." "Did you attempt to make a call just now?" Xiao Ji nodded. "I did, but it did not go through. The phone is broken." "Broken?" Yin Nian appeared somewhat surprised. "Who did you call?" At this moment, the cameras were already off, and everyone's attention was focused on Chung Nuo, oblivious to the conversation between Yin Nian and Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji candidly stated, "You told me not to call you." So the first call was to Teacher Chung. Hearing this, Yin Nian's brow furrowed in irritation. "You damn fool." The call connected and rang for 4 seconds. "It suddenly hit me that your request not to call you should not be taken literally. So I hung up on him and tried to reach you. But the call failed. The phone is broken." Xiao Ji quickly interjected, attempting to clarify. Only then did Yin Nian suppress his unfinished thoughts and ask, "Why did you call me?" "I explicitly told you not to." Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Ji inquired, "Is that truly the case? Was I merely misinterpreting your words?" Yin Nian narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace flickering within. "Indeed, if you had managed to get through tonight, you might as well prepare for your demise." He did not specify whose call had connected, leaving Xiao Ji to contemplate the implications of having reached Chung Nuo. Xiao Ji reached out, teasingly tugging at Yin Nian's belt. "Your mouth is truly more resilient than your..." His voice faltered, his gaze landing on a particular area of Yin Nian's physique, before he chuckled lightly. "Much harder." In response, Yin Nian delivered a swift kick to Xiao Ji's calf, retorting, "What the hell are you talking about? Am I not hard? You want to try lying down?" Xiao Ji made a gesture for silence. "Do not engage in any physical antics here, Teacher Fong. Your dear brother is still under medical observation." Chapter 30. The Little Star and His Tempestuous Benefactor, Part 30. The medical team assigned to the production was composed solely of emergency surgeons and nurses prepared for unforeseen circumstances. There were no specialists in psychological or mental health available. The doctor could offer little assistance to Chung Nuo, merely advising him to rest adequately. Should Chung Nuo feel the need, he could withdraw temporarily. However, if he chose to persevere with the filming, the crew would arrange for a more suitable doctor by morning. Chung Nuo would not withdraw midway. Nevertheless, due to his personal circumstances, the production team provided him with a single room for the night, allowing him to recuperate. The production team announced that due to special circumstances, the broadcast would be temporarily suspended, resuming at 8 o'clock the following morning. In response to the deluge of inquiries from netizens regarding Chung Nuo, the production team refrained from providing any explanations, stating that Chung Nuo's agency and manager would issue a statement in due course. Yin Nian, as Chung Nuo's brother and boss, felt compelled to express his stance in such a situation. You return to your room first. I shall check on Cheng Nuo. After everyone had retreated to their respective quarters, Fang Yinian dismissed Xiao Ji, who lingered at the stairwell. Xiao Ji regarded Fang Yinian in silence. Fang Yinian reached out to caress his face. Be good. I know you miss me, but tonight's circumstances are exceptional. I must have a word with him. Xiao Ji grasped Fang Yinian's wrist, removing his hand from his face. Fang Yinian then playfully pinched Xiao Ji's nose, scanning the vicinity to ensure no one was eavesdropping, and swiftly leaned in to plant a kiss upon Xiao Ji's lips. Is that acceptable, my little darling? Xiao Ji remained silent. He was well aware that Fang Yinian would indeed seek out Cheng Nuo, and he held no objections. However, upon realizing that Fang Yinian seemed to be indulging him, he found the situation amusing. He was curious to see how Fang Yinian would concede if he continued to remain silent. Seeing Xiao Ji's continued reticence, Fang Yinian raised a hand to his forehead. I will come find you later. Tonight, I will keep you company while you sleep. Surely that will suffice? Xiao Ji still said nothing. Fang Yinian, now feeling a twinge of irritation, muttered under his breath, Stop teasing. I'll give you that thing. At this, Xiao Ji could no longer hold back. What thing? Fang Yinian gritted his teeth. Don't ask so damn much. I'll make sure you enjoy it. Is that agreeable or not? If not, just get lost. Xiao Ji chuckled softly, giving Fang Yinian a playful pat on the backside. Go on, come back soon. With that, he turned and walked towards his room. Fang Yinian watched Xiao Ji's retreating figure, cursing under his breath at the impudent brat who displayed no sense of being a lover, requiring him to grovel all day long. He must have committed some grave sin in a past life to end up with such a character. After seeing Xiao Ji enter his room, he ascended to the third floor, heading to Cheng Nuo's solitary chamber. Upon hearing the knock on the door, Cheng Nuo recognized it was Fang Yinian. The deaths associated with Cui Ying and the decline of the Cui family were directly linked to Fang Yinian's father. At that moment, Cheng Nuo felt his resentment towards the Fang family reach a boiling point once again. He could not pretend he hadn't heard. He could only open the door. Yet, from the moment Fang Yinian stepped inside, he did not cast a glance in the latter's direction, fearful that he might lose his composure and strangle Fang Yinian. Fang Yinian shut the door behind him, observing Cheng Nuo's grim countenance, but refrained from directly lashing out at him. Instead, he merely inquired, Are you all right? Cheng Nuo swallowed hard and nodded. I'm fine, just not in the best state. Fang Yinian offered a kind reminder. The pressures of this industry are understandable, but I've always believed that with my presence, such situations shouldn't arise for you. You are too fragile if you're unwell. Don't hide it. Seek help sooner rather than later. If it's too much for you, you could leave tomorrow. The company would cover the penalty. Perhaps take a holiday and rest for a while. Cheng Nuo had long found Fang Yinian's words harsh, even when expressing concern. They turned into barbed remarks when spoken by him. For years, Cheng Nuo had endured Fang Yinian's attitude, swallowing down countless grievances. Today, his state was particularly poor, and upon hearing those words, he could no longer contain himself. He glared at Fang Yinian. Fang Yinian, do you consider me a brother? Your tone, when speaking to me, always feels like you are reprimanding a dog. I, Cheng Nuo, have received considerable support from you over the years. Yet my own efforts cannot be overshadowed, can they? Aside from seeking credit before me and flaunting your status, have you ever spoken a heartfelt word to me? You would readily resort to violence for a mere Xiao Ji. There are countless things I wish to express. For instance, if it weren't for your father, the Cui family would not have fallen from grace, and I would not have had to live in obscurity, reduced to a mere shadow, while being burdened with the undeserved label of being propped up by you, Fang Yinian. All that should rightfully belong to me, Cheng Nuo. Fang Yinian's father is the true culprit, yet here he is, brazenly bestowing his charity upon me, seeking accolades. However, for the sake of the greater good, Cheng Nuo resolved not to sever ties with Fang Yinian this night. After speaking, he fell silent, lowering his gaze to the floor. Fang Yinian's manner of speaking had long been established, not merely directed at Cheng Nuo, yet his genuine concern for Cheng Nuo had always been evident. He truly regarded Cheng Nuo as a brother. At that moment, hearing the palpable resentment in Cheng Nuo's words, Fang Yin felt as if all his efforts for Cheng Nuo had been squandered. Unmoved by Cheng Nuo's accusations, he felt no guilt, for he was at peace with himself, wholly rejecting Cheng Nuo's emotional manipulation. Suddenly devoid of the desire to continue their conversation, he lit a cigarette, inhaled a couple of puffs, suppressing the anger boiling within, before lifting his leg and delivering a forceful kick to Cheng Nuo's chest, sending him sprawling backward from his seat. Retracting his leg, he stated coolly, "I am here to comfort you, not to endure your lectures. You are ungrateful and perpetuating your own faults." With that, he opened the door and left, not sparing Cheng Nuo another glance. As he stepped out, he spotted Xiao Ji waiting by the window for him. Fang Yin approached Xiao Ji. "Didn't you say you were going back to your room? What are you doing here?" Xiao Ji observed Fang Yin's cigarette, sensing that his mood had notably deteriorated since their last meeting with Cheng Nuo. Without uttering a word, he reached out, took the cigarette from Fang Yin's hand, extinguished it on the windowsill, and embraced him. Fang Yin seldom opened his heart to others. Cheng Nuo had accompanied him for a considerable time, and he genuinely regarded Cheng Nuo as a friend. After years of camaraderie, they were left with nothing but grievances. Fang Yin, despite his inner strength and independence, was not impervious to emotions, and in that moment, Xiao Ji's embrace touched the softest part of his heart. He buried his face in Xiao Ji's neck and confessed, "I must part ways with Cheng Nuo." Xiao Ji was fully aware of the events that had transpired in Cheng Nuo's room. He gently stroked the back of Fang Yin's head, reassuring him, "I am here for you." Fang Yin closed his eyes and wrapped his arms around Xiao Ji, for the first time revealing his vulnerability. "Xiao Ji, please don't leave me." Chapter 31. The Little Star and His Fiery Benefactor in Xiao Ji's Memory. The phoenix had always been formidable. Born as an omen of good fortune, endowed with boundless power, and fiercely independent, it was more challenging to contend with than even the divine warriors. Over a century ago, the once mighty Changming Xianjun, who commanded the forces of destruction, entered seclusion to undergo tribulations. The phoenix single-handedly suppressed the demonic legions of 3,000, choosing to perish rather than seek the assistance of other divine warriors. Out of sheer pride, when Xiao Ji retrieved the phoenix from the sea of flames and corpses, the proud creature that had once pierced Xiao Ji's heart with its wing had transformed. It was no longer the fierce phoenix, but a newly reborn fiery chick. Holding its head high, Xiao Ji had never imagined that such a proud and stubborn being would one day lean on his shoulder and utter the words, "Don't leave me." As a kept companion of Fang Yin, Xiao Ji could fulfill the task of accompanying Fang Yin through the fleeting journey of human life. Yet, as Xiao Ji himself, he could not make any promises to the phoenix. He did not respond to Fang Yin's plea, but merely turned his head to kiss his temple, soothing him. "My little darling is tired and wishes to sleep." Fang Yin chuckled, playfully pinching Xiao Ji, "You little brat," as they descended the stairs. Passing the room where Xiao Ji originally stayed, he intended to ask Fang Yin if he would compromise for the night. However, Fang Yin took the initiative, leading Xiao Ji to another bedroom opposite the three-person room, which was the double room they had missed out on earlier. "Is this against the rules?" Xiao Ji inquired. Fang Yin pushed Xiao Ji onto the bed, asserting, "Do you really believe the production team would make me sleep on the sofa?" Xiao Ji pondered for a moment. "But if I don't return tonight, so you will." Fang Yin pinched Xiao Ji's face, commanding him to be silent. "I'm not in the best of moods tonight. Be considerate, Xiao Ji, and don't mention others in front of me." The production team's regulations paled in comparison to Fang Yin's feelings. Xiao Ji understood the importance of priorities, always placing his objectives first. Thus, he took Fang Yin to shower, inquiring about the meaning behind the words Cheng Nuo had said earlier. Fang Yin is a person of his word. He never goes back on promises he has made. As the mist enveloped the surroundings, he knelt before Xiao Ji. Being away from home, many matters were indeed inconvenient. After tirelessly toiling for 2 days, Fang Yin, utterly exhausted, nestled into Xiao Ji's embrace after a refreshing bath, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Xiao Ji contemplated sleeping on the floor, yet Fang Yin held him tightly, showing no inclination to change positions or release his grip. Wishing not to disturb him, Xiao Ji patiently awaited Fang Yinyan's deep sleep, but unexpectedly, he himself drifted off into a drowsy state. At precisely 5:20 in the morning, Xiao Ji rose on time and quietly departed from Fang Yinyan's room, returning to his own to wash up and change clothes. Outside, dawn had yet to break. Su Yu, hearing the commotion, groggily turned over and extended a slender, pale leg from her covers, her pajama shorts too short to provide adequate coverage, leaving her exposed to the cool air. Regrettably, Xiao Ji did not spare her a glance. After completing his morning routine, he simply opened the door and descended the stairs to prepare breakfast. Upon hearing the door, Su Yu opened her eyes, clicked her tongue in annoyance, and withdrew her leg back under the covers. Normally, at this hour, no one would be awake. Just as Xiao Ji placed whole wheat toast into the toaster, he felt arms encircle his waist from behind, a chin resting on his shoulder as a voice murmured, "Could you please add 2 extra slices of bacon? Thank you." The raspy tone carried a hint of fatigue. Xiao Ji turned and kissed Fang Yinyan's forehead, asking, "Why aren't you still asleep?" Fang Yinyan replied, listlessly, "The live broadcast starts at 8. I must maintain a distance. I fear you might miss me. I promised to spend more time with you last night, but I couldn't help but fall asleep." Xiao Ji found Fang Yinyan to be rather childish. Yet his soft and clingy demeanor was endearing. "If you're tired, just sleep a bit longer. You need not accompany me," he suggested. Fang Yinyan huffed in response. "Enough with your sweet words. If I truly do not accompany you, who knows when you might sulk and give me the cold shoulder." Xiao Ji, taken aback, replied, "I wouldn't." Fang Yinyan, unconvinced, countered, "Stop denying it. Why are you always so contradictory? I've told you several times, if you miss me, just say so. You need to hold back. Do you think I wouldn't indulge you?" With the conversation reaching this point, Xiao Ji knew that if he uttered anything further that displeased Fang Yinyan, he would likely face a reprimand. He felt powerless to argue and simply closed his mouth, conceding to Fang Yinyan's words. Fang Yinyan wrapped his arms around Xiao Ji's waist, leaning against him languidly, watching the diligent sight of Xiao Ji pouring oil to fry the bacon. Unfulfilled desires from the previous night began to stir within him. Just as he contemplated greeting Xiao Ji with a morning salutation, he noticed Xiao Ji's ears twitch, followed by a firm grip on his wrist as Xiao Ji swiftly extricated himself from Fang Yinyan's embrace. Realizing that Xiao Ji was avoiding him, Fang Yinyan immediately grew displeased. "Are you avoiding me?" Xiao Ji shushed him, "Be quiet." Upon hearing this, Fang Yinyan quickly understood. Xiao Ji had likely heard something. Sure enough, the next moment, a female voice resonated from behind them. "Mr. Fang, Teacher Xiao, why are you both up so early?" Fang Yinyan turned around and was instantly filled with annoyance upon seeing Su Yu descending the stairs in her pajamas. Without uttering a word, he emerged from the kitchen, took a seat at the dining table, and began scrolling through the news on his phone. Fang Yinyan did not engage with Su Yu, and Xiao Ji dared not speak either. Silently, he stood in the kitchen, stuffing the freshly cooked bacon and eggs into slices of toast, neatly plating them, and warming 2 cups of milk, which he then brought to the table, facing Fang Yinyan as they commenced their breakfast. At that moment, Su Yu, feeling overlooked, suddenly recognized that her arrival may have been ill-timed. Although she saw nothing, an inexplicable sense of having stumbled upon a secret washed over her. Standing before the refrigerator, she nonchalantly retrieved a bottle of milk, subtly observing Xiao Ji and Fang Yinyan as she moved back and forth. The two remained entirely silent, devoid of any communication or even a shared glance. Yet, Su Yu sensed that something was amiss. Without speaking, she held onto the milk and quietly ascended the stairs, pausing in a discreet spot on the staircase to observe them for a while. Finding no interaction between the two, she thoughtfully returned to her room. Fang Yinyan hesitated to speak for a long while until Xiao Ji broke the silence, informing him that the others had left. Only then did he mutter irritably, "I told you long ago not to come to this wretched show. I have my own people, and even speaking requires stealth. I have to guard against others' prying eyes. It would be better to head back. I am not unable to support you, so why endure this humiliation here?" He wanted to add that the meager earnings Xiao Ji made from filming this program paled in comparison to what he often lost. However, fearing that such words might wound Xiao Ji's pride, he swallowed them. Xiao Ji himself harbored no enthusiasm for the notion of being a celebrity. To speak frankly, in his long life, the number of pursuits that genuinely intrigued him could be counted on one hand. Seeing Xiao Ji remain silent, Fang Yinyan assumed his words had displeased him, and he suppressed his irritation, adding, "Once this program wraps up, I will tailor a script for you. You can focus on acting, and I will ensure you receive a prominent role and become the best actor." Unexpectedly, Xiao Ji shook his head, stating no. "After this program concludes, I intend to retire from the industry." Fang Yinyan thought Xiao Ji was merely speaking in anger and did not take it to heart. After all, Xiao Ji had climbed into his bed for the sake of resources. The idea of retirement was something to be dismissed lightly. Yet, he refrained from confronting Xiao Ji. For Fang Yinyan harbored selfish motives. During this time of secrecy and caution, he secretly wished for Xiao Ji to retire. Rather than flourishing in the entertainment industry, attracting public attention, Fang Yinyan preferred that Xiao Ji be someone incapable of doing anything on his own, reliant solely on him for sustenance. However, such thoughts were shameful, and Fang Yinyan held no desire to voice them openly. He still wished to respect Xiao Ji's career. After finishing his meal, Xiao Ji voluntarily gathered the dishes and returned to his room 10 minutes before the program was set to air. Suyu sat at the edge of her bed, her mind wandering. She pondered deeply, feeling an unsettling dissonance. Xiao Ji and Cheng Nuo belonged to the same company, and Fang Yinyan was both Cheng Nuo's and Xiao Ji's superior. Though their interactions were scarce, Xiao Ji's indifference radiated from within, while Fang Yinyan exuded a capricious nature, capable of resorting to coercive measures. Earlier, as she descended the stairs, though unaware of the preceding events, she had witnessed a fleeting evasive motion from Xiao Ji, accompanied by Fang Yinyan seemingly uttering something akin to "Why hide from me?" Furthermore, considering the drama Xiao Ji had previously starred in and the ambiguities surrounding Fang Yinyan's orientation, Suyu increasingly suspected that Fang Yinyan's pursuit of the production team was likely motivated by an interest in Xiao Ji. After observing Xiao Ji for an extended period, she suddenly inquired, "Xiao Ji, has Fang Yinyan threatened you?" Xiao Ji was taken aback, surprised by Suyu's perceptive abilities and intuition. However, maintaining his composure, he replied, "What could he possibly threaten me with?" Suyu spoke candidly. "Is he harboring ulterior motives towards you?" Xiao Ji met her gaze, initially intending to deny it. But upon reflection, he thought that perhaps dispelling any lingering notions Suyu had about him could ease their future interactions. After a brief silence, he posed a question. "Why not consider it the other way around? What if I were the one with ulterior motives?" Suyu and Xiao Ji exchanged glances. "Fang Yinyan is not someone who is easily approached," she remarked. Xiao Ji nodded. "Do you recall when I mentioned my ideal type?" Suyu paused, immediately reminded of their conversation from the previous day, as well as Fang Yinyan's demeanor when discussing Xiao Ji. She opened her mouth, and after a moment of incredulity, exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? You are so brazen in telling me this. Aren't you afraid I might expose you?" Xiao Ji fixed his gaze upon Suyu's eyes, asserting, "You wouldn't dare. I reveal this to you so you can provide cover for me. If this matter comes to light, Fang Yinyan would be the first to target you." Suyu cursed under her breath, regretting her moment of kindness in questioning Xiao Ji. Little did she know that Xiao Ji and Fang Yinyan were, in fact, mutually complicit. She ground her molars together. "I want to divulge this, but please exercise caution. In a crowd, words can be twisted, and I could end up bearing the brunt of it." Xiao Ji understood the balance of benevolence and authority, the duality of reward and reprimand. "Mind your words and align with my needs, and after the program concludes, I will arrange for Fang Yinyan to sign you as an artist." Suyu, recognizing the practicality of the situation, replied, "Will there be roles for me?" Xiao Ji did not provide a definitive answer, merely stating, "Your success depends on your own capabilities." In the final second before 8 o'clock, all unspeakable truths were shrouded in secrecy. As on the previous day, everyone adhered to the production team's schedule for a new round of filming, albeit with one notable difference. Cheng Nuo had taken a 3-day leave of absence. The rooms were also reallocated. To maintain discretion, Xiao Ji and Suyu were assigned to share a room, while Fang Yinyan was given a single accommodation. On the afternoon of the first day, 7 individuals were divided into 2 groups to rendezvous at a designated location. Later that evening, after the live broadcast concluded, Xiao knocked on Fang Yinyan's single-room door, expressionless, gesturing for him to step outside. Without uttering a word, Xiao entered Fang Yinyan's room and closed the door behind him, leaving Fang Yinyan bewildered. Turning around, he spotted Xiao Ji leaning against the wall in the corridor, a smile gracing his features as he observed him. The group had previously visited an amusement park together. That night, once the broadcast had ended, Fang Yinyan entered Xiao Ji's room, while Xiao rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Cheng Nuo returned early. The rooms were reassigned once again. With the assistance of 037, Xiao Ji and Fang Yinyan were allocated to a double room, while Cheng Nuo and Gu Yao were placed in single rooms. Gu Yao had been residing in a triple room for several days, and upon finally enjoying solitude without the presence of any males, her first action after the broadcast was to wash her underwear meticulously and hang it on the balcony. After completing this task, she sat on the balcony, basking in the evening breeze, and noticed a brown-backed shrike perched on the railing. The shrike appeared quite round, lacking a neck, and leaned against the railing like a ball with a tail. Gu Yao extended her hand toward the shrike, enticing it. "Come here. I have something tasty for you." The shrike stared at her, motionless, as if contemplating her sanity. As Gu Yao made a move to grasp it, the shrike took flight, flapping away. She thought little of it, lingering for a while longer before returning indoors, closing the floor-to-ceiling door and extinguishing the lights. Unbeknownst to her, after some time, the shrike on the eaves called forth a flock of birds. Simultaneously, Cheng Nuo, who was preparing to rest, heard a series of knocks echoing from outside. He rose to open the door, only to find it empty. Thinking he had misheard, he returned to bed. But soon the sound of tapping against the window reached his ears. Approaching the window, he opened it, yet saw nothing. As he was about to close it, the knocking at the door resumed. Cheng Nuo, feeling increasingly anxious, called out, "Who is it?" No response came. However, the knocking persisted. His heart raced as he forgot about the open window, moving toward the door to open it once more, finding himself still alone. Peering into the corridor, he saw no one, neither a soul nor even a specter. He was wholly fixated on the door, unaware that a flock of dark little birds had already infiltrated his room, flitting into his half-open wardrobe. Just as Cheng Nuo confirmed that no one was outside and turned to close the door once again, the birds erupted from the window, creating a fluttering commotion. One large-billed crow, jostled by the chaos, collided with the window frame, producing a noise before plummeting outside. Cheng Nuo, startled by the sound, turned abruptly, yet saw nothing. Perched on the doorframe of his room, a woodpecker, ready to continue its pecking, paused at the sound of the birds outside, tilting its head before flying away down the corridor through the open window. Cheng Nuo spent a restless night. At the break of dawn the following day, at 7 o'clock, footsteps and murmured conversations could be heard outside. He opened the door to find everyone gathered at the stairway, with Gu Yao appearing somewhat pale, her cheeks stained with tears, exuding an air of helplessness. Cheng Nuo glanced at the crowd and inquired, "What is the matter?" Li Yin gently patted Gu Yao's back and explained, "Yao Yao has lost something. She suspects that someone climbed onto her balcony in the middle of the night." Cheng Nuo frowned. What was lost? Was it of significant value? The group exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Gu Yao refrained from disclosing the nature of her loss, merely stating that the intruder had not entered her room but had lingered on the balcony. It was evident that whatever was lost on the balcony was of such importance that it elicited a strong reaction from Gu Yao. The gravity of the situation was alarming. It directly pertained to the safety of all the female guests present and warranted no leniency. Li Yun poursuit Herlips. I suggest that the production team investigate the staff's accommodations, and perhaps we should check each other's rooms as well. Fang Yinyan and Xiao Ji stood in the far corner. He tugged at Xiao Ji's sleeve, asking, "Do you have any leads?" Xiao Ji shook his head, having been preoccupied with Fang Yinyan's pestering the previous night. He had not paid attention to external matters. He silently summoned 037. Do you know what happened? Chapter 33. The Little Star and His Volatile Benefactor. Part 33. 037 yawned. Appearing lethargic, What are you referring to? Xiao Ji, with limited patience, pressed on. Did you not clock in last night? 037 vehemently denied. What do you mean by not clocking in? Am I expected to monitor your mating rituals all night? Despite its flippant remarks, it did not neglect its duty and soon identified the perpetrator from the previous night. It was a collective act, it stated gravely. Xiao Ji furrowed his brow. Who were they? 037 suddenly burst into laughter. You might not believe this, but it was a flock of birds. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji immediately grasped the implication. That shrike? 037 was somewhat taken aback. Out of sync with the times, this shrike has gained sentience, seeking a more spiritually enriched realm. It must indeed be an exceptional being. Xiao Ji, deep in thought, chose not to elaborate further. Gu Yao's predicament left the four female guests present feeling uneasy, and naturally, no one opposed Li Yun's suggestion. The four women turned their attention to the four men. Zhao Jiadong spoke first. I have no objections. My suitcase is wide open on the floor of my room. Neither Xiao Ji nor Cheng Nuo responded. Cheng Nuo was in a less than ideal state, thus could not muster much concern regarding the matter. Xiao Ji, on the other hand, was preoccupied with pondering whether any details might expose his relationship with Fang Yinyan. Fang Yinyan, evidently attuned to Xiao Ji's thoughts, after a moment of contemplation, suggested, let us first inspect our own, as we are all public figures. It would not reflect well on us, and should it be a misunderstanding, the fallout could be detrimental. Li Yin responded, I concur. Let us ascertain that the issue does not stem from within our ranks before approaching the production team. It would not benefit Yao for this to become public. Discretion is of the utmost importance. The fear of public opinion loomed large, even though Gu Yao was the victim in this scenario. Once the information circulated, there would inevitably be a multitude of individuals engaging in victim blaming, criticizing Gu Yao's character and conduct. Even in the absence of such circumstances, no one would willingly expose the embarrassment of losing their undergarments for all to witness, as it would tarnish Gu Yao's reputation. With no dissenting opinions, Li Yin proposed that Gu Yao take charge. Now that we are all gathered here, let us refrain from returning to our respective rooms. I suggest our male compatriots bear witness to this matter. I will accompany Yao, and we shall confront Lai and Su Yu before everyone. What do you all think? Fang Yinyan replied nonchalantly, I have no objections. Xiao Ji glanced at his watch, seemingly lost in thought. We could start by searching my and teacher Fang's rooms. Fang Yinyan exchanged a glance with Xiao Ji, but remained silent. Lai and Su Yu shared a look before entering the rooms of Xiao Ji and Fang Yinyan. One after the other, the abruptness of the situation left the rooms, including those of Fang Yinyan and Xiao Ji, in disarray. Upon arriving at Xiao Ji's door, Su Yu pushed it open first, revealing tightly drawn curtains. Two beds were present, one in utter disarray, its sheets askew and nearly touching the ground, while the other appeared pristine, as if untouched for the night. A trash bin by the bedside overflowed with used tissues, raising numerous suspicions and inviting conjecture. Aside from that, the room bore no other incriminating items. Fortunately, the focus of the onlookers was not on that. Lai entered the room and drew the curtains aside, unveiling a balcony adorned with two distinctly styled pairs of underwear. One was black and bullet-shaped, subtly provocative, while the other, a pastel green floral pair, was more overtly suggestive. It was difficult to ascertain the owner of either pair. After a moment of silence, Lai pulled the curtains back again and inquired, May I open, Mr. Fang and teacher Zhao's suitcases? Fang Yinyan nodded without a word, and Xiao Ji remained equally silent. Lai then proceeded to open both suitcases before the gathered audience, revealing them to be empty. Meanwhile, Su Yu rummaged through the wardrobe and every drawer and cabinet in the room, but to no avail. The bathroom contained only two bath towels haphazardly tossed on the rack, with nothing else of significance. I apologize, Mr. Fang, teacher Xiao, for the intrusion, Lai expressed apologetically. Xiao Ji continued to remain mute, while Fang Yinyan, despite his usual composure, felt a twinge of guilt and, adhering to the principle of saying little to avoid errors, merely responded, It's fine. Next, they searched the triple room where Lai, Li Yun, and Zhao Jiadong resided. The girls' belongings were more numerous than those of the boys. But due to the sensitive nature of some items, Li Yun invited Gu Yao into the room and closed the door. 5 minutes later, the 4 young women emerged, saying nothing and heading directly to Cheng Nua's room. Unaware of the situation, Cheng Nua displayed a cooperative demeanor when Lai asked if he could open his suitcase. Su Yu, as usual, proceeded to search the wardrobe. The wardrobe of the production team bears little distinction from an ordinary closet, primarily featuring a central partition. Particularly when there are not many garments to accommodate, the topmost and bottommost shelves are rendered nearly useless. It is immediately evident that, apart from a few pieces of clothing, there is nothing else. However, just as Suyu was about to slide the wardrobe door shut, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A delicate lavender women's undergarment fell from the upper blind spot of the partition. Simultaneously, a small, rounded brown-backed shrike made its appearance in the monitoring room, seizing the moment when the staff turned their back to pour tea and deftly pecked at a bright red button. At precisely 7:53 a.m., unbeknownst to anyone, the live broadcast was connected prematurely. All the guests congregated at the entrance of Cheng Nua's room. Their expressions varied and captivating. Suyu stood before the wardrobe, her hair styled in a high bun, adorned with a lavender undergarment. Cheng Nua's face stiffened, and the scene seemed to freeze. The audience that fortuitously entered the live room was greeted by this striking tableau. As the barrage of question marks erupted in the comments and a live stream began to be shared frantically, with countless viewers flooding in, the viewer count skyrocketed. Cheng Nua finally spoke. It wasn't me. I didn't steal her underwear. Suyu raised her hand, pulling the undergarment from her bun and placing it on the table. She then looked up at the topmost shelf of the wardrobe, fetched a stool from the room, and stood upon it, discovering, as expected, a matching pair of women's panties. What she failed to notice was a small, black-capped crow quietly perched in the corner of the wardrobe. Without extracting the panties, Suyu leaned out to address the crowd outside. There is another piece also in the wardrobe. The live broadcast concluded at this juncture, as the shrike, tilting its head, pressed the red button once more just as the staff finished pouring water and prepared to turn around, flying out of the monitoring room. Except for Xiao Ji, no one noticed the brief flicker of the camera's red light in the corner before it dimmed again. All eyes were fixed on Cheng Nua. Fang Yin Nian turned to leave, with Xiao Ji following closely behind, offering a reminder. Inform Cheng Nua's agent to prepare for crisis management. Chapter 34. The Little Star and His Irritable Benefactor. Part 34. Xiao Ji had his own plans, and Cheng Nua could not withdraw at this moment. Fang Yin Nian exchanged pleasantries with the production team, summoned Xiao Lin, and immediately contacted Cheng Nua's agent. Just as the call ended, several trending searches erupted on a social media platform, swiftly climbing into the top 50 within mere minutes. Shocking. Best actor Cheng Nua caught stealing female guest S underwear. Fang Yin Nian's temples throbbed incessantly as he shut off his phone, cursing, "What a wretched fool. If he is unwell, he should seek help. What nonsense is this? Why can't he just be a decent actor instead of a pervert?" Xiao Ji offered a dispassionate consolation. "Perhaps it's a misunderstanding." Fang Yin Nian shot a glance at Xiao Ji. "He harbors resentment towards you, and yet you remain so kind, still speaking in his favor?" Xiao Ji promptly fell silent and went to pour water for Fang Yin Nian. In the upper room, facing the crowd's skepticism, Cheng Nua found herself at a loss for words. "I truly do not know. If it were indeed mine, I would not consent to your searching my room." Suyu regarded Cheng Nua, saying, however, the garment was hidden so discreetly that, had it not fallen out on its own, I might not have discovered it. She had not intentionally moved a stool to inspect the upper compartments of others' wardrobes. By sheer coincidence, it happened to fall out here. And whether others believed Cheng Nua's words was uncertain. Suyu, for one, held her doubts. Lai had previously harbored a fondness for Cheng Nua, but following this incident, all affection dissipated, extinguishing any desire to converse as he turned back to his room. Li Yun entered her room, neatly folding Gu Yao's clothes and tucking them into the hem of her own top, saying to Gu Yao, "You should return to rest. How to handle this moving forward, you must discuss with your manager." The group quickly dispersed, and upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, the production team was once again compelled to halt the broadcast. They insisted that public relations on Cheng Nua's end be resolved before determining whether she could remain on the show, contingent upon the outcome of the handling and public sentiment. Xiao Ji and Yin Nian returned to their room, leaning against the table. Xiao Ji looked at Yin Nian and inquired, "Will you protect Qingnuo?" Yin Nian had yet to reach a decision. Before he could respond, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. The door was unlocked, and Yin Nian called, "Come in." Qingnuo entered, pulling out a chair to sit. "Nian, I have something to discuss with you. Could you ask Xiao Ji to step out?" Yin Nian was not surprised by Qingnuo's visit and replied directly, "No need. Xiao Ji is my ally." Qingnuo raised a hand to wipe her forehead, poised to speak again when Xiao Ji stood up and exited, closing the door behind him. Yin Nian glanced at Xiao Ji's departing figure and lit a cigarette. "Speak." Qingnuo pondered for a moment, also lighting a cigarette. "I understand that we have reached a critical juncture in our brotherhood. Once this program concludes, I will terminate my contract with the company, and I will bear the penalty myself." Yin Nian had indeed felt a sense of disappointment towards Qingnuo recently, yet he had already expressed his grievances and released the pent-up frustration he had harbored. He was not vengeful, and with Qingnuo, for the time being, it had not reached the point of enmity. "No need. I'm indifferent to your penalty," Yin Nian retorted. "Listen to me first, Nian," Qingnuo interjected. "There are matters I have kept bottled up for a long time. Do you know Chui Fan?" Yin Nian replied, "I do not." "Then you should inquire with your father. Chui Fan is my biological father, and his death was caused by your father's actions," Qingnuo stated. Upon hearing this, Yin Nian's expression grew stern. "Is this your motive for approaching me?" Qingnuo denied it, saying, "When the incident occurred, we were both young. I was raised in the Chung family since my earliest memories. I only learned of the truth later. My adoptive father deliberately had me draw near to you, but honestly, what could child comprehend? My feelings for you over the years have been genuine. Yet, the enmity between our families is real. I did entertain thoughts of betrayal, but I cannot bring myself to do so, which is why I stand here now to lay everything bare. However, at this juncture, I am acutely aware that we cannot return to the past, and I harbor no desire to conceal the truth from you. I find myself unable to take decisive action against you. I merely implore you to assist me one final time, allowing me to withdraw with my dignity intact. From this point forward, paths shall diverge, and whether in life or death, I vow never to intrude upon your existence again." Yin Nian remained oblivious to the events of yesteryears, and discussing them now evoked no profound sentiments within him. In mere moments, he reflected upon the myriad memories shared between himself and Qingnuo. Indeed, they had mutually accompanied one another to this very juncture. Though he did not wholly trust Qingnuo's words, it was undeniable that over the years, Qingnuo had not betrayed him. Since Qingnuo had offered him the truth, he resolved to remain vigilant, believing that such caution would prevent further complications. Drawing a deep breath, he extinguished the half-burned cigarette in the ashtray, expressing a hope that she would honor her word and refrain from reappearing in his life. Qingnuo offered a self-deprecating smile, cautioning him to remain wary of Xiao Ji. Yin Nian narrowed his eyes. "Even at this moment, you feel compelled to undermine Xiao Ji? I truly do not comprehend how he has offended you." Qingnuo's gaze dripped with irony. "He has not wronged me, dear Nian. I merely wish to remind you of the foundation upon which Xiao Ji ascended to your presence. Surely, you have not forgotten? Have you ever pondered why I chose to assist him?" When Yin Nian initially learned of Qingnuo's connection to his own life, he felt only a ripple of intrigue. It was not until Xiao Ji entered the discourse that tumultuous waves surged within him, prompting agitation. "What relevance does Xiao Ji have to this?" Qingnuo chuckled lightly. "Nian, after all these years, you remain unchanged, appearing astute yet perpetually deceived by others. Had you conducted a thorough investigation, you would have discovered that after sharing your bed, Xiao Ji met with me privately. I witnessed your interest in him while you watched his dramas in the office. I invited him to collaborate with me, to draw closer to you, to gather evidence of your hidden transgressions, and to avenge my father. Yet I have since regretted my choices and dared not voice this to you, which is why I repeatedly urged you to beware of Xiao Ji. Nian, do you suppose Xiao Ji has ever divulged your secrets to me? A mere wall away, The alarm blared. Xiao Ji, Chung Nuo has made his intentions known. He has thrown caution to the wind. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow. Before he could inquire further about the situation inside, Chung Nuo pushed the door open and exited. He cast a glance at Xiao Ji, sneering coldly, and without uttering a word, made his way directly to the staircase, descending without hesitation. Xiao Ji observed Chung Nuo's triumphant retreat, sensing impending trouble but not overly concerned. He first visited the office where the production team was stationed to retrieve his phone, then returned to the corridor outside his room. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the doorknob and turned it. Chapter 35. The Young Star and His Irate Patron. Part 35. Yin Nian sat with his back to the door, positioned in a chair facing the balcony. Hearing the sound of the door, he remained unperturbed, not even lifting his eyelids. Xiao Ji approached him from behind, calling out, "Brother Nian." Yin Nian had long understood that Xiao Ji's interest in him was motivated by resources. Yet he had never anticipated that Xiao Ji had engaged in a transaction with Chung Nuo. Between him and Xiao Ji, although it was a relationship cloaked in the guise of sponsorship, Yin Nian believed he treated Xiao Ji fairly. Not only had he never wronged Xiao Ji, but he also indulged him in every matter. Whenever Xiao Ji wore a displeased expression, Yin Nian never took it to heart. To put it plainly, he regarded Xiao Ji as his own, willing to pamper and indulge him. He would not utter any overly sentimental words. But each concession he made in the presence of Xiao Ji was entirely voluntary. To speak of love might be too profound and complex, yet it undoubtedly carried a measure of sincere affection. Now, suddenly doused with cold water, the anger was palpable. He moved his throat, wanting to demand that Xiao Ji leave. Yet before hearing Xiao Ji's defense firsthand, he felt a lingering reluctance. Chung Nuo laid the cards on the table. "You belong to him." Xiao Ji denied it. I do not." Yin Nian would not make baseless accusations, nor would he condemn Xiao Ji solely based on Chung Nuo's word. So after Chung Nuo departed, he made 2 phone calls. One was to Old Master Fong, inquiring about Shui Fan. The other was to the company's security department to investigate the interactions between Chung Nuo and Xiao Ji. Chung Nuo had meticulously noted the time of their private meeting, and as expected, the surveillance footage outside the company captured Xiao Ji exiting and entering Chung Nuo's car. Listening to Xiao Ji's denials, he felt his fists begin to harden. At 5:17 p.m. on July 4th, "You got into Chung Nuo's car. Where did you go?" Xiao Ji answered honestly, "Chung Nuo's home." Yin Nian gritted his teeth. "Has your relationship progressed to the point where you can casually visit each other's homes?" Xiao Ji recognized Yin Nian's anger and approached him. Attempting to explain, "It wasn't a visit. He came to find me." Before he could finish, Yin Nian seized his collar. "Xiao Ji, how dare you? Have I not treated you well enough? Is this how you repay my kindness?" "Huh?" Xiao Ji did not resist, merely meeting Yin Nian's gaze with calm, unruffled eyes. As their eyes locked, Yin Nian suddenly felt that all the obedience and meticulous care Xiao Ji had shown him seemed utterly insincere. He felt as though all the affection and concern he had previously sensed were nothing but deception. Even the earlier remarks he had made to Xiao Ji about not liking him too much, and if he missed him, he should just say so, now felt like a self-indulgent joke. He knew well that in a sponsorship relationship, love should not be mentioned. He understood that a relationship born of mutual benefit should not demand sincerity. Yet he could not help but ask, "Xiao Ji, have you ever treated me sincerely?" Xiao Ji felt that at this moment, he ought to placate Yin Nian, saying whatever he wished to hear. However, Yin Nian seemed to see through his thoughts, warning him, empty words are better left unspoken. Thus, Xiao Ji simply replied, "I have not collaborated with Chung Nuo, nor have I betrayed you." Upon hearing this, Yin Nian grasped Xiao Ji's implication. No collaboration, no betrayal, and likewise, no sincerity. In that instant, all his pent-up fury and the blood coursing through his veins seemed to congeal. The chill in his hands and feet was so intense that even his fingertips could not help but tremble. Yin Nian gazed at Xiao Ji's calm demeanor, feeling as though all of his fervor had been misplaced. He struggled to suppress the impulse to simply eliminate Xiao Ji, stating, Get out, Xiao Ji. I am done with you. He forcefully released his grip on Xiao Ji's collar, closed his eyes, and made it evident that he was unwilling to engage in further conversation. Xiao Ji stood up and sent an audio file from his phone to Fang Yin Nian, one that could prove he had never colluded with Cheng Nuo from the very beginning. Before departing the room, at that moment, the ever-timely 037 made its presence known. I had already told you, Little Phoenix is not easily deceived. Now, it is no longer just a matter of whether you have collaborated with Cheng Nuo. What he truly cares about is that you have never genuinely treated him with sincerity. Xiao Ji sighed, informed the higher-ups. I am unable to fulfill this task. Please assign me another. After a moment's contemplation, 037 asked, Are you certain? To which Xiao Ji affirmed, Indeed, I am certain. Little Phoenix and I are simply not meant to be. No matter how much I learn or how I try to accommodate him, it will never align with what he desires. 037 understood that forcing a situation rarely yields sweet fruits, yet it felt disheartened to witness everything seemingly progressing positively, only to regress abruptly. Moreover, as an onlooker, 037 could see that Fang Yinian had undeniably developed feelings for Xiao Ji. It attempted to advocate for Fang Yinian. As long as you can learn to invest your heart sincerely, given Little Phoenix's current feelings for you, this task would not be insurmountable. However, Xiao Ji suddenly lost his patience, can't you see? I have no idea how to offer my heart sincerely. 037 rolled its eyes. Fine, stubborn one, I shall let you have your way. Tomorrow, I will submit the request. Once the task is reassigned, let someone else pursue Little Phoenix. Do not regret it then. Xiao Ji muted 037, feeling an unprecedented wave of agitation. He retreated to the backyard, squatting on the steps and whistling at the sky. Before long, a brown-backed shrike fluttered down from a nearby treetop, landing before him. Xiao Ji reached out and poked the shrike's chest, causing it to tumble. The shrike stood, flapped its wings, spun in circles, and pecked at Xiao Ji's fingers. I know your intentions are good, but stealing someone's intimate belongings is both unethical and rather indecent. Please refrain from such actions in the future, Xiao Ji remarked softly. The shrike tilted its head, seemingly confused, and then pecked at the tip of Xiao Ji's shoe. That evening, Xiao Ji did not return to his room, but instead spent the night on a bench in the courtyard. In order to prevent Cheng Nuo from further disturbing him, Fang Yinian managed the public relations matter quite adeptly, clarifying that the issue regarding the lingerie was merely a misunderstanding, claiming the items were left behind by previous guests at the estate and that the leaked information was merely a joke among friends. The credibility of the claim mattered little. Money could easily sway public opinion. The show must go on, and Fang Yinian negotiated with the production team to withdraw a week later when new artists were scheduled to join. During this period, it became evident to all that the relationships between Xiao Ji, Fang Yinian, and Cheng Nuo had grown increasingly delicate, each becoming more taciturn than the last, with no one daring to utter a word to one another. Even under the same roof, sharing meals at the same table, the three deliberately averted their gazes from each other. Occasionally, when they crossed paths in the corridor, they exhibited a demeanor as if they were complete strangers. Cheng Nuo had managed to clear her name off camera, yet within the confines of the program, she found herself at a loss for words. Since the incident involving Gu Yao's underwear had surfaced, aside from Zhao Jiadong, who still maintained polite communication with Cheng Nuo, the other four female participants kept their distance from her, particularly Gu Yao, who seemed to go out of her way to avoid any interaction. Lai felt deceived, and even in front of the cameras, her disdain for Cheng Nuo was difficult to conceal. Under Xiao Ji's deliberate evasion, any situation that required two individuals to leave together to complete a task was intentionally arranged to avoid Fang Yinian. Throughout the program, everyone had lost the enthusiasm they initially possessed, treating the entire experience as mere work, while off camera, they awkwardly refrained from making eye contact. Only before the cameras did they feign harmony. On the sixth day, following the incident, which was also the day before Fang Yinian planned to withdraw from the program, the production team arranged a group camping activity. 17 kilometers north of the ancient town lay a mountain renowned for its camping and stargazing. At 7:30 in the morning, everyone packed their bags and set off in a vehicle. The van, accommodating 9, could seat precisely 8 participants alongside the driver, while the production staff traveled in another vehicle. Due to the peculiar attitudes displayed by Xiao Ji and Yin Nian in recent days, the others instinctively clustered together, unwilling to approach the two. True to his punctual nature, Xiao Ji arrived on time, being the first to board the vehicle and claiming a window seat in the last row. When Yin Nian received a phone call and boarded, the only available seat left was next to Xiao Ji. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and took her place beside him. In their usual company, the two never found themselves alone, and it sufficed for everyone to maintain their distance. For several nights, Xiao Ji had slept in the courtyard, returning to his room promptly at 7:59 in the morning, leaving no opportunity for conversation before the program resumed. Yin Nian had heard the recording Xiao Ji sent him and had often been unable to resist the urge to secretly observe him lying on the bench in the courtyard through the window. A pang of bitterness gripped her heart. Yet since he had proposed ending their relationship, Xiao Ji had not spoken a word to her, clearly respecting her wishes. Yin Nian could not bring herself to initiate a conversation with him. However, now that they sat side by side, Xiao Ji's demeanor, as if she were invisible while he silently gazed out the window, undoubtedly pushed her pin-up emotions to their breaking point. At that moment, the cameras connected to the live broadcast inside the vehicle had not yet been activated. Once the vehicle began to move, the passengers began to converse quietly. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, Yin Nian turned to Xiao Ji and said, "I heard the recording." Xiao Ji cast a sidelong glance at him, slightly nodding to indicate his understanding. As their eyes met, Yin Nian suddenly felt a pang in his nostrils, averting his gaze from Xiao Ji and lowering his head. In truth, Xiao Ji was aware that Yin Nian had been stealing glances at him while he slept these past few nights. 037 incessantly pestered him about what tasks he wished to change, to the point of exasperation, leaving him utterly incapable of making a choice. He sensed that Yin Nian was quite distressed, unable to comprehend why, despite being the one to declare an end, he still adhered obediently, while Yin Nian seemed troubled by something deeper. He only knew that he too was beginning to feel a sense of suffocation. Xiao Ji scrutinized Yin Nian for a long while, causing Yin Nian to feel increasingly uneasy, until he could no longer restrain himself and muttered under his breath, "Stop staring. Do you really want to see me lose my composure?" Xiao Ji frowned, finding Yin Nian's reaction unreasonable. Was he the one losing his composure? He couldn't even control his own gaze, fixated on Yin Nian. Was that not a display of instability? He was at a loss for what to do. Yin Nian had issued no other commands besides not allowing him to look. 037 was on the verge of panic. "He's on the brink of breaking, buddy. Are you truly so vacant?" At this moment, Xiao Ji could not bear to hear anyone speak. Furrowing his brow, he reached out to grasp Yin Nian's hand. Yin Nian attempted to pull away but hesitated, allowing Xiao Ji to entwine their fingers forcefully, feeling as if he were on the verge of tears. In a secluded corner, they held hands, each harboring their own thoughts in silence. The morning rush hour in the city was stifling. As the driver navigated the vehicle along the narrow road at the foot of the mountain, the clock struck 8. Once the live broadcast commenced, Xiao Ji released Yin Nian's hand. The guests and the camera crew arrived simultaneously at the base of the mountain. According to the production team's requirements, they were to hike uphill today, with the guests responsible for distributing their own burdens. Climbing a mountain was no easy feat, and with added weight, everyone immediately began to grumble. Given the current dynamics among the group, it was challenging to foster camaraderie and mutual support. The girls, however, seemed to fare slightly better. The incident involving Qingnua had surprisingly united them. After distributing their respective loads, their gazes turned toward the 4 male guests. "You 4 should decide among yourselves. Our capacities are limited, and taking on too much may hinder everyone," Li Yun said, still smiling at the gentleman. Qingnua, now resigned to her fate, randomly picked up a few items, excusing herself with, "I'm not in the best shape lately, so I can't carry much. I appreciate your efforts." Zhao Jiadong said nothing, casually selecting the largest and heaviest backpack from the remaining 3 and slinging it over his shoulders. Yin Nian appeared somewhat dispirited, showing little reaction. Xiao Ji picked up the last 2 backpacks, weighing them in his hands before handing the relatively lighter one to Fong Yinian. As Fong Yinian lifted his hand to push his sunglasses down from his forehead to obscure his dark circles, preparing to accept the backpack, he heard Xiao Ji say, "Just help me carry it. You don't need to bear the weight." Upon finishing his words, he hoisted the heavier backpack onto his back and then took the bag from Fong Yinian's hands, slinging it across his chest. Fong Yinian frowned. "What are you doing? Do you think I can't carry such a little bit?" Xiao Ji shot him a glance. "Silence and climb your mountain." Although typically assertive, Fong Yinian instinctively fell under control when faced with Xiao Ji's greater dominance. A mild reprimand rendered him compliant, trailing behind Xiao Ji without a word. The group set off toward the mountain peak, with Fong Yinian becoming the one bearing the least weight, only holding a bottle of mineral water. Meanwhile, the audience outside the lens, after several days of quietude, became unusually animated once again. Who understands? Why do I sense a hint of a couple after they spend a few nights together? Oh my God, I've said it before, Xiao Ji cannot be redeemed. He is simply a natural darling of the gay community. I want to ship him with Fong. A few days ago, it seemed they hardly communicated. So why does Fong look so obedient? Is it true that they're now peddling romance on dating shows? Can't they leave the straight market alone? Those shipping male couples should step aside. I've never liked Xiao Ji. What do you mean by peddling? Does Fong need it? If you dislike it, step out. Who forced you to watch? Honestly, I had no interest in dating shows, but I feel there is too much drama in a city of mist. Both overt and covert. It's impossible to stop. I don't know why, but lately, I feel like there is an undercurrent between them, yet they remain silent. Is it just my imagination? Who remembers when Fong called Xiao Ji and said he wanted to support him? Is that true? I really want to ship this. In the eyes of those shipping couples, living together inevitably fosters familiarity. Xiao Ji speaks this way with everyone. Fong seems a bit off lately. Isn't it normal for them to care for each other? Xiao Ji was acutely aware of the audience's feedback. He was uncertain whether he should reconcile with Fong Yinian. He feared that even if they made amends, he would be unable to offer his whole heart and thus fail to earn Fong Yinian's sincerity, leading to inevitable disappointment. Yet, seeing Fong Yinian trudging beside him, lacking his usual decisive vigor, Xiao Ji felt a sense of frustration building within him. He walked in silence for quite some time. When Fong Yinian tugged at his bag strap and asked if he was tired, Xiao Ji, uncertain of his own thoughts, turned to Fong Yinian and said, "Let me have a sip of your water." Chapter 37. The Young Star and His Volatile Benefactor. Part 37. Fong Yinian glanced at the bottle of mineral water in his hand, his voice slightly nasal. "I've already drunk from it. I'll get you another." Xiao Ji declined. "No need." Through his sunglasses, Fong Yinian observed Xiao Ji's face. Puzzled by his actions, broadcasted live to the entire internet, sharing the same bottle of water so casually in public. He did not believe that Xiao Ji holding his hand was an indication of reconciliation. Now, he comprehended that Xiao Ji did not love him. The earlier gesture in the car was merely an act of consolation upon noticing his distress. For the first time in his life, Fong Yinian felt a profound sense of sadness. Although he had resolved to part ways with Xiao Ji after the show, never to interact again, he had not intended to sever Xiao Ji's means of support. Xiao Ji had stated that his purpose for participating in the program was to alter the audience's preconceived notions about him, to shed the label of homosexuality, and to foster a more prosperous career in the entertainment industry. Two grown men sharing a bottle of water. Was that appropriate? If he harbored no disdain for him, why should he reciprocate? As he spoke, he retrieved a new bottle of mineral water from Xiao Ji's backpack, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to him. Xiao Ji declined to take it. Fong Yinian frowned, urging, "Don't act irrationally." Xiao Ji bowed his head, accepted the bottle, and drank nearly half of it in one go before stowing it in the side of his backpack and continuing up the mountain. Along the way, Fong Yinian suggested several times that he could assist Xiao Ji with the burden. However, Xiao Ji ignored him, appearing quite adept, not all struggling. With a heavy pack on his front and back, he moved swiftly, traversing the steep steps with ease, quickly outpacing others. Fong Yinian, who prided himself on his fitness, found himself exerting effort to keep pace with Xiao Ji, feeling the strain as they neared the summit. While he begrudgingly chased after Xiao Ji, He inwardly cursed him for being as stubborn as a mule. By the time everyone reached their destination, it was well past noon. The group selected a site and began to set up camp. Previously, in the manor, they had accommodations for 3 or single rooms. But the tents provided by the production team were all designed for 2. With 8 individuals and 4 tents, a redistribution was necessary. It was evident to all that the atmosphere between Xiao Ji and Yin Nian was tense. Su Yu, who was privy to a bit more of the underlying dynamics, kindly suggested, since Mr. Fong and Xiao Ji have shared a room before, perhaps they need not be reassigned. The rest of us can split the single and triple rooms. No one voiced any objections. Even Li Yun, who initially harbored slight reservations about Yin Nian, remained silent, and not a single protest was heard from Xiao Ji. Only Yin Nian, observing the silence, interjected, "No need. Let us redraw." When the box for the drawing was presented, 037 inquired, "Do you need assistance?" Xiao Ji declined, stating, "No, he prefers not to share a tent with me." Thus, when the results were revealed, Xiao Ji was paired with Gu Yao, while Yin Nian found himself alongside Cheng Nuo. Yin Nian gazed at the identical number on his drawing paper, feeling a wave of bad luck wash over him. He regretted his earlier brashness, realizing it would have been far more comfortable to share a tent with Xiao Ji, albeit awkwardly. He tossed the drawing paper back in a box, ignoring everyone around him as he set about erecting his tent. While working, his thoughts lingered on Xiao Ji. He considered that Gu Yao was rather attractive as well, and recalled that on the first night of filming, Gu Yao had called Xiao Ji. Now, he and Xiao Ji have parted ways. Tomorrow morning, once everyone descends from the mountain, he shall not return to the grand estate. Xiao Lin will be waiting for him at the foot of the mountain to take him directly back to Haicheng. Xiao Ji will remain for the program. Without him, she can develop better relationships with the other female guests. Upon reflection, he realizes that pursuing Xiao Ji from the very beginning may have been a misguided decision. The more Yin Nian contemplates this, the more vexed he becomes. After setting up the tent halfway, he abandoned the task. Turning back to scold Cheng Nuo, "What are you standing there for? Waiting for me to serve you?" Cheng Nuo did not retort, silently taking over Yin Nian's work and continuing diligently. Once everyone had completed their cozy resting spots for the night, a chaotic flurry of washing vegetables and cooking ensued. Given the limited conditions in the mountains, with so many people, hot pot and barbecue proved to be the most convenient options. Nonetheless, after indulging in a hearty meal and tidying up, the sky had turned dark. Regrettably, the weather in the mountains is unpredictable. Above them, only dark clouds lingered, obscuring the stars and moon. It seemed that tonight, the stars would remain hidden, a stroke of bad luck. Gu Yao lamented as she gazed skyward. Li Yin stood beside her. "Well, as long as it doesn't rain, that's a blessing." After a long day of exertion, everyone felt weary, with the prospect of stargazing diminished. They bid each other good night and returned to their respective tents. Given the unusual circumstances, the guests were evidently fatigued. Even if the broadcast continued, it would likely only capture scenes of everyone sleeping. Hence, the production team announced an early conclusion to the live stream, 2 hours ahead of schedule. At this moment, beneath the canopy outside the tents, only Yin Nian, Xiao Ji, and Cheng Nuo remained. Cheng Nuo's gaze flitted between Xiao Ji and Yin Nian for a moment before he rose to leave. Neither Yin Nian nor Xiao Ji moved. After a prolonged silence, during which only the sounds of insects and the wind were heard, Yin Nian finally spoke. "After tonight, I hope we will not cross paths again. I will not release you from your contract, nor will I assist you further. Whatever comes next, you must face it alone." Xiao Ji regarded him. "I've said before, once the program concludes, I intend to retire from this industry." Yin Nian opened his mouth, recalling Xiao Ji's earlier statement. "Is this because of me? You had already planned to part ways with me once filming wrapped up, hadn't you?" "No. It is not that I dislike acting or facing the camera. The more popular one becomes, the less personal time they possess. Filming a single project can mean months away from home, and upon returning, one must constantly worry about paparazzi. The last time I mentioned retiring was because I wanted to spend more time with you." Hearing such words, Yin Nian felt a pang of bitterness. Self-mocking, "Do not utter such grandiose declarations. You have never cared for me, so why would you want to be with me? Do you expect me to believe that? Xiao Ji's throat constricted. It does not necessarily mean I do not care. Shut up, Xiao Ji. Fang Yin interrupted. What are you doing? Are you insulting me? Do you not know how you feel? What do you mean it does not necessarily mean? Anger surged within Fang Yin. He felt that Xiao Ji's words were a profound insult. Who was Fang Yin? Did he lack affection? He indeed harbored feelings for Xiao Ji, but it was not to the point of no return. He was not so deeply infatuated that he could not consider separation. A few days of heartache would suffice. Xiao Ji's current ambiguous remarks, designed to keep him in suspense, were frustrating. What would happen when the day arrived that he truly could not live without Xiao Ji, only to hear Xiao Ji utter apologies, stating that he still could not reciprocate those feelings? What kind of love-struck fool would continue to cling to someone while fully aware of their unrequited affection, thus allowing the opportunity for self-inflicted pain? Get up, keep your distance. Seeing you irritates me, Fang Yin scolded. In Chapter 38, The Little Star and His Irritable Benefactor, Part 38, a single comment from Xiao Ji triggered Fang Yin's ire, leaving him speechless and with his mouth shut. Though he did not leave. The more he gazed at Xiao Ji, the angrier he became. If Xiao Ji remained immobile, could he not simply walk away? Rising to his feet, he kicked over the small stool he had just occupied, intending to return to the tent. However, the thought of facing the even more infuriating Cheng Nuo within the tent drove him deeper into the mountains. His mind clouded with rage and uncertainty about how to vent this pent-up fury. He merely focused on looking down and striding forward. At that moment, the production crew was busy wrapping up, having noticed Fang Yin and Xiao Ji conversing earlier, but discreetly refraining from interruption. No one noticed that Fang Yin had ventured alone beyond the safety zone, heading toward the wooded area on the other side of the mountain path. While the crew remained oblivious, someone was watching closely. Cheng Nuo had been observing the interactions between Fang Yin and Xiao Ji. Seeing Fang Yin leave alone ignited a malicious spark within him, as he perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. If, after the program, Fang Yin would no longer see him, finding another way to get even would require considerable effort. In the depths of the forest, devoid of surveillance, evidence would be hard to gather. With a stroke of luck, he could stealthily send Fang Yin to meet his end. Even if fortune did not favor him, the worst outcome would merely be mutual destruction. Regardless, he would have avenged his family grievances. Thus his life would not have been in vain. Seizing the moment, Cheng Nuo swiftly retrieved a fruit knife from his backpack, concealing it within his coat, and stealthily followed Fang Yin's steps, ensuring he went unnoticed. The system reminded Xiao Ji. Cheng Nuo is following Little Phoenix and is armed with a knife. As Xiao Ji rose to tidy up his chair, he replied nonchalantly, I am aware. The system gasped. This can't possibly be part of your plan, right? You deliberately provoked Yin into leaving alone, using him as bait. How could you be so heartless? Xiao Ji sighed. With your flair for theatrics, why not serve under the god of fate? Wouldn't it be better to write scripts for trials rather than play the enforcer? He swore to the heavens that he had merely intended to placate Fang Yin. If Fang Yin were willing, he would strive to make things right. Perhaps he would not be forced to change his mission. Who could have anticipated that in a fit of anger, Fang Yin would storm off, inadvertently granting Cheng Nuo this opportunistic chance? Yet now, any words uttered are futile. Xiao Ji could only follow Cheng Nuo and Fang Yin as they descended the mountain path. Fang Yin had been walking for quite some time. Although he had steeled himself for the prospect of Xiao Ji leaving, he could not deny that, throughout the journey, he silently hoped for Xiao Ji to catch up. He fantasized that, upon turning back, he would see Xiao Ji appearing behind him. Thus, he dare not pause or glance back, fearing that reality would extinguish all his lingering hopes. It was not until a raindrop fell upon the tip of Fang Yin's nose that he halted, turning to survey the surrounding dark, towering trees and the empty, desolate path he had traversed earlier. There was not a soul in sight, not even a ghostly shadow. Fang Yin found himself at a loss, unsure whether to be angry at Xiao Ji's callousness or at himself for harboring foolish sentiments. The pent-up frustration compelled him to clench his fist and strike the sturdy tree beside him. Simultaneously, a flash of white light illuminated the sky, followed by a thunderous clap that startled Fong Yin. Almost immediately, an unanticipated deluge poured down relentlessly. Within mere seconds, he was drenched to the bone. The curtain of rain blurred his vision and obscured the path he had taken. Fong Yin lamented that this year must have brought him ill fortune, cursing as he scanned his surroundings in search of refuge from a storm. However, in his quest for shelter, he found none. Yet upon turning around, he spotted a figure standing behind him, equally drenched, yet motionless. Squinting, he recognized the person through their silhouette. He chuckled in anger. "Chung Nua, what are you trying to do? Come here to scare me?" Just as his words left his lips, Chung Nua lunged at him. When Fong Yin saw the knife in Chung Nua's hand poised to plunge into his chest, his pupils dilated in alarm, and retreating was no longer an option. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his vulnerable side, prepared to endure the pain to strike at Chung Nua, that wretched scoundrel. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the world spun around as he was pulled into a cold, firm embrace. The sound of rain masked the noise of the blade piercing flesh. Fong Yin heard nothing, only noticing that as he was released from the embrace, a familiar long leg shot up and landed a powerful kick to Chung Nua's face, sending him flying. Xiao Ji strode purposefully to Chung Nua, swiftly disarming him of both arms before he could rise and retaliate. Xiao Ji stood tall, facing Fong Yin. The unexpected turn of events left Fong Yin's mind in a haze. He quickly regained his composure, intending to ask Xiao Ji if he was all right, only to see Xiao Ji collapse silently before him. "Xiao Ji." Fong Yin was terrified, hastily crouching down to assess Xiao Ji's condition, only to find the very fruit knife Chung Nua had wielded earlier now embedded in the back of Xiao Ji's heart. The rain poured heavily, obscuring any distinction between the rainwater and the blood seeping from Xiao Ji's drenched black hoodie. He knelt before Xiao Ji, calling out his name, yet unable to hear his own voice. Wiping the rain from his face, he forced himself to remain composed, trembling hands reaching out to support Xiao Ji, desperate to carry him back. When the production team arrived, they were met with this poignant scene. As Fong Yin was pulled from the ground, his mind was in utter disarray, perceiving the unfolding events as a surreal nightmare, far too unreal. He could not recall how he had pushed everyone aside, or how he had carried Xiao Ji out of the woods, nor how they had boarded the production team's vehicle to descend the mountain and reach the hospital. By the time clarity returned to his consciousness, he found himself staring at the red light above the emergency room door, flanked by doctors and nurses clad in white coats. Chung Nua had already been taken away by the police, along with Xiao Ji's phone, which contained incriminating evidence of Chung Nua's assault on Fong Yin. 037 knew that Xiao Ji was conscious. "Your self-sacrifice has reached a truly terrifying extent. Little Phoenix is quite frightened." Xiao Ji disregarded 037's remark. This was the simplest method. Originally, dealing with Chung Nua could have been achieved by capturing footage of him severely injuring Fong Yin, yielding the same result. Yet, Xiao Ji could not bear to watch Fong Yin suffer. Fong Yin would feel pain. Thus, while protecting Fong Yin, he deliberately positioned himself to allow Chung Nua to plunge the knife into his own heart. 037 was mistaken. Xiao Ji had not resorted to self-harm as a tactic. He did not believe such actions could earn one's genuine affection. He merely thought, if death were to come, then so be it. After all, he was unafraid of pain. Death would merely usher in a new mission. Surely, it was nothing significant. Chapter 39. The Little Star and His Volatile Benefactor, Part 39. The news of Chung Nua's attempted murder, resulting in grievous injury to the victim, quickly stirred a tempest of public opinion across major media outlets. Although the footage was somewhat blurry, it captured the event comprehensively, inexplicably. The fingerprints on the fruit knife behind Xiao Ji had not been washed away by the rain and perfectly matched Chung Nua's, with both eyewitness and material evidence at hand. Fong Yin's legal team was tirelessly working to secure the outcome he desired. Xiao Ji lay in the intensive care unit for 13 days, during which he underwent resuscitation 4 times and was issued 5 critical condition notices. Fong Yin Nian arranged for Xiao Ji's parents to traverse over 1,000 kilometers to reach Sioux City overnight, as he lacked the authority to sign the critical condition notice himself. Watching Xiao Ji's father tremble as he signed the notice filled Fong Yin Nian with an unbearable weight. He had never found life so difficult to endure. He felt numb from head to toe. When Xiao Ji's mother, tears streaming down her face, grasped his hand to express her gratitude, he felt like the most wretched sinner. Utterly unforgivable. If not for his impulsive decision to recklessly venture down that mountain path, Qingnua would not have had the opportunity, and Xiao Ji would not have lain in the intensive care unit, teetering between life and death for so many days. On the 14th day after surgery, Xiao Ji finally emerged from danger and was transferred to a regular ward, prompting a collective sigh of relief from all present. Xiao's mother, having held her nerves taut for half a month, finally succumbed and fainted on the spot. We will slowly repay you for Xiao Ji's medical expenses. In the single patient room, Xiao's father observed Fong Yin Nian, who sat by the bedside, looking haggard as he vigilantly watched over Xiao Ji. Weary, he spoke up. Fong Yin Nian shook his head in refusal. No need. I bear responsibility for what happened to Xiao Ji. For the past several days, Fong Yin Nian had been almost sleepless, keeping vigil at the hospital. He had single-handedly arranged for the accommodations and meals of Xiao's elderly parents, from which they could not refuse his assistance. The costs of the intensive care unit were substantial. Given the injury's proximity to the heart, the total medical expenses had nearly reached 7 figures. Naturally, this sum would eventually fall to Qingnua to cover, but until the verdict was delivered, Fong Yin Nian had been the one to advance the payments. To speak candidly, if spending money could ensure Xiao Ji's safety and health, Fong Yin Nian would willingly risk everything rather than let Xiao Ji suffer. Xiao's father, a man with experience, initially thought Fong Yin Nian to be a considerate employer, caring for his employees. However, as half a month passed, he began to see things differently, feeling as if his life had been in vain. He hesitated, wanting to inquire about the nature of Fong Yin Nian's relationship with his son, yet sensed that the moment was not opportune. Fong Yin Nian rubbed his face and did not deny it, instead shouldering all the blame. I'm sorry. It was my unilateral wish. It has little to do with Xiao Ji. Xiao's father had witnessed Fong Yin Nian's torment over these days, and it was evident to anyone with discernment that the harm had been inflicted by Qingnua, making Fong Yin Nian a victim as well. Yet, his son had chosen to protect the man before him. Should Xiao Ji fail to return, Xiao's father might lash out at Fong Yin Nian, refusing to accept any apologies and vowing never to see him again. However, now that Xiao Ji was out of danger, a monumental relief, Xiao's father found himself with a modicum of understanding towards Fong Yin Nian. Nevertheless, he still struggled to accept the nature of their relationship. Unable to restrain himself, he asked Fong Yin Nian, "Did you coerce Xiao Ji?" Fong Yin Nian shook his head, remaining silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally addressed Xiao's father. "I wish to transfer Xiao Ji to Haicheng. The medical facilities there surpass those in Sioux City. Should any complications arise post-surgery, I would have better connections to facilitate assistance." Xiao's father recognized that Fong Yin Nian's suggestion was indeed the best course of action for Xiao Ji at this juncture. Yet, both he and Xiao's mother were not yet of retirement age, and with Xiao Ji's uncertain recovery timeline, the expenses incurred in a distant city would be considerable. The couple could not remain in the hospital indefinitely. Even daily meals cost twice as much as in their hometown. The timeline for Qingnua's compensation was uncertain, and Zhao's father was reluctant to burden others. Thus he declined, "We are merely an ordinary family. I have heard that the expenses in Haicheng are even greater than in Sioux City." "I have the means," Fong Yin Nian interjected, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an irresistible authority. "You know what must be done for Xiao Ji's sake. I care for nothing else. My sole desire is for Xiao Ji to recover swiftly." Zhao's father was not a domineering character. He spent his entire life as a benevolent figure, lacking eloquence, with all significant decisions in the household being made by Zhao's mother. Now that she, too, had succumbed, he found himself at a loss, unsure of whom to consult, and thus chose silence. When Zhao's mother regained consciousness that evening, she discussed the day's events with him, suggesting that he speak with Fong Yin Nian. Xiao Jiren lay on the hospital bed, his consciousness clear, his soul gradually reintegrating with his body from a state of partial detachment. But the timing of his awakening depended on his physical condition. He sensed that Fang Yinyan remained steadfastly by his side, and he could hear the words exchanged between Fang Yinyan and Zhao's father during the day. He longed to caress Fang Yinyan's face, urging him to rest. Yet he was powerless to act. Zhao's mother entered the hospital room and handed Fang Yinyan an apple. "Child, you have worked hard." Fang Yinyan accepted the apple, his eyes welling with emotion. He shook his head, unable to articulate a response. Zhao's mother continued, "Xiao Jiren's father has spoken to me, but our circumstances are limited, and we cannot continue to trouble you. We are considering that if Xiao Jiren does not awaken in a couple of days, we will take him home. You are not young anymore. With your capabilities, it should not be difficult for you to find a girl and settle down. We have never held lofty expectations for Xiao Jiren, but we hope he can find a proper path. After all that has transpired, neither his father nor I have placed blame on you, but we do not wish for you both to hinder each other any further. Do you understand my meaning?" Her words were candid. Yet at that moment, Fang Yinyan could not accept them. "I want to see him wake up. If that is also his desired outcome, I could let him go, but I wish to hear him say goodbye in his own words." Fang Yinyan's request was not unreasonable. Zhao's mother understood that given Fang Yinyan's background, they would be powerless to resist if he sought to exert influence or wealth over them. Moreover, the crucial point was that Xiao Jiren had yet to awaken. Having endured this ordeal, Zhao's mother had come to realize that as long as the child was healthy and alive, other matters were trivial. However, Xiao Jiren had never previously shown any inclination in this regard, and like her husband, she feared that Fang Yinyan's assertive nature might have coerced Xiao Jiren. Additionally, Fang Yinyan had previously claimed his feelings were one-sided. Zhao's mother was apprehensive that Xiao Jiren might not wish for a deep entanglement with Fang Yinyan. But now, with Fang Yinyan's stance made clear, she felt compelled to concede. "We are very grateful for your dedication to Xiao Jiren, but we also hope you can honor your word and respect his wishes." Chapter 40. The Young Star and His Volatile Patron. Part 40. Xiao Jiren had been in a coma in a standard hospital room for 3 days. Just as Fang Yinyan was preparing to confront Zhao's parents, even contemplating the drastic measure of incapacitating them to secretly transfer Xiao Jiren to Haichen, Xiao Jiren finally regained control of his body. The pain still radiated from his chest, yet it had improved significantly compared to the days when his soul was nearly detached. He slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, gazing intently at Fang Yinyan, who was slumped beside his bed, dark circles under his eyes. After a prolonged moment, he reached out, gently hooking Fang Yinyan's finger with the tip of his pinky. This seemingly trivial gesture, however, roused the seemingly slumbering Fang Yinyan, who opened his eyes in an instant. "Awake?" he croaked, his voice hoarse and rough, the initial word barely intelligible. Upon meeting Xiao Ji's gaze, which was fixed upon him, his eyes brimmed with tears. Xiao Ji observed the usually neat and tidy Fang Yinyan, now disheveled and unkempt, and felt the dull ache in his chest intensify. It was reminiscent of the day he had been stabbed by Cheng Nuo, or perhaps the moment years ago when the phoenix's wing had pierced through his heart. At that moment, Xiao Ji made an incredulous decision. He thought to himself, if the mission fails, so be it. Fang Yinyan had but a few decades to live. He could simply accompany him through it all. As for how much of Fang Yinyan's true affection he might receive in the end, he no longer wished to dwell on it. He raised his hand to caress Fang Yinyan's cheek, gently wiping away the solitary tear that had yet to fall from his eye, and softly uttered, "Do not cry. It's unbecoming. You look better when you're scolding." Xiao Ji's voice was as raspy as Fang Yinyan's. The latter, noticing that Xiao Ji still had the strength to jest about his appearance, felt the weight of anxiety that had hung over him for half a month dissipate. "Have you lost your mind? You dare to block a knife, risking your life? You nearly scare me to death, and you still mock my looks?" Xiao Ji listened quietly until Fang Yinyan finished his tirade, and after a moment, he softly replied, "Brother Nian, let us make amends." Fang Yinyan sniffed, picked up the towel he had cleaned Xiao Ji with that morning, and haphazardly wiped his face in a sulky manner. Declaring, "Give me a reason." Xiao Ji responded, I fear that I may not recover well, be left paralyzed, and have no prospects for acting, which means I want to earn a living. I'll need someone to take care of me." Upon hearing this, Yin Nian cursed vehemently. Before he could finish his retort, Xiao Ji suddenly chuckled softly. "Just teasing you. Stop cursing." His dark eyes met Yin Nian's reddened gaze, and he confessed, "I think, perhaps, I love you." This was not Xiao Ji's first declaration of love, and even now, his manner of expression was somewhat awkward. Yet, Yin Nian sensed the sincerity in Xiao Ji's words. He felt a twinge of defiance. Love is love, and indifference is indifference. What does perhaps mean? Xiao Ji took hold of Yin Nian's hand, saying, "I asked for a little time from you. I have never loved anyone and do not know what love truly feels like. I want to accompany you for a while, hoping it can last longer. I can give you anything you desire, as long as you do not cry." Yin Nian did not wish to weep. Approaching 30, he had always been strong-willed, never shedding a tear since childhood. The few times he'd been overwhelmed to the point of tears were all due to Xiao Ji. Yin Nian felt embarrassed and realized he needed to do something to distract himself from the turmoil within. Suddenly, he stood up and walked into the bathroom, then took out his phone to call Xiaolin. "Where are you?" During this period, Yin Nian had been at the hospital, neglecting all matters concerning the company. Xiaolin, as his personal assistant, was so busy that he could hardly remember his own surname. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and he had just fallen asleep when Yin Nian's call jolted him awake. "President Fong, when will Chung Nuo die?" Yin Nian was indifferent to Xiaolin's location and interrupted him with a question. Xiaolin sighed. "President Fong, the legal team is doing their utmost to expedite his demise." Yin Nian commanded, "Hurry, make them hurry. Throw money at it. I need Chung Nuo to die immediately. The longer he lives, the less peace I have. If I am restless, no one shall find peace." After saying this, he felt a sense of relief and hung up the phone directly. After a moment's thought, he transferred a 6-figure sum to Xiaolin with a note, "Overtime pay." Only then did he wash his face, adjust his demeanor, and grasp the doorknob of the bathroom. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Xiao Mu bustling around Xiao Ji, fussing over him, pouring water, and urging Xiao Fu to call the doctor. Yin Nian was momentarily taken aback, meeting the gazes of Xiao Ji and Xiao Mu, and felt that the mother and son had something to discuss. He gestured towards the hospital room door. "I'll step aside. Call me if you need anything." Just as he was about to leave, he heard Xiao Ji say, "Wait a moment." Yin Nian paused mid-step. "What is it?" Xiao Ji addressed her mother directly. "Let me introduce my boyfriend, Yin Nian." Xiao Mu was taken aback, and Yin Nian, meeting her gaze, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, leaving him momentarily at a loss, as if the air had thickened around them. After a long pause, he managed to stammer, "I think I should step out for now." He then exited the hospital room with an almost comical awkwardness. Xiao Ji watched Yin Nian's hasty retreat, finding it rather endearing, and stared at the door for a long time. Although Xiao Mu had mentally prepared herself, the reality of the situation left her dizzy, unsure whether to inquire about Xiao Ji's health or to ask when Xiao Ji had started bending towards this relationship. After a while, she finally managed to articulate, "Did he not say he was one-sided in this?" While sipping water, Xiao Ji replied, "I was the one who seduced him first." 037, feeling a headache coming on, interjected, "Using the word seduce in this context makes me fear she might suffocate. Such matters should be explained carefully when communicating with elders." Xiao Ji responded with an "oh," and then obediently explained to her mother, "You see, before he knew me, I took advantage of him when he was drunk and ended up in his bed." 037 felt as if it might suffocate itself this time. It knew Xiao Ji would not feel embarrassed, but to spare itself further discomfort on behalf of Xiao Mu, 037 chose to disable its presence. As anticipated, Xiao Mu was left speechless. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere did not linger for long, as Xiao Fu soon arrived with the doctor to check on Xiao Ji's condition. Yin Nian had not ventured far. At this moment, he entered the room and stood quietly in the corner, observing Xiao Ji. Once the doctor completed the preliminary examination and departed, he called out to Xiao Ji from a distance, "Come back to Haicheng with me. I wish to engage the finest physician for your ongoing treatment. I have not visited my company in quite some time, and returning would also facilitate my care for you." Xiao Ji's mother had already envisioned countless scenarios of her son interacting with Fang Yinyan. Considering Xiao Ji's earlier words and her recent understanding of Fang Yinyan, she felt an unsettling notion that her son was the one being taken advantage of. At that moment, she silently berated Xiao Ji for his lack of ambition, wishing for him to exhibit some restraint. Even as a young man, he should not be so easily won over. Unfazed by his parents' sentiments, the unambitious Xiao Ji readily acquiesced to Fang Yinyan's request. All right. On the day Xiao Ji was transferred back to Haicheng from Sioux City, his parents initially intended to accompany him. However, after Fang Yinyan repeatedly assured them that he would meticulously care for Xiao Ji, sparing him any discomfort, they reluctantly entrusted their son to Fang Yinyan and returned to their hometown. Upon their return to Haicheng, the more Fang Yinyan contemplated the promises he made to Xiao Ji's mother, the more he felt a sense of frustration. Since the day Xiao Ji had climbed into his bed, whenever a disagreement arose, it was invariably Fang Yinyan who found himself aggrieved. Leaning against the headboard, Xiao Ji gazed at Fang Yinyan's face, his expression devoid of emotion. I don't understand. I want a kiss. Fang Yinyan, half amused and half annoyed, retorted, then you can think about it. Xiao Ji sighed, acknowledging with an O. Fang Yinyan stood up, paced the room a couple of times, and ultimately muttered, I must have owed you something in my past life. He then returned to Xiao Ji's bedside, cradled the back of his neck, and kissed him. Initially, Xiao Ji had planned to hire a caregiver to assist him with fetching tea, pouring water, and ensuring his meals were served on time. Yet Fang Yinyan, unable to quell his concern, relocated his office to Xiao Ji's hospital room. Each day, following the doctor's rounds, he held video conferences, and any documents requiring his signature were delivered by Xiao Lin to the hospital, signed, and then returned to the company, never straying far from Xiao Ji's side. Fang Yinyan, who was once accustomed to having others attend to his needs, had now learned to read the nuances of Xiao Ji's expressions. When Xiao Ji coughed, water was immediately offered to him. If Xiao Ji yawned, Fang Yinyan would adjust the bed's backrest to help him sleep. Whenever Xiao Ji raised his hand to shield his eyes, Fang Yinyan would draw the curtains. Regular meals and fruits, along with the nightly routines of washing up, were all meticulously managed by Fang Yinyan himself. As Xiao Ji lay drowsily on the hospital bed during midday, he observed Fang Yinyan, who had just finished washing clothes and was intently monitoring his various vital signs before returning to the sofa to work silently on his computer. It was then that he truly felt the gentle rhythm of his mended heart beating within his chest. Just 2 days prior to Xiao Ji's anticipated discharge, his manager, Sister Chow, finally concluded her obligations with several new talents and visited the hospital. At that moment, Fang Yinyan was pouring hot water, simultaneously washing Xiao Ji's hair while tilting his head to answer a call from Fang's son. Let us see how it goes, whether I'm there or not. Our father's longevity is assured. One more or one less makes no difference, and I hardly have time to spare. Fang's son's voice came through the receiver, laced with palpable dissatisfaction. You left me to clean up your mess halfway through the previous task, and you've been absent from the company for quite some time. I asked Xiao Lin, but he was evasive and said nothing definitive. Fang Yinyan, what on earth have you been occupied with lately? Fang Yinyan replied casually. Cheng Nuo wants my life. Haven't you all known that for ages? However, this clearly did not satisfy Fang's son. Cheng Nuo's situation has long been settled. Not just you, but even my father and I wouldn't let him continue living. Don't think you can brush me off with that excuse. Fang Yinyan, feeling discomfort from holding the phone with his neck, shook his hand and placed the device beside Xiao Ji's bed, switching to speaker mode, inadvertently flicking some foam into the corner of Xiao Ji's eye. Xiao Ji closed his eyes and sighed. Fang Yinyan hurriedly grabbed a towel to wipe his face, apologizing. I didn't mean to do that. Just then, Fang Sun's voice rose sharply on the line. Fang Yinyan, I'm discussing serious matters, and what are you doing? Irritated by Fang Sun's relentless inquiries, and sensing her fierce tone, Fang Yinyan snapped back. I'm washing my ancestor's hair. If you're so free, why not go find a man to date? Why do you keep fixating on me all day? After hanging up, he noticed Sister Chow standing at the door, looking flustered, having entered without him noticing. What brings you here? Fang Yinyan inquired. Following the revelation of Cheng Nua's incident, it became common knowledge online that the victim was Xiao Ji. Sister Xiao's relationship with Xiao Ji had always been rather mediocre. At the time Xiao Ji was hospitalized in Sioux City, she received a notification from Xiao Lin to issue a statement on Xiao Ji's behalf, announcing his temporary withdrawal from the program. At that point, Sister Xiao had entirely given up on Xiao Ji. She had attempted to call Xiao Ji to inquire about his recovery, but regrettably, he had not removed her from his blacklist, and her call went unanswered. Thus, she had let the matter slip from her mind, until this morning, when she happened to encounter Xiao Lin at the company and casually asked, "Assistant Lin, why haven't I seen President Fong lately?" Xiao Lin sighed and replied, "President Fong is at the hospital, too busy to come to the office." Sister Xiao was taken aback. "President Fong is hospitalized?" Xiao Lin shook his head. "No, it's just that Xiao Ji hasn't been discharged yet. President Fong is there to accompany him." "Didn't Xiao Ji tell you?" Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang again, and after apologizing to Sister Xiao, he hurriedly answered the call and left. It was only then that Sister Xiao grasped the gravity of the situation. Without delay, she set aside her tasks, gathered her belongings, and rushed to the hospital. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Fong Yin Nian washing Xiao Ji's hair while referring to him as his ancestor. At that moment, confronted by Fong Yin Nian's question, Sister Xiao found herself momentarily speechless, opening her mouth to finally manage, "President Fong, I came to see Xiao Ji." Fong Yin Nian had originally intended to reassign a manager to Xiao Ji once the program concluded. However, since Xiao Ji expressed a desire to step away from it all, Fong Yin Nian had momentarily set the matter aside. At present, Xiao Ji is on the verge of being discharged from the hospital, and Sister Xiao has arrived. It is evident that Sister Xiao must have heard something to suddenly remember Xiao Ji. From Sister Xiao's professional standpoint, her actions are understandable. However, from the perspective of Xiao Ji's beloved, Fong Yin Nian finds himself deeply dissatisfied with Sister Xiao's demeanor toward Xiao Ji. He scoffs coldly. "You come to console him now that the child is gone, and only realize the consequences after the car has crashed." Sister Xiao, caught off guard, feels the weight of embarrassment. "I apologize, Mr. Fong. It was my oversight." Fong Yin Nian waves her off. "I appreciate the sentiment, but please take your things back. Terminate Xiao Ji's contract and ensure the compensation is transferred to his account." Sister Xiao is momentarily taken aback. "Terminate the contract?" Fong Yin Nian has been washing Xiao Ji's hair for what seems like an eternity, and with no patience left, he responds, "Can't you see? Xiao Ji and I are a couple. If we don't terminate the contract, shall we continue to endure the hardships of filming?" Sister Xiao, acknowledging his command, departs, realizing her trip was in vain. Xiao Ji, having finished washing his hair, sits at the edge of the bed, gazing at Fong Yin Nian. She was merely following the rules. She did nothing wrong. At this point, Fong Yin Nian has come to understand Xiao Ji to some extent. He finds it perplexing that, despite both being raised on the same sustenance, Xiao Ji appears so oblivious. Nevertheless, all his remaining patience is directed toward Xiao Ji, and he no longer feels anger upon hearing such comments. Instead, he patiently explains, "Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. In life, rules are merely reflections of human sentiments. We are all flesh and blood. Relationships can vary in closeness, and as you are mine, it is only natural for me to be biased in your favor. Xiao Ji, I am not one to adhere strictly to rules or reason. The person who holds the most significance in my heart becomes my rule, my reasoning." Do you grasp my meaning? Chapter 42, The Little Star and His Fiery Benefactor. Part 42. Fong Yin Nian's perspective starkly contrasts with the principles and conduct that Xiao Ji has adhered to for countless years. This discourse left Xiao Ji pondering for a considerable time, gradually leading him to a faint realization of why he, despite always acting with impartiality and never straying from the path, has faced repercussions. It is due to the complexities of human relationships. He does not perceive any fault in his past actions, nor will Fong Yin Nian's words entirely overturn his established views. Instead, he silently resolves to endeavor to learn and understand Fong Yin Nian. Most importantly, he wishes to bring joy to Fong Yin Nian. On the day of his discharge, Fang Yinian joyfully returns home with Xiao Ji, who is nearly recovered but still requires rest. Their affectionate gestures at the hospital had been plentiful, yet the circumstances had necessitated restraint due to Xiao Ji's health. Upon entering their home, Fang Yinian eagerly pushes Xiao Ji onto the couch, seating himself on Xiao Ji's lap, cupping his face as he leans in for a kiss. When Xiao Ji's cool hand slips beneath Fang Yinian's shirt, Fang Yinian cannot help but shiver, feeling his entire being soften. He removes his own shirt and begins to fumble with Xiao Ji's belt. In such a hurry? Xiao Ji observes him, mirth dancing in his eyes. Fang Yinian is never one to withhold his fervor, simultaneously teasing and scolding. What do you expect? It has been ages. Had it not been for your fragile health, I would have already arranged for you to be in the hospital. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji grasped Fang Yinian's wrist, teasingly saying, I still cannot engage in vigorous activities. Fang Yinian replied bluntly, I don't need you. I'm fully automatic. Xiao Ji chuckled at his response. Yet the more impatient Fang Yinian became, the more inclined Xiao Ji felt to tease him, mischievously saying, Beg me. Fang Yinian, now agitated, responded with, I beg you. Xiao Ji remained unmoved, insisting, Call me, plead for me to give you what you desire. Despite Fang Yinian's thick skin at this stage, he found it hard to utter such words. Hearing Xiao Ji provoke him, his ears flushed crimson. Enough already, Xiao Ji. Do you think I am unaware? Xiao Ji said nothing, merely gazing at Fang Yinian with a smile, waiting for him to voice those difficult words. Fang Yinian struggled to articulate, opening his mouth but choking on his words. In a fit of defiance, he stood to leave, only to be yanked back by Xiao Ji and pinned to the sofa. Just as he was about to remove his trousers and get to the point, a gasp from upstairs was followed by the sound of glass shattering on the floor. The glass fell from the second floor, splintering into shards that seemed to fly towards Fang Yinian. Quick as a flash, Xiao Ji lifted his hand to shield Fang Yinian's face, grazing his hand and drawing a small trickle of blood. Fang Sun stood on the upper floor, observing Fang Yinian and Xiao Ji. Is this what you've been busy with all these days? Fang Yinian, already furious at the interruption, now saw Xiao Ji's hand slightly injured, and the anger that had simmered in his abdomen instantly surged to his head. He shoved Xiao Ji away, hastily donned his clothes, and shouted up to Fang Sun, Could you not inform me in advance of your visit? Do you not think to avoid walking in on me while I'm occupied? Fang Sun, do you possess any manners? Fang Sun, feeling quite innocent, retorted, I was merely concerned for you. You mentioned finding a significant other, and I rushed back to witness the excitement. What wrong have I committed? Besides, who knew you were so desperate? You could at least check if anyone was home before diving straight in. Xiao Ji sat aside, his head buzzing from the exchange. Half an hour later, the three sat at the dining table, exchanging glances. Fang Sun looked at Xiao Ji. So, you are the little star my brother is supporting. Before Xiao Ji could respond, Fang Yinian interjected, Boyfriend, mind your language. Observing Fang Sun's serious demeanor, Xiao Ji anticipated that, according to logic, she would produce a card, placing it before him, announcing, You do not deserve my brother. Here is a sum of 20,000. Leave him. After Fang Sun ordered Fang Yinian to be silent, she indeed fulfilled expectations by presenting a card to Xiao Ji. However, her words differed from Xiao Ji's imagination. With his temperament, how do you endure him? Being in a relationship with him must be quite the hardship for you. This is a token of my goodwill, a welcome gift. The password is his birthday. Take it and use it to nurture yourself. Xiao Ji declined. Thank you, but I cannot accept. Fang Yinian, without a hint of courtesy, seized the card and shoved it into Xiao Ji's pocket, asserting, Take it. She has plenty of money. A fool does not seize an opportunity. Xiao Ji replied, Fang Sun has come this time not for any particular reason, but to see her brother, who has been single for nearly 30 years, finally found a boyfriend. Fang Yinian's orientation had never been a secret within the family, as the Fang family, having spent years abroad, held a liberal view on such matters. Consequently, after Fang Sun comprehended the situation, she embarked on her return journey that very night. Later that evening, after a shower, Xiao Ji was preparing to engage in some activities with Fang Yinian when Fang Yinian pulled him onto the sofa instead. Fang Yin pushed Xiao Ji back onto the sofa and settled on his lap, saying, "Let us do it again. I prefer the feeling from earlier today." Xiao Ji complied, replying, "Call me, beg me for it." In the darkness, one's senses can easily be obscured. Words that remain unspoken in the brightness of day become less daunting in the stillness of night. Fang Yin obeyed, resting his forehead against Xiao Ji's, and, in a husky voice, whispered, "Xiao Ji, I beg you for it. Don't dawdle. Hurry up." As for Cheng Nua's situation, due to procedural necessities, even though the Fang family expended considerable resources, by the time everything settled, 3 months had passed. Cheng Nua's family was not lacking in wealth. Over the years, they had amassed quite a fortune. After compensating Xiao Ji and Fang Yin's company for breach of contract, they found themselves nearly bankrupt, yet managed to secure a life sentence. This infuriated Fang Yin, who, in a fit of rage, changed his entire legal team overnight. However, unexpectedly, a few days later, while Cheng Nua was out for fresh air, he was viciously attacked by a shrike, which blinded him. Shortly after recovering, he collapsed during a meal, and by the time he received medical attention, he had already succumbed. The autopsy revealed death by sodium nitrite poisoning. This incident was ultimately suppressed, creating no ripples in public discourse. Yet Fang Yin found it perplexing upon receiving the news, and could only conclude that Cheng Nua had met his deserved fate. Only Xiao Ji, observing the shrike that had flown in and settled on the windowsill, gently tapped its little head. "You are quite clever. A little nudge is all it takes." The shrike affectionately rubbed against Xiao Ji's fingers and opened its beak. Xiao Ji stood up, retrieved a small box from a corner of the yard, and pinched a mealworm wriggling inside, placing it into the shrike's mouth. "Stay with me. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Zui." The shrike glanced at its feathers, feeling that the name did not quite suit it, and chirped twice. Xiao Ji, however, was not inclined to respect its opinion. Boys can be named Xiao Zui too. As for the unrequested plea, the first story will conclude tomorrow. During the verification period, it is kindly requested that readers refrain from hoarding the second story, as it may affect the data. For the next few days, dear readers, please persist in following the updates. Thank you for your understanding and support. Chapter 43. The Little Star and His Irritable Benefactor. End of 43. Due to the extended time spent with Xiao Ji, following Xiao Ji's final hospital checkup confirming complete recovery, Fang Yin's work resumed its regular course, becoming busier than ever. In the tranquility of his home, Xiao Ji found himself immersed in the art of culinary mastery. His daily interactions were limited to either Xiao Cui or the housekeeper from Fang Yin's household. Gradually, he began to comprehend the elusive standards of terms like a pinch and a moderate amount. It wasn't until the housekeeper expressed concern over being dismissed by Fang Yin due to Xiao Ji's excessive diligence that he pondered whether it was time to pursue other endeavors. Upon learning of Xiao Ji's intentions, Fang Yin waved his hand and appointed him as the financial supervisor of the company. Initially, this decision baffled everyone. However, Xiao Ji swiftly undertook a thorough audit of the company's financial state, identifying numerous discrepancies and presenting his findings to several senior executives, while also enhancing the existing systems. Consequently, the office fell silent. Fang Yin, astonished, remarked that he merely sought to occupy Xiao Ji with some tasks. Yet, Xiao Ji operated like an unfeeling machine, effortlessly calculating and consolidating all figures before him, compelling the finance department to work overtime for an entire month to rectify all identified issues. At first, due to the company's hectic nature, and with both Xiao Ji and Fang Yin preoccupied, only a handful noticed that they frequently lunched together in the staff cafeteria and that few acknowledged their late-night work sessions. However, as the busyness subsided, everyone soon realized the nature of Xiao Ji and Fang Yin's relationship was far from platonic and was not shrouded in secrecy. For instance, after lunch, Xiao Ji would often retreat to Fang Yin's office for a respite, with the door closed until the afternoon, only to emerge later. If Fang Yin finished work early, he would watch Xiao Ji labor in the finance office, bringing him desserts and coffee. Subsequently, the two would depart the company together, unreservedly getting into Fang Yin's car under the watchful eyes of their colleagues. While everyone relished in gossip about the pair, no one dared to confront them directly. It wasn't until Yin Nian, after indulging in too much drink at the annual company gathering, introduced Xiao Ji as the company's matriarch that the truth unfolded. Indeed, they were together. Xiao Ji often struggled to discern the essence of love. Yet, Yin Nian taught him to relish their bond rather than obsessively tallying the scales of give and take. He learned that he need not comply with every whim. He could kiss when he desired, share intimacy when he felt inclined, express affection when he found his partner endearing, and pursue his desires, all while graciously accepting Yin Nian's contributions. Throughout the first decade of their relationship, Xiao Ji frequently provoked Yin Nian's ire with his insufficiently fervent expressions and responses. However, upon realizing that Xiao Ji would diligently resort to various endearing antics to reconcile after each quarrel, Yin Nian would, with a mix of exasperation and amusement, return to his embrace. Xiao Ji often marveled at how such a formidable and tempestuous individual as Yin Nian could exhibit unwavering patience in his presence, forgiving him amidst a flurry of eloquent words. Many have remarked that Yin Nian possesses a fiery temperament, often disregarding the feelings of others, perhaps due to his substantial wealth, which has allowed Xiao Ji to tolerate him for so many years. Yet, in truth, only Xiao Ji understands that Yin Nian is the more accommodating of the two. Time flows like water, unceasing and relentless. It wasn't until Yin Nian, with his hair as white as snow, reclined on a chair in the small courtyard, holding the unchanged and plump Xiao Zui in one hand, that he softly questioned, "The old Wang family turtle had its funeral last month, yet here you are, still alive. Speak, have you turned into a spirit?" In that moment, as he stood behind Yin Nian, Xiao Ji faintly sensed that Yin Nian was nearing his departure. He went inside to fetch a blanket, returned to drape it over Yin Nian's legs, released Xiao Zui into the air, and gently kissed his forehead, asking, "Are you hungry? Shall I prepare a meal?" Yin Nian waved his hand dismissively. "It all tastes the same. I have no appetite." Xiao Ji refrained from arguing, squatting in front of him. "Feeling down? I dreamt last night. My sister called for me, saying it was time to return home. I feel as if my end is near," Yin Nian stated. Xiao Ji shared this sentiment. Thus he remained silent. Yin Nian continued, "When I am gone, you shall remain quite robust. That Zhao girl next door, in her 50s, has been yearning for you ever since her husband was laid to rest. You might as well accept her. At least she would be a companion." Xiao Ji comforted him. "I do not favor women." Yin Nian, with keen insight, retorted, "You once did not favor men." Xiao Ji grasped his hand. "I love you. Is this sincere?" Yin Nian inquired. Throughout countless years, Xiao Ji had never truly perceived whether time passed swiftly or slowly. Yet, during the decades spent beside Yin Nian, he understood why humanity perceives life as lengthy. He emerged from the depths of the sea into the galaxy, stepping into the realm of mortals for the first time. As he counted each wrinkle that adorned Yin Nian's face, unable to smooth them out, witnessing life age like a river flowing inexorably, he finally grasped the essence of existence. He pressed Yin Nian's hand to his chest and asked, "Do you feel it?" Yin Nian lowered his gaze and softly hummed in acknowledgement. Xiao Ji declared, "It beats because of you." Yin Nian smiled, raising his hand to pinch Xiao Ji's cheek. "Very well, I am content. Do you have regrets, Brother Nian?" Xiao Ji gazed upon Yin Nian's familiar yet strange visage, yearning to do something for him one last time. Yin Nian indeed harbored regrets. Xiao Ji was not an exuberant person. Regardless of the tumult, he remained ever composed. In his youth, Yin Nian often questioned Xiao Ji's love for him. Yet on countless nights filled with kisses and embraces from Xiao Ji, he dispelled those malicious doubts. He had compelled Xiao Ji to profess his love for him on numerous occasions, yet he had never uttered his affection for Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji had never imposed any demands upon him, nor expressed a desire for marriage. Neither brought it up. Yet, in reflection, Yin Nian acknowledged his regrets. Thus, he said, "In the next life, Xiao Ji, if fate permits our reunion, I shall marry you." Xiao Ji opened Yin Nian's palm, pressed his cheek against it, closed his eyes, and rested upon his knee, murmuring, "Very well, I shall grant you this marriage." In the 23rd year of the Xuanhe era, during the early winter in the Grand Palace of Diyu, the emperor was seething with rage in the imperial study. He seized a gilded teacup and hurled it at the forehead of the eunuch who had come to deliver a message, exclaiming, "Scoundrel! I offered the sixth princess to him as a mark of favor, and yet he dares to treat me like a mere vendor. He regards my princesses as if they were mere cabbages. He picks and chooses, strutting about, disdaining the sixth princess and audaciously naming the ninth, as if I am of no consequence whatsoever." At that moment, not only the unfortunate teacup lay shattered on the floor, but also a letter from the Northern Territories. It bore the grand seal of the Northern Star King, and its contents were too shocking to behold. The eunuch glanced hastily at it, catching a glimpse of a single line that made his heart tremble. The sixth princess has small eyes and a flat nose, her face akin to a grinding disc, her waist like a barrel, and she is quite short. I'm not fond of her. I have heard that the ninth princess possesses both grace and intellect, like the essence of orchids and the elegance of willow fluff. I implore your majesty to select another. The eunuch inwardly scoffed at the praise for the ninth princess, who had gained fame upon reaching maturity, not for her talents, but for her delicate, flawless complexion and ethereal beauty. Why did the Northern Star King not mention that? Instead, he spoke only of grandiloquent and sanctimonious platitudes. He demeaned the sixth princess, who, though average in appearance, was by no means unattractive, rendering the emperor incensed. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. The eunuch rubbed his forehead, troubled. "Your majesty, but the ninth princess is not a true princess. There is no precedent in Diyu for a royal prince to marry a foreign king." The emperor's headache intensified. Allow me some time to ponder. Chapter 44, The Pretend Princess and Her War God Prince, Part 1. The moon hung high among the branches. Xiao Ji sat expressionlessly before the bronze mirror, clad in simple palace attire, flanked by two palace maids who were carefully removing the ornamental hairpieces from his head, suggesting he was preparing for rest. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he summoned 037. A cold electronic voice responded promptly. "Please await the task details from the enforcers." Since the establishment of the Diyu dynasty, the nation had flourished, with external threats from the east, west, and south rendered feeble, never daring to challenge Diyu. Only the northern tribes were audacious, likely because their small territory left them hungry in winter, prompting repeated incursions into Diyu, attempting to seize land for their kin's survival. The late emperor, in a moment of desperation, appointed a foreign king to guard the northern frontier. However, the foreign king proved to be invincible. While the borders were secured, he became a new source of concern. In the 13th year of Emperor Xuan's reign, the previous Northern Star King passed away, and his eldest son inherited the title. The emperor had intended to wait for the new Northern Star King to heir, seeking a pretext to reclaim the 17 cities of the north. Little did he expect that the new Northern Star King would surpass his father, gaining greater renown. Since ascending to his position, he had subdued the nomads thoroughly, to the point that not even a sheep dared to stray into Diyu territory. Most alarming was that the Northern Star King had not presented himself at court for 3 consecutive years. Clearly, he had become a local sovereign in the 17 northern cities, entirely disregarding the authority of Diyu. The border cannot remain unguarded, yet at present, the Northern Star King holds power with a heavy hand. Even the Emperor Xuanhe dares not voice his anger, resorting instead to the foolish strategy of marriage to stabilize the northern frontier. However, the Northern Star King is no fool. He dismisses the lowly status of the 6th princess and boldly selects the 9th princess. While it may seem that his choice is based on her beauty, it is, in truth, her noble lineage that attracts him. The foreign king, under the guise of marriage, effectively holds the royal family hostage with the promise of a legitimate heir, an audacious act that upends the natural order. Xiao Ji, in this narrative, embodies the ethereal 9th princess. According to the predetermined path of fate, the original host was the second son of the empress, but upon their birth, a celestial phenomenon occurred. A sage was summoned, who prophesied that the 9th prince's destiny was intricately tied to the fate of the entire Great Yu, with blessings and calamities intertwined. Should he grow up as a boy, trouble would ensue. However, if raised as a daughter until maturity, she could potentially become a beacon of fortune for the great Yu. Consequently, upon the original host's arrival, all who were privy to this knowledge were silenced, and she was nurtured as a daughter beneath the Empress's care. Once the Northern Star King's letter reached Emperor Xuanhe, he dispatched emissaries to seek the sage from years past, only to find that the sage had passed, leaving behind a disciple who merely advised to let things unfold naturally. Thus, the original host was sent to the Northern Territories under the guise of a princess. With her noble aspirations and remarkable talents, she was well versed in the intrigues of the court. Had she been able to reclaim her identity as a prince after coming of age, the contest for succession would have been nearly assured in her favor. Yet, fate had other plans, and with the unfolding events, her claim to the throne seemed all but lost. The Northern Star King treated her merely as a prize canary, and the original host harbored resentment, attributing her grievances to him. In secret, she ensnared the king's younger brother, Xiao Ji, with her charms, sowing discord and promising him that once the Northern Star King was dead, she would elevate him to the throne. Manipulating Xiao Ji to gain the Northern Star King's trust, she deceived him with false information and colluded with the nomadic tribes. As the Northern Star King lay gravely injured, she personally delivered the dagger to Xiao Ji, plunging it into the king's chest. Subsequently, she feigned death to escape, returning to the Great Yu Imperial Palace, where she stirred chaos, committing regicide against her father and brother. Her first act upon seizing the throne was to strip Xiao Ji of his title as Northern Star King, igniting war while disregarding the suffering of the common people, leading to widespread devastation and reclaiming the 17 cities of the northern frontier. Task: retrieve the soul fragments of the fugitive Xiao Ji and, in place of the original host Xiao Ji, win the true heart of the Northern Star King, Yin Nian. Xiao Ji pondered for a moment. Did the previous mission fail? 037 replied candidly. No, it was quite successful. Xiao Ji gazed at the unfamiliar face in the bronze mirror, yet he never once uttered the words, "I love you." 037 considered this. Pardon my frankness, but you never asked him, did you? Just then, the Emperor's envoy returned with news, and within moments, a decree was delivered to Xiao Ji's palace. As she graciously accepted the edict, the Empress entered the Mingyue Hall. She stepped into the flower hall and raised her hand, commanding, "All of you withdraw. I have words to share with the princess." The court attendants complied and retreated. Xiao Ji had an elder brother, the Empress's firstborn and the crown prince, who was a year older than her, but was little more than a facade, incapable of handling any significant matters. Once the emperor's health deteriorates, the clarion call for succession will undoubtedly resound, and he shall be the first to perish. The empress, having advanced in age, is unable to bear such concerns. She originally hoped that if Xiao Ji harbored no such intentions, he would lend support to his elder brother. Conversely, if Xiao Ji were to pursue such ambitions, at the very least, he should preserve his brother's life, who is the northern prince. With a single imperial decree, it is likely that neither of his sons shall survive. The empress, overwhelmed, gazed at Xiao Ji, who held the imperial edict with an unsettling calmness, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Why is your fate so wretched?" Xiao Ji, observing the empress's tears, felt no stir within his heart, even finding himself somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend the cause of her sorrow. Nevertheless, after a moment's reflection, he tore a handkerchief from the empress's waist and placed it in her hands, urging her to dry her tears. Clutching the handkerchief, the empress exclaimed indignantly, "This matter is inescapable, and the northern prince has long been prepared. An hour ago, he dispatched a message, and the wedding procession has already arrived outside the city, ready to enter the capital by tomorrow. This has all been meticulously planned. His intentions are treacherous. At that moment, your imperial brother shall be isolated and defenseless within the palace, while you will be delivered into that harsh and cold land, where Yin Nian is not one to engage lightly. If you share a bed with him, your identity will be exposed, and he will undoubtedly make trouble for your father. If you refuse to share a bed, you will fail to win his heart, and life at the northern prince's residence may prove to be quite arduous." Xiao Ji was not particularly concerned with these matters and lacked the patience to listen further. He interrupted the empress, simply stating, "Take care of your eldest son. I shall not perish." The empress furrowed her brow. "Are you truly resigned to this marriage in the northern territories? What of Yin Nian?" Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly, "I desire to go. Even if he is a wolf or a tiger, I shall be by his side." Chapter 45. The False Princess and Her War God Prince, Part 2. As the empress had predicted, the northern prince had long been preparing for the marriage of the princess. Early the next morning, the wedding procession entered the capital, and after settling at the relay station, they proceeded to the palace for a banquet in the evening. The marriage of the legitimate princess is no trifling matter. The entire Mingwei Hall was bustling with preparations for Xiao Ji's wedding. The Ministry of Rites, having previously arranged the dowry for the sixth princess, added numerous items in accordance with regulations. The empress, accompanying the emperor, attended the banquet at the Chonghua Hall, while dispatching one of her trusted maids to meticulously inspect Xiao Ji's dowry. Only Xiao Ji appeared indifferent, lounging leisurely in a wicker chair at the pavilion in the imperial garden. A young palace maid, with delicate features, sat on the steps, tossing peanuts into her mouth, and remarked to Xiao Ji, "Over 100 soldiers clad in black armor, riding fine steeds, pulled a pitch-black carriage. Since entering the imperial city, no one has worn a smile. Each face is longer than that of a donkey. Those who know this is a wedding procession are few. Those who do not would think they are here to apprehend criminals." Xiao Ji, eyes closed, replied, "At least they are pulling a carriage, not a coffin." The young palace maid was taken aback, her voice raised. "Your Highness, such words should not be spoken lightly." This young maid, however, was not a maid at all, but rather a young eunuch. "Upon entering the palace, I made a grave mistake and nearly faced death at the hands of the chief eunuch, only to be saved by the original owner, Xiao Ji, who disguised me as a lowly maid and bestowed upon me the name Lian Xiao, allowing me to remain by his side. As Xiao Ji prepares for marriage, I am to accompany him as part of his dowry." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ji inquired of Lian Xiao, "Are you aware of the identity of the leader?" This morning, Lian Xiao had ventured outside the palace under the pretense of purchasing goods, closely following a group that led her to the post house, where she gathered crucial information. The leader, adorned with a half-mask of dark iron, exuded an aura of menace with his sharp features and fearsome demeanor. He was Lin Heng, the foremost deputy of the Northern Star King. The Northern Star King holds a fiefdom and cannot enter the capital without summons, so Lin Heng's presence signifies a notable regard for Xiao Ji. Initially, Xiao Ji assumed that the journey from the capital to the northern realm would take nearly a month, and that any encounter with Yin Nian would be delayed at least until then. However, no one anticipated that a significant event would unfold that very night. At that moment, having just bathed and changed, Xiao Ji prepared for slumber but discovered a slight opening in the window behind his bed. The early winter night had turned bitterly cold, and the wind rushed into the chamber warmed by the heated dragon, invigorating him. After a brief contemplation, he approached the window and opened it wider. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of a faint breath within his chamber, mingled with a subtle metallic scent of blood. The original owner, due to his status, never allowed anyone to guard his chamber at night. Even Lian Xiao could only stand watch at the door. This indicated that someone had stealthily infiltrated his quarters just after his bath. Such a scheme was undoubtedly to the liking of the god of fate, and Xiao Ji felt no surprise. He merely closed the window and moved to the candlestick, extinguishing the flame before speaking softly. "If you hide there, you cannot escape should someone come to search. As the guest approaches, it will be wise for you to emerge and converse with me. Perhaps if I am in a generous mood, I might assist you." A light laugh echoed from the corner above the beam in the chamber, followed by a shadow that gracefully descended behind Xiao Ji. "I did not realize that Her Highness, the ninth princess, possessed such benevolence and a heart of compassion." The voice, deep and melodious, carried a hint of playful malice. Yet at the sound of that voice, Xiao Ji's brow twitched. He turned to face the figure cloaked in darkness. The figure, clad in clothing that rendered him nearly indistinguishable from the night, did not obscure Xiao Ji's keen sight. Tall and robust, masked with a dark iron half-face, His features remained concealed except for a pair of elongated, piercing eyes that fixated upon Xiao Ji with an unsettling glint. At that moment, an arrow, broken in half, protruded from his left shoulder, the subtle scent of blood emanating from this wound. Standing there, seemingly unfazed and taunting even in his condition, it was clear that this individual was no ordinary adversary. Xiao Ji stepped closer, his expression unyielding. "Now, tell me, what have you been up to?" The figure observed Xiao Ji approaching and began to retreat discreetly, yet unabashedly articulated the truth. He was in a foul mood and had taken a life. Xiao Ji continued his advance. "Whose life?" The shadow retreated further. "Your third brother." Xiao Ji halted. To assassinate a royal kin is a heinous crime punishable by the annihilation of one's entire clan. What audacity do you possess? Upon hearing this, the shadow suddenly erupted in laughter. Who in the world is unaware that the third prince has amassed great power, consistently achieving merit in the court, even overshadowing the crown prince? If I eliminate him, am I not rendering a significant service to you and your sibling? Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow. Is this your justification for seeking my assistance? The shadow, half serious, replied, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Assist me once, and you shall not suffer." "You are mistaken," Xiao Ji retorted. "The crown prince is the crown prince, and I am myself. Assisting you may spare me from loss, yet it yields no gain. It would merely be a futile endeavor. Why should I aid you?" The shadow, taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "You just mentioned that if you were in a good mood, you might lend me a hand." Xiao Ji's expression remained inscrutable. "I am currently in a poor mood." The shadow was nearly amused to the point of exasperation, promptly drawing a dagger and placing it against Xiao Ji's neck. "Are you not afraid I might slay you along with myself?" Having donned the guise of a female for too long, the original owner had to remain vigilant within the palace, constantly aware of prying eyes. Even without makeup, she appeared strikingly beautiful, save for her height. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ji first raised a hand, gently pushing aside the blade at her throat. Then, she picked up a fire stick from the table, reigniting the extinguished candle, and held the candle stand between herself and the shadow, pressing her long neck back against the cold blade, calmly stating, "Go ahead, I never intended to live." The flickering flame cast a delicate glow upon Xiao Ji's visage. Her inky hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin was as smooth as congealed cream. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. The shadow met Xiao Ji's gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. He scrutinized her face, and, after a lengthy pause, seemingly recalling something, he hesitated. "You wish to die? Are you so unwilling to marry into the Northern Territory?" Chapter 46. The False Princess and Her Warlord Prince, Part 3. Xiao Ji fixed her gaze on the shadow's narrow, phoenix-like eyes beneath the mask. "I have heard that the Northern King is ruthless, merciless, and harbors wild ambitions. While the notion is that I would be marrying, I fear that with my ordinary appearance and unremarkable disposition, I would struggle to win the favor of the prince. I am self-aware. The Northern Territory belongs to the Northern King. Isolated and defenseless, I would be unable to contend with the concubines in his household. If I were to endure their machinations, suffer my husband's indifference, and engage in daily intrigues, alone in a desolate chamber, I would prefer death to such torment." Her words left the shadow in stunned silence. After a long moment, he managed to utter, "Which fools have conjured such baseless rumors? Where did the Northern King acquire concubines?" He seemed to suddenly grasp something, his brow furrowing. "Are you attempting to extract information from me?" Xiao Ji, calm and unperturbed, remarked, "The wedding procession from the Northern Territory has just arrived today, and yet you present yourself here. You have slain the third prince and still move within the great Yu Palace as if it were your own domain. Such prowess, cloaked in a dark iron mask. Are you not Lin Heng? Is there any need for pretense?" The man in black could not help but curse inwardly. The Northerners remain so naive, and the battlefield is so straightforward. If one is displeased, they simply eliminate the source of their annoyance. As long as one's skills are sufficient, and the blade is keen, everything can be resolved in the heat of battle. Unlike within the great Yu imperial city, where everyone possesses a multitude of ulterior motives. Conversations are veiled and ambiguous, seemingly filled with meaningless chatter, yet beneath the surface lies a wealth of intricacies that leave him bewildered and exasperated. Just as he was about to speak again, his ears perked up at the distant sound of footsteps and voices approaching. Alarmed, he swiftly concealed the short blade resting against Xiao Ji's neck. "There is no time. They are allies. Assist me, and I shall ensure the prince favors you more in return, never allowing you to languish in solitude, subjected to others' whims." Xiao Ji found this amusing, but chose not to expose him. Instead, she lifted the bedding on her couch and instructed Gideon. The man in black froze, incredulous. "You are on the verge of marriage, and you would permit another man into your bed?" Xiao Ji crossed her arms and regarded him. "What alternative do you propose? Shall I send you away to claim a great merit instead?" Given the peculiar circumstances, the man in black, convincing himself it was merely a temporary measure, gritted his teeth and climbed onto Xiao Ji's bed. She joined him, using the bedding to conceal him beside her, extinguishing the candlelight. Soon, the sound of the guard's footsteps echoed in the courtyard outside the hall. Upon reaching the entrance to the chambers, they were halted by Lin Xiao, who announced, "The princess is resting." The leading guard produced a search warrant, speaking courteously, "The third prince has been attacked. All palaces must be investigated, the princess included. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Given the gravity of the prince's assault, Lin Xiao did not dare to delay. She informed the guards to wait a moment before entering Xiao Ji's chambers, and from behind the screen, she relayed, "My lady, the third prince has been attacked. The guards have come to search." Xiao Ji responded with a nonchalant murmur, tinged with weariness. Lin Xiao received her command and opened the chamber doors, addressing the guards. "3 may enter, but do not disturb the princess's peace. As a legitimate daughter of the empress, with a brother who is the crown prince." Xiao Ji had always been favored in the emperor's eyes due to her auspicious status. The palace denizens, adept at reading the room, even with a search warrant in hand, dare not act too brazenly before her. Moreover, with her impending marriage, it was unnecessary to attract trouble at this juncture. Thus, the leading guard granted Lin Xiao a measure of respect, allowing 2 of his men to enter the chamber quietly. They lit a candle and began their search discreetly. After finding nothing of note, the guard captain was about to depart when he caught a faint whiff of blood. He halted his advance and knelt before Xiao Ji's bed, respectfully requesting, "May the princess arise." At this, Xiao Ji sensed the figure beneath the cover stiffen. From behind the curtain, she coldly commanded, "Lin Xiao, drag him out and execute him." The captain of the guards, upon hearing this, immediately bowed and stated, "I act under orders and have committed no wrongdoing. May I inquire as to the source of the foul odor within the princess's chamber?" Before Xiao Ji could respond, Lin Xiao erupted with anger. "You insolent servant! Does the princess need to report to you even in her time of discomfort?" The captain, chastised, lowered his head in silence, yet showed no intention of departing. Xiao Ji's voice was soft but carried a commanding presence. Without offering an explanation to the guard, she simply declared, "Return to inform His Majesty that this princess has retired to rest and does not permit you to search her bed. I leave my fate to His Majesty's discretion." The guard, lacking the courage to confront Xiao Ji, albeit begrudgingly, accepted the order and turned to his subordinates, saying, "Go report to the emperor that the 9th princess refuses to cooperate with the search of her bed." The subordinate guard acknowledged and hurried towards the imperial study. Once the door to Xiao Ji's chamber was firmly closed again, and after the passage of half a tea time, confirming that the guards would not return, the figure in black suddenly flung aside the bedding, asking, "Will this implicate you?" Xiao Ji, however, remained unfazed, snorting coldly, if he were wise. "He would not have mentioned this matter to my father. If it comes to that, he can only blame his own misfortune." As Xiao Ji prepared for slumber, the truth of her male form was most vulnerable at this moment. Approaching her coming of age, should her identity be discovered prior to this milestone, fortune could swiftly turn to calamity. This matter bore significant weight on the fate of the Yu. Should the emperor learn that, at such a critical juncture, a reckless guard nearly jeopardized the state over an assassin targeting the 3rd prince, the consequences will be dire. The imperial palace was a voracious beast, devoid of reason or the distinction between good and evil. A minor misstep could lead to utter annihilation, rendering one to naught but bones, let alone acting as a savior here. After the search concluded, guards were stationed at every palace entrance to prevent any assassin from slipping away unnoticed. Xiao Ji rose from her bed and peered through the window's crack, then turned to the figure in black and said, "You cannot leave until the assassin is apprehended. No one shall step foot outside the palace." The figure cursed under their breath, sitting up while clutching their bleeding wound. "They will capture the assassin before the hour of Qin tomorrow." As the noble lord of Beiqin, how could he lack sufficient informants within the Yu Palace? Now that he was in peril, if by the hour of Qin there was still no news, his subordinates would take the blame and devise a means for his escape. Xiao Ji observed his injury in silence for a moment before saying, "Send word to your people, stating that you have escaped. Tomorrow morning, you shall leave the palace with my wedding procession." The figure in black took a deep breath, feeling a wave of dizziness, and was about to speak when he suddenly collapsed backward, losing consciousness. Xiao Ji supported him, gripping his wrist, and, after a moment, called out, "Lien Xiao." "Lien Xiao, enter to the sound, my lord." Xiao Ji sighed, "Fetch the antidote." Lien Xiao had sensed something amiss earlier, but since Xiao Ji had not called for him, he feigned ignorance. Now that Xiao Ji showed no intent to conceal the truth, he could not help but inquire, "Why do you concern yourself with this assassin?" As Xiao Ji gently laid the cloaked figure down, he tore away the fabric from the man's shoulder, revealing a gruesome wound from which blood continued to ooze beneath the broken arrow. Grasping the arrow, he mused, "An assassin? This is to be my future husband." Chapter 47, The False Princess and His War God Prince, Part 4. Within the palace, skilled warriors abounded. It was indeed unfortunate for Xiao Ji, having slain the third prince. He was not apprehended by the guards from the prince's residence, but was instead caught by the governor of the night patrol, who happened to be passing by. Cloaked in darkness, traversing the palace walls at the dead of night, it was evident that the intruder harbored ill intentions. The night patrol governor swiftly drew his bow and loosed an arrow at Xiao Ji, who evaded several times, yet the arrow seemed to have a mind of its own, refusing to relent until it struck him. As the governor prepared to release a second arrow, Xiao Ji, with no time to spare, managed to evade a fatal blow but was nonetheless struck. Little did he expect that the arrow was not only poisoned but also barbed, a truly wicked design. Upon grasping the shaft of the arrow, Xiao Ji quickly assessed the situation of the arrowhead, noting the 3 sharp barbs that accompanied the tip. If he were to pull out forcefully, it would surely tear away a significant portion of flesh. Moreover, the poison was spreading rapidly, encroaching upon Xiao Ji's heart. The immediate priority was to counteract the venom. Xiao Ji first sealed several acupoints near Xiao Ji's heart to halt the further spread of the toxin. Lien Xiao, standing by, observed Xiao Ji's actions with confusion, daring to suggest, "My lord, the northern prince's summons to the capital is a grave crime. Now, having slain the third prince, should you reveal him, His Majesty would have grounds to condemn the northern prince and reclaim the northern territories. You would achieve merit and need not marry into the north. Would that not be a tremendous boon?" Xiao Ji cast a glance at Lien Xiao and replied, "Do you believe the northern territories can be so easily subdued? If the northern prince were to perish here, the very soldiers that Xiao Ji led would not let this go unavenged. To repel foreign threats, one must first secure the interior. If the north were to rebel, the Rondi would seize the opportunity to invade. How then would we resolve such a crisis? With 30,000 troops stationed across 17 cities in the north, although the Great Yu's forces were far greater in number, most had languished in sheltered complacency. While the soldiers of the north had endured a decade of relentless battle, they might not match 1 against 100, but each could certainly contend 10 to 1. Were it not for their formidable prowess, how could the emperor possibly allow Xiao Ji such audacity, disregarding the imperial dignity? Lien Xiao pursed her lips. Gazing at Xiao Ji lying on Xiao Ji's couch, her heart ached for Xiao Ji's plight, yet she refrained from speaking further, obediently fetching the antidote. Xiao Ji uncorked the vial, inhaled its scent, and then tossed it back dismissively. "Bring me the vial that the crown prince sent last year." Lien Xiao hesitated, "My lord, the The crown prince's gift was crafted by the medicine king of Miaojing, and there were only 3. Xiao Ji's expression grew icy as he fixed his gaze upon Lian Xiao, who felt a chill run down her spine, realizing she could not contest him further. She hurried away to retrieve the medicine. Fortunately, the poison smeared upon the governor's malicious arrow was not an insurmountable toxin. As the antidote was administered, it was but a moment before Xiao Ji violently expelled a torrent of dark blood. As the person gradually regained consciousness amidst a fit of violent coughing, Xiao's attention was solely directed toward Xiao Ji. The intense gaze of death from Xiao Ji had startled Xiao severely, and now he was exceptionally obedient, promptly serving tea and handing over a spittoon to Xiao Ji, and then scampering off to fetch hot water. Once Xiao Ji caught his breath and sat up in bed. He glanced at the arrowhead lodged in his shoulder. Just as he intended to remove it, Xiao Ji grasped his wrist firmly, warning him, "The arrow is barbed. If extracted directly, it could sever your tendons, and you may lose that arm." Xiao Ji cursed under his breath, "The arrow is poisoned. Keeping it embedded will not save my arm when I finally manage to escape and seek a physician." Xiao Ji gazed intently into his eyes, asking, "Do you trust me?" To speak truthfully, Xiao Ji did not. Yet, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Their eyes locked, and he replied, "If you can help me preserve it, I shall gift it to you in the future." Xiao Ji, taken aback by his words, retorted, "What would I do with it?" Suddenly, Xiao Ji chuckled, "To shield you from the elements, to block blades and swords." Xiao Ji was disinclined to entertain such trivial banter. When Xiao returned with hot water, Xiao Ji instructed him to fetch strong liquor, medicinal ointments, scissors, a dagger, and gauze. Just as Xiao Ji was about to inquire about Xiao Ji's intentions, Xiao Ji abruptly turned his head towards the window and shouted, "Who goes there?" Instinctively, Xiao Ji turned to look, only to be struck on the nape of his neck by Xiao Ji's palm, rendering him unconscious. Xiao Ji then ordered Xiao to stand guard outside, forbidding anyone from entering. Comprehending the directive, Xiao exited Xiao Ji's chamber. 037 had long anticipated that Xiao Ji harbored ulterior motives and remarked, "Using magic at non-critical moments is a violation." Xiao Ji scoffed, "Rules are merely human conventions. I cannot stand idly by and watch him lose an arm." After a moment, he seemed to recall something. This turn of events was not part of the original trajectory. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to 037 in its past endeavors, and it responded nonchalantly in the original path. The phoenix never even arrived at the imperial city. Perhaps it is the butterfly effect, sensing your impending arrival and hastening to meet you. Xiao Ji ceased further conversation, cutting open Xiao Ji's shirt, setting it aside, and grasping the broken arrow. In no time, the arrow visibly vanished within Xiao Ji's palm, dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind a ghastly wound that continued to seep blood due to lingering poison. Xiao Ji was no fool. The fact that Xiao Ji could extract the broken arrow without harming his tendons was already remarkable. Had Xiao Ji hastily attempted to heal the wound, Xiao Ji would have regarded him as a monstrous being. Utilizing powers not belonging to this small world was already considered a transgression. Minor infractions would be overlooked by the enforcers, but if his identity were exposed, 037 would be compelled to detach Xiao Ji's soul, severing him from this realm. After Xiao Ji applied the medicine and changed the bandages for Xiao Ji, he entrusted the bloodied bedding and clothes to Qiu for proper disposal. Finally, he lay down on the floor beside the couch and closed his eyes. It was in the latter half of the night that Xiao Ji awakened due to the throbbing pain. A cold sweat broke out as I opened my eyes. My first instinct to touch the mask upon my face and the gossamer-like facade that adorned it, finding everything intact with no signs of disturbance. I finally eased the tension in my heart. I intended to question Xiao Ji as to why he had resorted to such measures to render me unconscious, but upon turning my head, I beheld him curled up at the foot of the bed, soundly asleep. The moonlight, hazy and soft, filtered through the thin paper of the window, casting a gentle glow upon Xiao Ji's face, which caused the torrent of grievances I had nearly allowed to erupt within me to be forcibly swallowed back down. Tentatively, I shifted my left shoulder, a sharp pain causing me to gasp. Observing my bare upper body, meticulously bandaged, I noted that while the wound ached, it was far less severe than I had anticipated. In fact, it paled in comparison to the agony I had felt on the battlefield when a sword had nearly pierced my abdomen. Propping myself up with my right hand, I attempted to sit up from the bed, wishing to lift Xiao Ji onto the mattress. However, due to the constraints of my left hand, I lacked the strength to do so and could only gently pat him awake, saying, "A lady should not be exposed to the chill of the ground. Are you not afraid of catching a cold? Is your soft couch not suitable for slumber?" Chapter 48. The Faux Princess and Her Divine Warrior Prince, Part 5. Since their reconciliation in a past life. Xiao Ji had always acquiesced to Yin Nian's desire to share a bed. In this life, having finally seized the opportunity to sleep on the cool, refreshing floor, he found his dream interrupted by Yin Nian. Upon awakening, he was somewhat displeased, grumbling, "Why do you concern yourself with my rest when you choose not to sleep yourself?" Earlier, when the guards were patrolling, Xiao Ji had allowed Yin Nian onto the bed as a temporary measure, although Yin Nian had felt a twinge of discontent. Yet now, witnessing Xiao Ji's steadfastness, preferring the cold tiles to sharing a bed, Yin Nian felt an unexpected pang of discomfort in his heart. He offered, "Come up and sleep. I will not disturb you." Xiao Ji sat up and glanced at the sky outside, stifling a yawn as he covered his mouth and nose. "There is no need. We are departing the capital in 2 hours. Whether I sleep or not makes little difference." Yin Nian pulled him gently towards the edge of the bed and contemplated. "You mentioned allowing me to accompany your wedding entourage out of the palace. Is that still valid?" Xiao Ji regarded him with a piercing gaze. "Do you not trust me?" Yin Nian quickly denied it. "It is not that. If you are willing to escort the bride to the west, it will be most advantageous for me to have someone else take the blame. However, if we wish to send a message, I can lend you paper and ink. I have my methods." Xiao Ji interrupted him. Yin Nian pressed his lips together, surprised. "I did not expect your willingness to assist me. I thought you were reluctant to marry into the northern territories." "Helping you is in my own interest," Xiao Ji replied. "Did you not promise that, upon your return, the prince would favor me a few more times, ensuring I'm not left alone to endure the trials of solitude?" Xiao Ji narrowed his eyes at Yin Nian. "Pray tell, are you not attempting to deceive me, Deputy Lin?" Feeling a chill under Xiao Ji's scrutiny, Yin Nian felt a twinge of embarrassment but resolutely declared, "How could I? Rest assured, a man's word, once given, is as binding as a chariot cannot be turned back. If the prince refuses to share his bed with you, I shall render him unconscious and deliver him to your side." Xiao Ji felt a twitch in his eyelid and, taking up paper and pen from the table by the window, was about to retreat when he noticed Yin Nian sketching a few strokes on the paper before handing it to him, saying, "My left hand is not convenient. Please help me cut it out and fold it neatly to deliver to Eunuch Zhao of the Chuyang Palace. I would be immensely grateful." Just as Xiao Ji was about to express his concern over Yin Nian's excessive trust in him, he glanced down and saw that the paper bore no writing, only a crude drawing of excrement in one corner. After a moment of silence, he tore off the drawing, folded it neatly. The method of communication from the northern region was indeed unexpected. Yin Nian let out a dry laugh, saying, "Just a simple fellow. As long as my subordinates understand, that suffices." Xiao Ji walked to the window and gave a gentle whistle. A plump little shrike flew out from under the eaves. Without further ado, he stuffed the paper into the bird's beak and instructed, "Go, and do not mistake the recipient." The shrike brushed against Xiao Ji's finger and flew off with the secret letter. It seemed fortunate that the Northern Region's wedding procession did not wish to linger in the capital for too long. Xiao Ji summoned Lin Xiao under the pretense of inspecting the dowry, having several wooden chests brought in, and then closed the door. He spread out a layer of fine silk and satin from one of the chests beneath his bed, creating space for Yin Nian to hide within. The assassins who had targeted the third prince had ultimately evaded capture, and the palace was bustling with preparations for both a wedding and a funeral. No one was a fool. The moment the Northern Region's entourage entered the palace, the third prince had encountered an assassination attempt. Anyone with a modicum of sense could surmise that this incident was likely linked to the Northern Region. Currently, The assassins had vanished without a trace, alive or dead. There was no way to directly attribute blame to the northern region, even if the emperor felt reluctant. Wishing to delay the northern region's wedding party for a while longer, he could not defy the celestial observatory's decree that the auspicious time must not be delayed. Xiao Ji's fate was intertwined with the destiny of the Great Yu, and his affairs were of paramount importance to the realm. Having donned the bridal gown, Xiao Ji stepped into the Qianyang Palace for the final time. As he presented tea to the emperor and empress, the emperor grasped Xiao Ji's hand, patting the back of it, saying, "No matter where you go, you will always be my child. Whatever happens, just write to me, and your father will take care of it." Though it sounded like a kind sentiment, Xiao Ji understood that the emperor was reminding him to remain cognizant of his identity. Should any unrest arise in the northern region, he was to send word back to the palace without delay. Xiao Ji bowed his head, replying, "I understand, Your Majesty." From the moment the empress saw Xiao Ji enter the Qianyang Palace clad in bridal attire, tears streamed down her face like disconnected pearls, never ceasing. She refrained from saying anything particularly heart-wrenching, but choked out, "The mountains are high and the roads are long. I know not when we shall meet again. Take care of yourself. There is much time ahead." Xiao Ji performed a kneeling ceremony before the emperor and empress, appearing deeply moved, yet his heart remained unperturbed. According to the customs of the Great Yu, the wedding party was only required to wait at the palace gates until the sending-off party emerged to join them. However, the emperor had specially invited the wedding party into the palace today. The reason was understood by all present. If the assailants of the third prince were among the wedding party, then the number of participants today should differ from that of yesterday's entry into the city. Regrettably, the bridal procession still stood outside Qianyang Hall with faces as grim as ever, the number of participants identical to that of yesterday's entry into the city, without even a single excuse for an upset stomach. At the forefront, the masked Lin Heng remained resolute among the 100 black-clad riders. The emperor personally held Xiao Ji's hand and approached Lin Heng, gazing into his eyes for a brief moment before placing his hand upon Lin Heng's left shoulder. Squeezing it firmly, "General Lin, your efforts are commendable. My little Jiu, I trust you will take great care on this journey." Lin Heng, maintaining his composure in the face of the emperor's scrutiny, performed a formal bow. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not fail in my duty." The emperor, sensing nothing amiss, patted Lin Heng's shoulder again with conviction and spoke no further. Last night's arrow had been reported truthfully by the governor of the night patrol. If indeed it were the work of someone from the northern borders, such skill could only belong to Lin Heng. Yet, at present, Lin Heng exhibited no signs of irregularity. With the probing yielding no results, the auspicious hour could not be delayed. As the sun rose in the east and a myriad birds gathered above Qianyang Hall, the ceremonial officer from the astronomical platform looked skyward and proclaimed loudly, "The auspicious hour has arrived. We bid farewell to the 9th princess as she embarks on her journey." The officials echoed in unison, "We bid farewell to the 9th princess as she embarks on her journey." Xiao Ji boarded her bridal carriage and, accompanied by the entourage from the northern borders, departed the palace, proceeding toward the outskirts of the imperial city under the watchful eyes of the officials. Chapter 49. The False Princess and Her Warrior Prince, Part 6. The bridal procession for Xiao Ji was notably sparse. With over 100 black riders from the northern borders present, the few guards assigned to Xiao Ji by the emperor were merely ornamental. Besides that, including Lin Xiao, only 4 maidens accompanied her as dowry attendants. Among them, with the exception of Lin Xiao, none were of Xiao Ji's own choosing. All were sent by the empress to keep a watchful eye on her. After traveling 200 miles beyond the city, the population began to dwindle. Xiao Ji tapped gently on the side of the palanquin, signaling the procession to halt. Lin Heng dismounted from the front and approached the window of Xiao Ji's carriage. Privately contemplating how this pampered princess of the imperial city was indeed full of concerns, yet maintaining an expression of indifference, he inquired, "What are your orders, princess?" Xiao Ji lifted a corner of the curtain and whispered, "Find an opportunity, and aside from Lin Xiao, deal with the others from the imperial city. Ensure it is done discreetly." Lin Xiao, seated opposite Xiao Ji, felt a jolt of alarm. "My lord," but Xiao Ji raised a hand, signaling for silence. Having been born and raised in the northern borders, Lin Heng had only heard tales of the gentle and demure daughters of the capital, fragile and needing frequent rest after a short walk. Until today, he had never laid eyes on the famed ninth princess. After Xiao Ji had served tea to the empress, her face had been veiled, and Lin Heng had yet to see her countenance. He could only discern from her demeanor that this princess from the capital was indeed quite different from the girls of the northern borders. Though tall in stature, she carried herself with a certain grace, her build delicate and not robust. She certainly appeared incapable of enduring hardship. He had assumed that Xiao Ji's command to halt was for some trivial whim, yet he was utterly unprepared for her first words to him to be so ruthless. His expression turned peculiar. "Do you truly intend this, princess?" Xiao Ji maintained a calm demeanor, her voice neither coarse nor exhibiting the delicate petulance typical of a young woman. Upon first hearing, it was somewhat ambiguous in its gender. What else could be done? Should we take them to the northern territory as spies? The emperor's emissaries cannot be retained, nor can they be expelled, if we allow them to return alive. It is a minor issue if they seek an audience with the emperor. However, it would be troublesome if he devised a way to send more individuals to Xiao Ji's side. These individuals are mere pawns, destined to perish within the Northern Star Prince's estate. Xiao Ji lacked the energy to monitor these minor characters constantly, rather than show a moment of compassion and leave behind potential calamities to deal with later. It would be far more prudent to send them to the afterlife early for peace of mind. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow. "I shall carry out your orders." Having said this, he turned and rode back to the front of the procession, continuing to lead the way. According to the original itinerary, the wedding party was supposed to rest in a town near the capital that night. However, Lin Heng unexpectedly commanded a diversion onto another path. Thus, after sunset, the procession halted at the foot of a desolate mountain for a temporary respite. Xiao Ji, accompanied by Lin Xiao, transferred from the bridal palanquin to the carriage prepared for the return journey. The interior of the carriage was stark and uninviting. There were no cushions or blankets to speak of. Upon entering, Lin Xiao's expression soured. "This is hardly different from a coffin. The Northern Star Prince does not regard you at all." Xiao Ji concealed her satisfaction, relishing the spaciousness and cleanliness. Sleeping on the wooden planks while feeling the cool night breeze was immensely comfortable. She glanced at Lin Xiao. "Do not speak carelessly. In the Mingyue Palace, I can protect you, but once we reach the Northern Territory, refrain from reckless words. Disaster often springs from the mouth." Lin Xiao fell silent, silently feeling aggrieved for her master. After a moment's thought, Xiao Ji offered a suggestion. "Once Lin Vice-General has accomplished his task, you shall return to the bridal palanquin to rest tonight." Though Lin Xiao wished to stay by Xiao Ji's side for protection against any unforeseen events, she understood that she could not continually contradict her master. So she simply nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Lin Heng proved to be a capable general under Yin Nian, executing his orders with resolute efficiency. Shortly after nightfall, as Xiao Ji leaned against the carriage wall, her eyes closed in repose, she heard the faint clinking of swords and, without a sound, someone stealthily entered her carriage. Xiao Ji opened her eyes to see a man seated across from her, clad in black armor. With ink-black hair tied up, his iron mask was conspicuously absent, revealing a pair of strikingly elongated phoenix eyes that were at odds with his otherwise unremarkable features, indicating the use of a false face. Xiao Ji regarded him. "Be cautious of your wounds." Yin Nian had not anticipated that removing his mask would lead to Xiao Ji recognizing him immediately. He feigned ignorance and asked, "What wounds?" Xiao Ji ignored him and promptly drew back the curtain, feigning an intention to call out. However, Yin Nian was quick to cover her mouth. It's me. What are you shouting for?" Xiao Ji lowered her gaze, observing his hand over her mouth. Yin Nian released his grip. Xiao Ji remarked, "In the dead of night, an uninvited scoundrel climbs aboard my carriage. Should I not raise an alarm?" Yin Nian chuckled. "What are you saying? Who is a scoundrel? Do not speak recklessly." Xiao Ji scrutinized his phoenix eyes. "You are not Lin Heng." Yin Nian denied it. "I am." Xiao Ji, who is leading the team today? Yin Nian. "He is a fake, while I am the genuine one." Xiao Ji pulled back the curtain of the carriage, preparing to shout once more. Xiang Yin swiftly covered his mouth and nose again. All right, I am not Lin Hong. What is the matter with you? Can you refrain from making a mountain out of a molehill? Xiao Ji brushed Xiang Yin's hand away. Speak, who exactly are you? Xiang Yin replied without hesitation. Merely an ordinary soldier. Xiao Ji scoffed, clearly unconvinced. No wonder you are from the Northern Star King faction. Even an ordinary soldier possesses such skills, able to assassinate a prince within the palace and escape unscathed, only to come to my chambers seeking help. So, the talk about the prince pampering me was merely a ruse. Xiang Yin was taken aback, then retorted angrily. Why are you so difficult to fool? Xiao Ji remained expressionless. It is you who are treating me as a fool. Xiang Yin ground his teeth for a moment before fabricating a new identity. I am the brother of the Northern Star King, Xiang Xiao. After speaking, as if fearing Xiao Ji might shout for help, he hastily added, the Northern Territory is dull. So I asked my brother to let me join the wedding entourage for a change of scenery. Only Deputy Lin knows my true identity. Do not make it public. And I will ensure my brother stays with you every night. I can certainly be more influential than Lin Hong. Is that so? Xiao Ji fixed his gaze on him. Xiang Yin, feeling a flutter of anxiety, firmly asserted, yes. Xiao Ji then said, call me sister-in-law and let me hear it. Xiang Yin opened his mouth, hesitated for a long while, and finally managed to say, that cannot be. You have not yet married my brother. A lady should maintain some modesty. Xiao Ji spoke with indifference. Then you may leave. Xiang Yin stared wide-eyed. Why are you driving me away? Xiao Ji, a lady should maintain modesty. It is all the more necessary to avoid suspicion when with your future husband as younger brother. Xiang Yin refused, leaning against the carriage wall in a stubborn manner. I'm injured, the wind outside is fierce, and I cannot risk catching a chill. In matters of urgency, my brother will understand. Chapter 50. The False Princess and Her War God Prince. Part 7. Xiao Ji had teased him sufficiently and chose not to press further, instead opting for silence as they each leaned against opposite ends of the carriage to rest. After a while, Xiang Yin suddenly spoke softly. The people of the imperial city may not be your confidants, yet once they arrive in the Northern Territory, they are, at least, in the same boat as you. Do you not fear regretting your decision to dispose of them? Xiao Ji did not open his eyes nor respond. Just as Xiang Yin thought Xiao Ji had fallen asleep, Xiao Ji finally spoke. When one marries a chicken, one follows the chicken. When one marries a dog, one follows the dog. From this day forth, my husband, whom I have never met, will be the one in my boat. Xiang Yin, having originally agreed to marry the Emperor's daughter with a detached attitude, had intended to bring her back and leave her to her own devices, even preparing for the possibility of imprisoning her should the ninth princess cause any trouble, never allowing her to see the light of day. At this moment, though he was uncertain whether Xiao Ji's words were sincere or a calculated ploy meant for his ears, he could not deny that a flicker of compassion arose within him, harboring a hope that after Xiao Ji's marriage to the Northern Territory, they might share a united heart. He gazed at the profile of Xiao Ji, his throat tightening. It is getting late. You should rest. As Xiang Yin lingered nearby, Xiao Ji felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance wash over him. Before long, drowsiness overtook him, and he drifted into a slumber. In a hazy realm between dreams and wakefulness, he sensed Xiang Yin disembarking from the carriage. Moments later, he inexplicably returned with a blanket, quietly draping it over Xiao Ji's form. In the process, he inadvertently tugged at a wound, drawing a sharp breath and silently grimacing in pain. When dawn broke, Xiao Ji awoke to find Xiang Yin had vanished without a trace. The caravan continued its journey, and Lin Xiao returned to the carriage, wearing a countenance heavy with concern. What troubles you? Xiao Ji inquired, raising an eyebrow to glance at him. Lin Xiao shook his head. The closer we draw to the northern borders, the more unsettled my heart becomes. I fear that should any misstep occur, I will be unable to protect you. His fears were numerous. He was apprehensive that Xiao Ji might have harmed the Emperor's kin, and that the Emperor would soon demand answers. He feared the revelation of Xiao Ji's true identity would incite the wrath of the Northern King. His master was not destined for fortune. despite possessing the grace of celestial beings and wisdom bordering on the supernatural. He had embarked on an irreversible path before even a year had passed since his transformation into a man. Observing Lin Xiao's troubled expression, Xiao Ji, though perplexed by the loyalty of those bound not by blood but by love, reached out and gently ruffled Lin Xiao's hair, offering reassurance. "Do not fret. I shall not perish, nor shall you." From that day on, Xiao Ji remained within the northern-bound caravan, walking a measured distance beside Xiao Ji's carriage. When unnoticed, he would engage in light banter, sharing inconsequential musings. Initially, Xiao Ji would inquire, "What is your brother's appearance like? Does it align with the rumors? Is he a fearsome figure, with a fierce visage, or a countenance akin to vermin? A killer, perhaps?" Xiao Ji would retort with indignation, "Nonsense. My brother is a paragon of virtue, remarkably handsome, talented beyond measure, and the unrivaled beauty of the northern borders." Xiao Ji would then pursue further. "Is it true that your brother has no concubines? Are there no favorite companions? Does he not indulge in the pleasures of the brothels?" Xiao Ji would grit his teeth. "My brother is chaste and has always shunned the company of women. Not only does he reject concubines and mistresses, but even the servants in the courtyard are all men." Xiao Ji would press on. "Is it then that your brother harbors a penchant for the affections of his own gender?" At this, Xiao Ji paused, a sudden stillness enveloping him as memories of his comrades, battle-hardened men with unkempt beards and unwashed bodies, filled his mind. They were boisterous, their laughter echoing like the cries of slaughtered pigs, their speech animated and spittle flying as they drank and bantered. Feeling a surge of indignation, Xiao Ji interrupted. "Ever since I reached the age of maturity, I have only wielded my sword on the battlefield. I have no interest in delicate, soft maidens, let alone those rough men." Realizing he had let slip too much, he quickly amended, "I meant my brother." Xiao Ji did not expose him, but rather thoughtfully remarked, "The way you speak in favor of your brother indicates a commendable bond between the two of you." When he made that statement, Xiao Ji appeared momentarily taken aback, and subsequently, after a brief pause, he defensively countered, fixating on the term rough goods. Xiao Ji pondered to himself that Xiao Ji was evidently inexperienced in matters of love, still unawakened to such sentiments, and at present his disposition seemed far from invulnerable. Although Xiao Ji spoke candidly about trivial matters, he was, in reality, quite astute. Whenever the conversation veered towards issues concerning the internal affairs of the northern region, his mind raced faster than anyone else's, never uttering a word that should remain unspoken. Xiao Ji had no intention of probing into the situation of the northern region. He was merely concerned about how to approach Xiao Xiao, which prompted him to ask a few more questions. Observing Xiao Ji's caution, he refrained from further inquiries, not wanting to give the impression of extracting information, which might lead Xiao Ji to become wary of him. Thus, in the days that followed, their conversations predominantly revolved around Xiao Ji's valiant exploits on the battlefield. When Xiao Ji was eager to boast, Xiao Ji indulged him with mild praise, offering half-hearted compliments. Initially, Xiao Ji reveled in Xiao Ji's flattery, but as time passed, the repetitiveness of Xiao Ji's praise made him less inclined to engage in idle chatter, feeling that he was being dismissed. However, Xiao Ji understood this to some extent, for Xiao Ji had not witnessed his true appearance nor seen his gallantry on the battlefield, making his indifference somewhat justifiable. Over the course of more than a month traveling north from the capital, Xiao Ji and Xiao Ji gradually grew closer, engaging in light-hearted banter by day and at night. Xiao Ji would share Xiao Ji's carriage, both maintaining a reasonable distance throughout. It was not until they approached the 17 cities of the northern region that they settled in an inn to rest, with Xiao Ji's shoulder wound nearly healed. After escorting Xiao Ji to his room, he took Lin Heng and a few subordinates to a riverside tavern for drinks. As they passed a jewelry shop, he suddenly came to a halt. Lin Heng, noticing Xiao Ji lagging behind, turned to inquire, "Sir, what are you pondering?" Xiao Ji glanced at Lin Heng and replied, "Wait for me a moment. I wish to take a look." With that, he stepped directly into the jewelry shop. Chapter 51. The False Princess and His War God Prince. Part 8. The cities near the border were inevitably less prosperous than the capital, with fewer captivating items to behold. Xiao Ji wandered around the jewelry shop, but found nothing particularly eye-catching. As the daughter of the queen, Xiao Ji had undoubtedly encountered countless exquisite treasures. Ordinary gold and silver trinkets were unlikely to impress him. Yet, having come this far, Xiao Ji felt a sense of dissatisfaction at the thought of leaving empty-handed. Just then, a lady accompanied by two maidservants entered the shop. Judging by their attire, she was likely a young lady of considerable standing, either from a prominent family or a wealthy merchant. As soon as the young woman entered, the shopkeeper, who had previously ignored Xiao Ji, immediately greeted her with a beaming smile. "Miss Xiao, you have arrived just in time. The hairpin you ordered was just completed by our craftsman yesterday. Allow me to show it to you." Miss Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your trouble." "Not at all. It is my duty," the shopkeeper replied, retrieving a sandalwood box from the locked cabinet and placing it before Miss Xiao. "Please take a look." Xiao Ji, upon hearing this, leaned in from a distance, straining his neck to catch a glimpse of the contents of the box. The shopkeeper opened it to reveal a wooden hairpin. Disappointed at first, Xiao Ji was about to leave, but found himself unable to resist taking another look. To his surprise, the seemingly ordinary slender sandalwood pin was intricately carved with a vivid depiction of a phoenix in flight. Intrigued, Xiao Ji inquired, "Might I borrow this hairpin for a moment?" Miss Xiao tilted her head, discreetly assessing him. Clad in the black armor of the northern border, he was undoubtedly a soldier from the 17 cities of the north. No one in proximity to the northern cities would wish to provoke such men. Without responding to Xiao Ji, Ms. Zhao lowered her gaze, signaling the shopkeeper to present the pin to him. The shopkeeper, with a cloth in hand, carefully handed the wooden hairpin to Xiao Ji. Taking it, he examined it closely. The craftsmanship was exquisite, so lifelike that the feathers of the phoenix seemed to flutter gently. After a moment of careful inspection, he remarked to the shopkeeper, "This craftsmanship rivals that of the artisans in the imperial palace. I wonder if there are any other pieces in the shop crafted by this master?" The shopkeeper cleared his throat with pride. "Indeed, our master has a remarkable reputation. The jewelry he crafted years ago is worth a fortune." Then, with a hint of regret, he added, "Unfortunately, he has aged, and this hairpin took him over a month to carve. It is likely his final masterpiece." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji turned to Miss Zhao. "Might you consider parting with it? I am willing to offer a high price." Miss Zhao hesitated. "Sir, I must apologize. This hairpin is a birthday gift prepared by my mother for an elder, and I cannot part with it." Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow. "An elder of your family?" Miss Zhao shook her head. "A friend." Since Xiao Ji first set eyes on the hairpin, he had been subtly observing Miss Zhao. She was adorned in a delicate smoke-colored robe, wearing jewels of gold and jade, and her wrist bore a fine jade bracelet of notable quality. Outside the jewelry shop, a soft sedan chair waited, with 4 young servants posing as bearers standing at the door. Their demeanor was not overly ostentatious, yet they clearly had no intention of concealing their identity. Having reached the limits of his inquiry, Xiao Ji returned the hairpin to Ms. Zhao and watched her depart before retrieving a substantial ingot of silver from his pocket and placing it before the shopkeeper. "I do not wish to purchase anything, but I have a question." Upon seeing the silver, the shopkeeper's expression brightened. "Sir, please ask. I will answer without hesitation." Xiao Ji inquired, "Which family does Ms. Zhao belong to?" "She is the sole daughter of the magistrate Zhao," the shopkeeper replied without hesitation. "It is no secret. She has reached marriageable age, but remains unmarried. There was a betrothal arranged some years ago." "That is not what I asked," Xiao Ji interjected. Interrupting Xiao Ji, he inquired, "Do you know for whom Xiao Ji, the magistrate, is celebrating the birthday of an elder?" In the bustling streets, news travels swiftly. When a prominent family is to celebrate a birthday, it becomes common knowledge long before the event. The wife of Governor Su of Xiao Bei has maintained a significant presence in the northern territories, and those in power have learned to be astute in their dealings. Given our reliance on the 17 cities of the north, it is wiser to curry favor with the court-s officials rather than the northern prince's retinue. The shopkeeper, having noticed the black armor adorning Xiao Ji, spoke with a tone that, while somewhat flattering, held a kernel of truth. Xiao Ji understood that although Governor Su was dispatched by the emperor, the tributes he had sent to the northern prince's residence significantly surpassed those given to the imperial city, marking him as a man of discernment. In essence, this matter revolved around the Zhao magistrate's desire to ascend to the higher echelons of the northern territories. Thus, the situation simplified considerably. Exiting the jewelry shop empty-handed, Xiao Ji rummaged through his robes, but yielded nothing tangible. He turned to Lin Heng and asked, "Do we have a token for entry into my residence?" Upon hearing this, Lin Heng produced a jade token inscribed with the character for north from his waist. "Indeed, we do." Xiao Ji accepted the token and casually tossed it to a soldier behind him. "Make a trip to Magistrate Zhao's office and retrieve his daughter's wooden hairpin in exchange. Just mention that Lin Heng has promised to owe them a favor." Lin Heng exclaimed, "Sir, what shall I bring to the palace afterward?" Xiao Ji regarded him as though he were foolish and smacked him on the back of the neck. "Since the day you scampered about Bear, you've never used a token to enter the palace. Keeping it now is a waste. Trading it for a hairpin for the princess is a privilege. What grounds do you have to complain?" Lin Heng acquiesced. "Very well then." He paused, a hint of confusion crossing his features. "Sir, you seem quite invested in the ninth princess. Is this truly appropriate? Everyone knows that the emperor's daughters come to the northern territories, often bearing both royal mandates and personal agendas, making it difficult for them to unite with the north. Marrying one is merely a formality, offering little utility while requiring constant vigilance. Furthermore, it is common knowledge that your subordinate, the female General Yu Qing, harbors deep affections for you, willing to risk everything for your sake. Regrettably, you seem oblivious to her sentiments, often forgetting she is a woman and referring to her as brother." Since Xiao Ji agreed to wed a princess of the realm, no one in the north has felt pleased. Xiao Ji, upon hearing Lin Heng's remarks, shot him a sidelong glance. "Inappropriate? Should I not care for my own wife? Should I then care for yours?" Lin Heng scoffed. "I have no intention of marrying. My father would never allow it. If you insist, feel free to take her to your own residence." Xiao Ji responded with another slap. "You foolish wretch, attempting to thrust upon me something you yourself do not desire? You must be weary of living." Chapter 52. The False Princess and Her War God Prince. 9. As they journeyed onward, the air grew colder the closer they approached the north. Before settling in this city, Xiao Ji had not rested in an inn for a considerable while. Earlier, the carriage was rather serene, perfectly aligning with Xiao Ji's disposition. However, as time passed, Xiao Ji, whenever passing through towns, took to embellishing the carriage with various items. Now, the floor was adorned with a beast blanket, the seats cushioned with thick padding, and several pillows were strewn about, alongside a tea table equipped with teaware and a small stove, rendering it quite packed. Recently, with the snow blanketing the roads, Xiao Ji even procured a fox fur cloak, insisting that Xiao Ji wrap himself in it. Whenever Xiao Ji attempted to discreetly remove it, Xiao Ji would persistently murmur in his ear for what felt like ages. Presently, after Xiao Ji had finally ventured out for a drink, Xiao Ji felt a significant relaxation wash over him. He summoned the inn's attendant to bring warm water, allowing it to cool before he immersed himself for a good half hour, finally feeling a sense of relief. The inn's floor was not particularly clean, and after much hesitation, Xiao Ji ultimately reclined on the couch. Moonlight streamed through the partially opened window, casting a gentle glow upon the bed. Dressed in a white nightgown, Xiao Ji's inky black hair sprawled across the bed, and his long, slender jade-like legs were conspicuously exposed, enveloped in the hazy moonlight. In a light slumber, he heard someone enter through the window and sit beside him. Without opening his eyes, he lazily uttered, "You have returned." The voice was slightly husky, lacking the gentle intonation of a woman, yet it bore an almost fatal allure for Xiao Ji. Reeking of alcohol, Xiao Ji reached out to grasp Xiao Ji's icy ankle. The warm sensation prompted a shift in Xiao Ji's throat as he remarked, "In this frigid winter, I see you are courting illness." Xiao Ji opened his eyes, meeting the intoxicated gaze of Xiao Ji. "Previously, you climbed onto my carriage in the dead of night, bearing an injury on your shoulder, and I tolerated it. Now you have entered my bedroom uninvited, If your brother were to learn of this, would he not understand your intentions? Xiao Yin released his grip on Xiao Ji's ankle, pulling a nearby blanket over him. I am no match for the drink. Do not hold it against me. Xiao Ji, reluctant to be covered, sat up, his loose nightgown slipping off his shoulder as he inquired, "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Xiao Yin forced himself to divert his gaze from Xiao Ji, lowering his head to retrieve a wooden hairpin from his bosom. Grasping Xiao Ji's wrist, he placed the hairpin in his palm. I passed a jewelry shop along the way. Though the materials are ordinary, the craftsmanship is exquisite. You would look splendid wearing it. Xiao Ji picked up the hairpin, scrutinizing it in the moonlight. A phoenix takes flight, its feathers fluttering. It symbolizes the love between spouses and a harmonious union. You are thoughtful. Though Xiao Yin was raised amidst peril, he was not entirely uneducated. His admiration for the hairpin stemmed not only from its fine craftsmanship, but also from its meaningful symbolism, which he intended to gift to Xiao Ji. However, with the alcohol clouding his mind, he found himself grappling with an unquenchable desire, regretting the false identity he had previously constructed. At that time, he was not well acquainted with Xiao Ji, and the act of summoning a feudal lord to the capital was a grave offense. Should Xiao Ji seize the opportunity to report to the palace, the consequences would be unpredictable, and Xiao Yin dared not take such a risk. Now, he was consumed by a desire to act upon his feelings toward Xiao Ji, simultaneously fearing rejection and the possibility of acceptance. If rejected, it would imply that throughout their journey, he alone had harbored feelings for Xiao Ji, who remained indifferent to him. And perhaps he would also be indifferent towards the Prince of Beichun in the future. Should he not refuse, his current identity is that of Xiang Xiao, while Xiao Ji, burdened by her fiancé, engages in this charade with him. When the truth is finally unveiled, how will he and Xiao Ji confront each other? The emotions of Xiang Yin, oscillating between curiosity and trepidation, reached a crescendo in a fleeting moment. Yet, Xiao Ji, undeterred, drew closer, resting his chin on Xiang Yin's shoulder, whispering sultry words in his ear. Were you pondering? The warmth of his breath, imbued with a unique fragrance, enveloped Xiang Yin's ear, causing him to lose all reason. In a fervent impulse, he pushed Xiao Ji onto the bed and fervently captured those enticing lips with a passionate kiss. Subsequently, before he presumed Xiao Ji could retaliate, he swiftly withdrew and leapt through the window. Thus, even if he had gained the upper hand, he remained ignorant of Xiao Ji's true feelings. All was well. Xiao Ji reclined on the couch, observing the hasty retreat of Xiang Yin, and let out a soft chuckle. I am curious to see how you resolve this. Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly, It is not I who lies, nor am I the one taking the initiative. What resolution do I need? Indeed, Xiao Ji was correct. The one unable to conclude the matter was certainly not Xiao Ji, for since that unexpected kiss, Xiang Yin had not reappeared before him, even vanishing silently from the wedding procession. Xiao Ji had not even bothered to inquire about it. 10 days later, the wedding procession finally arrived at the city beneath the North Star Prince's residence. As the festive season approached, large snowflakes had been falling for 3 days. Yet they could not obscure the bustling atmosphere of impending celebrations. With the North Star Prince's wedding imminent, all shops under his domain were exempt from rent for a month, and provisions were sent to the soldiers guarding the city. The streets were adorned with crimson silk and lanterns, from the North Star Prince's residence to the city gate. A 10-mile stretch bustling with commoners eagerly awaiting the arrival of the 9th princess. On this day, at the hour of Chun, Xiao Ji donned the phoenix crown and bridal attire, having applied his makeup. Though veiled, he could hear the escalating clamor as they entered the city. Soon, the sounds of drums and firecrackers drew near. After what felt like an eternity, the carriage came to a halt, and someone lifted the curtain, extending a long, clean hand with distinct knuckles toward him. Xiao Ji instantly recognized the owner of that hand and modestly placed his right hand upon it. He grasped Xiang Yin's fingertips, but had no intention of disembarking. Outside, Xiang Yin tightened his grip on Xiao Ji's hand and inquired, Is the princess putting on airs? His voice, deep and somewhat reminiscent of before, now carried a richer, more natural timbre, revealing his true voice. Xiao Ji found it amusing and replied playfully, It cannot be said that I am putting on airs. I have just traveled from the capital. The journey is long and arduous. Now that we are at the doorstep, I find myself unable to proceed. I trust the prince will show understanding." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji clearly paused, then tugged at Xiao Ji, turning his back to him. "If you wish for someone to carry you, you need only say so." Xiao Ji's actions were deliberately provocative. At this moment, he had no intention of being courteous. He leaned against his back and, in a tone laden with feigned innocence, whispered into his ear, "Your Highness's affection overwhelms me. I am at a loss for how to repay such kindness." As he spoke, he wrapped his arms around his neck, and his icy hand, concealed within his sleeve, began to audaciously slip into the collar of his robe. Xiao Ji, supporting Xiao Ji's thigh, lifted him slightly and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, carried him toward the gates of the royal residence. The common folk cheered, while the soldiers stationed outside the gates and the guests gathered to witness the spectacle exchanged astonished glances and whispered among themselves. Dressed in a dark-hued dragon robe, Xiao Ji walked steadily, snowflakes settling upon his head, completely indifferent to the gazes of those around him. Yet internally, he felt a growing discomfort. Since the kiss 10 days ago, he had hurried back to the North Star Palace, but each night was plagued by restless thoughts. Believing he had acted under the influence of drink, his words and actions beyond his control. However, Xiao Ji seemed far from innocent, clearly intent on enticing him, much like the chilly hand now intruding into his collar. Xiao Ji found it perplexing to decipher Xiao Ji's intentions. With the weight of the man now resting on his shoulder, the questions he longed to ask remained unvoiced, and the more he pondered, the more discontent brewed within him, causing him to grip Xiao Ji's thigh with increasing intensity. As they passed by the guests, he could no longer contain himself and asked Xiao Ji, "Although we are to be wed, this is our first meeting. Are you so indiscreet with everyone?" To his surprise, as soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Ji chuckled softly in his ear, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. When have I ever been indiscreet?" Frustrated and speechless, Xiao Ji felt an urge to publicly cast Xiao Ji aside. Fortunately, before he could fully erupt, Xiao Ji leaned closer and murmured, "Is it not you, Your Highness, who kissed and then ran away, lacking restraint?" Chapter 53. The False Princess and His War God Prince, Part 10. Idiu. The nobility has established specific customs and protocols regarding the taking of wives and concubines. However, as a man from the northern borders, Xiao Ji bore a lingering resentment towards the late old prince who had been dispatched to this harsh land, leading to his early demise. Furthermore, having been born and raised in the northern territories, he harbored no sense of belonging to the Yu. Thus, he adhered to the local customs of the north regarding marriage rites, which involved worshipping heaven and earth and honoring one's ancestors. Xiao Ji's ancestral hall was located in the imperial city, while Xiao Ji's had long since passed. In place of the deceased North Star royal couple were two ancient suits of gilded armor. As the legitimate eldest princess, Xiao Ji, according to the Yu's customs, was of the highest rank and was not required to pay respects to lords of differing surnames. Traditionally, the suitor marrying a princess was exempt from honoring the ancestral hall. Upon entering the residence, a legitimate princess would assume control over household affairs, with the matriarch maintaining a humble demeanor and addressing her as princess in daily interactions. However, as the legitimate son of the Xiang family, Xiao Ji held deep affections for his late parents, and on such a momentous occasion, he felt compelled to bow before their garments. Prior to heading to the imperial city to fetch his bride, he had contemplated that, as a legitimate princess, Xiao Ji might choose to disregard the customary respects, refusing to honor the suits of armor. He had also considered that if Xiao Ji dared to publicly humiliate him, he would ensure that she would endure the solitude of an empty chamber on their wedding night and for many nights thereafter, thus equally tarnishing the dignity of the legitimate princess. Later, as he became acquainted with Xiao Ji, he found himself harboring a flicker of hope regarding their relationship. He contemplated broaching the subject with Xiao Ji, urging her to refrain from any petty whims at such a critical moment, as a gesture of his filial piety and to honor the sentiments shared between spouses. However, when Xiao Ji unexpectedly made a scene, it caught Xiang Yinian off guard. And amidst his chaotic thoughts, he forgot about this matter entirely. Now, as the ceremonial officials announced the couple's bowing to the ancestral hall, Xiang Yinian's heart began to race once more. He instinctively glanced at Xiao Ji, who was veiled beneath her ceremonial covering. To his surprise, she appeared momentarily stunned, yet complied and bowed reverently to the two golden-armored figures. Not only did she show no signs of discontent, but the depth of her bow was even more sincere than during the earlier homage to heaven and earth. Xiang Yinian felt a smile tug at his lips and joined her in the bow. When the officiant called for the couple to bow to one another, Xiang Yinian, in his princely stature, bowed half a head lower than Xiao Ji, thus preserving her dignity as a princess newlywed from afar, while simultaneously demonstrating his care and regard for his new bride before the assembled guests. In the Northern Territories, it is customary for a bride on her wedding day to remain in the hall and not seclude herself to entertain guests alone. After the three bows concluded, Xiang Yinian lifted Xiao Ji's veil before the crowd. Amidst the jubilant cheers, a young attendant clad in a bright red jacket approached with the ceremonial wine. Xiang Yinian personally placed the cup in Xiao Ji's hands, and after they shared the drink, he grasped her hand and asked, "Would you care for another sip?" It was the first time Xiao Ji beheld Xiang Yinian's true visage. She gazed at him for a moment, noting the exquisite features that indeed matched his earlier self-praise. Delighted by her silence, Xiang Yinian audaciously inquired, "Does this appearance please the princess?" Xiao Ji, with a cheeky retort, remarked, "Is certainly far more handsome than that false facade of yours." Xiang Yinian choked momentarily, then adopted a serious demeanor. "Let us not speak of this again. You must heed my words." Xiao Ji fell silent, her expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor displeasure. Although the wedding banquet adhered to popular customs, as a prince, it was not customary for him to toast his subordinates. Unlike the elaborate rituals of the palace, where rank dictated every interaction, Xiang Yinian simply led Xiao Ji to a seat in the flower hall, equal among all guests. The air was filled with a torrent of congratulatory speeches throughout the banquet. Whenever someone approached to toast, Xiang Yinian never declined, consuming as much as was offered. Initially, while everyone outwardly appeared cheerful, none dared to approach Xiao Ji with a toast. They furtively observed the princess who had traveled from the palace. Unlike the typical northern women known for their deeper complexions, striking features, and vivaciousness, Xiao Ji's fair skin revealed her upbringing as a delicate flower nurtured in the depths of the palace. Her smile, subtle and reserved, exuded a tranquil elegance, serene as water. Though she did not intentionally carry herself with an air of superiority, a sense of nobility and aloofness emanated from her very essence, making her seem quite distant and difficult to approach. In the corner of the flower hall, Lin Heng leaned against a pillar, holding a bowl of wine as he observed every individual who approached to toast Xiang Yinian. Flanking him stood a man and a woman. The man, dressed in luxurious satin garments, bore a resemblance to Xiang Yinian, though his demeanor lacked the latter's imposing charisma, exhibiting a more reserved nature. The woman, clad in deep red riding attire with a sword at her waist, possessed exquisitely deep-set eyes that lent her an air of unique charm. However, perhaps due to her experiences on the battlefield, her complexion was not flawlessly translucent, yet it accentuated her spirited aura. Throughout, her gaze flitted back and forth between Xiang Yinian and Xiao Ji. After downing 2 large bowls of strong liquor, she inquired, "Is she beautiful?" Both Lin Heng and Xiang Xiao were well aware of Yu Qing's affections for Xiang Yinian, recognizing that her question pertained to Xiao Ji. Lin Heng was indifferent to matters of beauty, being a pragmatist with his own convictions. Without ever dismounting the carriage, something may appear appealing yet be utterly useless. Should a battle arise, it would likely become a liability, yet the prince favored her, leaving him with little to contest. Xiang Xiao, having always preferred literary pursuits over martial ones, envisioned beauty as possessing delicate hands, a flawless complexion, a graceful neck, lustrous teeth, charming brows, and captivating eyes. Few women from the northern realm had captured his attention until he beheld Xiao Ji, the embodiment of the enchanting beauties found within the pages of his books. Upon hearing Yu Qing's remark, he could not help but exclaim, a delicate flower reflected in water, a fragile willow swaying in the breeze. It is no wonder my brother is in such high spirits today. Yu Qing, upon hearing this, downed another bowl of wine, exclaiming, damn it. Not a single word I wish to hear. Afterward, still reluctant, she turned to a nearby group of soldiers indulging in food and drink, calling out, do you not see the princess sitting idly, quite bored? Go pay your respects with a toast. All you do is drink. The soldiers of the Northern Realm were straightforward and valiant on the battlefield, yet they often lacked the depth of thought, primarily adhering to orders. Upon hearing Yu Qing's directive, they promptly rose, carrying their large bowls towards Xiao Ji and Xiao Yin. Initially, no one had engaged Xiao Ji, who was content to observe the lively scene surrounding Xiao Yin. However, as she sat lost in thought, a throng of individuals encircled her. The leader bowed to Xiao Ji and earnestly proclaimed, may the prince and princess enjoy a century of happiness. I drink to you, princess, feel free. With that, he raised his bowl and drank it all in one go, then eagerly awaited Xiao Ji's response, casting a glance at the wine cup before her. Xiao Ji, momentarily puzzled, eventually grasped the implication. Without standing, she simply pulled the bowl of wine that Xiao Yin had just set down in front of her, lifted the wine jar, and filled her cup. Emulating the soldier's actions, she raised her bowl and drank it down entirely, not bothering to cover her mouth with her sleeve, fully embracing the local customs. This act left everyone present momentarily stunned. The soldier glanced at the bottom of his bowl, then at Xiao Ji, giving her a thumbs up. Princess, you are unrestrained. What a capacity for liquor. After a moment of shared astonishment, the line of men behind began eagerly toasting and congratulating Xiao Ji. Xiao Yin glanced at Xiao Ji, who was standing up, pouring wine bowl after bowl, and was taken aback. He hurriedly got up to snatch the bowl from his hand and kicked the soldier who was shouting the loudest in the rear. That's enough. If the princess gets drunk and causes trouble for me tonight, none of you will escape unscathed. The kicked soldier laughed heartily. Your Highness, we are only looking out for you. You are taking advantage and acting coy. Xiao Yin, upon hearing this, kicked again. You scoundrel, do I need your concern? Amidst the laughter and commotion, the main table quickly became a lively gathering. Xiao Ji could see that Xiao Yin's authority among the soldiers was not maintained by mere pretense or status, but rather by a bond of brotherhood forged by life and death. After observing, he imitated the group and exclaimed, do not mind the prince. Today is a joyous occasion, and I am in charge. Drink. Although Xiao Yin was nearly angered to laughter, he had never seen Xiao Ji in such a manner before. Xiao Ji was making an effort to blend in, and he could tell. A group of people looked at Xiao Yin with gleaming smiles, waiting for his command. Xiao Yin glanced at Xiao Ji, suddenly laughed, and raised his wine bowl. The princess has spoken, drink. The strong liquor flowed down his throat, spreading warmth throughout his limbs. Outside the flower hall, heavy snow fell, and at that moment, Xiao Yin suddenly felt that the winter in the northern lands was perhaps not as cold as in years past. The banquet concluded at the hour of the dog, and no one had anticipated that the seemingly fragile Xiao Ji would ultimately outdrink a group of strong men. Xiao Yin, having drunk quite a bit, felt much more sober and instructed the servants to set up a banquet outside the palace for 3 days and nights to treat the citizens of the city. As the noise subsided and the guests gradually departed, the North Star Prince's residence finally became tranquil. Xiao Ji assisted Xiao Yin back to their chambers. Once inside the inner palace, Xiao Yin dismissed the numerous waiting servants and maids. Xiao Ji sat at the edge of the bed, locking eyes with Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin stood before him, grinning foolishly. Without waiting for Xiao Yin to act, Xiao Ji took the initiative to remove the heavy robes, leaving only his inner garments, and said to Xiao Yin, Your Highness, rest. I shall go bathe. However, Xiao Yin was unwilling. He pulled Xiao Ji down onto the bed and was about to kiss him when Xiao Ji raised a finger to his forehead. Although we are now married, it is still our first meeting. Would you be so unreserved with anyone you wed? Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback. Do we not agree to let this matter pass? Xiao Ji replied indifferently. Who agreed with you? Xiao Yin was left speechless, explaining, I had my reasons. At that time, I was not familiar with you. So how could I easily reveal my identity? Xiao Ji looked at him. You simply did not trust me. Xiang Yinian felt a headache coming on. It's not that I didn't trust you. It was that I dared not. Xiao Ji continued. Then why did you kiss me while pretending to be Xiang Xiao and then run away? Xiang Yinian pursed his lips. I couldn't help myself. Xiao Ji persisted. In the end, you deceived me. Xiang Yinian could sense that Xiao Ji was not truly angry about the matter. Yet Xiao Ji's insistence on it indicated that it was not merely for the sake of teasing him. Thus, he pondered for a moment and asked Xiao Ji, what do you intend to do? Xiao Ji remarked, you have your own grievances, and I have mine, yet I have no intention of deceiving you. It is you who have willingly approached me. Xiang Yinian, perplexed by his words, inquired, what do you mean? What grievances do you possess? Xiao Ji pushed Xiang Yinian aside, lowered the crimson bed canopy, and deftly pressed him back onto the bed. As their lips met, Xiang Yinian felt as if he were soaring. However, as garments were shed one by one, the flickering candlelight illuminated Xiao Ji's robust chest through the red veil, causing Xiang Yinian's mind to blank instantaneously. He abruptly sat up, staring incredulously at Xiao Ji. Why you? Xiao Ji's attire was loosely draped, his dark hair cascading over his shoulders, his visage adorned yet not appearing bizarre, exuding an indescribable allure, as if he were always meant to be this way. Do you wish to flee? He inquired of Xiang Yinian, caught in a state of indecision. Xiang Yinian found himself unable to discern whether he truly wished to escape or not. Noticing his silence, Xiao Ji took the initiative, stating, then do not run. Did you not say that you must linger in my chamber every night? Otherwise, you would knock yourself unconscious and present yourself to me? While the statement held truth, Xiang Yinian could not shake the feeling that matters were not quite as they appeared. He desired for Xiao Ji to cease his advances. Yet, Xiao Ji had already made his move. The coolness of Xiao Ji's palm against Xiang Yinian's heated skin intensified the fire that surged from his core. Under the influence of alcohol, his limbs felt weak. Just before he could utter a word, Xiao Ji captured his lips once more. The mingling of their mouths, accompanied by a subtle scent of wine, muddled Xiang Yinian's senses, and in a fleeting moment, Xiao Ji pulled back to inquire, is this pleasurable? Xiang Yinian felt an impending embarrassment, grasping Xiao Ji's wrist. Xiao Ji, this is not right. Unperturbed by Xiang Yinian's objections, Xiao Ji silenced him with a gentle shush. Hush now, you will come to enjoy this. The situation began to veer off course. Xiang Yinian had never envisioned himself in such a predicament. Moreover, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Xiao Ji, appearing delicate, possessed an astonishing strength. When Xiao Ji made contact with him, Xiang Yinian jolted and attempted to flee, only to be pressed back down. What was more shameful was that after his resistance proved futile, he found himself gradually succumbing to the moment, even initiating a kiss with Xiao Ji amidst his hazy consciousness. As the latter half of the night unfolded, Xiang Yinian completely acquiesced, lying motionless on the bed. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji calmly summoned someone to fetch warm water, cradling Xiang Yinian and immersing him in a wooden tub. Xiang Yinian resignedly allowed Xiao Ji to indulge him, later being carried back to bed, where Xiao Ji playfully patted his backside, urging him to sleep soundly. On the following day of their nuptial night, no intruders dared to disturb the rest of Xiang Yinian and Xiao Ji. By the time the sun reached its zenith, Xiao Ji, having awakened and turned away from Xiang Yinian, noticed him turning over, stealthily rising from the bed. Xiang Yinian tiptoed around the room to change his attire and even cut a portion of the bedsheet, using a dagger to draw a few drops of blood before stealthily exiting the room. Throughout the entirety of that day, Xiao Ji did not encounter Xiang Yinian again. It was evident that Xiang Yinian had begun to deliberately avoid him. Chapter 55, The False Princess and His War God Prince, Part 12. After Xiang Yinian stealthily fled the imperial chambers, Xiao Ji turned over, sitting upright on the bed. He declined a maid's request from outside the door, merely asking for water and clothing to be brought in, which he then arranged for himself. The North Star Prince's residence lacked elders, and as a new bride, there was no need for her to serve tea to anyone. Xiao Ji, disliking the cumbersome attire of a princess, donned a woven gold brocade coat and made his way to the flower hall, where the servants had already prepared a meal. 18 dishes comprised of cold and hot dishes, soups, and desserts were served. Though numerous, each was but the size of a palm, exquisitely presented, indicative of careful preparation. 6 maids stood by the table, their heads bowed, awaiting the opportunity to serve Xiao Ji. "Where's the prince?" Xiao Ji inquired as he took his seat. The leading maid replied with lowered eyes, "The prince has gone to the training grounds and instructed the princess not to wait for him." Xiao Ji responded coolly, "You may leave. There is no need to attend to me." The maids complied and withdrew. "Last time I was at a loss for words was during the last incident. Little Phoenix scared away. Must you be so forceful? Gradual progress is preferable." Xiao Ji picked up his chopsticks, stating, "On the wedding night, one must consummate the marriage." At a loss for words, 037 retorted, "So you are to forcefully take action?" Xiao Ji disagreed. He seemed quite willing last night. 037, having anticipated Xiao Ji's perspective, deemed it unnecessary to continue the argument and fell silent. Meanwhile, the previously eager Xiao Ji now sat atop the training platform, draped in a fox fur, with 2 soft cushions beneath him, his face drawn long, exuding the air of a commander owed money by his entire troop. After casting his gaze upon Xiao Ji's face for the 3rd time, Lin Heng could no longer contain himself. "How is it that on such a joyous occasion, your expression is so forlorn?" Yet, the mere thought of last night caused Xiao Ji discomfort. He quickly interrupted Lin Heng. "Do not ask what should not be questioned, lest I sew your mouth shut." Lin Heng's unfinished remark was stifled, and he could only gesture towards Yu Qing on the other side. Yu Qing, having spent the night awake and feeling unwell today, gazed at Xiao Ji's profile and inquired, "Did the princess offend you?" Xiao Ji was at a loss for how to respond. This was not merely a matter of being offended. Truthfully, even if Xiao Ji was overbearing and had a grand demeanor, he would gladly indulge him if it were merely for leisure. However, the crux of the matter was that he had married a man. The 9th princess of the Yu turned out to be a man. Xiao Ji, the esteemed North Star Prince, renowned for leading thousands to victory on the battlefield, found himself overshadowed by his own spouse. This situation defied all logic, a farcical absurdity. Moreover, Xiao Ji's words held truth. Each had their own grievances. Xiao Ji did not eagerly seek to marry him. Rather, it was Xiao Ji's own folly that led him to reject the 6th princess, believing himself to be clever and self-satisfied in his pursuit. Now, Xiao Ji felt a tumult of frustration within, uncertain of where to direct it. Longing to cast his grievances upon the emperor, he considered the vast distance and steep paths, pondering that by the time the emperor might be roused to anger, the year would likely have passed. To direct his ire towards Xiao Ji was futile. It was evident that a prince masquerading as a princess must harbor unspoken burdens, far from being of Xiao Ji's own volition. After much contemplation, he resolved that his frustrations ought to be directed towards the wrong D. He refrained from mentioning whether Xiao Ji had caused him distress, merely stating, "Tomorrow, send someone out of the city to find the Khan. Inform him that this prince demands 800 cattle and sheep. Failure to comply will result in military action." Lin Heng and Yu Qing exchanged glances, responding in unison. Yet none dared to inquire further. Xiao Ji's mind and heart were entangled in a chaotic web. He recognized that from henceforth he could not simply disregard Xiao Ji, for he could not bear the thought of parting. However, he lacked the inclination towards the affections of men and had never envisioned engaging intimately with one. This realization struck him as difficult to accept. Initially, during the journey to the wedding, he had kissed Xiao Ji, hastily returning to prepare for the banquet. He had resolved that if Xiao Ji were willing to share his heart, he would forego taking concubines for life, merely wishing for Xiao Ji to bear him several children, regardless of their gender, with a preference for a son to inherit his title. Yet, given the present circumstances, if Xiao Ji remained childless for several years post-marriage, there would undoubtedly be attempts to introduce others into his household to ensure an heir. To refuse would be troublesome. To accept would raise the question of whether Xiao Ji might take out his frustrations on him. The primary concern, however, was that should Xiao Ji become enamored with one of his concubines, given Xiao Ji's charm, he would be left in a quandary regarding the nature of his predicament. He contemplated confronting Xiao Ji but feared that Xiao Ji might not withstand his wrath. Should he inadvertently cause harm, it could lead to a complete severance of their connection, leaving him in a dire predicament. The situation was utterly vexing. As Xiang Yin observed the soldiers training in the drill ground, his thoughts were consumed by Xiao Ji. Uncertain whether his departure that day would incite Xiao Ji's anger, and how he might respond should Xiao Ji seek him out at the training ground. Regrettably, throughout the afternoon, Xiao Ji made no move. Xiao Ji was aware that Xiang Yin was evading him. After a whole afternoon had passed without a word from him, Xiao Ji's displeasure began to mount as dinner time approached. A table laden with food remained untouched until dusk fell and the moon began its ascent. With Xiang Yin still absent from the residence, Xiao Ji, accompanied by Lin Xiao, stepped out, forbidding anyone from following. Guided by 037, he located the training ground, where 4 sentinels stood guard at the towering city gate. Upon noticing an approach, they brandished their long spears, declaring, "This is a critical area of the northern borders. No unauthorized personnel may enter." Lin Xiao revealed the palace token, asserting, "Open your eyes wide and recognize the identity of the visitor." There exists a distinction between tokens. The one Lin Xiao held was a first-grade jade token, signifying the status of the princess. Within the palace, aside from Xiang Yin's study, she could enter anywhere. The 4 soldiers exchanged glances, retracting their spears, and bowed to Xiao Ji, saying, "Your Highness, we beg your pardon. But royal tokens are not valid for entry into the training ground. Should the princess seek the prince for a matter, we kindly ask that you wait a moment while we inform our superior." Xiao Ji, with a calm demeanor, replied, "There is no need. I shall remain here." Upon saying this, she stood at the foot of the city tower, confronting the 4 guards. The winter in the northern realm is harsh and unforgiving. A desolate expanse where not a blade of grass thrives, and all life withers under the cold. The snowflakes that had only just ceased falling at the hour of Chun began to descend once more, swirling gracefully through the air. Observing this, the small leader among the 4 clasped his fists and bowed slightly, saying, "My lady, it is snowing. Perhaps I should inform the prince?" Xiao Ji maintained her straight posture, her expression unchanged. "I have stated there is no need." Chapter 56. The False Princess and Her Warlord Prince. 13. The previous day's wedding of the prince had already spread throughout the military camp, as had the new princess's demeanor. The guards, uncertain of the relationship between Xiao Ji and Xiang Yin, dared not delay any further. The leader signaled to a soldier behind him, wishing to send someone to notify Xiang Yin. If Xiao Ji stood in the snow for too long and caught a chill, given Xiang Yin's temperament, none of them would escape unscathed. Xiao Ji, noticing the leader's actions, addressed him. "The prince's orders cannot be disobeyed, yet my commands may be disregarded." Her voice was cold, and though her tone was mild, it sent a shiver through those present. The small leader hastily bowed again, saying, "My lady, you misunderstand. Perhaps I should escort you." Rules are rules. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. Should anyone defy this, I shall take their head and roll it into the snow. She interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for argument. "You 4, who dares to take a single step?" None dared to speak further, each lamenting silently. Lin Xiao stood behind Xiao Ji, silent, while the 6 of them remained outside the training ground, exchanging glances for a full hour until Xiang Yin's figure finally appeared in Xiao Ji's line of sight, accompanied by Lin Heng and Yu Qing. From a distance, Xiang Yin spotted 2 figures standing outside the training ground alongside the guards. An ominous premonition stirred within him, prompting him to quicken his pace. As he drew closer, his heart sank. Xiao Ji stood amidst the swirling snow, clad in thin garments, without even a cloak, and snowflakes had settled upon her shoulders, indicating she had been waiting for some time. Upon locking eyes with Xiao Ji, a chill ran down Xiang Yin's spine. He strode towards her, brushing the snow from her shoulders and wrapping her in his fox fur, feeling a tightness in his throat. "Who permitted you to come out? Standing here like a fool. Do you not know to have them go in and relay the message?" With the pent-up frustration of the day finally surfacing, he turned to Lin Heng and commanded, "Drag these 4 blind fools out and have them executed." Xiao Ji interjected, "My lord, please quell your anger. It was I who did not allow them to enter. They were merely following orders." I implore you not to direct your ire at them. Xiang Yinyan's frustration could not be contained. That does not justify their allowing you to suffer here. This is, Xiao Ji replied, rules cannot be cast aside. In my view, these four have not erred, but rather deserve reward. Her words implied that they acted according to established protocol, which was dictated by Xiang Yinyan himself, making him the one responsible for her suffering here. It was evident to Xiang Yinyan that Xiao Ji was upset. He reached out and grasped Xiao Ji's hand, saying, I never anticipated you would wait for me here. Xiao Ji replied indifferently, It matters not. I came of my own volition. With that, she withdrew her hand from Xiang Yinyan's grasp and inquired, Have you dined yet, Your Highness? Nearly 2 hours prior, Lin Heng's mother had sent a meal, but Xiang Yinyan had little appetite and merely nibbled at it. Observing Xiao Ji's calm demeanor as she quietly asked about his meal only intensified the guilt that had already begun to fester in his heart. In a moment of exasperation, as he contemplated saying something to Lin Heng, Xiao Ji interjected, If Your Highness feels the need to vent your anger on someone, why not punish me instead? Perhaps you could sever my limbs or break my legs to prevent me from seeking you out in the future. Xiang Yinyan retorted angrily, What kind of talk is that? I will not break anyone's legs, least of all yours. Xiao Ji's expression remained impassive. If you arbitrarily harm others, I shall perish. At a loss for how to deal with Xiao Ji, Xiang Yinyan, in frustration, covered her mouth with his hand, exclaiming, Mind your words. Do not speak so recklessly. Xiao Ji brushed his hand away, choosing not to engage further, and turned to walk toward the royal residence. Although his strides were not particularly long, his pace was swift. As Xiao Ji walked ahead, Xiang Yinyan followed closely, with Lin Xiao trailing behind him, Lin Heng behind Lin Xiao, and Yu Qing bringing up the rear. Upon entering the gates of the royal residence, Xiao Ji did not display any unusual behavior in front of the servants. Instead, he slowed his pace to wait for Xiang Yinyan. Lin Heng and Yu Qing watched as Xiang Yinyan returned to the estate, halting their steps outside the entrance. Yu Qing, standing at the threshold, uncorked a flask and took a swig, asking Lin Heng, What do you think? Lin Heng shrugged, as the prince's subordinate. I dare not express an opinion on his family matters. Yu Qing chuckled lightly. You certainly keep your lips sealed. Lin Heng countered, I am not tight-lipped. Rather, I am devoid of insight. What have you discerned? If Yu Qing believed Lin Heng's claim, she would indeed be lacking in perception. She candidly stated, Though the prince has a temper, he has never taken his wrath out on his own. His words about wanting to execute someone today are clearly deliberate, a test for the princess. Should the princess comply, it would indicate her disregard for the prince's people, treating the lives of the northern soldiers as mere trifles. Conversely, if she chooses to stand with him, she will undoubtedly intervene to spare those four. One would play the role of the good cop, while the other plays the bad cop, thus solidifying the princess's standing among the soldiers. Lin Heng, do not tell me you have noticed nothing. Lin Heng scratched his nose. I genuinely have not noticed. Yu Qing nodded, choosing not to argue further, and turned to leave. Waving her hand, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Heng decided against returning to his own residence, and instead followed Xiang Yinyan into the royal palace. Xiang Yinyan dared not speak, and upon entering the flower hall with Xiao Ji, he noticed the meal still neatly arranged on the table, untouched. Xiao Ji feigned nonchalance and addressed Xiang Yinyan. Your Highness has toiled throughout the day. If you have yet to dine, please indulge yourself. I am weary and shall not attend to you during your meal. Having spoken, he turned and walked towards the chamber. For Xiang Yinyan, it was a novel experience to be opposed by anyone, though, to be fair, Xiao Ji could hardly be considered an adversary. Nevertheless, this lukewarm demeanor left Xiang Yinyan feeling somewhat at a loss. He was skilled in anger and rebuke, yet utterly inept at soothing others. Watching Xiao Ji's silhouette vanish into the corridor leading to the chamber, he felt a wave of frustration. Turning around, he spotted Lin Heng standing at the door. Inform the people at the training grounds tomorrow that when the princess visits next time, they are to allow her passage without delay. Lin Heng harbored his own concerns, as Xiao Ji held a unique status. However, Xiang Yinyan was steadfast in his decisions, while the brothers could jest among themselves. Xiang Yinyan was not one to maintain airs or hold grudges. Yet, once Xiao Ji made a determination, Lin Heng would remain silent, dutifully executing orders. He nodded in acknowledgement, but internally he felt that Xiao Ji was entranced by beauty, placing undue trust in Xiao Ji. As his subordinate, Lin Heng believed it prudent to remain vigilant to avert any unforeseen circumstances. After dismissing Lin Heng, Xiao Ji found himself lacking appetite before the spread of dishes. He ordered the food to be cleared away and instructed, prepare some ginger soup with medicinal herbs to ward off the chill, and send it to the princess's chamber. He intended to retreat to his study for some rest, but upon noticing the bustling servants and recalling his promise not to leave Xiao Ji alone, he ultimately returned to her quarters. Taking a deep breath at the door, he gently pushed it open. Chapter 57. The False Princess and Her War God Prince. 14. Xiao Ji returned to the bedroom, yet Xiao Ji did not. After bathing in the side room, she chose to sleep there instead. I truly cannot fathom. Thought 037. I assumed you went through all this effort to soften the heart of the little phoenix. To win him over. Xiao Ji opened her eyes to gaze at the rafters. What he requires is not softness but time, without genuine willingness. Even sharing a bed every night would not bring him solace. Xiao Ji understood that Xiao Ji was not devoid of feelings for her, yet present. He prioritized his own interests. Thus, she did not pressure him. Xiao Ji would instinctively return to the bedroom to spare her the discomfort of their servants witnessing his reluctance. Xiao Ji was content to accommodate him, willingly sleeping in the side room to provide Xiao Ji ample space. From that day forth, their interactions became increasingly perplexing to everyone in the royal residence, and even the entire military camp. By day, Xiao Ji remained immersed in the training grounds, seemingly reluctant to return home. Yet whenever Xiao Ji appeared and simply said, "Return home," Xiao Ji would promptly follow her back, exhibiting an eagerness that seemed almost comical. He would inquire daily with the servants if Xiao Ji had dined, what she had consumed, and her preferences, yet he never dined alone with her. At night, if Xiao Ji lingered too long in the study, Xiao Ji would take the initiative to invite him. He was easily swayed by such invitations. However, upon returning to the bedroom, Xiao Ji would again refrain from sharing his bed and instead retire to the side hall. Time swiftly passes and the new year approaches, leaving Xiao Ji increasingly unsettled. On New Year's Eve, as is customary, Xiao Ji arrived at the training grounds at dawn. After Xiao Ji rose and changed his attire, he commanded that a block of ice be broken at the small lake in the back courtyard of the Wang residence, where he sat in the cold wind, fishing. Ever since he first laid eyes on Xiao Ji, Xiang Xiao found himself uncontrollably dreaming of him each night. Initially, he believed his brother held some regard for this newly arrived sister-in-law. However, he soon discerned that it might not be as significant as he thought. For aside from the day of their grand wedding, the entire household was aware that they had not shared a bed since. Rather than embodying genuine mutual respect, it seemed more a matter of preserving Xiao Ji's dignity. While Xiao Ji favored martial pursuits, Xiang Xiao was inclined towards literary endeavors. After spending a considerable time in his study, he noticed the rare sunny weather today and decided to take his book outside for a stroll in the sun. Upon reaching the lakeside, he chanced upon Xiao Ji, clad in a pale purple jacket, intently focused on fishing. With rosy lips and white teeth, he sat quietly, creating a captivating sight. At that moment, there was no one accompanying Xiao Ji, compelling Xiang Xiao to unconsciously approach him. On this New Year's Eve, seeing his sister-in-law so leisurely attired, he worried that she might catch a chill, thereby causing his brother unnecessary concern. Xiao Ji glanced up at him, noticing the book in his hands, yet he did not engage in conversation, merely inquired, "What are you reading?" Xiang Xiao was taken aback and looked down at his book. Just some miscellaneous writings discussing mountains, rivers, flora, and curious tales. I fear I may amuse my sister-in-law. Xiao Ji had no intention of conversing with Xiang Xiao, but he was one of his obligations. According to the predetermined narrative, Xiang Xiao's apparent betrayal of Xiao Ji was attributed to the allure of the original persona. In truth, what Xiang Xiao struggled against was not the temptation of others, but rather the desires that lay within himself. It would not necessarily be Xiao Ji. There could be others. Due to Xiang Yi's presence, Xiao Ji intentionally refrained from approaching Xiang Xiao and did not wish to wield such influence over him. Should another contender arise, it would merely lead to a more circuitous path. Thus, he replied with an air of indifference. Interesting. What aspect of your laughter might I ponder? Xiang Xiao stammered, sister-in-law. Your name is quite renowned. Even in the northern territories, you are widely acknowledged. I presumed such trivial writings would hardly capture your discerning eye. Xiao Ji scoffed lightly and fell silent. Uncertain of what he had miscommunicated, Xiang Xiao found Xiao Ji's aloof demeanor only intensified his allure, making him feel that Xiang Nian failed to appreciate such a treasure. Seizing the rare opportunity to converse further with Xiao Ji, Xiang Xiao was reluctant to depart so soon and sought to initiate another topic. What sorts of books do you typically read, sister-in-law? My brother has favored martial pursuits since childhood and likely finds little to discuss with you in this regard. However, if you are willing, I would be delighted to chat about poetry, classic literature, and the 4 books and 5 classics. I possess a modicum of understanding in these areas, and it would serve to amuse you. Xiao Ji was beginning to grow impatient. He was just about to tell Xiang Xiao to keep his distance and refrain from speaking with him when a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. Does your sister-in-law require your company to alleviate her boredom? If you truly find yourself with nothing to do, why not go to the camp and clean the stables? Xiang Nian had hurried back after making early arrangements. Eager to converse with Xiao Ji, it was not ideal for the couple to continually avoid one another. However, upon his return, he unexpectedly discovered Xiang Xiao engaged in trivial chatter with Xiao Ji. Upon seeing Xiang Nian, Xiang Xiao felt a twinge of guilt and scratched his head. I happened to pass by and saw my sister-in-law alone. Xiang Nian raised his hand to interrupt him. Do not concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to you. There was a semblance of respect in Xiang Xiao's demeanor towards his elder brother. Upon noticing Xiang Nian's displeased expression, he could only respond with a subdued acknowledgement and a bow. I take my leave. As he departed, he could not help but steal another glance at Xiao Ji before turning away. Once Xiang Xiao had left, Xiang Nian turned his attention to Xiao Ji, expressing his discontent. I may prefer martial pursuits to literary ones, yet I am not entirely ignorant. While I may not excel in poetry or prose, if you desire, I could certainly muster enough creativity to extol your virtues. Though Xiao Ji's vocabulary for flattery was rather limited, it seemed unnecessary for him to delve deeply for such praise. Xiao Ji did not lift his gaze, seemingly preoccupied with the surface of the lake, casually replying, "There is no need." Having not conversed earnestly with Xiao Ji for several days, Xiang Nian felt an increasing discomfort at Xiao Ji's growing coldness. If you read anything in your spare time, I shall take a look as well, so that I may keep you company when sleepless at night. Mentioning sleepless nights finally prompted Xiao Ji to glance at Xiang Nian. The Book of Flowers and Treasures, The Snow of Spring, The Dual Dragons Playing with Pearls. Xiang Nian was taken aback. Poetry and prose? Xiao Ji replied, Spring Palace Tales. The first 2 titles were somewhat veiled, yet the third was unmistakably suggestive of something far from ordinary. Xiang Nian opened his mouth. Are you implying something? Xiao Ji withdrew his gaze. Your Highness is overthinking. I will not dare. Xiang Nian understood that although Xiao Ji claimed not to dare, he was quite bold. Furthermore, given Xiao Ji's nature, unless he took the initiative to open up, it was likely that their relationship would remain in this lukewarm state for many years to come. The more Xiang Nian thought, the more frustrated he became. Could you possibly stop fishing for a moment? I wish to speak with you. Xiao Ji had always complied with Xiang Nian's direct requests. He set down his fishing rod. Shall we converse here? Xiang Nian bent down to grasp his hand, pulling him up from the small stool. Let us return to the room. From the courtyard to the bedroom, Xiang Nian held Xiao Ji's hand, traversing the watchful eyes of the servants until they reached the bedroom, where he securely locked the door behind them. Xiao Ji stood by the table, keeping a distance of 8 paces from Xiang Nian. With Xiang Nian remaining silent, Xiao Ji patiently awaited his words. Ultimately, it was Xiang Nian who could no longer contain himself. It is not my intention to avoid you. I merely need time to process this matter. Xiao Ji nodded. Have you digested everything now? Xiang Nian shook his head, about 70%. If the prince has something to say, he might as well ask directly. Since the day I entered the royal residence, I have not intended to conceal anything. Xiao Ji expressed his stance straightforwardly. Xiang Yinian gazed at Xiao Ji's face, which always stirred his emotions. I wish to understand the underlying reason. Xiao Ji locked eyes with Xiang Yinian. How about I tell you a story? Xiang Yinian nodded. All right. Xiao Ji pondered for a moment, his tone calm and unwavering. 19 years ago, the queen's second son was born amidst ominous signs. It was rumored that this child was linked to the fate of the nation, to obscure his identity and mislead others until he came of age. The child could turn misfortune into fortune. The ninth prince became the ninth princess, unversed in strategies and arts, yet proficient in feminine virtues, while secretly nurturing her talents and diligently preparing for her future. Initially, all that was needed was for her to come of age, to restore her identity as a prince and unveil her grand ambitions to the world. However, at that very moment, she was sent to the northern borders to marry, trapping her for the remainder of her life within the confines of her household. Having spoken, Xiao Ji fell silent, quietly observing Xiang Yinian. Xiang Yinian stood there, stunned. He could sense Xiao Ji's burdens, yet he had not anticipated that his own impulsive decision to marry Xiao Ji would directly obliterate her prospects of ascending to the throne. The weight of Xiao Ji's words stirred a tempest within Xiang Yinian. This was no trivial matter. It was the very fate of Xiao Ji. All due to his sudden whim. To vex the emperor, he had unwittingly altered Xiao Ji's destiny. Words eluded him as he grappled with how to justify himself. After a long pause, his voice trembled slightly as he asked Xiao Ji, "Does this ninth prince harbor resentment? Hatred towards me?" Xiao Ji replied, "Come here." In that moment, Xiang Yinian felt as if Xiao Ji's sudden action of pulling a wooden hairpin from his head and thrusting it into his own chest would be a natural response. He found himself unable to face Xiao Ji, yet equally unable to refuse. With a guarded heart, he approached Xiao Ji almost awkwardly. But Xiao Ji seized his wrist and pulled him into an embrace. It was merely jest. I harbor no grand ambitions and am weary of the palace's sordid affairs. I simply wish to find solace in a corner. If you take me out of the imperial city, I would be grateful. At that moment, Xiang Yinian's mind was in disarray. If it weren't for me, this has nothing to do with you, Xiao Ji interrupted. Xiang Yinian, of similar stature to Xiao Ji, felt a sense of oddity being held by him. He broke free from Xiao Ji's embrace only to pull him back into his arms, finding solace in the gesture. The two remained entwined in silence for a long while. Just as Xiao Ji began to doubt whether his words had been too fervent, causing Xiang Yinian to sink into guilt, Xiang Yinian suddenly pushed Xiao Ji away once more, exclaiming, "Forgive my bluntness, but your father truly is despicable. Merely based on one side's words, he has subjected you to such grievances. Just wait, Xiao Ji. I do not regret marrying you in the slightest. What rightfully belongs to you, I shall reclaim with my own hands." Even if Xiao Ji were to restore his identity as a prince and hold some influence within the palace, claiming the throne would not be an easy feat. The northern borders were a double-edged sword. Now that he has brought Xiao Ji back, he must take responsibility for him. He, as the king of Beichun, commands hundreds of thousands of loyal soldiers, all strong and capable. If need be, he could seize the throne and present it to Xiao Ji as a form of betrothal gift. Xiao Ji was rendered speechless. That was not his intention at all. He held no interest in the dragon throne. Frankly, he found it far more entertaining to engage in playful banter with Xiang Yinian than to expend energy on that coveted seat. However, Xiang Yinian had evidently made up his mind, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ji. "By marrying into my Beichun royal household, you become mine, Xiang Yinian's. As long as you are loyal to me, I will not allow you to swallow this bitter pill." Xiao Ji was well aware that Xiang Yinian was not one to easily placate. The truth of his identity could not remain concealed forever, and he would eventually have to clarify matters with Xiang Yinian. Xiao Ji merely sought to be pragmatic, yet at this moment, it was clear that Xiang Yinian was far more agitated than he, the concerned party. He felt a headache brewing. "I have no desire for the throne, nor do I wish to use you as a pawn." Xiang Yinian retorted, "What business is it of yours? I am doing this of my own accord." Xiao Ji. Reluctant to continue this argument, feared that Xiao Yi's temper might flare and lead to endless reproaches directed at his father sitting on the dragon throne. Thus, he reached out, cupping Xiao Yi's face, and kissed him, silencing his busy lips. Since their wedding, Xiao Yin had not grown close to Xiao Ji again, and in this moment, his focus had shifted away from Xiao Ji's gender. The pent-up anger within him had found its spark, and the flames of passion were ready to ignite. Clothes lay strewn across the floor, and the jacket on Xiao Ji was torn asunder by Xiao Yin. In the midst of their back and forth, Xiao Yin once again attempted to resist. "Let me have a go." Xiao Ji refused, firmly pinning Xiao Yin's wrists above his head with his right hand. "You shall not try. Obey me." Xiao Yin relented. It seemed that his earlier words were merely a desperate struggle against acceptance rather than a genuine desire to resist. Yet, as Xiao Yin had stated, he had only absorbed 70% of the situation. The remaining 30%, Xiao Ji suspected, was an intentional provocation on the bed. "You are quite skilled. Have you had a partner before?" Xiao Yin inquired. "Xiao Ji, no." Before ascending to the palace, even without taking a wife or concubine, one would surely have had handmaidens attending to him. "Do not think you can deceive me," Xiao Yin continued. Xiao Ji covered Xiao Yin's mouth from behind. "Can you not see? I am fond of Longyang." Xiao Yin was rendered speechless, forced to endure. However, once calm waters returned and the vessel docked, he could not shake the feeling that Xiao Ji was far too adept at this game, skillfully hitting all the right notes, leaving him in a state of torment. The more Xiao Yin pondered, the more suspicious he became, relentless in his pursuit. Reading tales is merely theory. If you confess honestly, I shall let the past be bygones. But if you continue to deceive me, I will ensure you cannot escape unscathed. Chapter 59. The False Princess and His War God Prince. 16. Xiao Ji had enforced the law in the heavenly realm for 10 millennia. What he feared the least was being threatened. He lay face to face with Xiao Yin on the couch, uttering, "Then kill me, Prince." Xiao Yin, vexed, retorted, "You would rather die than tell me who that person is?" Xiao Ji sighed. "What kind of baseless jealousy are you harboring?" Xiao Yin vehemently denied. "I, the honorable Prince of Beichun, possess a broad mind and an open heart, and I would never stoop to quibble over such trifles. Am I truly jealous?" Xiao Ji remained silent. "Then why fabricate something out of nothing? I am merely drawing a logical inference." Xiao Yin declared, "Then consider it my past life as well-honed training." With narrowed eyes, Xiao Yin inquired, "So in your past life, who was your beloved?" Xiao Ji perceived that Xiao Yin's current antics stemmed from hunger, his exuberance likely fueled by an empty stomach. The flicker of pity he felt dissipated entirely, and he subjected Xiao Yin to further torment, only reluctantly sparing him as the sun dipped below the horizon. As anticipated, throughout the night, Xiao Yin refrained from mentioning the matter again, dutifully partaking in the New Year's Eve feast. He placed a hand on his waist and informed Xiao Ji, "Later, I shall send Huzi to fetch you and take Lianxiu to the city tower to watch the fireworks. I have matters to attend to in the camp, and once resolved, I shall come for you." Xiao Ji had previously held no particular regard for the New Year festivities, believing that any holiday deserved recognition. Otherwise, it was merely the 30th day of the 12th lunar month. However, in his past life, Fang Yin valued these occasions greatly, consistently setting aside his affairs to celebrate with Xiao Ji, even preparing gifts. Thus, Xiao Ji instinctively asked, "Will you be busy on New Year's Eve as well?" Xiao Yin, momentarily taken aback by the question, glanced at the clock and replied, "I made arrangements yesterday. I will leave early and return promptly to accompany you for the New Year's vigil." Xiao Ji, not one to cause unnecessary trouble, understood that Xiao Yin had important business and thus refrained from sulking, nodding, tend to your duties. Over the years, the Rondi had grown wary of Xiao Yin's formidable reputation, behaving with relative decorum. On New Year's Eve, aside from the soldiers stationed on the borders, those with families returned home, while the unanchored gathered in the camp to drink and feast, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, within the commander's tent, the atmosphere was remarkably grave. Seated by the fire, Xiao Yin reclined on soft cushions, adopting an uncharacteristically languid posture, yet his words retained their usual authority. causing the hearts of the 10 or so individuals in the tent to quicken at his mere 3 words. "It's gone awry." Lin Heng, bewildered, questioned, "My lord, what has gone awry?" Xiang Yin cast him a sidelong glance. "The heavens have turned. Let another sit upon the dragon throne of Daiyue." Lin Heng, aware of Xiang Yin's assertiveness, was astonished by this revelation of ambition, frowning. To raise an army and enter the Central Plains? This is no small matter. Without justification, we would be labeled as rebels, deemed traitors, necessitating careful deliberation. As Lin Heng spoke, Yu Qing shot him a glare. "Deliberate? This is the world of the Xiao family. If the surname were to change, it would not be a simple task. My lord, do you truly intend to entertain such thoughts?" She then turned to Xiang Yin. "Rebellion is a grave crime punishable by extermination of one's entire clan. How could you, my lord, be so composed in the morning and suddenly wish to embark on such a perilous path by night?" Xiang Yin, plagued by a dull ache in his lower back, shifted his posture and mused aloud. "Who speaks of rebellion? I merely suggested a change of company, not a complete alteration of the ruling lineage." The moment these words were uttered, the minds of those present gravitated toward Xiao Ji, as it was well known that he and the crown prince were siblings, born of the same mother. A burly man with a scarred face interjected, "Does the prince intend to align himself with the crown prince?" Feeling discomfort in his rear, Xiang Yin shifted again. "What does the crown prince matter to me? Why would I choose to stand with him?" The assembly exchanged perplexed glances, and Xiang Yin, observing their lack of insight, muttered a curse under his breath. "Does the princess not bear the surname Xiao? Lineng Baozid in Daiyue. There exists no precedent for a female emperor ascending the throne. The matter of Xiao Ji's male identity was not a secret that could incite calamity. However, according to Xiao Ji, he intended to restore his male form only upon reaching maturity, which might indeed be for the best." Though Xiang Yin was skeptical, he preferred to accept this concerning Xiao Ji, for the future of Daiyue would inevitably intertwine with Xiao Ji's fate. Thus, he expressed his irritation. "If there is nothing to be said, let us proceed." Xiang Yin's dismissive demeanor left Yu Qing somewhat unsettled. "Is this all for the sake of the princess?" she inquired. Xiang Yin glanced at her. "The northern frontier is formidable, and those who have achieved great merit often threaten their sovereign. Presently, our brothers enjoy a life of ease, merely because the emperor has grown old. The longer he remains in power, the more fearful he becomes of missteps, his courage waning. Among the emperor's 13 sons, those who aspire to the throne are certainly not devoid of capability. When the time comes, the first to devour the northern territory will be one of them. I am a significant concern for the Daiyue royal family. With the princess as a justifiable reason, rather than waiting for demise, it is better to seize the initiative." His words were not mere pretext. Those in power must anticipate every possible outcome. Xiang Yin spoke truthfully, and the assembled generals understood the logic behind his reasoning. The old emperor's health was visibly declining, the succession struggle imminent. Once a new emperor ascended, he would undoubtedly not allow the northern frontier to languish in complacency. Should the new emperor be a fool by chance, it would be tolerable. However, if the crown prince were to take the throne, he might extend some leniency due to his connection with Xiao Ji. But if another were to ascend, the future of the northern frontier would be uncertain. Xiao Ji understood that Xiang Yin, known for his decisiveness, was headed to the military camp that night for matters related to their earlier conversation. Yet, as Xiang Yin chose not to disclose any details or seek his counsel, Xiao Ji refrained from intruding, obediently following Xiang Yin's personal guard, Huzi, to the city tower. This place marked the highest point in the northern frontier, constructed at great cost and effort to enable a comprehensive view of the enemy's territory and movements. Though the heights brought a chill, Xiang Yin had made ample preparations. He had erected an umbrella in the open air, lit a warming stove beneath it, laid down a fur blanket, arranged soft cushions on the reclining chair, and warmed some sweet soup. After taking his seat, Xiao Ji was handed a teapot that Huzi had procured from somewhere. The night sky was clear, with a galaxy of stars stretching across the heavens as if one could reach out and touch them, though the moonlight was nowhere to be seen. In the city, there was no curfew, and, occasionally, adults would bring children to the street corners to set off firecrackers with a loud crackle. At the moment when the first burst of fireworks exploded above the royal palace, Xiao Ji caught sight of Xiang Yin, who was draped in a great cloak as he ascended the city tower. Missing the splendor of the night sky, he cast a glance at Xiang Yin, shifted slightly to make room beside him, withdrew the soft cushion beneath him and placed it aside, extending his hand, inviting, "Come sit with me." Xiang Yin observed Xiao Ji, who seemed quite taken with the fireworks, and the earlier suppressed emotions from the military camp instantly dissipated. He approached Xiao Ji and squeezed him beside him. Feeling the chill of Xiang Yin's palm, Xiao Ji hurriedly placed his hot water bottle into Xiang Yin's hands, saying, "Your Highness, please hold this for a moment." Xiang Yin looked at the little circle of fluff on Xiao Ji's collar and remarked, "Why do you always wear so little? The northern regions are frigid, unlike the capital." Xiao Ji then shifted the blanket that was draped over his legs entirely onto Xiang Yin, replying, "I've always been sensitive to cold. If I get too warm, I might fall ill. There's no need to worry about me." The two leaned against each other, watching as fireworks began to light up the sky from various General S residences, creating a dazzling spectacle. When the sound of the watchman's bell rang out from the city below, Xiang Yin retrieved a red silk pouch from his bosom and placed it in Xiao Ji's hands. Upon opening the pouch, Xiao Ji discovered a jade token inside. "Isn't this the royal palace's token that was given to me on the day of the wedding?" he inquired. Xiang Yin replied, "This is not the palace's token. It is the token that governs the household's provisions. Henceforth, the estate's finances will be entrusted to the princess consort. I hope you will take care and not squander my wealth." Xiao Ji tucked the pouch into his bosom, saying, "With your highness's trust, I shall ensure to save at least 2 pairs of undergarments for you." Xiang Yin chuckled, "Then I must express my gratitude for your generosity, dear princess consort." After receiving the token, Xiao Ji produced another pouch embroidered with a colorful phoenix from his sleeve, stating, "It is customary to reciprocate gifts. Do I have a New Year's gift as well?" Xiang Yin exclaimed. Just as he reached out for it, Xiao Ji lifted the pouch out of reach. Xiang Yin, momentarily taken aback, asked, "What? Is it just for me to admire?" With a calm demeanor, Xiao Ji responded, "I have heard that children in the countryside bow in thanks upon receiving their New Year's money." Xiang Yin was momentarily stunned and retorted, "How old am I? If we were to consider age, I should be older than you, yet you dare to jest with me?" He added, "Furthermore, you accepted my gift earlier. Why didn't you bow to me?" Xiao Ji replied, "You didn't mention it." Inwardly cursing his misfortune at having such a playful companion, Xiang Yin declared, "As a noble North Star prince, should I really indulge you?" With that, he reached out to snatch the pouch, but Xiao Ji deftly dodged. This ignited Xiang Yin's competitive spirit, prompting him to rise and attempt to seize Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji swiftly evaded, standing atop a chair with the pouch still held high. Seeing this, Xiang Yin also stood up, and they engaged in a playful chase, darting around the room, each determined to outmaneuver the other. Initially, Xiang Yin had not regarded Xiao Ji as a serious contender, even contemplating lifting him to subdue him before proceeding. Who could have imagined that after a prolonged struggle, he could barely graze the edges of Xiao Ji's defenses? Thus, the playful banter transformed into earnest confrontation. After a series of astonishments, Xiang Yin finally unleashed his full potential and engaged Xiao Ji in a genuine contest. Each move they executed sliced through the air with a distinctive whoosh, quickly drawing the attention of the soldiers stationed on the city tower. As Xiang Yin launched an attack on Xiao Ji, the latter not only evaded with a mere sidestep but also soared into the air, appearing behind Xiang Yin in an instant. Xiang Yin pivoted, raising his leg to deliver a swift side kick aimed at Xiao Ji's neck. Xiao Ji leaned back, deftly retreating once more from Xiang Yin's onslaught. Their exchange brought them dangerously close to the edge of the city wall. Having fought on the battlefield for many years, Xiang Yin was well-versed in lethal moves. Initially wary of injuring Xiao Ji, he soon grasped the true state of affairs. Amidst his trepidation, there was an exhilarating thrill in matching wits with an equal opponent. The discomfort he had felt in his waist and hips was entirely overshadowed by the intensity of the combat, pressing closer until he cornered Xiao Ji against the wall. Observing Xiao Ji's precarious footing, teetering on the brink of falling, Xiang Yin instinctively grasped Xiao Ji's wrist, warning, "Let us cease this frivolity." However, before he could finish a sentence, Xiao Ji exerted a forceful pull, sending both of them tumbling over the wall. Xiang Yin, trained in equestrianism and swordsmanship, possessed formidable inner strength and lightness of foot. Otherwise, he would not have so easily evaded capture in the palace. Yet, the height of the city wall posed a different challenge, leaving him no choice but to rely on some assistance to land safely. His heart raced as he instinctively moved to shield Xiao Ji. Yet, Xiao Ji redirected their fall, cradling Xiang Yin in his embrace. As they descended, he exerted no leverage, landing gracefully at the base of the tower. Unfazed, he turned to Xiang Yin and remarked, "You are well aware of your limitations and lightness of foot, yet you dare to entangle me. Had I harbored ill intentions, how might this day have concluded?" Xiang Yin's heart, still racing, struggled to catch his breath as he gasped for cool air, eventually retorting, "I possess unparalleled agility. Why would you feign a fall to deceive me? I merely saw you about to plummet." I had no time to ponder further. Xiao Ji coolly replied, "All's fair in war. I would not harm you. But do not assume others share my restraint, even among kin. One must remain vigilant." This scene was witnessed by Lin Heng and Yu Qing, who had just arrived to join the fray. All they perceived was Xiao Ji losing his footing atop the tower, while Xiang Yin grasped his hand before they inexplicably plummeted. The rapidity of the event rendered it almost imperceptible, leaving no one clear on who had safely landed whom. Lin Heng and Yu Qing were both startled, knowing that few dared to dismiss the formidable height of the northern city's tower. They rushed to the base, only to overhear Xiao Ji's recent words. "Sir, are you unharmed?" Lin Heng circled around Xiang Yin a few times, anxiously. Xiang Yin glanced at Xiao Ji, who subtly shook his head. Xiang Yin swallowed hard, his fingers trembling, and could not contain himself from delivering a punch to Lin Heng to alleviate his unsettled heart. "Stop fidgeting. It's merely a display of my recent improvement in lightness skills while playing with the princess. There is no need for alarm." Upon realizing that Xiang Yin was indeed fine, Lin Heng's anxious heart finally settled, and he pushed Xiang Yin lightly, exclaiming, "You startled me," standing quietly to the side. Yu Qing observed Xiao Ji with silent scrutiny before averting her gaze. After calming her breath, she clasped her hands in salute to Xiang Yin, saying, "It is good that the prince is unharmed. I shall take my leave." With that, she turned and departed without looking back. Xiang Yin noticed something amiss with Yu Qing, but dismissed it, casually asking Lin Heng, "What has gotten into her? Did you provoke her again?" Yu Qing's odd behavior had persisted for more than a day or two. Ever since Xiao Ji arrived in the northern territories, Yu Qing's demeanor had shifted considerably. As the saying goes, an outsider sees clearly. Even Lin Heng, no matter how dull, could discern that Yu Qing's emotions fluctuated whenever matters concerning Xiang Yin arose. However, with Xiao Ji present, Lin Heng chose not to elaborate, simply suggesting, "Perhaps she is with child. My cousin exhibited similar behavior during her pregnancy. She would insist my cousin remedy the moon whenever it was waning, and if he failed to comply, she would scold him for 3 days and nights. Quite fearsome indeed." Xiang Yin appeared to grasp the implication, inquiring, "Who has she made pregnant? What did she take a concubine? This concubine must be quite unruly to provoke her into such a frenzy here." Lin Heng was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded, "Bewildered, my lord. Might it be possible that General Yu is also a woman?" The moment Xiang Yin's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, it was unmistakably genuine. He pursed his lips, cleared his throat, and retorted, "You need not prattle on. I am well aware she is a woman. It was merely a jest." Xiao Ji had no desire to linger and listen to Xiang Yin and Lin Heng discuss Yu Qing, while Xiang Yin remained oblivious. He clearly perceived the unmasked affection and focus in Yu Qing's gaze toward him, particularly earlier, when he had fallen from the city tower with Xiang Yin. Yu Qing's expression of terror and, later, her intense dissatisfaction directed at him were unmistakable. If there had been no comparison, perhaps it would not have been so evident. But with the blunt Lin Heng standing there, Yu Qing's feelings had become glaringly apparent. Thus, Xiao Ji picked up the small brocade pouch again, waving it before Xiao Ji, before turning to walk toward the royal residence. Xiao Ji's eyes were instantly fixated on the pouch, and leaving Lin Heng behind, he hurried to follow Xiao Ji, calling out, "Why not open it for me to take a peek? Surely you are not teasing me with an empty bag." Xiao Ji replied, "The bag is embroidered by me." Xiao Ji chuckled and trailed behind Xiao Ji, ceasing his attempts to snatch it away, instead beginning to pester him playfully. "Let me see it. I'll trade you something nice for it." Xiao Ji laughed lightly. "Now that I possess it, I wonder what delightful treasures the prince has stashed away." As Xiao Ji listened to Xiao Ji's laughter, he too began to smile. "2 pairs of splendid bloomers, just for your eyes." Having amused himself sufficiently at Xiao Ji's expense, Xiao Ji halted his steps and placed a brocade pouch into his hands. "It is not a precious item. The jade is of fine quality, yet my craftsmanship is lacking, and I have done a disservice. If you do not mind, consider it a token of my regard. The local sovereign of the North lacks for nothing of value. What he seeks is merely a gesture of sentiment." Xiao Ji, grasping the pouch, began to unwrap it while chuckling. "What are you saying? Even if you were to gift me a stone you picked up yourself, I would still cherish it." He opened the pouch and extracted a jade pendant. Standing beneath the lantern at the entrance of the royal residence, he examined the intricate carvings illuminated by the candlelight. After a long gaze, his expression remained unchanged as he remarked, "I had no idea you possessed such skill. The lines are delicate, the artistry exquisite, and the figure lifelike." Once he had finished his praise, he turned to Xiao Ji. "However, I have a question." Xiao Ji nodded. "Please, speak, Your Highness." Xiao Ji pursed his lips. "Since neither of us can procreate, why carve a hen embracing an egg?" Xiao Ji fixed Xiao Ji with a long, silent stare before stepping through the gates of the royal residence. Confused by his own words, Xiao Ji watched Xiao Ji's demeanor shift, as if a sudden realization struck him, and he became displeased. "Xiao Ji, you are not contemplating taking a concubine from me, are you? Let me assure you, this is not a matter to entertain. My family line is not solely dependent on me. The continuation of our lineage is something Xiang Si can manage. I do not possess the energy to invest in the inner chambers." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji halted and turned back to Xiao Ji. "That is a phoenix." Cursing himself for his miscalculation, Xiao Ji quickly forced a laugh. "I see it is merely a jest to tease you." Xiao Ji regarded him with an impassive gaze. "Is that so?" A shiver ran through Xiao Ji, and he firmly insisted, "Indeed." Yet, Xiao Ji remained unconvinced. Thus, that very night, regardless of whether Xiao Ji's head had bowed or not, he ultimately knelt, and for a considerable duration. Following his sudden decision to conspire against the throne, he became busily occupied once more after the New Year's Eve, not out of avoidance of Xiao Ji, but rather engaging in heated debates with military lieutenants within the encampment. Yet, each evening at mealtime, no matter how far along they were in serious discussions, he would hasten back to the royal residence to dine with Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji, on the other hand, relished the tranquility, ordering that the area around the pavilion in the lake be draped with gauzy curtains, with a swing chair suspended. Whenever Xiao Ji was absent, he would recline alone in the pavilion, barefoot, relishing the cool breeze while perusing various books, allowing no one to accompany him. On the afternoon of the 4th day of the new year, Xiao Ji lay once more in the swing. As the snowflakes began to fall, a gust of cold wind penetrated his heart. He cast aside his fur cloak onto the beast rug on the ground, clad only in a plain silk robe, his bare leg exposed, with a book that had been flipped through resting beside him, quietly closing his eyes to rest. As the sharp tip of the sword, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, pierced before Xiao Ji, she remained motionless, lying there with an air of tranquility, not even lifting her eyelids. She merely remarked, "General Yu possesses remarkable swordsmanship." The tip of Yu Qing's sword halted mere inches from Xiao Ji's brow. Upon hearing Xiao Ji speak, she twirled her sword and sheathed it, saying, "Your Highness, your calmness is truly extraordinary." As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Xiao Ji, and for a moment, it was difficult to discern whether the flurries of snowflakes were wider than Xiao Ji's exceptionally long legs. In broad daylight, how could the princess, in such disheveled attire, disregard the feelings of the prince? Xiao Ji slightly opened her phoenix-like eyes and glanced at Yu Qing, saying, aside from General Yu, no one in this manner is so lacking in decorum as to intrude upon me. Yu Qing withdrew her gaze from Xiao Ji's legs and replied, I have come to speak with you about a matter. Xiao Ji raised her hand and politely said, please have a seat. In the entire pavilion, aside from the rattan chair occupied by Xiao Ji, there was no other place to sit. Yu Qing took a deep breath and said, no need. I merely wish to inquire, did you come to this distant marriage merely to serve as a pawn for the prince? Xiao Ji regarded Yu Qing and asked, what brings you to such a conclusion, General Yu? Yu Qing stated, the princess knows the answer in her heart. Xiao Ji was indeed aware, but feigned ignorance, replying, I do not understand. Yu Qing gritted her teeth and said, the prince had no intention of waging war in the Central Plains. The northern borders are rugged and the emperor far away. Were he to march, it would surely burden the people and deplete resources. The prince has always shown compassion for his subordinates and cared for the common folk. If it were not for the princess, how could he have made such a sudden decision? The crux of the matter was that, according to Yin Nian, once the throne was claimed, it would be handed over to Xiao Ji, but Yu Qing refrained from mentioning this. Xiao Ji was most vexed by the need to explain the obvious to others. If Yin Nian had such intentions, it would not solely be because of Xiao Ji. The conflict between the northern borders and Diyue was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Xiao Ji was merely an opportunity. Yu Qing was not oblivious to this fact. What troubled her was that on the surface, it seemed Xiang Nian was crafting a wedding gown for Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji remained unfazed and asked, what shall you call me, General Yu? Yu Qing replied, Your Highness. Xiao Ji nodded and said, from now on, you may refer to me as the princess. Yu Qing gritted her teeth in frustration and asked, why did the princess utter those divisive words last night? Xiao Ji replied, General Yu, your words are mistaken. I was merely reminding the prince to take precautions. Yu Qing wished to say more, but Xiao Ji had clearly begun to lose her patience. In light of General Yu's sincere concern for the prince and the soldiers of the north, I have no intention of holding a grudge against you. However, should you continue to overstep your bounds, I shall have no choice but to deal with you severely as a warning to others. Yu Qing understood that, based solely on her initial probing attack, Xiao Ji had every justification to deal with her. Yet, she did not regret it. Though Xiang Nian was blinded by Xiao Ji, Yu Qing did not deny her own selfish motives. What she valued more was Xiao Ji's status. At least for now, she could not regard the princess from the Diyue imperial palace as one of her own in the north. She retorted once more, I implore the princess not to undertake any actions detrimental to the northern realm and the prince, lest I sacrifice my life to ensure otherwise. Before she could finish her statement, a sharp pain pierced her neck. Xiao Ji stood barefoot before her, his stature towering over Yu Qing, gazing down with a sword held against her throat. Yu Qing's pupils dilated in shock. The swiftness of Xiao Ji was unexpected. But more alarming was the fact that the blade he wielded was her own treasured sword. Vivid crimson blood oozed from Yu Qing's neck, and she remained frozen, a chill creeping from her heels to her spine. Had Xiao Ji intended harm, her head would have already been severed from her body. Casually, Xiao Ji discarded the sword onto the ground and turned, commanding, leave. Xiang Nian returned to the royal residence before dinner was prepared, entering the flower hall only to find Xiao Ji absent, with Lian Xiao and a host of servants stationed there. Xiang Nian inquired, where is your master? Lian Xiao replied, in response to the prince, the princess is at the pavilion in the lake. Xiang Nian furrowed his brow, why is she not invited to dine? Lian Xiao lowered her gaze, in reply to the prince, the princess claims she is quite full. Quite full? Xiang Nian was perplexed, foolishly asking, did she overindulge at lunch, or perhaps snack too much in the afternoon? Lian Xiao responded plainly, not at all. It was merely that General Yu sought the princess out in the afternoon. Xiang Nian found this even more baffling. He had indeed instructed Yu Qing to deliver some items to his residence, but he had not asked her to bring food to Xiao Ji, and he was at a loss as to what kind of undue attentiveness Yu Qing was demonstrating. Unable to comprehend the situation, he instructed the other servants, inform the kitchen to delay the meal. With that, he exited the flower hall and strode towards the pavilion by the lake. As winter days are brief, Darkness enveloped the sky shortly after the hour of you. Since reconciling with Xiao Yin Nian, Xiao Ji had realized that opportunities for nocturnal freedom were dwindling. Thus, having the reason on her side, she confidently rested in the pavilion for an entire afternoon. Upon hearing footsteps approach, she stirred slightly, yawning without opening her eyes. Xiao Yin Nian lifted the gauzy curtain, discovering Xiao Ji sprawled without even a jacket, her bare feet exposed, and an irritable heat surged within him. This is not how one enjoys the cold. Are you practicing some sort of sinister technique that requires freezing yourself to enhance your abilities? Xiao Ji ignored him, remaining lifelessly sprawled. Xiao Yin Nian busied himself, retrieving a fox fur from the ground to drape over Xiao Ji, checking her forehead and neck to ensure she was not feverish. Finally, he sat at her feet, seizing her icy toes and nestling them against his warm abdomen. What is the matter? Your expression is longer than that of a donkey. Xiao Ji kicked at his warm muscles, sighing. I had previously stated that should I endure daily torment from the prince's concubine upon reaching the northern realm, I would be better off meeting my demise. Xiao Yin Nian rubbed her frigid calves. What madness is this? Where would I find a concubine? Xiao Ji scoffed. There may be no concubine, but there are certainly plenty of deputy commanders. Upon hearing Xiao Yin Nian's words, he finally turned around. Yu Qing was not here today to deliver food to Xiao Ji. He halted his actions. Did she give you a hard time? Xiao Ji cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yin Nian. Not at all. She merely suspects my intentions, warning me against any potential harm to you in the northern realm. Yu Qing had never been one to overstep her bounds. It took Xiao Yin Nian a moment to comprehend the implications of Xiao Ji's words. Damn it, I've noticed her preoccupied demeanor lately. It turns out she has been harboring grievances, meddling in my affairs. Xiao Ji remained calm and even spoke in Yu Qing's defense. Your Highness, her actions are a testament to her loyalty, and at most, she is merely infatuated with you. While Xiao Yin Nian could grasp the notion of loyalty, he found it difficult to accept the idea of infatuation. He believed that Yu Qing's feelings for him were akin to Lin Heng's affections, both equally intolerable. Xiao Yin Nian refused to acquiesce. Do not harbor such unfounded jealousy. When it comes to a fight, Yu Qing can hold her own against anyone, even a tiger. In a skirmish, she would land 3 punches while the tiger takes 7 hits. Our relationship is strictly one of comrades in arms. Such romantic notions are utterly unrelated. Understood, Xiao Ji replied. You do not believe me. Xiao Yin Nian was not one to flatter, and he found himself in a quandary. It was evident that Xiao Ji was envious. After some contemplation, he made a new decision. Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the training grounds and military camp. I wish to see who dares to provoke you under my watch. Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow. That is inappropriate. I am of royal blood. Xiao Yin Nian waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing inappropriate about it. The people of the northern realm are trustworthy. Your skills need not be concealed. Only keep your ultimate moves in reserve. If you are willing, those undisciplined soldiers of mine may require your guidance and training. You trust me this much? Xiao Ji looked at him. Are you not concerned that I might betray you once our goals are achieved? Xiao Yin Nian met his gaze. Xiao Ji, I currently trust you wholeheartedly. Should you ever betray me, I shall drag you down to hell with me. Xiao Ji chuckled softly, sitting up to kiss him. It is a promise. Chapter 63. The False Princess and His God of War. Part 20. The soldiers of the Northern Realm possess a profound sense of belonging and honor. Since the era of the late North Star King, the bonds among the warriors have been forged through countless battles. The personal guards of the North Star King revered him as a deity, defending their homeland and achieving great feats without ever questioning Xiao Yin Nian's decisions, until recently. It is perplexing to understand the prince's intentions, as he brings the princess to the training grounds daily, doing nothing but sitting there for an entire day. What significance does this hold? Just days prior, he even ventured into the military camp, pacing back and forth along the city walls. If you ask me, isn't there enough space for him to wander in the royal courtyard? Why loiter around the base of the city walls? Alas, just a few days ago, General Yu received 20 lashes for no apparent reason, and only just returned to recuperate. It cannot be said that there was no reason, as the prince remarked that General Yu had overstepped her authority and provoked the princess. Words cannot fully express the complexity of the situation. There exists a distinct hierarchy. If this is indeed the case, General Yu's suffering may not have been in vain. Yet it is difficult not to perceive the allure of a femme fatale in this scenario. Is it not true? She, unable to bear burdens nor wield weapons, requires others to prepare soft cushions and beastly carpets for her daily amusement, while the soldiers toil below. She lounges above, sipping tea and nibbling on treats, akin to a mother watching a monkey show. Why harbor such resentment? When the late prince was alive, did not the late princess also spend her days at the training grounds? The affection shared between the late prince and princess was profound. They fought side by side through life and death. So how could their circumstances be compared? It is indeed perplexing. In my view, General Yu is a remarkable individual, well suited to the prince. Yet fate has cast a shadow, as the prince's heart is now solely devoted to the princess. Alles preferences vary. Perhaps the prince is enamored with the delicate and easily toppled, for, setting aside all else, the princess's beauty is undeniable. Even heroes can fall before a fair face, which is entirely understandable. At present, we only hope the princess can unite with us in the north. Enough of this speculation. What relevance does it hold for you simpletons? The prince, a man of both courage and strategy, must have his own reasons for his actions. Unless the princess has bewitched him, there may be logic behind it that eludes your simple minds. Upon the high platform of the training grounds, Xiao Ji, eyes closed and reclining in a chair, attentively discerned the raucous discussions of the soldiers below. He extended a hand to Yin Nian, who, upon receiving the signal, discreetly placed a piece of plum blossom pastry into his palm. It has been over half a month. What insights have emerged? Xiao Ji remarked, receiving the pastry and offering an objective critique, talkative, lazy, lacking discipline. Across the entirety of the Yu, who does not regard the northern troops with trepidation. The enemy quakes in fear at the mere mention of them. The northern army has always been Xiang Yinyan's pride. Had anyone else made such an assessment, he would have pointedly rebuked them. Yet, these words came from Xiao Ji. Originally, Xiang Yinyan had invited Xiao Ji to the military camp and training grounds to ease his mind and provide him with an opportunity to establish his authority. The soldiers of the north are like brothers to Xiang Yinyan, and given Xiao Ji's sensitive status, he has long hoped for mutual acceptance between the two parties. Born within the confines of the imperial palace, Xiao Ji has never set foot on a battlefield. Although his martial prowess is formidable, the theoretical knowledge of military strategy pales in comparison to the reality of combat. Xiang Yinyan had not expected Xiao Ji to assist him in training. However, just days prior, beneath the walls of the military camp, Xiao Ji had merely strolled about, and with a few words, he elucidated the strategies they had employed over the years against the enemy on this very land, pinpointing where to attack and defend with remarkable clarity. Thus, when Xiao Ji uttered those three exceedingly unpalatable words, Xiang Yinyan dared not inhale deeply, humbly inquiring, "What then shall we do?" Xiao Ji regarded him intently. The Rondi have not invaded the Yu's territory for 3 years. If my conjecture is correct, the troops were not in this state 3 years ago. Xiang Yinyan paused. With his prince present, the Rondi would not dare. Not daring does not equate to not gathering strength, Xiao Ji replied. Xiao Ji interrupted Xiang Yinyan, stating, "One is born into adversity and dies in comfort. As long as the prince's reputation remains, they dare not act recklessly. Yet, desperate circumstances could lead to drastic measures. Each winter, the outskirts suffer from famine, and while cattle and sheep may sustain life if well cared for, a natural disaster or calamity could spell doom. Those without shoes are not afraid of those with them. It is a matter of life and death." Xiang Yinyan understood this principle, yet after years of victories, it was inevitable that he might become complacent. His capabilities were undeniable, but whether the nomads were concealing their true intentions remained uncertain. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, a chill ran down Xiang Yinyan's spine. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The training of the northern troops requires the princess's careful consideration." Upon Xiang Yinyan's directive, Xiao Ji immediately summoned paper and ink, establishing new regulations and altering training methods. Xiang Yinyan did not consult anyone. He awaited Xiao Ji to finalize the stipulations before presenting them directly to the deputy military advisor, ordering their immediate implementation. This abrupt change startled the soldiers, who had enjoyed a period of tranquility. Though they dared not voice their discontent publicly, murmurs of dissatisfaction circulated clandestinely. If these regulations had been set by Yin Nian, the northern troops would have accepted them, swallowing their grievances. However, within 2 days, the truth emerged. It was all orchestrated by the princess, leaving them no choice but to endure the hardships. Xiang Nian sat within the tent, his expression darkening. Lin Heng, intimidated by Xiang Nian's tone, held his breath and tentatively stated, "The men below are saying the princess harbors ill intentions, meddling without understanding, claiming the new regulations and training methods are not for the benefit of the northern troops but to torment them." Xiang Nian's countenance grew increasingly grim. "What else?" Lin Heng swallowed hard, attempting to disregard the harsh words and get to the point. "They say military orders must be obeyed, yet if you wish for their willing compliance. Who established these rules?" At this, Lin Heng discreetly glanced at Xiao Ji before lowering his head, suggesting, "Let someone share in their trials and tribulations." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp crack echoed as Xiang Nian crushed the jade teacup in his hand. "Inform them that from tomorrow onward, I shall train alongside them." Xiao Ji remained calm throughout, gently patting Xiang Nian's back and saying, "I share no blood ties or camaraderie with the soldiers. I merely bear the princess's title as a member of the royal family. It is only natural for them to resist, so why should the prince be angry?" Xiang Nian recognized the truth in Xiao Ji's words. Moreover, the northern troops had grown complacent over the years. The new training regimen, in terms of frequency, methods, and standards, had significantly increased, undeniably infringing upon the soldiers' previously lax privileges. Yet, he could not help but mutter unappreciative wretches. Xiao Ji handed him another teacup, urging, "Drink your tea." He then turned to Lin Heng, instructing, "Go and relay the orders. Starting tomorrow, I will accompany them." Chapter 64. The False Princess and Her Warlord Prince, Part 21. Xiao Ji did not make a grand announcement about her intention to join the military for training. He arose early the following day, before the dawn had even opened its eyes, and after washing up, donned the simple armor of an ordinary soldier, securing his hair with a traditional cap. Alone, he mounted his steed and rode into the training grounds, standing tall with long legs. Xiao Ji was not at all overshadowed by the burly men around him, even when compared to the most robust of warriors. His previously somewhat slender frame was obscured beneath the weighty armor, rendering it indistinguishable. Yet, his arrival drew the attention of numerous ordinary soldiers. It was his striking visage that set him apart amidst the rough men, with features remarkably refined and distinguished. Before the training commenced, some began to jest at his expense. "Hey, that lad, new here?" Xiao Ji remained silent, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. The age-old rule of veterans teasing the newcomers was inescapable. Seeing Xiao Ji's aloofness, the banter grew bolder. "What were your parents thinking to send such a pretty boy to the Northern Army? In just a couple of days, you'll likely be hiding under your blankets, crying for your mother, and becoming the subject of ridicule. It would be wise for you to return home." At this, a chorus of laughter erupted among the surrounding men. Xiao Ji, unperturbed by their mockery, stepped into the fray, aligning himself with the other recruits. Nevertheless, he could still hear the veterans whispering ahead. "Didn't the princess say she would share our hardships and joys from today? Where's she now? Listen to yourself. A delicate flower raised in the palace would struggle to endure this hardship. Given how the prince dotes on her, it's a wonder she even showed up." According to the new regulations established by Xiao Ji, the training schedule was rigorous. Horse stance at the hour of the rabbit, physical conditioning at the hour of the dragon, martial arts practice at the hour of the snake, a half-hour rest after lunch, weapon drills at the hour of the monkey, and sparring at the hour of the rooster, leaving little room for respite. Particularly demanding was the physical endurance training, requiring speed, climbing, crawling, and jumping, all essential skills. These soldiers, unlike those who had trained since childhood, lacked foundational skills and internal strength. Thus, they had to focus primarily on external techniques as they grew older. Initially, during the horse stance training, no one discerned anything remarkable. Although Xiao Ji's striking appearance attracted considerable attention, he did not display any extraordinary prowess, nor did he falter. The supervising junior leader merely noted that Xiao Ji's stance was remarkably steady, suggesting some underlying skill. As he passed by, he patted Xiao Ji on the shoulder, praising him. "Well done, you are indeed a promising recruit." The true distinction began to emerge in terms of physical stamina. The new soldiers lagged significantly behind the veterans during the weighted laps around the training ground, and it was not long before many fell behind. Only Xiao Ji maintained a steady pace, consistently trailing the veterans. The group that had earlier teased him seized the moment to call out, "Hey, little lady, don't overexert yourself. You might collapse and need 3 days and nights to recover." Xiao Ji cast a glance at the speaker and inquired, "Care to compete?" The man, upon hearing this, burst into laughter. "You want to compete against me?" Xiao Ji nodded affirmatively. In the military camp, such comparisons were not uncommon. As long as they were reported and did not interfere with regular drills, they would be approved. Observing the disdain in Xiao Ji's demeanor, the man scoffed and posed a challenge. "If you lose, you shall kneel before me and bow 3 times. Xiao Ji replied indifferently, "Let us see if you win first." The man scrutinized Xiao Ji closely, declaring, "I shall wait to see you weep." With that, he approached the small leader to signal the commencement of the contest. At the onset, Xiao Ji merely mirrored the man's pace. If he sped up, Xiao Ji would match him. If he slowed down, Xiao Ji would do the same. It was only when the man realized he could not create distance between them that he began to exert himself in earnest, ceasing conversation and focusing solely on running. However, it was not long before he witnessed Xiao Ji effortlessly glide past him, swiftly extending the gap between them. His steps light as if the sandbags tied to his limbs were weightless. This spectacle captured the attention of numerous soldiers, including Yin Nian and several vice commanders on the platform above. Lin Heng observed for a considerable time, eventually recognizing the man's figure as somewhat familiar. Tentatively, he turned to Xiang Nian. "Sir, that is..." Xiang Nian, having not seen Xiao Ji upon waking that morning, surmised he had gone to guard the promise. Though slightly irked, he felt invigorated upon seeing Xiao Ji begin to teach the man a lesson. Let him toil during the contest in the afternoon. I want to witness him defend his title. Defending the title was not merely a matter of honor, but also a means to establish authority. Lin Heng proceeded to carry out the directive. After enduring 20 strikes with the rod, the man became subdued, standing silently behind Xiang Nian, quietly observing Xiao Ji's figure. Under the gaze of the multitude, Xiao Ji effortlessly overwhelmed the man, who had nearly exhausted himself in their competition. Following this event, the onlookers became increasingly engrossed, eagerly anticipating how Xiao Ji would triumphantly confront his rival. Yet, in reality, Xiao Ji chose to disregard his opponent, who still had quite a distance to cover, and made his way directly to the iron climbing frame, ascending it with ease and leaping down. Upon reaching the small leader of his row, without even catching his breath, he stated, "Tell him there is no need for bowing. Let him clean the stables for a month instead." Though the man was not a notable figure within the camp, he certainly was not one to hinder progress, for otherwise, he would not dare to mock newcomers so brazenly. Following this incident, many who initially came merely to spectate began to shift their focus to Xiao Ji. As the morning swiftly passed, Xiao Ji shared a communal meal with the soldiers, leaning against the wall of the training ground to rest his eyes. During this time, many discreetly scrutinized him, yet none dared to confront him. In the afternoon, while practicing with weapons, Xiao Ji maintained a low profile, selecting a long blade and lazily following the small leader's instructions, appearing somewhat clumsy and unpracticed. His disdain and nonchalance were evident upon his countenance. Many warriors, whose prowess surpasses that of the man from the morning, awaited their turn to engage in combat against Xiao Ji, hoping to demonstrate to this newcomer the truth that there exist realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. Lin Heng, not one to disappoint, issued orders before the arrival of the hour of Shun. Today, as contest would commence with a new recruit, Xiao Ji, who had garnered much attention. All those eager to challenge him were invited to ascertain whether they possessed the requisite skill to fulfill their desires. Chapter 65. The Faux Princess and His War God Prince, Part 22. Everyone was eager to showcase their abilities. Xiao Ji stood upon the flat, sandy ground, feeling utterly bored. Were it not for the obligations owed to Yin Nian, he would have preferred to recline in the pavilion by the royal lake, enjoying the cool breeze while perusing a novel. Thus, as a robust man, wielding a spear prepared to push through the throng to be the first to engage. Xiao Ji turned to face Yin Nian atop the platform. "Master, why is the princess looking at you?" Lin Heng inquired. Yin Nian met Xiao Ji's gaze and suddenly smiled, remarking, "I've grown weary of the game. It is time for me to conclude it." With that, he rose, shed his heavy cloak, and leaped down from the platform before the assembled warriors, landing mere feet from Xiao Ji. He swiftly seized a long halberd from a soldier and hurled it toward Xiao Ji. The moment Xiao Ji caught the halberd, Yin Nian drew his long knife from his waist and, in a flash, appeared before Xiao Ji, aiming a downward strike at his head. Xiao Ji crossed the halberd with one hand to block the blade, but alas, the halberd was too light and shattered under the force of the blow. Yin Nian showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of attacks in quick succession. After dodging twice, Lin Heng suddenly bellowed from the platform, "Continue." As he spoke, a pitch-black mace, cutting through the air with a fierce whistling sound, hurtled toward Xiao Ji. Lin Heng's mace was, aside from Yin Nian's knife, the most feared weapon among the Rongdi, forged from dark iron, heavy beyond measure, capable of shattering skulls even through thick armor. At such a distance, if Xiao Ji failed to catch the mace, he would likely be left with a splattered brain. The crowd instinctively sheltered their heads, while Xiao Ji, seizing the moment between Yin Nian's strikes, leaped to grasp the mace's handle. In a series of swift turns, he dissipated Lin Heng's force and countered with a strike aimed at Yin Nian. When the mace and knife clashed, even Yin Nian felt a jolt of numbness in his arm. After blocking Xiao Ji's blow, he quickly retreated several paces. Within mere exchanges, the training ground fell into a profound silence. Those with discerning eyes could perceive the truth of the skills displayed. Lin Heng's mace had been weighed countless times by warriors in the army. Merely swinging it a few times was manageable. But to wield such a weapon in battle would render one's arm immobile in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Furthermore, having just received a strike from Xiao Ji, Yin Nian's retreat caused the ground beneath him to crumble. There was no room for pretense. In their previous encounter atop the city wall, both Xiao Ji and Yin Nian had primarily engaged in testing each other, unarmed, and thus had been considerably constrained. In the ebb and flow of their fierce duel, the thrill of matching wits once again ignited excitement within Yin Nian, prompting him to challenge Xiao Ji anew. Both Yin Nian and Xiao Ji exhibited astonishing speed, rendering them nearly incomprehensible to all but a select few capable of deciphering their intricate maneuvers. Apart from Lin Heng, Yu Qing, and a handful of other skilled commanders, the rest could merely witness the dazzling sparks igniting from their clashing weapons and the swirling dust raised by their fierce exchanges. This was not a confrontation for mere soldiers to intrude upon. Earlier, they had jested about Xiao Ji being a pretty boy, yet now, amidst the crowd, watching Xiao Ji wield his weapon with grace, Yin Nian felt a shiver run down his spine. It was evident that had Xiao Ji truly intended to engage him seriously, a single punch would have sufficed, sparing him the humiliation of having to toil in the stables, allowing him instead to prepare for his next life, free from the disdain of others. As the battle progressed, Yin Nian grew increasingly emboldened, his long blade seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own. Conversely, Xiao Ji maintained an effortless composure, prioritizing defense over offense, his demeanor exuding confidence and poise. Witnessing this clash left Lin Heng feeling a prickling unease, goosebumps rising on his skin as he remarked to Yu Qing, "If I possessed even half the strength and speed of the princess, I would decimate thousands of foes on the battlefield." Meanwhile, Yu Qing's mind was preoccupied with memories of the sword that had once been poised against her throat by Xiao Ji. In contrast to that day, She had scarcely comprehended how swiftly he had acted. Clearly, Lin Heng's weapon was not one that Xiao Ji would easily wield. Her throat tightened, and with a dry whisper, she expressed her hope that she could truly align her heart with the prince and the northern territories. Lin Heng turned to Yu Qing, inquiring, "How fares your rear?" To which Yu Qing, without hesitation, twisted Lin Heng's waist playfully, retorting, "Mind your own business. If I can't best those two below, do you think I can't handle you? My backside is quite capable of fending for itself." The duel concluded with Xiao Ji deliberately leaving an opening, allowing Xiang Yinyan to claim a narrow victory. After sheathing his sword, Xiang Yinyan seized the mace from Xiao Ji's grip, thrusting it forcefully into the ground, panting heavily as he surveyed the crowd. Noticing that all eyes were upon Xiao Ji, which left him feeling somewhat disgruntled, he bent down, hoisting Xiao Ji's leg over his shoulder, grumbling, "You lot better not expect any favors from me if I return home tonight and find myself kneeling on a washboard." With that, he carried the unresisting Xiao Ji toward the gates of the training ground. A moment of silence enveloped the arena before it erupted into chaos. As for what discussions would ensue, no one truly cared. Xiao Ji was not concerned with whether these individuals recognized his right to intervene in military affairs. What he desired was for them to obediently heed Xiang Yinyan's words and refrain from using him as a pretext to challenge Xiang Yinyan. The fates of these people were of no consequence to Xiao Ji. Neither did he care whether the northern territories would seize the throne. However, in his past life, Fang Yinyan had taught him the importance of considering others' feelings. The unspoken love that Fang Yinyan had never voiced could not remain unexpressed in Xiang Yinyan's heart. He obediently rested his head on Xiang Yinyan's shoulder, allowing him to maintain the facade of a devoted husband in front of others. It was only after they exited the training ground that he gently patted Xiang Yinyan's backside, signaling him to let him down. "Are you tired?" Xiang Yinyan inquired cautiously, observing him with concern. Since Xiao Ji had arrived in the northern territory, he had mostly been reclining, moving in a state of repose. Today, however, he had not had a moment's respite, which truly pained Xiang Yinyan's heart. Xiao Ji, on the other hand, was rather indifferent, bluntly stating, "You're making me nauseous." Upon hearing this, Xiang Yinyan realized that Xiao Ji's abdomen had been resting on his shoulder during the carry. He rubbed his nose and turned around, squatting before Xiao Ji. "Come on, let me carry you back." Although Xiao Ji was not fatigued and had no need for Xiang Yinyan's assistance, he complied and climbed onto Xiang Yinyan's back. Xiang Yinyan seemed to relish this act of caring for Xiao Ji, treating him with the tenderness one might show a beloved spouse. He strode forward with a steady pace, moving swiftly. As they walked, he tilted his head to Xiao Ji and remarked, "By the way, the wedding day is approaching. How about you call me husband so I can hear it?" Chapter 66, The False Princess and His War God Prince, Part 23. It was merely a playful whim. Eager to comply, Xiao Ji delivered the icy and unyielding term of endearment, which caused Xiang Yinyan's heart to bloom with joy, his steps seemingly floating. That night, Xiao Ji returned the favor with countless variations of husband, some tender, some gritted with teeth, and others filled with fiery anger. It was indeed a worthwhile exchange. The following day, the atmosphere in the training ground had markedly shifted. Lin Heng inquired of the soldiers whether they required the princess's presence during their drills, and no one dared to object. Yet, Xiao Ji had promised to accompany them, and he remained steadfast in that commitment. He did nothing but stand in the center of the training ground, clad in riding attire, silently observing the soldiers, expressionless, wielding an imposing 8-foot axe. Anyone who caught sight of him felt a shiver of fear, anxious not to provoke his ire with idle chatter, lest they find themselves on the receiving end of that axe. Under such scrutiny, the soldiers quickly adapted to the new intensity of their training over the span of a month, even attempting to gently persuade Xiang Yinyan to have the princess return to the high platform to rest, enjoy some snacks, and watch the performers. Xiang Yinyan, too, subtly suggested to Xiao Ji that such arduousness was unnecessary. However, Xiao Ji failed to grasp this gentle entreaty. He had grown accustomed to this routine, standing in the frigid winds without needing a blanket or a hot water bottle, simply gazing at Xiang Yinyan, allowing a blissful and comfortable day to pass. His unwavering stoicism and tireless dedication gradually dispelled any lingering doubts the northern soldiers held towards him, instead instilling a sense of genuine respect. They understood the adage that it is easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send them away. As time passed, the chill of the northern territory began to warm. Xiao Ji and Yin Nian were rarely apart, to the extent that Xiao Ji had not yet formulated a plan regarding Xiu. However, one fateful evening, shortly after they had shared dinner, Yin Nian received a letter from the Khan beyond the city. The contents bore a striking resemblance to the missive he had once penned to the emperor, a proposal for a political marriage. The Khan's eldest princess, though youthful, was a paragon of grace, captivating the hearts of the gallant horsemen. Yin Nian conveyed the letter's message to Xiao Ji, concluding with a remark. Xiao Ji's expression remained unperturbed, responding to Yin Nian's words. Indeed, she would be a fitting match for you. Noticing Xiao Ji's cum diminor, Yin Nian furrowed his brow. Do I not have my own moon? Must I rely on them for validation? Xiao Ji deftly shifted the conversation. As for the marriage alliance, it should logically involve sending the princess to the imperial city of the Yu. The Khan's disregard for the emperor is troubling. Should the court become aware, it would thrust the northern borders into turmoil once more. Yin Nian, his expression darkening, queried, "Is your attitude a reflection of my recent insistence upon your company?" Xiao Ji replied candidly, "Not at all." Yin Nian scrutinized Xiao Ji, tentatively suggesting, "I had intended to sever ties with the imperial court, but a two-pronged attack may invite unforeseen dangers. It would be wiser to stabilize relations with the Khan first." Xiao Ji nodded in agreement. "Very well." Yin Nian gritted his teeth. "You are the lady of the house. The rituals must be orchestrated by you." Xiao Ji affirmed. "Agreed." Yin Nian, teeth clenched, continued, "You shall prepare the bride price." Xioi acquistade, understood. Just as Yin Nian was on the verge of voicing his frustrations toward Xiao Ji, wondering if Xiao Ji felt no jealousy in such circumstances, he heard Xiao Ji say, "However, this matter should be communicated to Xiu. He may not consent." At this, Yin Nian felt a sense of relief and playfully nudged Xiao Ji. "You think I intend for Xiu to marry that princess?" Xiao Ji looked at him. "Can you accept a concubine?" Yin Nian scoffed. "You must be jesting." Before he could articulate his protest, Xiao Ji suddenly pressed his lips against Yin Nian's. After a spirited exchange of words, Xiao Ji released him, saying, "You may take a concubine." Yin Nian responded, "If I must take one," but Xiao Ji kissed him again. The unexpected fervor of these two kisses stirred something within Yin Nian, prompting him to pull Xiao Ji back to their chamber, where he began to tear at Xiao Ji's garments. This time, Xiao Ji complied, shedding his attire and drawing the curtains, leaving Yin Nian dazed and breathless. Yet, just before the feast could commence, Xiao Ji paused. Yin Nian, puzzled, inquired, "What are you waiting for?" Xiao Ji replied, "For you to take a concubine." Amused yet exasperated, Yin Nian pushed Xiao Ji aside. "You might as well wait for death, Xiao Ji. Today, I shall make it clear. As long as you live, I shall never take a concubine." Xiao Ji gazed at him. "And if I were to die?" Yin Nian leaned down to kiss him. "In life and in death, I shall accompany you. If you perish, I shall follow." As their work commenced at the hour of the rooster and concluded at the hour of the pig, both had been rising early and retiring late. Xiao Ji, empathetic to Yin Nian's toil, refrained from overexerting him. The atmosphere was just right, and Xiao Ji had intended to devote the entire night to serving Yin Nian. However, before their next interlude could begin, a knock echoed from outside. Lian Xiu's voice pierced through. "Your Highness, the young master seeks an audience." Yin Nian, a noble of a different lineage, inherited his title, though his kin were not of royal descent, and he had no progeny. The young master that Xiu referred to was indeed Xiu. Under ordinary circumstances, had Xiu dared to disturb Yin Nian at such an hour, he would have merely uttered 3 words: "Let him leave." However, with the Khan's letter freshly delivered, Xiu had sought him out, presumably having caught wind of some rumors. Yin Nian had no intention of approaching that tiresome princess of the grasslands. Yet to placate the Khan, he had no choice but to use Xiu as a shield. At this moment, he had no option but to face him. With a sigh, Xiao Nian reclined on his bed as Xiao Ji rose to change his attire, washed the cloth, and gently patted Xiao Nian's thigh, signaling him to lean forward. He then instructed Xiao outside, have him wait. Xiao complied and departed, while Xiao Ji leisurely tidied Xiao Nian, assisting him into his garments and offering reassurance. Go on. Xiao Nian remained motionless, extending his legs. Xiao Ji then bent down to help him don his shoes and socks. Your elder sister is like a mother. You should go on my behalf. My back aches, Xiao Nian said, gazing down at Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji looked up, his dark hair cascading behind him, perhaps just having finished some intimate task. His face, already captivating, bore an indescribable satisfaction that stirred the imagination. Are you certain? He inquired. Xiao Nian scrutinized him for a considerable time, inwardly cursing Xiao Ji's allure. How could a man, so strikingly handsome, possess such a beguiling presence, yet behave so shamelessly? Frustrated, he rose and strode toward the door, declaring, Prepare yourself and accompany me. Chapter 67. The False Princess and His Warrior Prince, Part 24. Once Xiao Ji had readied himself, he entered the flower hall to find Xiang Nian seated across from Xiang Xiao. The first words he heard were Xiang Xiao, head bowed and disheartened, lamenting, I possess no title. Were it not for my birth in the royal mansion, standing as the younger brother of the North Star King, I would be no more than a commoner, unworthy of the grassland princess. Xiang Xiao had been plagued by a lack of appetite and sleepless nights for a considerable time. Initially, he had believed his fascination lay solely with the serene and gentle maidens, which explained his lingering glances at Xiao Ji. Yet, upon witnessing Xiao Ji clad in dark riding attire, exuding valor and grace, he found himself even more enamored. Although the women of the Northern Territories were typically spirited and ardent, he could not help but fix his gaze upon Xiao Ji. Each day, as Xiao Ji and Xiang Nian rode forth from the estate, he would secretly observe them from a secluded corner, cherishing those moments as the most fulfilling of his day. The hours that followed would be consumed in endless reveries about Xiao Ji. Unaware of Xiang Xiao's sentiments, Xiang Nian merely summoned a cup of tea for him, stating, You've always been of little use. With your disposition, had you been born into a prominent family in the imperial city, you might have gained titles and honors. But born in the Northern Territories, in the North Star King's mansion, you are but a waste. Having perused countless poems and songs, my mind is filled with romantic musings. Yet I find myself utterly incapable of grasping the art of warfare, unable to wield a sword or comprehend military strategies. Now, when presented with the prospect of marrying a charming princess, I find myself reluctant and hesitant. Xiang Xiao, have I offered you too little care over the years? Xiang Nian, struggling to suppress his anger, endeavored to address Xiang Xiao with as much calmness as possible. Xiao Ji remained silent, merely approaching Xiang Nian, draping a cloak over his shoulders, and taking a seat beside him. Xiang Xiao raised his brows, observing Xiao Ji, adorned in plain silk, with long hair casually tied up, unadorned by cosmetics or jewels, wearing a relaxed demeanor with a simple wooden hairpin. His heart began to race anew. He opened his mouth and lowered his head. Why does my brother not take a concubine? The Khan likely harbors similar sentiments. Xiang Nian scoffed, You scoundrel, speaking such nonsense in front of your sister-in-law. Do you wish to see me live an easy life? Xiang Xiao, lost in thought, replied, I dare not. Xiang Nian felt no particular affection for his brother. Their interests had always diverged greatly since childhood. Xiang Xiao was melancholic by nature, prone to lamenting the fleeting seasons, which irked Xiang Nian. Nevertheless, being blood brothers, he tolerated his presence, ensuring he was well fed and cared for, never forcing him to contribute to the northern border or the royal household. Now, with tensions mounting, if Xiang Nian could agree to a marriage alliance before he even knew Xiao Ji, why could Xiang Xiao not do the same? Losing his patience, he declared, This is settled. I am informing you, not consulting you. Your sister-in-law and I have traversed this path. Are we not now harmonious, like a pair of mandarin ducks? The Khan's eldest princess is hardly a shrew, so what grievances do you harbor? Xiang Xiao was well aware of Xiang Nian's temper. Whenever Xiang Nian lost his composure, he felt an involuntary chill of fear. This moment was no exception. He fell silent, primarily because he felt he lacked the standing to tell Xiao Nian that his heart belonged elsewhere, pleading for his brother to spare him. If Xiao Nian were to discover that his thoughts were consumed by Xiao Ji, he would undoubtedly break his legs and banish him outside the city to be devoured by wolves. Xiao Nian interpreted Xiang Xiao's silence as acquiescence and instructed him, "Return home. Your sister-in-law will arrange the wedding. You would do well to comply." With that, he rose and took Xiao Ji's hand, leading her towards their chambers. Upon rounding the corner of the flower hall, Xiao Ji halted, withdrawing her hand from Xiang Nian's grasp. "Your Highness, please return. I am somewhat hungry and shall fetch something to eat from the kitchen." Her demeanor was natural, and having indeed exerted herself, Xiang Nian suspected nothing amiss, merely responding before retreating to the chambers. Xiao Ji watched as Xiang Nian entered the room and closed the door before turning to navigate through the flower hall. The path that Xiang Xiao would also take to return to his quarters, making her way towards the kitchen. She walked slowly and, as anticipated, she soon heard Xiang Xiao's voice behind her, "Sister-in-law." Xiao Ji turned to face him, signaling for him to speak freely. The moonlight shone brightly, illuminating Xiao Ji, as if a deity had descended to earth. Xiang Xiao and Xiao Ji exchanged glances, his Adam's apple shifting slightly. "If my elder brother were not the North Star King, but merely a commoner, would you still hold such affection for him?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji understood that Xiang Xiao indeed harbored other sentiments toward him. In this critical moment, such feelings were akin to a double-edged sword. If wielded wisely, Xiang Xiao would inevitably tread the path of his predetermined doom. Thus, he began to speak ambiguously, downplaying the gravity of the situation. "To uphold the peace between the northern frontier and you is my purpose and mission in coming here. Is it not natural for a wife to cherish her husband?" Xiang Xiao gazed into Xiao Ji's dark eyes. "What if this North Star King were someone else, and not my elder brother?" Xiao Ji did not respond directly, merely stating, "I do not engage in meaningless hypotheticals. The night is deep. You should return and rest." With that, he disregarded Xiang Xiao and made his way to the dining hall, casually taking some pastries before retreating to his chamber. He uttered nothing of substance, leaving the interpretation of his words entirely to Xiang Xiao. Should Xiang Xiao believe that Xiao Ji's current affection for Xiang Nian stemmed solely from his identity as the North Star King, and that he could treat anyone else in the same manner, that was a matter for Xiang Xiao alone. It had no bearing on Xiao Ji whatsoever. The matter of the marriage alliance was pressing for the Khan, as it was for Xiang Nian. After finalizing all the ceremonial protocols and selecting an auspicious date, the North Star King's residents soon prepared for the second wedding banquet on the day of grain rain. The Khan's eldest princess, Narain, truly embodied the name of the moon of the steppe, being a breathtaking beauty. Yet, throughout the event, Xiang Xiao displayed no signs of joy, his gaze never resting upon his new bride. Instead, Xiang Nian appeared quite pleased, having indulged in wine, and persistently clung to Xiao Ji, laughing foolishly. The seemingly ordinary days slipped by quietly. Within the North Star King's palace, the two couples appeared harmonious. Yet in truth, only Xiang Nian and Xiao Ji shared genuine affection. Xiang Xiao and Narain were merely a facade of unity. Xiang Nian remained unaware that Xiang Xiao and Narain had yet to consummate their marriage. However, Xiao Ji was acutely aware of the situation. After the weather became milder, Xiao Ji ceased his daily visits to the training grounds, returning instead to the lakeside pavilion in the palace's rear garden. He removed the rattan chair and had bamboo mats laid on the pavilion floor, where he would lie straight on the mats during the quiet afternoons. A brown-backed shrike flew in, landing atop Xiao Ji's head and flapping its wings. With his eyes closed, Xiao Ji asked, "Any news?" Chapter 68. The Faux Princess and His War God Prince, Part 25. Narain was striking, with deep-set eyes and the charm of a northern frontier woman, yet she possessed a certain restraint. Unfortunately, Xiang Xiao, blind to her beauty, regarded her as a mere constraint. Narain, in turn, held little interest in Xiang Xiao, the effete scholar. Nevertheless, she had come with a purpose. After several unsuccessful attempts to approach him, Narain uncovered Xiang Xiao's secret. The previous night, they spoke candidly for an entire evening. I am aware of your sentiments and recognize your indifference towards me. There are many capable young men on the grasslands. I am not bound to you alone. Once again, Narain attempted to entice Xiang Xiao, but received no response. Thus, she remarked, "How splendid! I shall not hinder you, nor should you confine me." Xiang Xiao, seated on the soft couch by the window of his chamber, replied calmly, "That is quite agreeable." Narain gazed at him. "Have you not realized? Your feelings for the princess are glaringly evident. I do not mind. But have you considered the consequences should the prince find out?" With his gaze lowered, Xiang Xiao felt a surge of irritation. "As long as you remain silent, no one will notice me. And are you content with that?" Narain inquired. Xiang Xiao was far from content. The more he beheld Xiang Yin Nian and Xiao Ji in their tender affection, the more discontent brewed within him. The pain, akin to a blade piercing his heart, led him to countless moments of despair in the solitude of night. Yet, to Narain, he merely stated, "What is done is done. There is no point in lamenting." Narain perceived Xiang Xiao's turmoil and proactively poured a cup of tea, handing it to him. "Perhaps it is not as final as you think." Accepting the teacup, Xiang Xiao regarded her with curiosity. "What do you mean?" Standing before him, Narain looked down. "The prince currently has no heirs. Should an unforeseen event occur, the northern territories may well become yours. Thus, all that you desire could be within your grasp." Xiang Xiao's heart raced at her words, and he abruptly shattered the teacup in his hand. "Such treacherous ambition. There is no need to speak of this again. The king of Beichun is my own brother. I would never commit such an act of treachery." Narain, undeterred, merely scoffed, "Coward. No wonder the princess never casts more than a glance your way. With such a disposition, had you been born into the imperial family of Diyue or the royal lineage of the grasslands, you would have long been devoured, leaving not a bone to spare." With that, Narain ceased her discourse with Xiang Xiao, extinguished the candle, and retired to her bed. At that moment, Boleo perched above Xiao Ji, chattering animatedly for quite some time. After a deep breath, it flew to the side of Xiao Ji's teacup, pecking at the cooled tea and stealing a few morsels of his pastry crumbs. After a prolonged silence, 037 suddenly spoke up, "At present, this fellow is exceedingly indecisive. Persuading him will not be an easy task for Narain." Xiao Ji remained remarkably calm. "What is the rush? The seed has already been sown. With diligent care, watering, and nourishment, it will eventually take root and blossom into a towering tree." If Xiang Xiao could truly suppress the desires within him, he would not have descended to the point of fragmenting his soul in the pursuit of survival within a small world. What Xiao Ji needed to do now was to wait, to allow Xiang Xiao's desires to take root and flourish, to collaborate with Narain, to pilfer the secrets of the northern territories, and to direct the blade towards his own brother. Xiao Ji would naturally adapt as circumstances evolved, safeguarding Xiang Yin, ensuring that Xiang Xiao would find no refuge. True to Xiao Ji's expectations, Xiang Xiao, a fortnight later, approached Xiang Yin one evening, expressing his deep remorse for his lack of achievements, for failing to contribute to the defense of his homeland and the northern territories. Now, awakening with sudden clarity, "I wish to join Xiang Yin in battle, to enter the military camp and acquire some skills, thereby sharing the burden with him." One might wonder if he has genuinely matured and developed this sense of responsibility, or if he is simply idling away time at home, whimsically seeking something to occupy himself. Xiang Yin has never harbored malicious thoughts towards his own kin. Upon his return, he broached this matter with Xiao Ji. As Xiao Ji prepared the dishes, he dismissed the nearby servants and remarked to Xiang Yin, "Unforeseen events often conceal ulterior motives." Xiang Yin furrowed his brow, questioning the intent behind those words. Xiao Ji gazed at him and asked, "Do you recall what I spoke to you on New Year's Eve beneath the city tower?" Had Xiao Ji not mentioned it, Xiang Yin would have scarcely paid it any mind. However, with the reminder, the memory resurfaced. In warfare, deception is paramount. "I would not harm you, but do not presume others will be as benevolent. Even among kin, exercise caution." Xiang Yin, a man of genuine character, valuing loyalty and righteousness, was no fool, nor would he extend unconditional trust to anyone. Throughout their time together, Xiao Ji had never advised him to be wary of others. Not even when Yu Qing had so openly offended him. Afterward, he had not held Yu Qing's minor transgressions against her in a petty manner. Xiang Yinian held Xiao Ji's character in high esteem. Upon hearing Xiao Ji's words, he expressed some skepticism. Have you discovered something amiss? Xiao Ji shook his head, stating, having been born into royalty, I have the least faith in deep familial bonds. Even a crown prince, should I ever infringe upon his interests, would not hesitate to eliminate me. The Northern D have not encroached upon our northern territories for 3 years. This spring has seen less rain, making it difficult to sustain cattle and sheep as in previous years. Is it truly for the sake of a marital alliance that the Khan sends Narain at this juncture? After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yinian astutely observed, Xiang Xiao harbors no grand ambitions. For Narain to sway him, there must be substantial incentives to entice him. I cannot fathom what Xiang Xiao seeks in the northern territories that would compel him to collaborate with the Rong Di and betray me. At this point, Xiao Ji found it difficult to respond, only casting a peculiar glance at Xiang Yinian for a long while before advising him. Perhaps you should remain more vigilant. Not fully grasping the implications, Xiang Yinian nodded, very well, then tell me, should I allow him entry into the military camp? Xiao Ji replied, if his intentions are pure, there is no harm. Your brotherly bond brings me joy. However, should he harbor ulterior motives, it is essential to provide him the opportunity to reveal his true colors. Xiang Yinian appreciated Xiao Ji immensely. Since Xiao Ji had come into his life, his mind had enjoyed a well-deserved respite. Consequently, after receiving Xiao Ji's response, he lifted his bowl and began to consume his meal heartily. Suddenly, recalling something, he set down his utensils and inquired, your birthday is approaching. Do you wish to restore your identity as a man? For Xiao Ji, as long as he maintained a stable and orderly lifestyle with Xiang Yinian by his side, the restoration of his former identity was of little consequence. However, it is indeed a fact that Xiang Yinian is willing to stir the waters, and that Dagua cannot accommodate the northern borders. The conspiracy against the state affects the populace and involves great expenditure of resources. Raising an army is fraught with peril. The identity of Prince Xiao Ji serves as a legitimate pretext for Xiang Yinian. Thus, Xiao Ji merely stated, you decide, I shall cooperate. Xiang Yinian pondered for a moment, refraining from disclosing his true intentions. He understood that although Xiao Ji professed indifference, had he truly been unconcerned, he would not have spent years in obscurity under the guise of a princess, nor would he have endured numerous trials in private, mastering military strategy and martial prowess. Xiang Yinian wished to host a grand coming-of-age ceremony for Xiao Ji, envisioning a future where Xiao Ji could stand proudly in his rightful place as a man. Yet, no matter how meticulously he planned, when the day arrived, events unraveled like a wild steed breaking free from its reins, veering far from the anticipated course. Acting on Xiao Ji's advice, Xiang Yinian permitted Xiang Xiao to enter the military camp, but the outcome was starkly different from what Xiang Xiao had imagined. Xiang Yinian forbade him from accessing core military secrets, and he was not allowed to interfere in significant matters. Instead, he was assigned to a deputy general under Lin Heng, where he engaged in menial tasks that left him utterly exhausted, without gleaning any useful information. Xiang Xiao remained low-key, refraining from complaints or expressing any desire to involve himself in important affairs, appearing genuinely earnest in his newfound resolve to contribute to the northern borders. Just as Xiang Yinian began to believe that perhaps he and Xiao Ji had been overly suspicious and misjudged Xiang Xiao, he suddenly detected a hint of something amiss, leading him to understand Xiao Ji's wariness of Xiang Xiao. This realization erupted within Xiang Yinian after a day of brooding, culminating in an outburst before bed. You knew all along about his treacherous intentions. Why did you not tell me? Since returning, Xiang Yinian had worn a long face, neglecting his dinner, and had not spoken to Xiao Ji all evening. As Xiao Ji neared slumber, Xiang Yinian abruptly sat up in bed, startling him. Xiao Ji raised a hand to shield his eyes and sighed. How did you discover it? The more Xiang Yinian contemplated, the angrier he became. From the very beginning, I noticed he was always watching me. As his elder brother, this is natural, but damn it, Why did he gaze at me for several days, then turn away, only to return to watching again after a couple of days? It dawned on me that during those days he was watching me. It was because you were present. Xiao Ji had been by Xiao Nian's side during training. I found it strange at first, attributing it to his admiration for you, as many in the army are focused on your demeanor. But do you know what I witnessed? Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow. What? Xiao Nian raised his hand and struck Xiao Ji lightly. That scoundrel today picked up the date pit you spat out on the ground. He picked it up and tucked it away. How deranged and twisted. Were it not for our grand plan, I would have smashed his teeth in right then and there. Truly, he has lost all sense of propriety. He dares to covet anyone. The juju pit appeared in the corner of the high platform at the training grounds, and those who could ascend to this place were few. Among them, only Xiao Ji could indulge in food and drink while spitting out juju pits. As Xiang Yinian spoke with increasing fervor, his words became increasingly harsh. Look at him. If he were to urinate, I reckon he would eagerly grab his mother's teacup to catch it and offer it back. Xiao Ji vaguely sensed that what Xiang Yinian initially intended to say was not about the teacup. Perhaps the rawness of his almost uttered words or the fear of offending himself, and Xiao Ji compelled him to swallow his words back. Xiao Ji was at a loss on how to soothe Xiang Yinian's emotions at that moment, so he addressed the matter directly. There is absolutely no possibility of that happening in front of him. Xiang Yinian was momentarily taken aback, ready to unleash another tirade. But Xiao Ji abruptly pulled him over, restraining his wrists with one hand and pressing against his abdomen with the other, whispering in his ear, "But you can in front of me." The frustration that Xiang Yinian had not expressed was dissipated by Xiao Ji in another manner. However, having learned the truth, Xiang Yinian evidently lost all patience with Xiang Siyu. Thus, from that day forth, the relationship between Xiang Yinian and Xiao Ji transformed once more before the eyes of the public. It began during breakfast. Xiang Yinian, in a moment of carelessness, knocked over the already cooled soup on a Xiao Ji, offering a bland apology. While Xiao Ji's expression remained unchanged, his words made the servants present tense with apprehension. He looked at Xiang Yinian and, with a glimmer in his eyes, remarked, "Are you blind?" After saying this, he disregarded Xiang Yinian's reaction and turned to return to his room to change. Xiang Yinian was initially stunned, then erupted in anger, overturning the entire table of food and shouting, "For such a trivial matter, how dare you show me such disrespect?" All the servants hastily knelt, imploring Xiang Yinian to calm down. With a flick of his sleeve, Xiang Yinian departed alone to the training grounds. Consequently, Xiao Ji did not step outside for the entire day, and Xiang Yinian remained silent throughout. That night, he returned to the palace, choosing to sleep in the study. The following day, the two found themselves seated together once more, casually sharing breakfast, during which Xiao Ji even served dishes to Xiang Yinian, seemingly seeking reconciliation. However, Xiang Yinian did not grant Xiao Ji any favorable regard. They both went to the military camp, and while discussing the Rongdi, everything remained normal. Xiao Ji spoke a few lines, and Xiang Yinian offered no objections. Yet, when the topic shifted to the royal family of Dayua, Xiao Ji declared that all obstacles should be eradicated. Xiang Yinian glanced at Xiao Ji and inquired, "What about the crown prince?" Xiao Ji remained silent, yet his demeanor suggested acquiescence. Xiang Yinian then accused Xiao Ji of being cold-blooded, suggesting that if he were to seize the throne, his first act would be to eliminate Xiang Yinian. Xiao Ji replied indifferently, "Let us discuss the matter at hand. You are you, and he is he. Mercy will only lead to endless troubles." As a result, Xiang Yinian exploded once more. "By your reasoning, am I not your greatest threat?" Xiao Ji furrowed his brows and said, "If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. My heart is in unison with yours. Why must you question me so?" Xiang Yinian sneered coldly. Such insincerity. The argument escalated quickly, and Xiao Ji, losing patience, attempted to turn away. Xiang Yinian, seemingly unsatisfied with the quarrel, reached out to grab Xiao Ji, only to be met with a sharp elbow. This ignited a fierce scuffle that erupted from within the tent and into the open air. The clash of swords and blades sending ripples of fear through the imposing soldiers, who stood petrified as quails, not daring to utter a sound. With a sweep of his mighty blade, Xiao Ji cleaved the hairpin atop Xiao Ji's head, scattering dark locks in all directions. A wooden hairpin fell into Xiao Ji's palm. Glancing at the hairpin, he sheathed his sword and flung the wooden piece, embedding it into a nearby post behind Xiao Ji. The wind generated by the thrown hairpin grazed Xiao Ji's cheek. Without a backward glance, Xiao Ji galloped away from the training grounds. From that day forth, not a single word was exchanged between Xiao Ji and Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji moved into the study, while Xiao Ji took residence in a side hall. Xiao Ji continued his daily routines in the training grounds and military camp, while Xiao Ji distanced himself, remaining secluded within the royal residence. 2 weeks later, yet another quarrel erupted within the palace. In a fit of rage, Xiao Ji commanded his subordinates to confine Xiao Ji in the underground prison. Lin Heng, alarmed by the dark clouds hovering over Xiao Ji's face, cautiously remarked, "Why let matters escalate to such a degree between the two of you, my lord?" Xiao Ji's expression hardened. He has taken my kindness for granted, believing that his abilities grant him the right to disregard me. Since his arrival in the palace, he has either overstepped his bounds or sought to manipulate me in every way possible. The most infuriating part, he trailed off, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Lin Heng swallowed hard. Has the princess committed an unforgivable offense? Xiao Ji let out a cold laugh. He has been secretly consuming contraceptive potions. How can I trust him again? At this revelation, Lin Heng fell silent. Meanwhile, Xiang Xiao, who had been lurking nearby, absorbed every word into his heart. The following day, the task of delivering meals to Xiao Ji shifted from the head, maid to Narain. Sister-in-law, why must you and the Lord quarrel to such an extent? Narain, who had never conversed with Xiao Ji since her marriage, found herself in a position to speak to him as a sister-in-law, which felt entirely appropriate under the shared roof. Through the iron bars, Xiao Ji remained silent, his gaze cast downward. Narain regarded him sincerely. We are both here as part of the marriage alliance. Do not take offense, but I have yet to consummate my marriage with Xiang Xiao. I seek only a tranquil existence within the palace. She then inquired, You once shared a good rapport with the Lord. How did it come to this? Xiao Ji succinctly replied, He does not trust me. What could you have done to arouse the Lord's suspicions? Narain probed gently. Xiao Ji shook his head. It is better left unmentioned. Xiao Ji's demeanor was notably reserved, a fact that Na Run was well aware of. Yet, it was precisely this attitude that lent the situation a semblance of authenticity. Na Run remained unperturbed. After a week of delivering meals to Xiao Ji, she gleaned some insights from their interactions. It was evident that Xiao Ji harbored ambitions that had drawn the ire of Xiang Yin. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Xiang Yin would certainly not reconcile with Xiao Ji, preferring to keep the wolf close at hand. On the other side, preparations had already been made. On a moonless, stormy night, she was lured outside by Yu Qing, who masqueraded as an assassin. The meticulously devised battle plans were left behind in the study. Just as a figure stealthily entered the study, intent on replicating those plans, a candle abruptly flickered to life in the previously dark room. Xiang Xiu turned sharply, only to behold Xiao Ji, who should have been confined in the underground prison. His mind went blank, and in the next moment, a powerful force struck him from behind. Xiang Xiu was hurled across the room, crashing violently against the wall, his insides feeling dislocated, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xiang Yin had long anticipated that Xiang Xiu would not remain idle and would entertain nefarious thoughts. However, being his blood relative, there lingered a modicum of hope and expectation that Xiang Xiu might experience a moment of epiphany. He withdrew his foot, gritting his teeth in anger, his fingertips trembling as he seethed. Traitorous scoundrel, for your selfish desires, you disregard the safety of the citizens and soldiers of the northern border. To call you worthless is to elevate you. With that, he paid no heed to Xiang Xiu's potential justifications and turned to Lin Heng, commanding, Such treachery cannot be tolerated. Take him to the city wall for military judgment. Collaborating with the enemy and stealing intelligence warrants punishment according to military law, and there is no escape from death. At that moment, Xiang Xiu truly felt fear. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he crawled to Xiang Yin's feet. pleading, "Brother, I was wrong. I should never have been swayed by Na Run or entertained such thoughts. Brother, spare my life. I implore you, for the sake of our deceased parents, I beg you. I was wrong. I shall not dare again." Yin Nian regarded his pitiful, tear-streaked visage, a picture of cowardice in his desperation for survival, and felt both anger and disdain. He considered Xiang Siyu's existence a stain upon the Northern Star Prince's residence. Had Xiang Siyu shown a shred of fortitude, perhaps he might have earned a modicum of respect. Instead, he felt no sympathy, only increased ire, as he raised his foot and delivered another kick to Xiang Siyu's face. Colluding with the enemy, coveting your sister-in-law, betraying the northern border. And yet you dare invoke our parents? Xiang Siyu, you possess not a single ounce of remorse. Xiang Siyu was yanked from the ground by Lin Heng's men and dragged out of the study. Aware that Xiang Nian had resolutely decided to end his life, he abandoned his pitiful facade and erupted in vitriolic reproach. "Xiang Nian, you have never regarded me as a brother. You look down on me and incessantly berate me as worthless. In what manner have I wronged you that you repeatedly trample upon my dignity? The title is yours. The princess is yours. The reputation is yours. Do you truly deserve it? You must not," were the final words unspoken by Xiao Ji. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he seized a paperweight from the table and struck Xiang Siyu squarely in the face. Lin Heng, perceiving Xiao Ji's displeasure, swiftly signaled to his subordinates. The two men, obeying the command, produced a dark, greasy cloth from their pockets and forcefully stuffed it into Xiang Siyu's mouth. They then lifted him, one in front and the other behind, and hurriedly made their way out of the Wangfu. Meanwhile, Na Run, who was anxiously awaiting news in the courtyard, felt her eyelids twitch uncontrollably. A gray messenger pigeon perched on her shoulder. The longer she waited, the more restless she became. Upon hearing a commotion from the front courtyard, she hesitated no longer and quickly scribbled a few characters in Barong on a pre-prepared note, rolled it up, and secured it into the tiny tube attached to the pigeon's leg before releasing it into the night sky. Just as the pigeon soared away, disappearing into the darkness, a long sword silently pressed against her neck. "Princess Narun, you have offended," came the voice of Yu Qing. Narun turned to see Yu Qing's face. She closed her eyes, her legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground in silence, allowing Yu Qing's men to bind her. Yet in her heart, she felt a flicker of relief, for she had successfully sent the message. Chapter 71, The False Princess and Her Warlord, Part 28. It soon became evident that Na Ren's relief was premature. The gray pigeon had barely reached the edge of the Wangfu's wall when it collided head-on with an aggressive brownback shrike. Despite its small and plump stature, the shrike was a formidable predator. It struck the pigeon, injuring its leg, and extracted the rolled note from the tube, flapping its wings as it flew towards the study of the Wangfu, landing on Xiao Ji's shoulder. Xiao Ji reached out, took the note from the shrike's beak, and handed it to Xiang Nian. Xiang Nian unfurled the note, furrowed his brow for a long moment, and then tossed it to Lin Heng. "What the hell does this bird say? You take a look." Lin Heng, unable to decipher it, passed it to the adjutant beside him. The adjutant, equally perplexed, scratched his head and returned it to Xiao Ji. Observing this, Lin Heng slapped the adjutant on the back of the neck. "I told you to read more books, instead of just eating and sleeping. Go summon the strategist." Xiao Ji glanced at the scrawled characters and remarked, "No need. Narun has sent a message to the Khan, indicating that the situation has been compromised and to refrain from acting rashly." Upon hearing this, Xiang Nian smacked Lin Heng on the back of the head. "Did you hear that? Knowledge is invaluable when needed. You should read more." Lin Heng retorted quietly, "But you don't recognize that bird character from Beatty either, do you?" Xiang Nian confidently replied, "My wife knows it." "Do you have a wife?" Lin Heng was left speechless and chose to divert the conversation. "What shall we do next?" Xiang Nian looked to Xiao Ji, who rolled up the false battle plan, cut the paper, and penned a line of text before re-rolling it. He gently patted the shrike's small head. "You have my gratitude." The shrike shook its head, but did not take the note. Xiao Ji then instructed Xiang Nian, "Have someone fetch some millet. It requires assistance from a friend." Xiang Nian first sent someone to retrieve the millet. Then, gazing at the shrike perched on Xiao Ji's shoulder, he felt an increasing sense of familiarity. After a moment, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the very bird that delivered messages for me back in the Dew Palace?" Xiao Ji nodded. Xiang Nian, astonished, remarked, "I did not see it on the way here." Xiao Ji observed with a subtle detachment. It was not overly clingy, seldom lingering by my side, yet wherever I ventured, it would follow. Xiang Nian extended a hand towards the shrike. "Come here, let me have a look." The shrike tilted its head, surveying Xiang Nian, before alighting upon his palm, maintaining eye contact with a curious tilt. A wave of joy surged within Xiang Nian as he cradled the bird and whispered sweet nothings to it in a secluded corner. Shortly after, a servant presented a bowl of millet, and before long, a gray pigeon flew in through the window, strikingly similar to Naren's. The pigeon pecked vigorously at the millet on the table and then stood motionless at the edge of the table. Xiao Ji took a fine thread and secured a message tube to the pigeon's leg. As he released the pigeon into the air, he turned back to see Xiang Nian, mouth agape, attempting to fit half of the shrike into his mouth. Their eyes met, and Xiang Nian quickly, albeit awkwardly, extracted the shrike, offering a nervous chuckle. "I was merely jesting with it." The shrike, in utter panic, escaped his grasp and hastily sought refuge within Xiao Ji's garment. Xiao Ji gently patted the small bulge within his clothing and, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, addressed Xiang Nian. "I have instructed the Khan to mobilize the troops. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall commence battle within the next few days. Are you prepared?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Nian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The Rondi suffer from hunger, primarily due to their overwhelming numbers. This time, I shall ensure they are silenced, guaranteeing that the remaining survivors can eat and drink to their fill. Xiao Ji nodded. "Indeed, Your Highness possesses a compassionate heart." That evening, military orders were dispatched to various encampments. It was widely acknowledged that the Rondi were anxious, yet none anticipated their eagerness to engage in battle so soon. Before dawn broke the following day, the clarion call of war echoed from the city walls. The beacon of fire illuminated the darkness preceding dawn. The Rondi, with their vast army, intended to storm the city gates, catching the northern defenders unawares, yet they were met with a barrage of arrows ablaze with fierce flames. Heavy stones, wrapped in oil and gunpowder, were hurled beyond the city walls. Within a brief span, the Rondi suffered significant losses among their ranks. However, for the northern defenders, this was all within the realm of expectation, as the battle formation received hours earlier had indeed indicated such a strategy. The ferocity of the mounted tribes was not mere bravado. The northern defenders had fortified themselves for over 3 years, poised to seize the northern city and secure a future for their kin. Each warrior was robust, and while many fell to the arrows, countless northern soldiers evaded them, erecting ladders and employing ingenious tactics to scale the city walls. Clad in armor and wielding a great blade, Xiang Nian charged forth from the city gates, decapitating foes with each swing. Lin Heng followed closely, his heavy mace cleaving paths through the enemy ranks, rapidly carving a bloody route. Yu Qing remained by Xiang Nian's side, safeguarding him and dispatching the encroaching adversaries. Huzi wielded 2 formidable meteor hammers, unleashing a whirlwind of destruction wherever he struck. The thunderous clamor of battle and the resounding war drums pierced the dawn, echoing into the heavens. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Lin Heng suddenly recalled something, looking at the bloodthirsty Xiang Nian and gasping, "Where's the princess?" Ever since Xiao Ji had released the carrier pigeon in the study of the Wang Fu, Xiang Nian had taken Lin Heng into the military camp, and no one had seen Xiao Ji since. The moment Lin Heng spoke, Xiang Nian nearly swung his sword to strike the helm atop his head. Fortunately, Lin Heng was prepared, raising his heavy mace to block Xiang Nian's blow. The crimson hue in Xiang Nian's eyes gradually faded, and after a long pause, he said, "If all goes as expected, today the princess shall achieve great merit." In the distance, within the northern D borders, the messenger soldiers had come and gone 3 times, and Xiang Nian's troops were drawing ever closer to the gates of northern D. The Khan seethed with rage, who claimed that the northern borders have grown lax and that an arrogant army must inevitably fail. Even with the battle formation mapped out, they could be repelled. What a bunch of useless fools. A table filled with food and drink was overturned, and the ministers exchanged glances, none daring to speak at that moment. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a soldier outside the tent relayed a message. Report. Your Majesty, Princess Narain has returned. The Khan's eyes widened in fury. What is her purpose for returning? The messenger, his voice laced with excitement, replied, Princess Narain has taken the Northern Star Princess hostage. 7 hours prior, Narain had been bound and thrown into the dungeon. In despair, she found herself unable to cry or seek help, never expecting that before dawn, the entire Wangfu would suddenly stir with commotion. Vaguely, she heard the words a fight has broken out. Her heart sank, realizing that her message had likely not reached the Khan. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, she heard the clanking of chains in her cell, and soon enough, Xiao Ji, clad in plain garments, appeared before her. Narain was taken aback. You, Xiao Ji interrupted her. I have my methods. I need you to assist me with a task, and if you agree, I will rescue you. Narain, skeptical, asked, What help can I provide you? Xiao Ji spoke plainly. I am of the royal family of Diyu, and Diyu requires a legitimate excuse to reclaim Xiang Nian's military power. You must take me into northern Di, allowing the Khan to use me as leverage against Xiang Nian. I will devise strategies for northern Di to ensure their defeat. You must persuade the Khan to guarantee my safety. Narain frowned. The Northern Star Prince would not jeopardize the northern borders for personal feelings. Moreover, although Xiang Nian and Xiao Ji had once shared a good rapport, during Xiao Ji's imprisonment in the dungeon, Xiang Nian had not once visited him. Xiao Ji maintained a cold demeanor. He need not harbor personal feelings for me, but as the Northern Star Princess and the legitimate princess of the Yu, merely seeing me in the hands of Northern Di would reveal a weakness. If you Northern Di are not entirely inept, you should know how to exploit such vulnerabilities against your enemies. He locked eyes with Narain. I seek Xiang Nian's life. Narain met his gaze. How can I trust you? Xiao Ji looked down upon her. Do you have any other options left? Xiao Ji's words rang true. Narain, confined in the dungeon, found herself in an entirely passive and disadvantageous position. The Khan has mobilized his troops, but the odds of victory appear slim. Should Xiang Nian exhibit benevolence, once the flames of war extinguish, Narain may meet her demise. Conversely, if Xiang Nian descends into madness, Narain, as the princess of the Northern Di, could find herself captured and perhaps paraded in the military camp as a trophy. The Khan would not come to her rescue. From the day she was sent to the northern borders, she became a mere pawn. If she succeeded, there remained a glimmer of hope for her return. But should she fail, she would be discarded completely. In this dire moment, Xiao Ji's words became Narain's lifeline. Having arrived under the pretense of a political marriage, Narain, having established her position, did not suspect Xiao Ji's allegiance to the Great Yu. With no better alternatives at hand, she reluctantly acquiesced to his proposal. She was aware of Xiao Ji's martial prowess, honed through daily training with Xiang Nian, though neither she nor Xiang Xiao had witnessed it firsthand. Xiao Ji removed the hairpin from his head, extracting a slender copper wire from its tip, and deftly unlocked the cell door in a matter of moments. Accompanied by Narain, they took advantage of the royal residence's weakened defenses, overpowering the servants and galloping away towards the northern Di territory under Narain's guidance. The Khan strode into Narain's tent, immediately fixing his gaze upon Xiao Ji. Narain knelt and, trembling, called out, Father. The Khan paid her no heed, advancing straight to Xiao Ji, drawing his sword threateningly at his neck. Unfazed, Xiao Ji retorted, Have you made your decision, Khan? My life is not to be used in such a manner. Before the Khan could react, Xiao Ji suddenly surged forward, seizing the Khan's sword and striking him down. The unexpected turn of events resulted in the Khan's head rolling to the ground, blood splattering across Narain's face. Tragically, she had not even glimpsed the gruesome sight of her father's demise before his beautiful head fell alongside him. With the northern Di forces scant, their entire army was engaged at the front lines, leaving barely 100 soldiers to guard the royal tent, easily dispatched by Xiao Ji. Where he passed, only souls remained. He stood within the royal tent, expressionless, his blood-stained, pale garments contrasting starkly against the carnage surrounding him, resembling a harbinger of death itself. Meanwhile, at the front line, Xiao Ji and countless soldiers were pushing the Northern D commanders into retreat, only to encounter a new calamity when the city gates of Northern D opened without assault. A foreboding feeling crept into Xiao Ji's heart as he was about to command a retreat. From within the gates surged thousands of green-eyed wolves. What followed? In the dead of night, Xiao Ji sat within the tent, while Xiao Ji bared his fangs, assisting Xiao Ji in drying his freshly washed long hair. Exchanging glances with Lin Heng, prompting him to continue. Lin Heng, donning a red cloth over his head, spoke to Xiao Ji on the battlefield. The greatest fear is a panicked horse that refuses to heed commands. Once this pack of wolves emerges, chaos will ensue. The entire battlefield will descend into turmoil, and horses will flee, unmanageable. This will not only impede our response to the enemy, but will also lead to our own men being trampled and torn asunder. At that critical juncture, the vast, clear sky suddenly darkened. At first, I assumed it was merely clouds obscuring the sun. However, upon looking up, I was astonished to discover a multitude of hawks and falcons gathering ominously above our soldiers. As these birds swooped down, everyone was understandably alarmed. Yet they paid us no heed, their focus solely directed towards the eyes of the vile wolves. At this juncture, Lin Heng reached out, offering a small piece of raw meat to the oriole, stating, "As for the rest, I find myself at a loss for words." The scene was too chaotic. I have never witnessed anything like it in my life, and my mind is in disarray. Your Highness, perhaps you could ponder it further. Xiao Ji extended his hand, and the oriole alighted upon it, nuzzling its head against his fingers. "You have indeed accomplished a great feat," remarked Xiao Ji, smoothing Xiao Ji's hair as he settled down. Pouring him another cup of tea. "You too have made a significant contribution. With the Khan's demise, their household is undoubtedly in disarray." Xiao Ji maintained a composed demeanor, replying, "The wild grass cannot be entirely eradicated. It merely takes a few years of recuperation." Xiao Ji swallowed hard, expressing, "Today, seeing you return so late truly filled me with trepidation." In his earlier years, Xiao Ji was solitary, born to the battlefield as if it were his destiny, never imagining he would one day find peace. Yet, gazing at the person before him now, he found himself hesitating. "Once we have subdued to you, I shall ensure you can live a tranquil life. I will not subject you to danger again." Recently, Yu Qing had been rather taciturn. Listening to Xiao Ji converse with Xiao Ji, she felt a sense of frustration and stepped out of the tent, merging with the soldiers who were feasting and engaging in boisterous conversation. Raising a bowl of wine, she drained it completely. With her departure, only Xiao Ji, Xiao Ji, and Lin Heng remained in the tent. Lin Heng, oblivious to the atmosphere, attempted to reminisce about the battlefield with Xiao Ji, boasting about the few heads he had claimed that day, detailing which techniques he had mastered and which still needed refinement. As he rambled on, he noticed both Xiao Ji and Xiao Ji merely stared at him in silence, and it dawned on him that perhaps he was being a nuisance. He slapped himself lightly, bowed to Xiao Ji and Xiao Ji, and left the tent. Xiao Ji, in good spirits, chuckled and shook his head. "That Lin Heng, he is adept in many ways, yet utterly oblivious to the nuances of human expression, unlike Yu Qing." Xiao Ji took Xiao Ji's hand, drawing him closer. "General Yu harbors feelings for you. She cannot bear to see you treat me well, hence her desire to leave." In truth, since Yu Qing had caused trouble for Xiao Ji last time, Xiao Ji had remained vigilant, gradually realizing that Xiao Ji was genuinely displeased. Yet, he also understood that Xiao Ji was not petty. After all, whatever sentiments Yu Qing held were beyond his response. Thus, Xiao Ji could only sigh and rub his nose, stating, "What nonsense! We are all brothers." Xiao Ji did not persist in his grievances, though he remained unsettled. Just as he was preparing to confront Xiao Ji that night, news arrived from the imperial city. The emperor had contracted tuberculosis, and his condition was deteriorating rapidly. It seemed he was nearing his end. Chapter 73. The False Princess and His War God Prince, Part 30. The tension of an arrow drawn taut, yet forcefully retracted, ignited the fuse within Xiao Ji. Most notably, in recent days, for the sake of performance, he had not engaged in any intimate exchanges with Xiao Ji for over half a month. Upon receiving a letter from the imperial city, his handsome visage instantly soured. Why must they choose such an inopportune moment? Xiao Ji pressed his hand against Xiang Henian's nape, kissing him fervently for a prolonged moment before releasing him and rising to change attire. I must return to the palace, he announced. Xiang Henian licked his lip corner, furrowing his brow. In such a hurry? Departing overnight? Xiao Ji responded with a hum. There is already a time lag in the transmission of news. Even with the swiftest horse, it has likely taken at least half a month. We cannot afford to delay. Seeing Xiao Ji preparing to leave, a sudden impulse surged through Xiang Henian, prompting him to rise as well. I will accompany you back. Xiao Ji declined. The war with Beatty has just concluded. Your presence is needed here to soothe the morale of the troops. Moreover, a feudal lord cannot enter the capital without a summons. It remains uncertain whether your presence would be beneficial, but it is undeniable that it would complicate matters. Xiang Henian had anticipated Xiao Ji's return to the capital, yet he never imagined it would arrive so unexpectedly. The reluctance of parting surged within him at that moment, washing away the joy of their recent victory. We have yet to make our plans. Xiao Ji understood Xiang Henian's reluctance to part. He simply inquired, Dayue, do you wish to abandon it? If Xiang Henian were to stand alone, Dayue would indeed hold little allure. Abandoning it would be inconsequential. However, should the new emperor ascend the throne, Xiang Henian would inevitably find himself in a dire predicament, and his loyal subordinates would likely meet a grim fate. This, too, represented the opportune moment for Xiao Ji to seize power. Xiang Henian found himself at a loss for words to utter a refusal. He sat at the bedside, gazing at Xiao Ji, whose resolute demeanor now bore a hint of grievance as he spoke. In 3 days, it shall be your birthday. Xiao Ji was soon to come of age, and Xiang Henian had made numerous preparations for this day. He had not been able to partake in every significant moment of Xiao Ji's past, intending that in the future, not only would he participate, but he would also personally oversee the arrangements. Yet, it seemed that once again, he would miss the opportunity. Having changed his attire and tied back his long hair, Xiao Ji stated, in urgent matters, one must act with expedience. 3 days hence, you shall publicly announce my identity as a man, proclaiming that the emperor has deceived the northern territories, thereby stirring the waters of chaos to confuse the populace. The emperor's illness had likely been lingering for some time. His brothers must have already been restless. I shall feign a retreat to the palace to manage certain affairs. Should anyone seize the opportunity to take command of the military, I will attribute their wolfish ambitions, seeking to divide the northern territories from Dayue, directly to them. At that time, you shall mobilize troops under the banner of purging the court of corrupt influences. In the brief span of a single cup of tea, Xiao Ji had laid out a clear path, yet how to manage the affairs within the palace according to this plan would depend solely on Xiao Ji himself. Xiang Henian observed Xiao Ji's calm and indifferent demeanor, and the initial reluctance transformed into a pang of heartache. Even knowing the gravity of the situation, he could not help but be ensnared by his personal feelings, uttering, Do you not feel even the slightest reluctance to part with me? Xiao Ji paused at Xiang Henian's words, taken aback. In a previous life, Fang Yinian's temperament was even more obstinate and assertive. When faced with such contradictions, he would merely sulk in solitude or hurl harsh words at him. During that time, Xiao Ji could not comprehend why Fang Yinian, who ought to have been pleased with his actions, would instead exhibit discontent. Now, upon hearing Fang Yinian's words, Xiao Ji seemed to awaken with a sudden clarity. Ultimately, he had overlooked the emotions of the other. Approaching the bedside, he embraced Fang Yinian, kissing his temple, and then retrieved a wooden hairpin from his pocket, placing it gently in Fang Yinian's palm. At our next meeting, please adorn me with this. Fang Yinian gazed down at the hairpin, crafted from deep purple sandalwood, exquisitely detailed with a lifelike phoenix in flight. On that day, when Xiao Ji had taken the hairpin and driven it into a wooden post behind him, Fang Yinian had felt a subtle resentment. However, it was a trivial matter, not a precious item. If it could bring Fang Yinian some ease, it was worth it. Thus, He refrained from confronting Xiao Ji afterward. Yet now, with the hairpin resting in his palm, Yin Nian felt a tumult of emotions. He swallowed hard. This hairpin. That day at the training ground. Xiao Ji brushed his cheek. That was merely a replica. The craftsmanship is not refined. If you inspect it closely, you will discern the flaws. Yin Nian, whatever you gift me, I shall treasure dearly, be it this pin or yourself. Yin Nian was deeply pained. The matters within the palace were not easily resolved. If the emperor were to die too swiftly, Xiao Ji might not have the chance to intervene before the throne fell to another. Conversely, if the emperor lingered too long, there would be time for further complications. The northern border and the imperial city were 1,000 miles apart, and their next meeting was uncertain. Who could guarantee that no other unforeseen events would occur in the interim? He cupped Xiao Ji's face, leaving a mark on his cheekbone, his eyes reddening. Go, Xiao Ji. Preserve your life and send word whenever you can. If anything happens to you, I will sweep through the central plains and upheave the heavens of the Yu. When Xiao Ji departed, Yin Nian did not see him off. He silently rode out of the military camp, heading toward the imperial city of the Yu. He carried no provisions, and the silver he possessed was barely enough to secure safe passage for his horse, trading it for 2 steeds to carry him tirelessly toward the imperial city. 3 days later, to pacify the northern border, the emperor's secret decree to send the 9th prince, disguised as a princess, for a diplomatic marriage spread throughout the Yu, unleashing a tempest of turmoil. Shortly thereafter, as the news reached the imperial city, it was accompanied by the ominous tidings of the northern army's encroachment and the 9th prince's mysterious disappearance. The emperor, already bedridden with illness upon hearing this, immediately coughed up a pool of blood. What a formidable northern star king! He was the one chosen, and now it seemed he truly intended to rebel. The emperor's personal eunuch, upon witnessing the situation, hastily scurried to the emperor's side, pouring tea and patting his back, urging, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Your health cannot withstand such turmoil. Just as the eunuch's words faded, another young eunuch rushed in, bowing deeply as he entered, kneeling outside the screen and tremblingly announcing, Your Majesty, Princess Jujio has returned. In accordance with Xiao Ji's current status, returning to the capital without summons constituted a grave offense. Thus, his foremost intention was to confess to the emperor to remain in the palace under the rightful identity of a prince. Given the recent victory of the northern army and their gathering at the borders, the emperor would undoubtedly be furious. However, Xiao Ji possessed ample means to deal with the emperor's wrath. Who permitted your return? Seeing Xiao Ji, dusty and clad in dark riding attire, kneeling before him, the emperor felt his blood surge, leading to another fit of violent coughing. Do you not understand that the king of Beichun has amassed troops and demands an explanation from me? Xiao Ji remained composed, kneeling in place until the emperor regained his breath, then slowly replied, If I do not return, shall I await death in the northern territory? Having been marked for assassination by Xiang Yin, as these words fell, the emperor's fury threatened to resurface, yet Xiao Ji's subsequent statement effectively stifled the emperor's anger. Your Majesty, if I were to perish alone, it would be of little consequence. However, I carry the fate of the Yu upon my shoulders and cannot afford to dismiss my life so carelessly. When the king of Beichun sought my hand in marriage, you, dear father, entrusted me to Vice General Lin of the Northern Territory. You should have anticipated that Xiang Yin would eventually uncover my true identity. This day was not unexpected. Prior to my coming of age, I disguised myself as a daughter, deceiving heaven's decree, and upon coming of age, I resumed my male form to serve the nation, ensuring the prosperity and stability of the Yu. Before the immortal ascended, he left 4 words, follow the natural course. Indeed, I have returned now, and I trust you, Father. Understand the significance of this better than anyone. Upon hearing this, the emperor fell into deep contemplation. To him, all matters had unfolded naturally, without undue interference. Xiao Ji had been sent to the Northern Territory under the guise of a princess, not to deceive the heavens, but to elude the king of Beichun. The Northern Territory was distant and fortified. The royal family had dispatched spies, yet all had returned with unsatisfactory results. During Xiao Ji's time in the north, He must have gathered numerous secrets regarding the king of Beichen, perhaps even more. Now that he had returned to the imperial city after coming of age, he could very well become the key for you in addressing the northern threat. The reasoning was entirely sound. As for why it took so long for Xiao Ji to discover Xiao Ji's identity, it could well be that divine providence had been at play, safeguarding him all along. After a prolonged silence, the emperor spoke. The king of Beichun demands an explanation from me. How shall we resolve this? Xiao Ji gazed at the emperor and replied, "You are the sovereign. What is he in comparison? If he demands an explanation, will you acquiesce?" The emperor, taken aback at first, then rebuked, "Nonsense. The troops of Xiang Yin are poised for action. I cannot simply stand by." Xiao Ji replied calmly, "In this matter, I am innocent, and you too have been deceived by treacherous advisors, have you not?" This statement serves to inform the emperor that he must provide an explanation to Xiang Yin and assign a scapegoat for the situation. As for the individual upon whom this blame shall fall, and the manner in which it shall be placed, let the emperor decide for himself. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the emperor suddenly inquired about pressing matters. "What have you gathered from the northern expedition? If Xiang Yin truly intends to rebel, who could be dispatched to quell this affair?" Xiao Ji lowered his gaze and replied, "In my humble opinion, there is no one." Upon hearing this, the old eunuch hidden behind the screen felt a surge of anxiety. Thinking Xiao Ji was courting death by so openly disparaging the capabilities of the court and lavishing praise upon Xiang Yin, essentially inviting the emperor's wrath. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and as he contemplated whether to interject on Xiao Ji's behalf, he was taken aback when the emperor did not display anger. Instead, with a weary tone, he instructed Xiao Ji, "You may return to your quarters. There is no need to draw attention to yourself during this period of inactivity." Xiao Ji complied and departed. After seeing him off, the old eunuch returned to the bedside, cautiously assisting the emperor in rising. Observing the old eunuch's anxious demeanor, the emperor scoffed, "This old fool is indeed clever. Amidst such a significant affair, he has managed to extricate himself entirely." The old eunuch did not grasp the full meaning, but dared not inquire further. However, 037, lacking understanding, directly questioned Xiao Ji, "Did you truly so openly declare to the emperor that his subordinates are inept, inferior even to the little phoenix? Are you not afraid of his wrath?" As Xiao Ji walked toward his chamber, he responded, "This is the truth. He is more aware of it than anyone else. If I were to highlight the existence of capable individuals in the court without offering my support, it would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. Should I choose to assist, it would imply an intention to cultivate their favor." The emperor is not currently concerned with Xiang Yin's formidable reputation, but rather with his own precarious health and the predatory gaze of his sons. He knows that I likely possess numerous secrets regarding the northern territories. Yet as long as he refrains from speaking and entrusts military authority to me for dealing with Xiang Yin, I cannot proactively request it. The emperor is suspicious. Although I appear to have fled back, he may not fully trust me. 037's greatest fear lies within these intricate and convoluted circumstances. What shall we do afterward? My mind is in utter disarray. Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly, "There is nothing to be done. They must all be eliminated." Upon hearing this, 037 opened his mouth, suddenly uncertain. "Is that in accordance with the rules?" Xiao Ji stated matter-of-factly, "The victors and the vanquished dictate the rules of power struggles in this world." 037 was left speechless. Xiao Ji was not one to jest. He was a man of his word. Regarding the matter of usurpation, Xiao Ji felt little need for clandestine scheming. Those who aspire to partake in the struggle for the throne are all enemies. As for the order of elimination, it would be determined by drawing lots. A shake of the lottery tube, and a brother would be lost. Once Xiao Ji's identity was revealed, his return to the palace stirred considerable unrest. Numerous individuals, both openly and covertly, sought to slander him before the emperor, asserting that Xiao Ji's return at such a time was evidently nefarious. However, Xiao Ji maintained a low profile, for upon the emperor's admonition to refrain from making a spectacle of himself, he voluntarily confined himself within the Mingyue palace, feigning illness and refusing visitors, not even granting an audience to the empress or the crown prince. Dreadfully, on the third night, following Xiao Ji's return to the palace, the fifth prince was found lifeless in his bed, his eyes wide open, and his veins shattered. If one were to regard the fifth prince's demise as fortuitous, then on the fifth night, the fourth prince inadvertently consumed poison wine, succumbing to a fatal hemorrhage before the imperial physician could arrive. This series of calamities instilled a sense of vigilance among all within the palace. Nightly patrols were intensified, and a multitude of guards were stationed outside the sleeping quarters, ensuring that not even a fly could infiltrate their domain. An atmosphere of trepidation enveloped the palace, and despite the night patrol's exhaustive inquiries, no culprits were uncovered. On the seventh day, under the clear azure skies, the eighth prince, having just concluded an audience with the emperor and preparing to depart the palace, encountered the chief of the night patrol, who had just alighted from his carriage. During their exchange, a sea eagle suddenly descended from the heavens, aiming directly for the horse that drew the carriage. Startled, the horse bolted, trampling both the eighth prince and the chief of the night patrol. The latter managed to evade the calamity, but the eighth prince was not as agile. The carriage wheel rolled mercilessly over his midsection. The sea eagle, responsible for this chaos, vanished without a trace. Prior to this incident, the consecutive deaths of two princes had yielded no leads to the true perpetrator. But this time, circumstances were different. The imperial city was not a natural habitat for sea eagles, which were too costly for common folk to keep. In fact, only one noble family within the imperial city could afford to rear such a proud bird. The family of the 11th prince's mother, Consort Xiao. Your Majesty, please investigate. That sea eagle was a gift from you to my father. It has always been docile until yesterday, when, for reasons unknown, it went mad and escaped its cage. Consort Xiao insisted, vehemently denying any implication of her family in the prince's untimely deaths. The emperor, having already mourned the loss of 3 sons, including the earlier demise of the third prince, had no desire to entertain Consort Xiao's claims amidst the grief of 4 grand funerals within a year. If he cannot even manage a bird, how can I expect him to serve the nation? Let him retire to his home and live out his days in peace. Upon concluding his remarks, Consort Xiao feigned illness that afternoon. When the imperial physician attended to her, the empress, accompanied by the other consorts, visited Consort Xiao, inadvertently knocking over an orchid placed upon the windowsill. The pot shattered, revealing a paper-wrapped parcel buried within the soil. The empress ordered the parcel be examined, discovering it contained a white powder, identical to the substance that had led to the fourth prince's demise. With evidence irrefutably stacked against her, Consort Xiao found herself unable to defend her actions, leading the emperor to decree poison as her fate, sending her to her final rest. It was evident to all that her actions were driven by motives concerning the 11th prince. The emperor now lies gravely ill, and the impatience of these individuals suggests they are eagerly anticipating his demise. Having provoked the emperor's ire, none can hope for favor. The 11th prince appears innocent, yet entangled by his mother's machinations. He ultimately faces a fate of lifelong confinement, regardless of the need to preserve the royal dignity. As for when he might join his deceased brothers, that remains uncertain. Among the emperor's 13 sons, the second prince died young. The 12th is but a mere child, barely reaching the waist of an adult man, and the 13th need not be mentioned, as he is still unable to articulate his thoughts. Presently, aside from the crown prince and Xiao Ji, only the 6th, 7th, and 10th princes remain unaccounted for. Recently, 037 has indeed been somewhat intimidated by Xiao Ji. Leaning back in a chair, Xiao Ji idly shook a divination tube, from which a single slip fell, revealing the character Lu. As he absently rubbed the recessed red numeral with his thumb, he remarked lightly, I cannot allow him to wait too long. He will miss me. It became evident to 037 that Xiao Ji sought to communicate with Yin Nian. Perhaps the 6th prince was fortunate before Xiao Ji could act. He himself fell from his horse while distracted during archery practice, breaking his leg, which bent grotesquely forward, rendering him beyond salvation. A disabled person cannot inherit the throne, and Xiao Ji, being benevolent, would not pursue unnecessary extermination, thus sparing the sixth princess life. Consequently, only the final three remained as obstacles. Recent upheavals arrived abruptly, catching everyone off guard. The situation has evolved to a point where mere defense is clearly too passive. The first to recognize that all these changes began with Xiao Ji's return to the palace was the seventh prince, Xiao Yu, who, no longer willing to remain idle, took the initiative to strike. Although lacking concrete evidence, Xiao Ji had remained confined within the palace since his return, yet human intuition can be sharp, and Xiao Yu's instincts had always been keen. Unfortunately, in this era of primitive communication, no one suspected the birds that alighted on windowsills, eaves, or treetops. While conversing with a strategist about ways to compel the emperor to perform rituals, directly implicating Xiao Ji as a calamity for the Yu, a brownback shrike landed before him, pecking at the plate of snacks he had set on the table. When discovered, it did not flee but tilted its head to lock eyes with Xiao Yu. Opening its beak, Xiao Yu casually broke a piece of pastry, spilling its filling to feed the bird. After finishing, the shrike perched atop Xiao Yu's head, wiped its beak, flapped its wings, and flew away. Thus, 3 days later, when a certain enlightened sage entered the palace to conduct rituals, the compass that had been meticulously designed to point towards Xiao Ji's Minghua palace inexplicably refused to respond. It spun wildly, ultimately breaking its internal mechanism and halting before the emperor. Enraged, the emperor immediately imprisoned the sage in the dungeon, ordering the Ministry of Justice to investigate overnight the origins of this sorcerer. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the maternal aunt of the 10th prince had been fervently offering incense and prayers at the temple of that sorcerer. The palace is rife with opportunists who take advantage of chaos, and once this matter comes to light, even if the 10th prince were to plunge into the Yellow River, he would find it impossible to cleanse his name. For 3 consecutive days, Xiao Yu was unable to find solace in sleep, feeling increasingly perturbed by Xiao Ji's malevolent nature. After much contemplation, he decided to invite Xiao Ji to meet at the Tianxiang Pavilion outside the palace, ostensibly to strengthen their fraternal bond. Xiao Ji accepted the invitation with alacrity, sitting before Xiao Yu in silence, merely sipping tea without uttering a word. The private room housed only the two of them. At the top floor, devoid of screens, with guards outside comprised solely of Xiao Yu's people. In a mere month, among our brothers, the only ones left to converse with were you, me, and the crown prince. Xiao Yu broke the silence first. Xiao Ji nodded. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Xiao Yu scrutinized Xiao Ji. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. It all seems to have begun upon your return to the palace. Xiao Ji did not refute this. Yes, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Noticing Xiao Ji's reluctance to engage further, Xiao Yu shifted his approach. Retreating to advance, born into royalty, I have witnessed the dark undercurrents of the court from a young age. I am weary of it all. Now, I only hope for my father's swift recovery, so he may achieve more in his reign, and in a few years bestow upon me a title, allowing me to live a carefree life in my fief. Xiao Ji simply sipped his tea. I share your sentiments. Internally cursing Xiao Ji's obstinacy. Xiao Yu maintained a facade of lightheartedness. What I mean to convey is a plea for you and the crown prince to show mercy and spare me. Xiao Ji replied calmly. Why would the 7th prince make such a statement? Only after completing his sentence did he seem to remember something, adopting a suitably surprised expression. Observing Xiao Ji's demeanor, Xiao Yu understood that there was no concealment of intentions on Xiao Ji's part. He merely refused to articulate them directly. Thus, Xiao Yu was forthright. I have made my position clear by inviting you here. This is an earnest gesture. I harbor no intention of opposing you or the crown prince. Regardless of whether you were involved in those matters, I will refrain from private inquiries or directing blame toward you. I merely wish for us to coexist peacefully. Do you comprehend my meaning? Xiao Ji regarded Xiao Yu. Then why, 7th prince, would you use the matter of the open altar to ensnare the 10th prince? Xiao Ji's tone was unwavering, his expression tinged with amusement, as if he awaited Xiao Yu's rebuttal, intending to lay bare his actions. However, Xiao Yu was no fool. Until Xiao Ji presented concrete evidence, He could not dismiss the possibility of deception. Thus, Xiao Yu simply replied, "Ninth Prince, one must not speak recklessly of matters without evidence." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji recounted, verbatim and devoid of emotion, the details of the plans discussed between Xiao Yu and his advisors from a few days prior. Xiao Yu's expression gradually stiffened. At the time of the discussion, not a soul had been left within a 10-zhang radius, even if spies had been present. It would have been impossible for them to recount the details so thoroughly. As Xiao Ji approached a crucial point, Xiao Yu interjected, "Lu Wei's your man?" Xiao Ji was unfamiliar with Lu Wei, but if his guess was correct, this was the advisor Xiao Yu had mentioned previously. He immediately denied it. No. As expected, Xiao Yu remained unconvinced. The more Xiao Ji denied it, the less credible he appeared. Xiao Ji, knowing when to withdraw, did not squander excessive time on a single matter. He simply inquired, "If your highness harbors a pure heart, why resort to such actions?" Xiao Yu, realizing that Xiao Ji had seized upon his vulnerability, could only grit his teeth and concede. In the palace, everyone feels threatened. No one knows who will be next. I have no intention of engaging in the struggle for succession. I merely seek to preserve my life. Xiao Ji understood. Since my return to the palace, indeed, strange occurrences have unfolded one after another. However, I have remained indoors, far from the capital for too long. And the undeniable truth is that I have no subordinates to rely upon. Has the seventh prince considered that someone might have deliberately taken action upon my return, intending to shift the blame onto me, rendering me unable to defend myself? Xiao Yu narrowed his phoenix eyes slightly. Who do you refer to? Xiao Ji shook his head. I do not know, nor do I wish to be involved. I merely desire to live in peace until the dust settles. Xiao Yu had come to probe Xiao Ji. But after a meal, much about his own affairs had been revealed, and he could extract not a single useful remark from Xiao Ji. Troubled, Xiao Yu departed early. When his figure appeared outside the Tianxiang pavilion and he boarded the carriage heading toward the palace, Xiao Ji suddenly spoke again. Come forth. Both the known and the unknown have reached the governor's ears. You must know how to respond to his majesty. As if on cue, a figure leapt through the open window. It was none other than the governor of the night operations, who had narrowly escaped a calamity with the eighth prince not long ago. He bowed to Xiao Ji and assured, Rest assured, your highness, I shall report to his majesty with complete honesty. Chapter 76, The Faux Princess and Her War God Prince, Part 33. Many believe that all these events were inextricably linked to Xiao Ji, not just Xiao Yu, but few dared to confront him directly. Aside from Xiao Yu, only the Empress had the audacity to question him. The Empress summoned Xiao Ji for a private discussion at Fengqi Palace. The two sat in silence, exchanging glances for nearly an hour, with Xiao Ji maintaining his posture unchanged, let alone discussing any heartfelt matters with the Empress. You are my flesh and blood. Despite the severing of ties, we remain connected by blood. I would never harm you, so there is no need for such wariness, she remarked. The Empress, weary, had long known that her youngest son was quite astute. Although he had been close to her in childhood, after his recent journey to the northern frontier, he had returned a stranger. Xiao Ji bluntly stated, I have nothing to say. The Empress, rubbing her temples, retorted, Do not tell me you are entirely unaware of the recent events in the palace. Xiao Ji pondered briefly. I presumed that upon my return from the northern frontier, Mother would first inquire about my well-being. The Empress was taken aback. Are you blaming me? Xiao Ji replied coolly. I would not dare. They exchanged glances for a long while before the Empress sighed. Very well. If you choose not to share, then let it be. Just one point. Under no circumstances should you oppose your elder brother. Xiao Ji regarded the Empress. Whether I succeed or the Crown Prince does, you shall rightfully be the Empress Dowager. The Empress frowned, Little Nine. You must understand that is not the same. Your elder brother is the legitimate heir of the Yu, the undisputed successor. Xiao Ji could not grasp why some individuals, despite harboring ulterior motives, always spoke in contradictions, refusing to acknowledge the truth while proclaiming their falsehoods with grandiloquence. He spoke candidly. It is different. If I ascend to the throne, you would be sidelined, for you know you cannot control me. However, the Crown Prince is different. He is foolish. If he were to inherit the throne, you would have the opportunity to manipulate the court from behind the curtains. The empress, enraged, slammed her hand on the table. Nonsense. Listen to the absurdity of your words. Seeing that the empress was displeased with the truth, Xiao Ji chose to remain silent. It was not until the empress, exhausted from her gaze upon him, waved him away that he finally rose and departed from the Phoenix Rest Palace. 7 days later, after waiting in vain for the emperor's instructions, Xiao Ji, accompanied by a formidable army, stepped out from the 17 cities of the northern borders. He declared that if the emperor continued to delay, he would personally march to the imperial city to demand accountability. To appease Xiao Ji, the emperor presented the seventh prince, announcing to the world that the sage who had once deceived him with the nation's fortune was, in fact, the result of the selfish machinations of the seventh prince's maternal family. Both the Yu and he, as well as Xiao Ji, were innocent. The seventh prince and his family had a penchant for employing the tricks of enlightened beings to achieve their ends, as evidenced by the incident involving the 10th prince, which served as a cautionary tale with considerable credibility. Xiao Ji sent a letter, expressing that if he could not witness the execution of the true culprit, his resentment would remain unresolved, and he requested permission from the emperor to enter the capital with just 100 personal guards. Although this request was audacious and highly inappropriate, the emperor, feeling guilty, recognized the gravity of the situation. After all, the march of hundreds of thousands of troops into the Central Plains weighed far heavier than the mere presence of 100 guards at the imperial city to observe the execution of the seventh prince. After keeping Xiao Ji waiting for several days, the emperor, in a fit of exasperation, reluctantly granted his request to enter the capital. On the day of Xiao Ji's arrival, Xiao Ji did not make an appearance. However, the myriad of birds that perched upon the imperial city signaled to him that Xiao Ji was there to welcome him. He had come to witness the execution, not to pay homage, and thus did not enter the palace but chose to stay at the imperial city's relay station, waiting until 3 days later when the execution of the seventh prince would be complete before meeting the emperor. If all went according to plan, this visit would mean he would not need to return to the northern borders. Xiao Ji spent the entire day in the backyard of the Mingyue Palace, and though others could not perceive it, he alone knew that he was in a remarkably good mood. Before retiring for the night, he opened the window and dismissed all attendants. As anticipated, shortly after the midnight hour, sounds emerged from outside the window. Xiao Ji closed his eyes and lay upon the bed, speaking softly. "If you hide there, you will not escape if someone comes searching. Since the visitor is a guest, it would be better for you to come out and converse with me about your deeds. Perhaps my mood will improve, and I may lend you a hand." Though the time since Xiao Ji and Xiao Ji had parted was not overly long, the image of their initial encounter had manifested in Xiao Ji's dreams countless times. As he circled around the screen, he approached Xiao Ji's bedside, shedding his garments, lifting the bed curtains, and burrowing into Xiao Ji's warm embrace. Wrapping his arms around Xiao Ji's waist from behind, his Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke. "I never knew, Your Highness, that you were so benevolent, possessing a heart of compassion." Xiao Ji turned to face him, his dark eyes illuminated by the moonlight, scrutinizing Xiao Ji intently. After a prolonged silence, he gently caressed Xiao Ji's cheek and softly inquired, "My dear Anian, why have you lost so much weight?" Chapter 77. The Faux Princess and His War God Prince. 34. Xiao Ji appeared markedly gaunt. Xiao Ji did not need to reach out to embrace him. He could see the hollows of his cheeks and the deep-set eyes that had grown even more pronounced since their parting. Xiao Ji gazed at Xiao Ji with his bright, sparkling eyes, blinking unblinkingly, momentarily bewildered, unable to discern whether he felt familiarity or strangeness. It was as if they had not seen each other for ages. It felt as though they had just parted yesterday. He clasped Xiao Ji's wrist, pressing his cheek tightly against his palm, confessing, "I've missed you so much that I haven't slept well." Xiao Ji reached out, gently pressing the nape of Xiao Ji's neck, his fingers weaving through his hair, and bestowed a soft kiss upon him. "Miss me? How so?" Initially, Xiao Ji had no particular thoughts in mind. Their long-awaited reunion was simply a desire to hold Xiao Ji and engage in heartfelt conversation. However, the moment Xiao Ji uttered those words, Xiao Ji felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, from his toes to the base of his spine, rendering his legs weak. Sensing Xiao Ji's subtle shiver, Xiao Ji was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Did you wet the bed?" At this, Xiao Ji seemed to suddenly recall something, raising his hand to give Xiao Ji a playful punch. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you become this chatty in our time apart?" Xiao Ji flipped over, pinning Xiao Ji down, reaching out to explore. "Let me see." Xiao Ji feigned resistance. "Don't be ridiculous." Ignoring him, Xiao Ji kissed Xiao Ji, soothingly saying, "Don't squeeze my hand, be obedient." In the embrace of the night, they resembled a pair of mandarin ducks, a pear blossom overshadowing the begonia. Initially, Xiao Ji was surprisingly more reserved than on their wedding day. But later, perhaps as he had said, he missed Xiao Ji too much, and he let go of all restraint, declaring that if Xiao Ji dared to stop, he would unearth Xiao Ji's ancestral grave. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and they could not indulge for long. After hastily traversing over half a month of arduous journey, Xiao Ji, despite the exhaustion, remained alert enough to inquire about their next plan of action. Xiao Ji held Xiao Ji close, gently patting his back. "We need to rescue the captives," referring to them as people from his maternal family, allowing him to infiltrate the Qingming Hall. "The emperor requires a potent remedy. At that time, the crown prince and I will attend to the emperor's illness in Qingming Hall, using him to eliminate the crown prince." He intended to let Xiao Yu dance perilously close to the guillotine before the king of hell, so that he might grasp the truth that one must break to build anew. Once the news of the emperor's impending death was released, without any external provocation, Xiao Yu would understand what he needed to do. The younger twins, Xiao 12 and Xiao 13, were too young, and the emperor could not permit them to ascend and allow their maternal family to seize power. Only by entering Qingming Hall and eliminating the crown prince and Xiao Ji before the emperor took his last breath could they possibly coerce the emperor into allowing a new successor. In hopes of securing a glimmer of survival, Xiao Ji comprehended Xiao Ji's intent. Frowning as he remarked, "There are many skilled individuals within the palace. It may not be so easy to infiltrate." Xiao Ji responded, "That is not for us to worry about. Our task is to ensure his escape. He has his own allies, and if he desires to survive, he will exert every effort." What remained for Xiao Ji was but one task: to cleanse the court after Xiao Yu made his move against the crown prince. The matter may seem straightforward in discourse, yet in execution, whether it involves the abduction of a prisoner or administering poison to the emperor, it constitutes an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Xiao Yu, unencumbered by footwear, is prepared to gamble with his very life, acknowledging the myriad uncertainties that accompany such actions. Any misstep could yield catastrophic consequences. Fortunately, Xiao Ji remains composed, and Xiao Ji, bold in spirit, both proceed without overthinking the ramifications. Before dawn, Xiao Ji departs the imperial palace. As a prince, Xiao Yu must uphold the dignity of the royal family. Thus, the execution shall not take place at the marketplace or city gates, where it might provoke public ridicule. Initially, the site of execution was designated at the royal hunting grounds. However, the governor of the astronomical observatory had a portentous dream in which he saw Xiao Yu unable to find peace after death, leading to chaos into you. Consequently, he rose in the night to divine the omens, determining that only by moving the execution site to within 10 paces of the designated path for carrying out the deceased would they evade ill fate. And he promptly reported this to the emperor. In these tumultuous times, the emperor chose to err on the side of caution, acquiescing to the governor's counsel and relocating the site of execution. At this juncture, the emperor had lost interest in the number of surviving offspring. His primary concern lay in the lethargy that enveloped him following the administration of medication at noon. Unlike previous episodes of coughing blood, today he was expelling it directly from his lungs. Word of the emperor's condition reached the various consorts, who hastened to the outer hall of Qingming Palace. Among them, the remaining 4 princes, including Xiao Ji, knelt outside the hall, awaiting the physician's emergence. "When I arrived yesterday, everything was well. How could it have come to this?" lamented Consort Lin, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. The empress, with a grave expression, reprimanded, "Silence your ill omens. The emperor's condition has fluctuated before, and he will surely overcome this peril." The atmosphere outside the hall was palpably oppressive, with Xiao Ji silently kneeling, occasionally casting glances at the hourglass standing nearby. 2 hours later, as anticipated, a young eunuch hurriedly entered, requesting an audience with the emperor. The crown prince rose, pointing accusatorily at the eunuch. "Do you lack vision? Speak plainly." The young eunuch, aware of the gravity of the situation, knelt and bowed, addressing the crown prince, "Your Highness, the seventh prince has been abducted." The collective gasp from the assembly echoed through the hall, just as the crown prince erupted in anger, denouncing the executioners as incompetent. It was only Xiao Ji who grasped the situation, calmly suggesting, "Consolidate the palace guards at the main entrance of Chengming Palace." The crown prince paused, turning to Xiao Ji. "What do you imply?" Xiao Ji met his gaze, as a precaution. The crown prince understood. All the sovereigns were gathered at Chengming Palace, and he began issuing orders to concentrate the guards at the main entrance. Yet none considered that behind Chengming Palace lay an unguarded courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the physician emerged from within, bowing before the assembled nobles, and then addressing Xiao Ji and the crown prince. "Your Highnesses, the emperor summons you." The 12th prince's mother, "Consort you," interjected, "May his majesty also summon the 12th and 13th princes?" The physician shook his head. The empress glanced at Consort you. "At such a time? Curb your trivial thoughts." Consort you bowed her head, falling silent. Xiao Ji followed the crown prince into the inner palace, kneeling beside the emperor's bed, enveloped in the stifling aroma of bitter medicinal broth. Upon seeing the emperor in such a state, the crown prince immediately choked on his words, grasping the emperor's hand and tremblingly calling out, "Father!" Yet the emperor remained unmoved, merely patting the crown prince's hand in a soothing manner, his voice hoarse as he uttered, "You are a disappointing child." In this moment of despair, the crown prince refrained from retorting, instead feigning a sobbing tone. "Father, your reprimands are deserved. I await your swift recovery, yearning for your guidance." Chapter 78. The False Princess and His Warlord Prince, Part 35. As one approaches death, an instinctual awareness often arises. The emperor understood that his condition was dire. The crown prince's words offered no solace, but instead, he perceived the crown prince's weeping as a sign of incompetence. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to be silent. "How can I trust you with the realm?" Upon hearing this, the crown prince turned to glance at Xiao Ji, who knelt silently beside him. "What does father mean?" The emperor disregarded the crown prince, addressing Xiao Ji instead. "Little 9. Xiao Ji replied, "I am here." The emperor forced a dry laugh. "Do you think I am unaware of your actions behind the scenes?" Throughout history, the art of power struggles reveals that the true puppet master is not discerned by evidence, but rather by identifying who ultimately benefits the most. Such ruthlessness and cunning are the qualities of a sovereign. Xiao Ji did not refute this, calmly replying, "Father, you flatter me." The emperor began to laugh, but soon the harshness of his rasping throat caused him to cough up blood. The crown prince quickly used his sleeve to wipe the emperor's mouth, chiding Xiao Ji. "Look what you've done to father." Xiao Ji cast a sidelong glance at the crown prince, as if regarding a fool. "At such a moment, brother, there is no need for pretense." The crown prince wished to argue further with Xiao Ji, but was cut off by the emperor's command. "Silence, do not speak again." The crown prince obediently knelt in silence. The emperor caught his breath and inquired of Xiao Ji, "Do you have any backup plans?" Xiao Ji lowered his gaze. "Father might as well hold on a little longer and see what unfolds." The emperor nodded. "Very well." The hall fell into an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the emperor's labored breaths. As time passed, a disturbance arose from outside the door, just as the crown prince prepared to rise and investigate. A group of masked figures in black burst through the window, armed with sharp weapons, surrounding Xiao Ji and the others. Startled, the crown prince was about to shout for help when, in the blink of an eye, a blade was thrust to his throat. Terrified, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Several others closed in on the motionless Xiao Ji, the tips of swords aimed menacingly at him. The emperor, lying on the bed, suddenly laughed, his raspy, aged voice laced with a weary, yet mocking realization. Ah, seventh, how foolish. As his words fell, a figure stepped forward from the circle of black-clad assailants, removing their mask to address the emperor. Where is the edict of succession? The emperor remained silent. Xiao Yu gazed down upon the emperor and the kneeling Xiao Ji, now decree the transfer of the throne to him. Before he could finish his words, the sounds of battle erupted from outside. Startled, Xiao Yu intended to seize the emperor, but was unexpectedly knocked over by a sudden and powerful force. The heavy door pressed upon him, while Xiao Ji wielded a great sword, stepping over Xiao Yu as he declared, "Traitorous scum, I allowed you to flee, and yet you dare to invade the Chengming Hall to capture his majesty." After uttering this, he bellowed to those behind him, "Protect his majesty, the crown prince, and the empress. Leave no traitors alive." As the chaos ensued, Xiao Yu's first instinct was to attack Xiao Ji. Unfortunately, fate did not favor him. None witnessed how Xiao Ji rose, seized a sword from another, and dispatched the assailants with swift precision. In the hall, the palace ladies and young princes scrambled for safety, hiding in every corner. The palace guards, Xiao Yu's personal guards, and Xiao Ji's troops clashed violently, blood and flesh flying, as blood streamed down the steps of the Chengming Hall. When the tumult finally subsided, night had already fallen. A blood moon hung ominously over the palace, while crows gathered upon the rooftops and walls. Xiao Ji stood within the hall, holding Xiao Yu's severed head. Xiao Yu's personal guards had been annihilated, and the palace guards had suffered heavy losses. The over 100 black-armored riders, having arrived as they were, remained unchanged, their armor stained with blood, resembling fearsome demons. Xiao Ji approached Xiao Ji and spoke softly, "You have worked hard." Xiao Ji inquired, "What shall you do with him, Crown Prince?" Xiao Ji replied indifferently, "Let him fend for himself." What a decree of succession! Xiao Ji furrowed his brow. Xiao Ji regarded him and said, "From the beginning, the emperor never intended for the crown prince to ascend." Before entering the inner hall, everyone, including Xiao Ji, believed the crown prince, though lacking great merit, had committed no grave offenses. If the struggle for the throne had not cost him his life, he merely needed to survive until the emperor's demise to rightfully inherit the realm. However, upon entering the inner hall and exchanging a few words with the emperor, Xiao Ji realized the emperor had no intention of allowing the crown prince to succeed him. The emperor's harsh reprimands were merely a ploy to spare the crown prince's life, indicating to Xiao Ji that the crown prince was indeed foolish and would not obstruct his path. As anticipated, following the bloodbath, the elder statesman of Daiyue, Duke Dinghua, entered the palace, bearing a decree. He knelt outside the hall, unfurling the edict for all to see. Simultaneously, the elderly eunuch, who had just draped a white cloth over the emperor, hurried from the inner hall to the front of the throne, grasping another decree. Standing amidst the fallen bodies, he proclaimed loudly, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, I, with humility and grace, have ruled for 47 years, reaching the venerable age, now frail and weary. Henceforth, I pass the throne of Daiyue to the ninth prince, Xiao Ji, also known as Wu Yan. The ninth prince is benevolent, filial, and diligent in governance, beloved by the people. I commend him, hoping he will glorify the imperial legacy, bring peace to the populace, and secure the everlasting stability of our Daiyue." The eunuch collected the decree and handed it to Xiao Ji. In the presence of the court, Duke Dinghua knelt before the throne, proclaiming loudly, "Long live the emperor! 10,000 years!" Following suit, Xiao Ji led the northern warriors, kneeling in unison, echoing the fervent cries, "Long live the emperor! 10,000 years!" Thus, the dust settled. On this day, amidst the national mourning and the ascension of the new emperor, the grim reality of countless corpses in the hall of Ming Cheng became evident. The entire imperial palace was in a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji boldly took residence in the Mingyue Hall, sharing every moment with Xiao Ji, from entering and leaving to dining and sleeping together. It was only after Xiao Ji's formal coronation that Xiao Ji suddenly sensed something amiss. Why does it feel like something is not quite right? Has the emperor played us for fools? The succession edict bears your name. Have we labored in vain? Xiao Ji regarded Xiao Yin calmly. Not at all. He could not have anticipated my return to the palace, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. It was after I allowed the night walkers to eavesdrop on my confidential discussions with Xiao Yu that he resolutely issued the decree. Prior to that, he had been observing me closely. Xiang Yin comprehended this, absorbing the information for a considerable time before slamming his palm on the table, exclaiming in frustration, "This is truly outrageous. Everyone in this palace harbors a multitude of deceitful intentions. It would be far more comfortable in the northern territories." Xiao Ji chuckled. "Are you regretting your decision?" Xiang Yin did feel a twinge of regret, but the underlying cause was not merely the treachery of others. Rather, it stemmed from the discussions regarding the appointment of an empress that arose during Xiao Ji's deliberations in the imperial study the previous afternoon. Previously in the northern lands, Xiao Ji had been the princess of Beichun, with Xiang Yin holding the reins. Now, as the sovereign of Daiyue, Xiao Ji was the emperor, and the earlier marriage arrangement had devolved into a farce, taken lightly by all. Initially, upon his ascension, Xiao Ji was overwhelmed with responsibilities, and Xiang Yin refrained from voicing his concerns. However, as he increasingly encountered discussions on establishing an empress, Xiang Yin found it impossible to suppress his displeasure. He began to cast dark glances at Xiao Ji daily, attempting to convey his discontent. Yet, Xiao Ji remained oblivious, seemingly unaware of Xiang Yin's sentiments, even complimenting him on the star-like brilliance of his eyes during their fleeting exchanges. After enduring for half a month, Xiang Yin could no longer contain himself and forcefully struck the table in the imperial study. Startled, the palace attendants fell to their knees, beseeching Xiao Ji to temper his wrath. Who was Xiao Ji? Just after his ascension, he had unflinchingly dealt with a cadre of officials, executing those deserving of death, dismembering others, and exiling yet more. He acted swiftly and decisively, eradicating the malignant elements that had plagued Daiyue in recent years. He reformed the system, established new regulations, granted pardons where due, and wielded both grace and authority, indifferent to the feelings of others. Though Xiang Yin was a celebrated hero and had maintained a close rapport with Xiao Ji, those around them dared not speak freely, as most had yet to grasp the true nature of their relationship. Thus, when he forcefully struck the table, a collective dread gripped the hearts of all present, fearing that Xiao Ji's next words might signal the end for Xiang Yin. In truth, Xiao Ji remained seated, not even shifting in his seat or so much as blinking. Once the flour and dust that had risen settled back to the ground, he spoke. "Are you throwing such a tantrum because you are hungry?" Xiang Yin contemplated tugging at Xiao Ji's ear, but upon gazing at the elegantly shaped ear, he hesitated, and could only vent his frustration. "I found you increasingly displeasing these days." The palace attendants were drenched in sweat. Xiao Ji then gestured for Xiang Yin to approach. "Why is that?" Xiang Yin, eyeing Xiao Ji's long and graceful hand, ground his molars. "If you dare to declare your position, I shall raise an army in rebellion." Xiao Ji regarded him calmly. "Then rebel. For the military power is within your grasp. I have not reclaimed the tiger talisman." Hearing this, Xiang Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. "You scoundrel, have you truly entertained thoughts of establishing your position?" As Xiang Yin appeared on the verge of exploding, Xiao Ji leisurely bent down, retrieving a scroll from the pile that had fallen to the ground, and handed it to Xiang Yin. "The intention has always been there. It merely requires time to arrange." Upon unrolling the scroll, Xiang Yin was taken aback to find a decree for establishing a position, with his name inscribed before the absurd adjectives of virtue and grace. The handwriting was unmistakably Xiao Ji's own, and the imperial seal had already been affixed. A wave of emotion washed over Xiang Yin, dispelling his previous resentment toward Xiao Ji, and he even began to feel a twinge of guilt towards the seemingly innocent table before him. He opened his mouth. "Then why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Ji feigned innocence. "We are indeed husband and husband, having pledged before heaven and earth, and with formal betrothal. If others do not take it seriously, why should you?" Xiang Yin was rendered speechless, and after a moment of reflection, he sheepishly produced an iron token from his pocket and tossed it to Xiao Ji. It was my overthinking. I misunderstood you. I apologize. Xiao Ji glanced at the token representing the military power of the Northern Realm, which the late emperor had failed to reclaim in his lifetime, and returned it to Yin Nian. You should keep it safe, lest you find yourself lacking in confidence when you next seek to express your ire towards me. Yin Nian rubbed his nose. I'm not one to be easily provoked. Xiao Ji replied. Indeed, you must think little of this table, merely seeking an excuse to replace it. The palace attendants exhaled in relief. Yin Nian had already married Xiao Ji once. As Xiao Ji had stated, they had indeed pledged before heaven and earth with formal betrothal. He had no desire to go through another grand ceremony, as doing so would waste manpower, resources, and energy, but more importantly, he wished to maintain his imposing image. Thus, after negotiating with Xiao Ji, he ultimately abandoned the grand ceremony for establishing a position and simply had the decree read in the court. The court was abuzz with murmurs, yet no one dared to voice dissent. In the third year of Xiao Ji's reign, he conferred a title upon the crown prince and dispatched him to the southwest, along with sending away the Empress Dowager, who shared a deep bond with her eldest son. Xiao Ji was firm in his decisions when the officials offered counsel. If it aligned with his wishes, he would acquiesce. If not, even if someone chose to die in protest, he would allow them to do so. While this may appear tyrannical, he had never committed any foolish acts apart from the matter of establishing a position. However, being a wise ruler is no easy task. The affairs of state were demanding, and even with Xiang Yinyan's constant companionship, their time and freedom together were perpetually scarce. Moreover, most importantly, Xiao Ji had no offspring, which was indeed a significant matter for the royal family. Though Xiang Yinyan remained silent on the matter, he gradually became more taciturn day by day. Thus, in the 13th year of Xiao Ji's reign, he acquiesced to Xiang Yinyan's wishes, relinquishing the throne to the newly crowned 12th prince and returning to the Northern Realm with Xiang Yinyan, resuming the role of the Northern Star's princess. Here, the winter was long and harsh, while summer was fleeting, akin to a fleeting shadow. This also aligned with Xiao Ji's own desires. Time passed swiftly, and everyone visibly aged. Yet Xiao Ji remained unchanged, still prone to lounging in the small pavilion at the center of the lake, seeking solace from the heat. Aside from his graying hair and the dresses he had never worn again, he seemed little different from many years ago. However, on this particular day, it was Xiang Yinyan who lay in the pavilion first. Noticing Xiao Ji observing him, he beckoned Xiao Ji to his side. Xiao Ji settled beside Xiang Yinyan and, as he had done countless times before, gathered Xiang Yinyan's icy feet into his embrace, saying, I see you are unwell. Xiang Yinyan chuckled. Though he had crossed the threshold of 60, he still appeared a handsome old man. In the past, he would often leave his garments unfastened, lying in the snow during the harshest winters, and Xiao Ji could never bear to see him so cold. Nowadays, he could not quite fathom why he felt so restless. He paused at this thought and refrained from continuing the conversation. After a long silence, seeing Xiao Ji remain unresponsive, he added, Perhaps my days are numbered. Xiao Ji held his cold ankle, his dark eyes as still as a stagnant pool, devoid of ripples. Life is inherently a journey through suffering, birth, aging, illness, and death, love, and separation. Death is a relief, a moment of respite before the endless cycle awaits you to continue your companionship with suffering. Xiang Yinyan gazed at Xiao Ji. I have never felt I have suffered in this life. Though Xiang Yinyan believed this, the reality was that the passing of the old princess and prince, Xiang Xiu's betrayal, the sacrifice of comrades, the relentless drills, and the oppressive atmosphere of the Dayu Palace were all unavoidable tribulations. Xiao Ji replied, That is merely your indifference. Xiang Yinyan inquired, What about you? Do you feel pain? Xiao Ji shook his head. Your presence alleviates my suffering. Xiang Yinyan understood that Xiao Ji was not a fervent person concerning life or emotions. Yet his unwavering loyalty and obedience represented the most ardent love he could offer. Xiang Yinyan felt content. I once worried that if I were to die, you would be left mourning alone, perhaps shedding secret tears. Yet it seems you have come to terms with everything. Xiao Ji denied. It is not that I have come to terms, but rather that I know I will see you again. Yin Nian suspected Xiao Ji was merely trying to cheer him up, so he played along. Indeed, you have aged. Your words have become rather whimsical. If you truly possess the ability to see me again, perhaps you could grant me a request. Xiao Ji responded earnestly. Please speak. Yin Nian contemplated for a moment. It will be better to do this sooner. In this life, you have endured much suffering before reaching adulthood, and I was unable to assist you in any meaningful way. If there is a next life, I wish to alleviate your burdens earlier. Xiao Ji remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. For Yin Nian spoke with a deliberate slowness that eventually lulled him into a semblance of slumber, his eyes gently closing. He lay beside Yin Nian, embracing his waist and placing a tender kiss upon his forehead. It was only when he could no longer feel the heartbeat against his chest that he politely addressed 037, saying, I apologize for the trouble. Now, a report on a recent traffic accident. In the early hours of this morning, on Highway 615 between Nanshan City and Ning City, a rockfall occurred, resulting in a chain collision involving 37 vehicles. There have been 18 fatalities and 49 injuries reported. The woman at the wheel trembled as her fingers fumbled with the radio frequencies, ceaselessly searching until a gentle melody filled the air, prompting her to cease her restless movements. She steadied herself against the steering wheel, reducing her speed, and glanced through the rearview mirror at the little boy seated in the safety seat behind her. The boy's skin was pale, yet his hair and irises were an uncommon shade of black. He sat there obediently, motionless, a bandage wrapped around his neck, tilting his head to gaze at the scenery rushing by outside, his excessively long lashes giving him an ethereal quality. Even a bird cradled in his small hands remained still, exuding an aura of quietude. The woman found herself at a loss for words to say to the child. When she and her husband arrived at the hospital after receiving the news, he had been in this state, quietly sitting at the nurse's station with the bird in his hands. He seemed oblivious to the pain from the injury at the nape of his neck and unable to comprehend the gravity of his parents' sudden demise. After a prolonged hesitation, she tentatively inquired, AG, do you still recognize me? Last year, for your birthday, I gifted you a small longevity lock. Xiao Ji had been preoccupied, calculating how many times in his previous life Yin Nian had professed his love. Only 3 times, as it turned out. Hearing the woman speak snapped him back to reality. He looked at her through the rearview mirror and slowly retrieved a small, solid gold longevity lock tied with a red string from beneath the bandage around his neck, presenting it to her. Upon seeing the lock, tears welled in the woman's eyes once more. Yet, in the presence of the child, she forced herself to wipe her eyes and managed a strained smile as she said to Xiao Ji, Would you allow me to be your mother from now on? Xiao Ji shook his head and spoke the first words he had uttered since seeing her. I have a mother. The woman's emotions abruptly spiraled out of control, prompting her to pull the car over to the roadside, burying her face in her arms and remaining silent for an extended period. Seeing this, 037 sighed in exasperation. She just lost her best friend. Couldn't you be a bit more tactful? Xiao Ji held his own thoughts on the matter, disregarding 037's comment, and simply stated, Do what you must. 037 responded with a resigned, Please await the details of the task from the enforcers. This world had overturned many of Xiao Ji's previously held beliefs. The most peculiar aspect is that humanity, in its continuous cycle of reproduction, evolution, and eventual regression, has given rise to 6 distinct genders. Beyond the fundamental classification of male and female, 3 new genders, alpha, beta, and omega, have emerged, presumably to facilitate mating and procreation. Both alphas and omegas secrete a substance known as pheromones to attract and select potential mates. Alpha embodies dominance, characterized by assertiveness, aggression, and a strong possessive nature, while omega represents a more vulnerable counterpart in every regard. Xiao Ji called for a pause, taking the time to thoroughly familiarize himself with the physiological traits of these 6 genders before allowing 037 to continue transmitting information. However, 037 informed Xiao Ji, That's all there is. Xiao Ji furrowed his brow. What about the predetermined fate trajectory? 037 replied. You arrived too early. The predetermined fate trajectory is not applicable. Would you like me to narrate it if you wish to know? Xiao Ji, feeling somewhat out of his depth, responded, Go ahead. The cold, electronic female voice cleared its throat. You are a deviant, having lost your parents at a young age and raised in an unstable environment, resulting in serious psychological distortion. You harbor affection for your mother's friend, Chun Lan's son, known as Little Phoenix. However, after your secondary gender differentiation, you both became alphas, and he does not reciprocate your feelings. Consequently, in a fit of madness, you concealed him in a freezer. 037 summary was succinct and clear. Xiao Ji was rendered speechless. Pondering for a moment, what is the task? 037 replied. Simply live well with Phoenix in place of the original host. In the previous realm, you had demands. However, the fugitive's soul fragments do not exist in this realm, so there is no extermination task. Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly, Such kindness. What do you require of me? 037 lightly coughed. If I successfully guide you through this, I will be promoted. I provide you with convenience, and I kindly ask for your support in my work. Thank you very much. Xiao Ji was not one to engage in excessive conversation, and upon realizing that the woman driving, Chun Lan, was his biological mother in this life, he grew even more taciturn. He quietly awaited her to finish crying and regain her composure before continuing to drive. Half an hour later, Chun Lan drove into an outdoor parking lot of an old residential community in the city center, leading Xiao Ji into a dilapidated apartment building. They ascended to the 5th floor, where she unlocked the door with a key. Though the community environment was quite ordinary, the space within Chun Lan's home was not overly cramped. The 3-bedroom apartment, though simply decorated, was filled with an array of peculiar ornaments and scattered toys, including small cars, plastic guns, and mismatched building blocks strewn across the floor. This chaotic and cumbersome mess was something Xiao Ji greatly despised. He almost longed to turn and leave for a park bench. However, in the midst of that disarray, a chubby little boy sat on the carpet, soothing Xiao Ji's irritation. Chapter 81. Let you call me brother. While Xiao Ji's agitation eased, Chun Lan's frustration only intensified. She gazed at the chaotic scene within the room, a throbbing headache overwhelming her senses. Even her gentle words bore a hint of barely contained frustration. Yin Nian, please tidy up your toys and return them to their rightful place. Do not add to your mother's troubles, all right? Upon hearing this, the small boy on the floor jolted, quickly scrambling to gather the scattered toys and throw them into the toy box. Only after that did he rise, turning around with his head tilted, displaying a broad smile to Chun Lan. Yin Nian's grin faltered midway, and he stared blankly at Xiao Ji. Chun Lan reached out to pat Xiao Ji's head and said to Yin Nian, This is your little brother, who will be staying with us for a while. I entrust his care to you. Then she crouched down and introduced Xiao Ji. His name is Yin Nian, and he is slightly older than you. You should call him brother. At the moment Yin Nian laid eyes on Xiao Ji, he felt a flicker of confusion. Most ordinary children, when faced with such circumstances, would typically display a friendly demeanor, eager to befriend their peers. However, Yin Nian was different. From the moment of his birth, the doctor conducting his health check had asserted without a doubt his secondary gender was alpha, and there was no dispute regarding his genetic lineage. Not only did the genetic report predict this outcome, but even from his infancy, the inherent dominance exclusive to alphas had begun to manifest. In his infant swimming pool, he could tolerate no one else. The mere presence of another would prompt him to wail incessantly. No trace of any other alpha's scent could linger on his belongings, not even that of his father. Whether crawling or walking, he barreled through life, causing no small amount of concern for Chun Lan and her husband. Later, when he entered kindergarten, he could play with other children but adamantly refused to share a desk, insisting that no one touch his possessions. Yet he was clever, energetic, and physically robust compared to his peers, which deterred others from provoking him. Thus, when he saw Xiao Ji standing in his home, beside Chun Lan, being affectionately petted, an unreasonable possessiveness surged within him, compelling him to voice a desire to expel Xiao Ji from his home. Yet, before he could utter a word, Xiao Ji, With his downcast eyes, softly and obediently called out, "Brother Nian." Unlike the children in kindergarten, who either babbled or shouted, Xiao Ji held a small bird in his hands, his neck wrapped in bandages, appearing somewhat pitiful. Gu Yinyan's urge to dismiss him became lodged in his throat, unspoken. After a long pause, he glanced at the shrike in Xiao Ji's hands and inquired, "Is your bird dead? Why aren't you smiling?" Little did Gu Yinyan anticipate that his ill-timed remark would provoke an unexpected outburst from the usually good-natured Qianlan, who snapped, "Gu Yinyan, come here." She first seated Xiao Ji on the sofa and provided him with snacks, then seized Gu Yinyan by the collar and dragged him into the bedroom. Without uttering a word, she picked up a feather duster from the bedside and proceeded to administer a sound thrashing to Gu Yinyan. The sound of shouting emanated from within the room, causing 037's eyelids to twitch. He turned to Xiao Jing and remarked, "Our venture has not commenced favorably. The phoenix has suffered due to your actions." Xiao Jing appeared remarkably composed as he responded, "He is not enduring punishment because of me, but rather due to his own reckless words." 037 pressed, "Will you not intervene?" Xiao Jing gazed at the firmly shut bedroom door and replied, "On what ground should I?" 037 was left speechless. As the saying goes, a jade must be carved to become a gem. Qianlan was merely an ordinary Omega, recently bereaved of her close friend, and now she had taken in another. Xiao Jing discerned that the Gu family's financial situation was far from opulent. Adding another child to the household would undoubtedly impose a significant burden. From the perspective of an observer, Gu Yinyan had walked into his own misfortune, and the beating he received could hardly be deemed unjust. Listening to the tumultuous cries and chaos erupting from the bedroom, it would be disingenuous for Xiao Jing to claim he felt no sympathy. Yet, his current capabilities were limited. He could only hope to guide Gu Yinyan toward a path that would spare him from future beatings once they became more familiar with each other. Gu Yinyan had always been rather brusque in his speech. While Qianlan would admonish him, she had never displayed such fierce anger before. Particularly during the act of chastising Gu Yinyan, she soon found herself in tears. At that moment, Gu Yinyan was genuinely frightened. Standing in the corner, his usual bravado had vanished, reduced to quiet sobs, tears streaming down his face. After venting her frustration, Qianlan recognized that she had been overly harsh and handed Gu Yinyan a couple of tissues, saying, "Son, be understanding. The boy's parents have passed away, and he is already in pain. When his mother came to retrieve him, he was alone in the hospital, clutching that bird. You should not have hurt him like that." Though Gu Yinyan was often domineering, his core nature was not malevolent. At heart, he was soft-hearted and kind. Listening to Qianlan's words, he began to realize his error. His face flushed with shame, unable to muster a retort. Qianlan, unwilling to lose her composure in front of the child, quickly regained her emotional balance and embraced her little chubby one, saying, "Wipe your tears and go apologize to your brother. Be obedient." Gu Yinyan sniffled and asked Qianlan, "Is he going to live with us forever?" Qianlan did not deceive him, replying, "You cannot always be selfish and domineering. Not everything in this world can bend to your will. You must learn to accept and embrace." Gu Yinyan remained silent, taking a long time to clean his face with the tissues before he finally said, "I understand." However, for Gu Yinyan, who was also grappling with his emotions, apologizing was not a simple task. From the moment he was punished to when Qianlan ordered takeout and they all gathered around the dining table to eat, followed by Qianlan preparing Gu's study for Xiao Jing's bedroom, and finally, as Xiao Jing finished his personal grooming and lay in that unfamiliar small bed. He had yet to receive Gu Yinyan's apology. Gu's father had to attend to matters regarding Xiao Jing's parents, and it seemed he would not return that night. Concerned that Xiao Jing might feel frightened alone, Qianlan knocked on the door after Xiao Jing lay down and entered, sitting by his bedside to inquire if he needed her company. Xiao Jing looked at her and replied, "I wish to sleep alone." Qianlan respected Xiao Ji's opinion and simply said to him, "If you feel scared at night, feel free to come find me, all right?" Xiao Ji nodded. "Should I leave the door open?" Qianlan inquired again. Xiao Ji shook his head. Qianlan then reached out to gently touch Xiao Ji's forehead, ensuring that he was not feverish from injury or fright before rising to depart. Softly closing the door behind him, listening to Qianlan return to the bedroom, Xiao Ji cautiously got out of bed and laid down on the floor beside it. Given Gu Yinyan's obstinate demeanor, Xiao Ji had not anticipated hearing an apology from him. However, to his surprise, just as he closed his eyes, the door to his room was quietly opened again within mere minutes. Chapter 82. Call You Brother, Part 2. Gu Yinyan entered holding a dimly lit nightlight shaped like a small pig. After stepping into Xiao Ji's bedroom, he gently closed the door behind him and approached the foot of the bed, reaching out to feel around in search of Xiao Ji's feet. Yet he found nothing. Just as he contemplated climbing onto Xiao Ji's bed to ascertain his whereabouts, he noticed a shadow rising from the floor beside the bed. Startled, Gu Yinyan nearly dropped the nightlight, and upon regaining composure, he hissed in a low voice, "You scared me." Xiao Ji reached out and turned on the small lamp at the head of the bed, casting a soft, warm light over himself. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed a bird perched on his shoulder. He looked at Gu Yinyan and offered an apology. "I'm sorry." Gu Yinyan was momentarily taken aback. He had come to apologize. Yet Xiao Ji had preempted him. He opened his mouth, observing Xiao Ji's pitiable form curled up at the edge of the bed, and recalling Chun Lan's earlier words. He pulled a lollipop from his pajama pocket and awkwardly extended it towards Xiao Ji, lowering his head and murmuring, "I apologize for what I said to you today." Xiao Ji reached out and accepted the lollipop from Gu Yinyan's hand, saying, "I'm not angry with you." Gu Yinyan regarded Xiao Ji's fluffy appearance and, with a serious expression, reminded him, "Didn't Ms. Chun tell you to call me brother today?" Gu Yinyan was often like this. After being reprimanded by Chun Lan, he would acknowledge his faults but would still maintain a certain awkwardness, opting to refer to her as Ms. Chun instead of mother. After pondering for several hours, he found himself grappling with an inexplicable aversion to Xiao Ji's sudden presence. Yet he could not deny that Xiao Ji had it rather tough. If Xiao Ji were willing to heed his advice, refraining from meddling with his belongings and opposing him, he might not be entirely averse to accepting this unexpected younger brother. With downcast eyes, Xiao Ji replied, "I'm not angry with you, Brother Xiaoyan." This seemed to ease Gu Yinyan's heart somewhat, prompting him to ask, "Why are you lying on the floor? Are you scared?" Xiao Ji shook his head, climbed onto the bed, and dutifully tucked himself under the covers, still clutching the lollipop. The bird on his shoulder took flight, landing beside his pillow and settling into a cozy corner. Although Gu Yinyan was not typically outgoing, Chun Lan had instructed him to look after Xiao Ji. While he found the notion of taking care rather cumbersome, as an alpha, he felt compelled to learn the art of nurturing others, much like his alpha father cared for Chun Lan. Thus, he could only persuade himself to regard Xiao Ji as a mere practice. Xiao Ji asserted he was unafraid, yet Gu Yinyan remained skeptical. After all, he had just recently emerged from solitary slumber apart from Chun Lan, and he had quietly harbored fear for several nights. He suspected that Xiao Ji felt similarly. Although appearing soft and gentle, he had a tough demeanor. Gu Yinyan was racking his brain, pondering how to soothe Xiao Ji's emotions when he unwittingly opened a sensitive topic, asking, "Does your bottom hurt?" Gu Yinyan had been dwelling on the incident of being struck for several hours. Had Xiao Ji not mentioned it, he could have maintained his dignity. But now that Xiao Ji had directly pricked at his heart, he felt exposed. "I don't hurt. I have tough skin. It was just a beating. What is there to inquire about? Are you relishing my misfortune?" In the face of Gu Yinyan's interrogation, Xiao Ji maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I am not. I fear for your pain." Gu Yinyan scrutinized Xiao Ji's face, noting that he did not smirk in schadenfreude for having told a lie, which made him reluctantly believe in Xiao Ji's good intentions. "I don't hurt," he insisted, pointing to his neck and asking Xiao Ji, "What about you? Does this hurt?" Xiao Ji raised a hand to touch the gauze on his neck. "It doesn't hurt. I also have tough skin." Gu Yinyan observed Xiao Ji's delicate features, a competitive spirit igniting within him. "You are mistaken. Your skin is certainly not as tough as mine." Xiao Ji fell silent, lacking any desire for rivalry, opting instead for silence. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Gu Yinyan suddenly recalled that Xiao Ji had been cowering on the ground out of fear, possibly in need of comfort. However, he had never consoled anyone before and could not simply knock Xiao Ji unconscious to alleviate his fear. Thus, he began to pose queries. "Does your bird defecate on the bed?" "Xiao Ji replied, "No." "Did you raise it?" Xiao Ji responded, "No, I found it." "Did you take long to find it?" "I just found it today." "Then how do you know it won't defecate on the bed?" "I told it that defecating on the bed would result in being made into soup." "And what if it doesn't understand?" "Then it will be made into soup." Gu Yinyan nodded. "I greatly admire your character." Xiao Chui shifted positions, resting her head against the headboard and turning her back to Gu Yinyan. Among children, once a topic is opened, the conversations seem endless. Gu Yinyan bombarded Xiao Ji with questions about where he came from, what he ate and drank, what he learned in kindergarten, how far his previous home was from Ning City, and whether there were any dialects. He asked everything. Xiao Ji had never interacted with children of this age before. He felt that even Gu Yinyan, at this age, was indeed talkative enough to be a headache. It couldn't be termed annoying, just challenging to manage. When the conversation became too verbose, he feared it would never end. When it was too brief, he worried Gu Yinyan might think he disliked him. Therefore, Xiao Ji seized a moment when Gu Yinyan's chatter paused to deliberately yawn and rub his eyes. Seeing this, Gu Yinyan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this difficult child was finally feeling sleepy. He gazed at the lollipop in Xiao Ji's hand and finally admonished him. "You must not eat it tonight, nor after brushing your teeth. And do not sneak a taste when I step out. When you awaken tomorrow morning, I shall inspect." Xiao Ji nodded, placing the lollipop on the bedside table, and said to Gu Yinyan, "Good night, Brother Xiaoyan." As Gu Yinyan quietly exited Xiao Ji's bedroom, he tiptoed back to his own room and gently closed the door. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, reflecting on his earlier demeanor, polite, generous, and warmly hospitable, deserving of commendation. His thoughts drifted to Xiao Ji's soft hair enveloped by the gentle glow of the bedside lamp and the endearing way he called him Brother Xiaoyan. Suddenly, he felt that having another person in the house was not as difficult to accept as he had imagined. Gu Yinyan was full of vitality, capable of eating and sleeping well, and his sleep quality was excellent. He could not recall when he had drifted off, but when he awoke, dawn had barely broken. Faintly, he heard voices in the living room. Just as he contemplated rising to see if his father had returned, he heard his father sigh. The doctor said that Xiao Ji's glands are still too immature. If he does not recover well from his trauma, it may severely impact his future differentiation. "What does differentiation mean?" came Chen Lan's voice in response. Gu Yinyan's father paused for a moment, then continued. "It could be delayed development or incomplete development. In the worst-case scenario, if the injured glands cannot bear the pheromone energy during differentiation, it could be fatal. However, this depends on the child's pheromone gene sequence level and concentration. If it is omega pheromone, it would be relatively gentle and the burden would not be too heavy. But if it is alpha, it could be quite troublesome." Chen Lan was struck by this revelation as if by a bolt from the blue. Xiao Ji's parents ranked high in gene sequence levels. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes to phoenixes. Xiao Ji's gene sequence level for differentiation would undoubtedly be substantial. This meant that Xiao Ji's future differentiation loomed like a sword over Chen Lan's head. The child she had brought back might not survive until that day. Hiding by the bedroom door, Gu Yinyan could not fully comprehend the meaning behind his father's words. Yet he was merely small, not foolish. From his father's tone, Chen Lan's reaction, and particular words such as fatal, he could discern that Xiao Ji might not have long to live. A sudden discomfort gripped his little heart, prompting him to crawl back under the covers. Thoughts drifting to the small turtle he had lost the previous year, his nostrils tinged with the sting of unshed tears. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji had also overheard the conversation between Chen Lan and her husband, but he did not take it to heart. 4037 had stated that according to the predetermined trajectory of fate, the original owner had ultimately succeeded in differentiation. Rising from a floor, he nestled back into bed and closed his eyes. Sure enough, within half an hour, Chen Lan pushed open his door and entered. She sat beside Xiao Ji's bed for a long while, reaching out to touch his forehead. Observing his somewhat pale face, she resolved that, come what may, she would ensure that Xiao Ji grew healthy, plump, and robust. At the very least, Xiao Ji must possess a sufficiently resilient constitution to face and cope with the impending day. Her mood has been exceedingly poor these past few days. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she managed to force a smile, reaching out to gently squeeze Xiao Ji's small feet curled up within the covers. Calling out to him, "Xiao Ji, it's time to get up for breakfast." Xiao Ji opened his eyes and sat upright in bed. All right. Gu Yin Nian often lingered in bed, displaying a rebellious spirit. During holidays, while Chun Lan still slept, Gu Yin Nian, like one invigorated by a surge of energy, would dart around the house early in the morning. However, once school commenced, he found it difficult to rise. Chun Lan would have to repeatedly call him numerous times, taking about half an hour before he would finally crawl out of bed. Thus, when Xiao Ji simply sat up, Chun Lan was momentarily taken aback. Opening her mouth, "I haven't made breakfast yet. Would you like to sleep a little longer?" Xiao Ji declined, "I'm awake." He then picked up Gu Yin Nian's clothes, neatly folded and placed by the bedside by Chun Lan, and said, "I'm going to change." Chun Lan, startled, reacted, "Should I leave?" Xiao Ji regarded her with a somewhat peculiar expression. It dawned on Chun Lan that not every child was like her Gu Yin Nian, who relished creating a fuss. While feeling a sense of comfort, she also felt a pang of sadness for Xiao Ji's maturity, standing up to exit the room and help close the door. When Xiao Ji emerged from his room dressed, Gu Yin Nian had just finished washing up and stepped out of the bathroom. He appeared to be in a rather foul mood, his expression sulky, and he did not engage in conversation with Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji, too, did not initiate a greeting. As he entered the bathroom, he noticed that his toothbrush had already been prepared with a generous dollop of transparent toothpaste. After finishing his morning routine, he sat opposite Gu Yin Nian and inquired, "Aren't you happy?" Gu Yin Nian felt he had matured considerably since last year. At least since his birthday, Chun Lan and her husband seldom asked him why he was unhappy. Now, being uncomfortably exposed by Xiao Ji's innocent inquiry, he hesitated. "What do you mean by?" Before he could finish, Chun Lan playfully tapped the back of his neck. "Son, mind your manners." A chill ran down Gu Yin Nian's spine, and he swallowed his words, offering Xiao Ji a forced smile. "I'm very happy." Jian Lan, Sati feet, ruffled his hair and placed the serving dish on the table. The Gu family adhered to a tradition of separate dining, each using their own utensils, with meals pre-portioned to avoid mingling. This practice served to minimize the risk of illness spreading among family members. Additionally, it was due to Gu Yin Nian's dominant alpha genes. However, Xiao Ji's arrival disrupted Gu Yin Nian's dominance, as Chun Lan prepared significantly larger portions to help Xiao Ji grow stronger. Xiao Ji ate slowly, while Gu Yin Nian devoured his food with gusto. By the time Xiao Ji had taken only a few bites from the edges of his plate, Gu Yin Nian's dish was already half empty. Gu father had been busy all night and was currently asleep. During a phone call that Chun Lan took mid-meal, Xiao Ji engaged in an act of considerable indiscretion. He took the opportunity to push his plate in front of Gu Yin Nian and then swapped Gu Yin Nian's plate with his own. Gu Yin Nian's initial reaction was not to disdain Xiao Ji, but like Chun Lan, he felt that Xiao Ji was too thin. However, just as he was about to engage in a playful exchange with Xiao Ji and switch the plates back, Xiao Ji quietly said to Gu Yin Nian, "Save me, brother Xiao Nian." Consequently, Gu Yin Nian lost interest in the food, and when Chun Lan returned from her phone call, he scooped a generous spoonful of egg custard from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. Chun Lan noticed nothing amiss. Xiao Ji then discreetly nudged Gu Yin Nian's leg under the table and glanced at him with a twinkle in his eyes. Last night, Gu Yin Nian had been preoccupied with emotions and hadn't paid much attention to Xiao Ji's appearance. When he apologized later, the lighting was too dim for a proper look. Now, gazing into Xiao Ji's eyes, he felt that Xiao Ji resembled the dolls that little girls in his kindergarten adored. He pondered how his little Fierce had acquired a doll of his own. How peculiar. Xiao Ji was at an age where education was essential, and Chun Lan dared not delay. As soon as Xiao Ji's injuries healed, following 2 hospital checkups that confirmed no significant issues, she arranged for Xiao Ji to be sent to the kindergarten where Gu Yin Nian currently attended. Xiao Ji adapted remarkably well and expressed his fondness for this orderly, punctual lifestyle. However, the curriculum at the kindergarten proved to be quite overwhelming for him. The most daunting aspect was the boisterous group of children he had to contend with. Initially, he contemplated feigning an illness to evade the education system. Yet, he soon realized that Gu Yin Nian seemed to genuinely enjoy going to school with him. which even made getting up in the morning much easier. Thus, he felt compelled to accompany Gu Nian as they grew up together. Chapter 84. Let You Call Me Brother, Part 4. Gu Nian's care for Xiao Ji was never vocalized. Yet, he tacitly allowed Xiao Ji to sit beside him. He permitted Xiao Ji to rest his elbow over the drawings on the desk during class. He also allowed Xiao Ji to share the same book before he had acquired certain ones. Furthermore, he permitted Xiao Ji to use his pencil and eraser. However, it soon became apparent to Gu Nian that while he had turned a blind eye to Xiao Ji's mischief within his life, he could no longer tolerate Xiao Ji getting too close to other children. Fortunately, Xiao Ji was remarkably obedient. He followed Gu Nian around every day, showing little desire to engage with others. Whenever another child approached him to converse, he would invariably hide behind Gu Nian, seeking his assistance. After receiving a call from the kindergarten teacher, Chunlan pondered for a long time before deciding to speak with the two children. She first turned to Gu Nian to confirm the situation. Teacher Zhao mentioned that you watch over Xiao Ji at school every day, and that anyone who wishes to speak with him must first seek your approval. Is that true? Gu Nian, unaccustomed to lying, maintained a serious expression upon hearing Chunlan's question and replied earnestly, Xiao Ji is my younger brother. I certainly watch over him every day, but I do not require others to ask my permission to speak with him. Chunlan possesses a certain degree of trust in her son. However, she finds herself puzzled. Why would teacher Zhao make such a statement? Gu Nian glanced at Xiao Ji, who in turn looked at Chunlan and replied, I do not wish to converse with others. Taken aback, Chunlan asked, Do you not desire to make new friends at kindergarten? Xiao Ji nodded affirmatively, responding, Indeed. Children at this age typically relish lively company. Chunlan struggled to comprehend his sentiment and inquired, Why is that? Xiao Ji candidly replied, It is unnecessary. Doubt began to creep into Chunlan's mind regarding Xiao Ji's psychological state following the accident, and she tentatively asked, What about spending time with your brother? Do you find that burdensome? Xiao Ji shook his head, asserting no. The conversation dwindled, leaving Chunlan to realize that Gu Nian had not forcibly claimed Xiao Ji as his possession, yet she remained perplexed about Xiao Ji's circumstances. She was unaware of whether he had always been socially withdrawn and taciturn or if this behavior emerged post-accident. She resolved to observe him closely, should any peculiar behaviors arise. She would ensure he saw a doctor promptly. That evening, after Chunlan and her husband had retired for the night, Gu Nian stealthily entered Xiao Ji's room once more. Through their time together, Gu Nian had grown quite familiar with Xiao Ji upon entering. He first scanned the floor beside the bed. Confirming that Xiao Ji was not on the floor, he climbed onto the bed, burrowing under the covers, and gently poked Xiao Ji's waist, asking, Why do you not speak with the other children? Anticipating Gu Nian's arrival that night, Xiao Ji had preemptively gone to bed to avoid any perception of fear or endless chatter from Gu Nian. He turned over, his bright eyes meeting Gu Nian's gaze, and stated, You do not like that. Gu Nian denied it, replying, I do not. Xiao Ji then asked, May I speak with the other children? Gu Nian firmly replied, No. Curious, Xiao Ji queried, Why not? Gu Nian, with a hint of sternness, declared, You are my brother, emphasizing the word my. However, upon uttering those words, he seemed to regret them, asking Xiao Ji, Do you think I am domineering? Are you afraid of me? Do you wish to make friends with others? Xiao Ji shook his head, affirming, Little Nian Gij, I only need you. Gu Nian was evidently pleased, reaching out to pinch Xiao Ji's cheek, saying, You are very obedient. You must always remain this good. Xiao Ji inherently required no social interaction, let alone the futile exchanges with other small children. Very well. He acquiesced readily, unconcerned about whether his indulgence would spoil Gu Nian. Satisfied with Xiao Ji's response, Gu Nian's mood lifted, and he began narrating a bedtime story to lull Xiao Ji to sleep. As Xiao Ji listened to the disjointed tale, his temples throbbed incessantly. Just as the first story was concluding, and before Gu Nian could commence the second, Xiao Ji closed his eyes, feigning slumber. Gu Nian felt a sense of contentment. He patted Xiao Ji through the covers and quietly descended from the bed, returning to his own room. Xiao Ji's reclusiveness persisted. After the kindergarten teacher provided a third report on Xiao Ji's situation to Chunlan, she ultimately decided to take him to see a child psychologist. However, the doctor stated that Xiao Ji could communicate normally, exhibiting a clear logical thought process and displaying a maturity that far surpassed his peers. His reluctance to forge friendships with other children could stem from his introverted nature, or perhaps from an elevated intelligence that renders interactions with contemporaries beneath his consideration. This revelation eased Chun Lan's worries. She had initially believed that Xiao Ji's reclusiveness was solely his own dilemma. Yet shortly thereafter, an incident subtly suggested that her son might not be entirely blameless in this matter. The catalyst was the grandmother of Gu Yin Nian, who, upon learning that the couple had adopted another child, personally visited their home. At that moment, Chun Lan had just returned from picking up two little friends from kindergarten, only to find the elderly lady and her sister-in-law seated on her sofa. Their expressions were long and foreboding, signaling that their visit was not one of goodwill. The grandmother had harbored a long-standing grievance against Chunlan. Before Gu Fu's marriage, she had introduced him to several omegas, all of whom he rejected in favor of Chunlan. Initially, they had lived in the grandmother's house, but she, reminiscent of a domineering matriarch from a bygone era, insisted that Chunlan handle all household chores and surrender her earnings to her for safekeeping. Gu Fu, unwilling to accept this and not wanting his wife to endure such indignities, tactfully suggested that they had purchased a home and would be moving out. Initially, the grandmother would frequently confront Chunlan, causing tumult until Chunlan bore Gu Yin Nian, a child whose alpha status was unequivocally assured. After that, the grandmother's visits became less frequent. Thus, when she arrived unannounced today, a sense of foreboding washed over Chunlan. As anticipated, before she could utter a word, the grandmother threw a cup in indignation and declared, "Such a significant matter as adopting a child, had I not overheard others discussing it, I would still be kept in the dark. Do you truly regard me with any respect?" Gu Yin felt little affection for his grandmother. Each time Chunlan and her husband took him to dine at her home, she would scold Chunlan, leaving everyone in a state of discontent. The Gu family was of modest means, and the grandmother had never lifted a finger to assist. Instead, she would frequently call Gu Fu demanding money for her travels or outings with friends. Now, she audaciously sat in their home, chastising Chunlan in front of her own child. Gu Yin was immediately displeased. "Grandma, what do you do for a living? Do we need to report our decision to adopt a child to you?" Chapter 85. Let you call him brother. Part 5. Chunlan, raised in a traditional family as an Omega, understood that while she need not endure the elders' reprimands in silence, she also refrained from uttering any disrespectful retorts. She gently squeezed Gu Yin's shoulder and calmly replied, "Xiao Yin, you mustn't speak to your grandmother like that. Please take your brother back to your room." Chunlan feared that if the grandmother were to become incensed, her words might inadvertently harm Xiao Ji. Gu Yin was dissatisfied with Chunlan's arrangements. Yet in the presence of others, he refrained from confronting her, storming off to his bedroom while dragging Xiao Ji along. Once inside, Xiao Ji set down his backpack and inquired, "Why are you upset?" Gu Yin's round face appeared slightly elongated today. "My grandmother is excessively meddlesome." Xiao Ji typically refrained from expending energy on inconsequential matters. No matter how troublesome Grandma Gu became, he could easily ignore it. However, seeing Gu Yin in a foul mood was another matter entirely. To divert Gu Yin's attention, Xiao Ji retrieved a sketchbook from his bag and proposed, "Elder brother Yin, how about I teach you to draw a phoenix?" Gu Yin was familiar with the phoenix, often mentioned in myths, and his interest was piqued. All right. The two quickly reached an agreement and began to draw at Gu Yin's writing desk. Outside, Chunlan poured more water for Grandma Gu and Gu Chu, explaining, "The reason we haven't informed you about adopting a child is that, firstly, the adoption process is not yet complete, and secondly, you cannot assist in any meaningful way." Upon hearing this, Gu Chu became displeased. "Sister-in-law, how can you say that to our mother at her age? It sounds as if you're blaming her for not helping you with the child." Chunlan replied plainly, "It's not blame, it's a fact." Grandma Gu slammed her hand on the table. "Let me make myself clear today. No, I do not agree. Are you not aware of your own circumstances? Raising my grandson is already a monumental task, Every time I ask my son for money, he tells me that the child's expenses are considerable. How is it that now you have the means to adopt another? Chunlan, feeling exasperated, rubbed her forehead. The expenses are considerable, but we haven't asked you to contribute. Have we? Besides, when have you ever asked your son for money without him providing for you? We have been frugal, all for the sake of this family, ensuring that neither the elders nor the young are neglected. Grandma Gu simply could not comprehend. What kind of child necessitates adoption? When I suggested you have a second child 2 years ago, why didn't you? Chunlan sighed. He is the orphan of my deceased friend. I cannot turn my back on him. A friend child? Chunlan, do you hear how unreasonable that sounds? You can't even support your own child, yet you wish to adopt another's? Grandma Gu looked at Chunlan in shock, incredulous. Chunlan felt utterly incapable of communicating with Grandma Gu, her tone growing firmer. Our family's affairs are none of your concern. I still need to cook and help the child with homework. You have nothing else to attend to, so please return home early. However, unbeknownst to her, this veiled dismissal only served to infuriate Grandma Gu further. She stood abruptly, slamming another cup down, startling Xiao Ji and Gu Yin Nian, who were engrossed in their drawing. The two exchanged glances, and Gu Yin Nian stood up. No, I must go out. She is bullying my mother again. Xiao Ji did not intervene, feeling he had no position to interfere and merely refrained from stopping him. Yet, the moment Gu Yin Nian opened the door, even harsher words spilled from Grandma Gu's lips. She pointed at Chunlan, saying, I have long suspected you were no good. Years ago, I forbade my son from marrying you, yet he defied me. What kind of friend allows you, with such circumstances, to adopt this child? Chunlan, could it be that this child is yours? Speak. Where did that little bastard come from? Upon hearing these words, Chunlan's hands trembled with rage. The recent death of Zhao's mother had already been an unbearable blow to her, and now she was being so brazenly slandered. Just as she was about to call Gu's father to demand he remove his mother from their home, Gu Yin Nian exploded, rushing into the kitchen, seizing a broom, and brandishing it in the living room. Get out of my house. That is my brother. He is certainly not a bastard. The broom accidentally jabbed Gu Chu Chu in the lower back, startling her. Sister-in-law, how are you raising your child? The pent-up fury within Chun Lan finally erupted. She snatched the broom from Gu Yin Nian's hands and struck Gu Chu Chu again. Was she not allowed to retaliate against Gu's elderly mother? This sister-in-law of hers had always behaved in such a manner. Had she not been inciting things from behind the scenes, Gu's mother would not have come to their doorstep, uttering such harsh words. Do you need to scold me? What business is it of yours? All you do is stir up trouble and sow discord. Get out. Never let me see you again. Yet, Gu's elderly mother remained relentless. Upon witnessing her granddaughter being bullied, she charged at Chunlan, tearing at her hair. All those aches and pains from 2 years prior, when she had helped care for the children, were suddenly forgotten. Seeing this, Gu Yin Nian lunged forward, colliding with Gu's elderly mother, nearly toppling her over. Xiao Ji observed the farce within the room with an impassive expression, contemplating how to discreetly deal with the old hag before him. The sound of the door lock echoed lightly, and when Gu's father returned, he was greeted by this chaotic scene. Upon seeing her son, Gu's elderly mother immediately subdued her previous ferocity, kneeling before Chunlan, crying out, I'm only thinking of you too. Must you treat an old woman like this? I kneel before you. Have compassion for my son. Gu Yin Nian, seething with anger, forcefully pushed Gu's elderly mother to the ground, mounted her, and yanked at her hair, shouting, I don't care who you are. Get off my grandmother right now. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Xiao Ji, Gu's father felt a throbbing headache coming on. However, his arrival quickly brought an end to the chaos. He lifted Gu Yin Nian off Gu's elderly mother and helped her to her feet. Then, he turned to Chunlan and asked, Are you all right? Chunlan ignored Gu's father, her hair disheveled, and turned to retreat into her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Gu's father looked at Gu's elderly mother, utterly exhausted. Let us go home, mother. You need not concern yourself with our family matters. Chunlan has not been well lately. If you have nothing urgent, please do not visit. I will find time to see you when I can. Madame Gu wished to engage in further discourse with Father Gu regarding Xiao Ji. Yet Father Gu candidly interjected, I am well aware of your intentions. The child is to be adopted by me, So let us refrain from unnecessary words to preserve our dignity. Chapter 86. Addressing You as Brother. Part 6. Madame Gu's efforts proved fruitless, yielding no desired outcome. However, the incident profoundly affected Gu Yin Nian, leaving a lasting impact. He became increasingly intolerant of hearing Xiao Ji's name uttered by anyone, whether at home or school, insisting that Xiao Ji remain within his line of sight. Even at night, he would only retreat to his own room after ensuring that Xiao Ji had fallen asleep. Chen Lan, concerned that Gu Yin Nian might treat Xiao Ji as his possession, attempted to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him. Yet Gu Yin Nian merely inquired, "Will a Ji leave us?" Chen Lan shook her head, assuring him, "I promise to raise your brother alongside you. And what about when we grow up?" Gu Yin Nian pressed. Chen Lan gently patted his head. "That is beyond a mother's control." Due to Chen Lan's uncertain response, Gu Yin Nian moved his pillow and blanket into Xiao Ji's room that very night. Chen Lan wished to intervene, but Father Gu remarked, "He's just a child." The previous incident frightened him. He has finally found a companion he cherishes. He will mature and understand in due time. Gu Yin Nian's thoughts were quite innocent. He simply could not fathom the idea of Xiao Ji appearing and then vanishing. At night, lying beside Xiao Ji, he asked, "I'm here. Can you sleep?" Xiao Ji nodded. Yet Gu Yin Nian replied, "I find it hard to sleep." Xiao Ji met his gaze. "Then you should return to your room." Gu Yin Nian refused, asserting, "No. Why should I go back? I will sleep where I choose. And if I can't sleep, I will force myself to." Xiao Ji, resting half his face on the pillow, mused, "You fear that I might be taken away." Gu Yin Nian denied it. "What is there to fear? I was quite comfortable before you arrived. Since your arrival, I have had to care for you. It's exhausting." Xiao Ji found his reaction amusing and grasped Gu Yin Nian's chubby hand. "Then you have it tough." Gu Yin Nian sighed deeply. "As long as you understand." A moment later, he could not help but ask, "Will you leave?" Xiao Ji responded promptly, "Only if you drive me away." Gu Yin Nian glared at him. "What nonsense! You are my brother." Xiao Ji pinched his little fingers. "Then I shall not leave." Perhaps due to the assurance Xiao Ji provided. Even though he held no authority over such matters, Gu Yin Nian visibly relaxed. Remarkably, within 3 minutes of Xiao Ji's reassurance, Gu Yin Nian's breathing grew steady, indicating that he had fallen asleep. However, no one anticipated that when the time came for Xiao Ji to depart, it would indeed be Gu Yin Nian who personally urged him away. Time, like a thief, stealthily stole the youthful days of the two. Gu Yin Nian's second differentiation occurred quite early and proceeded smoothly. Unsurprisingly, he transformed into an alpha. Yet, the unexpected unfolded with Xiao Ji. On the evening of Gu Yin Nian's differentiation, an intense heat engulfed the room, igniting the very essence of the earth. At that moment, Xiao Ji was in the kitchen, sipping water when Gu Yin Nian's pheromones erupted, sending a sharp pain coursing through the nape of his neck, causing him to faint instantly. After 3 days of intensive care in hospital and nearly half a month of recovery, he finally regained his strength. Both Gu Yin Nian and Chen Lan were utterly alarmed. When the examination results emerged, they left everyone with a headache. Xiao Ji's glands were intolerant to Gu Yin Nian's pheromones, and given that his glands had previously sustained an injury, they were currently incapable of withstanding the violent surge of Gu Yin Nian's pheromones. Gu Yin Nian felt as if the sky had fallen. He confronted Xiao Ji's primary physician in the doctor's office, demanding, "Is there truly no solution?" The attending physician responded candidly, "At this point, the best course of action is to keep him at a distance from you." Gu Yin Nian's newly differentiated glands began to throb incessantly. "I refuse to accept this." The doctor, while entering the medical record on the computer, glanced at Gu Yin Nian. "Then you might want to speak with the patient. If he happens to have given up on life, it would be more convenient to contact the funeral center directly instead of bringing him to the hospital." Gu Yin Nian wanted to retort, yet his mind was a chaotic whirlwind. "Did you not just say there is no current solution? When will there be one?" The doctor replied, "Perhaps after his differentiation. If he turns out to be an omega, as long as the pheromones do not clash, everything will be fine. But what if he is an alpha?" Gu Yin Nian inquired. The doctor pondered for a moment. "If he is an alpha, then you too will have to fight it out if you are already at this level of intolerance. After the collision of pheromones, it will be a matter of life or death for one of you." Gu Yinyan's expression darkened severely, sensing his pheromones were on the verge of uncontrollable eruption. As the fiery aura leaked out, the doctor promptly stood and sprayed a barrier agent onto the nape of Gu Yinyan's neck, exclaiming, "Young man, do not be so impatient. I was merely jesting. Matters concerning differentiation can only be assessed post-differentiation. Your inquiries now are purely speculative, as I lack any samples for testing. Do not take it to heart. Life is already arduous. At your age, your studies must be quite burdensome, right? Focus on happier thoughts. Which university do you aspire to attend?" Gu Yinyan remained silent and turned to leave. The doctor might joke with Gu Yinyan, but he would not do the same with Chunlan and her husband. Thus, what should have been a moment of celebration for Gu Yinyan's successful differentiation cast a shadow over the Gu family. Chunlan conversed with Gu Yinyan for an extended period. Considering Xiao Ji's health, she and Gu's father contemplated sending Xiao Ji to another institution for boarding. Initially, Gu Yinyan vehemently resisted, but after calming down, he comprehended that this decision seemed to be the best outcome for Xiao Ji. After a sleepless night, he acquiesced to Chunlan's proposal. Gu Yinyan longed to speak with Xiao Ji. After a day of lethargy at school, he ultimately ventured to the hospital after classes. Fearing he might not control his pheromones properly, he could only watch Xiao Ji through the window of the ward and called him. "How are you feeling?" Xiao Ji leaned against the hospital bed, dressed in a patient gown, and seemingly sensing something, turned his head to see Gu Yinyan outside the window. He blinked at Gu Yinyan and, with a false smile, proclaimed, "I feel great, everything is fine." Gu Yinyan had matured, shedding the chubby innocence of his childhood. His features had grown more profound, his contours more defined. Standing there in his school uniform, he resembled a dashing young gentleman. Perhaps due to his superior alpha genes, he always stood a little taller than most of his peers, his physique not resembling the lanky build of other alphas, but rather a perfectly robust form, handsome enough to captivate anyone's gaze. Through the glass, he observed Xiao Ji, who too had grown, yet in a decidedly different manner. Xiao Ji had merely transitioned from childhood softness. His features were now more exquisite than before. He was tall, yet showed no signs of differentiation. Appearing less robust than Gu Yinyan, resembling more a delicate doll. Clad in a hospital gown, he sat quietly, his pallor rendering him almost ethereal. Gu Yinyan swallowed hard, hesitating before speaking. "Hey, Xiao Ji, what should I do? I'm preparing to send you away. Will you be angry with me?" Chapter 87. Let You Call Me Brother, Part 7. Gu Yinyan could not recall when it had become as effortless as breathing to utter Xiao Ji's name. Yet now, as the name escaped his lips, it felt foreign, laborious, even suffocating. Xiao Ji discerned the feigned nonchalance in Gu Yinyan's tone, his dark eyes fixed upon him. There are no other options, are there? Perhaps to mask his own reluctance and fearing that his emotions might betray him, Gu Yinyan endeavored to maintain an aloof demeanor, suppressing the bitterness rising in his throat. "Nonsense. If there were another way, do you think I would let you go?" Gu Yinyan had always embodied the prideful strength of an alpha, a trait he displayed unabashedly. Unlike his previous lives, he had yet to utter a single soft word before Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji had grown accustomed to this and understood him well, not holding it against him, merely responding calmly. "All right, I apologize for the trouble." "What nonsense," Gu Yinyan muttered under his breath as he ended the call, unwilling to engage further with Xiao Ji. He remained seated in the corridor, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ji, separated only by a window. As Gu Yinyan matured, he no longer chattered incessantly as he had in his youth, adopting a more stoic demeanor. Xiao Ji, naturally reserved, often shared moments of silence with Gu Yinyan, both content to simply gaze at one another without the need for words, never feeling awkward. Yet now, Gu Yinyan's heart felt heavy. After a moment's thought, he lowered his head and sent Xiao Ji a message. "Does it still hurt?" Xiao Ji lowered his eyes and replied instantly. "Not at all. It feels warm like the sun." Gu Yinyan chose not to respond or enter the ward, remaining at the doorway until Chunlan arrived to bring Xiao Ji his meal and urged him to return to his studies before he finally departed. This would be the last time, in their youth, that they would converse at such close proximity. In truth, the situation had not warranted such severity. After all, Yin Nian does not experience pheromone surges at all times. As long as he meets with Xiao Ji when his condition is stable, no unexpected incidents should occur. However, Gu's father has yet to finalize the transfer procedures for Xiao Ji's new school. Meanwhile, an old classmate of his, engaged in the medical field, has reached out to him, informing him of a medical institution abroad that specializes in gland repair and treatment. Last month, a patient with a condition similar to Xiao Ji's successfully differentiated after receiving treatment. Consequently, Qianlan promptly decided it must be treated. On the day Xiao Ji fainted and required emergency care, Yin Nian's world crumbled, and Qianlan was equally terrified. Haunted by dreams of Xiao's mother, questioning her about why she had failed to care for her child. The matter of Xiao Ji's differentiation has always loomed over Qianlan like a sword. Now that a solution has presented itself, she feels compelled to act. Gu's father sat in the living room, chain-smoking for half the night, calculating the costs of Xiao Ji's treatment and living expenses abroad. Just as he was preparing to discuss with Qianlan the possibility of mortgaging their home, Xiao Ji unexpectedly mentioned his parents' inheritance. Qianlan was taken aback. "Your mother left behind an inheritance?" Xiao Ji pondered for a moment. "It's my father's. It was notarized at my birth. And unless there are unforeseen circumstances, it will only be mine upon reaching adulthood. However, the current situation clearly qualifies as an unforeseen circumstance. If Xiao Ji does not acquire funds for treatment, it is uncertain whether he will live to see adulthood. As long as he has the medical documentation, he can access those funds." Qianlan's curiosity was piqued. How much? Xiao Ji was uncertain, as this was information he had only learned from 037. He shook his head. "Currently, I only know about the house. The details will only be clear after I return to handle the paperwork. No one is a saint." Qianlan raised Xiao Ji without ever seeking anything in return. It would not be an exaggeration to say she has always borne her burdens willingly. If Xiao Ji's biological parents have left him an inheritance that could alleviate their immediate crisis, she would not obstruct it. Relieved, she said, "That is truly wonderful. This way, you and Uncle Gu won't need to mortgage the house. Over these past 2 years, we've all tightened our belts, and if necessary, we can always support you." Xiao Ji did not comprehend the concepts of paternal and maternal love. Yet, as he listened to Qianlan's words and observed the ashtray filled with cigarette ash before Gu's father, he suddenly felt a stir of emotion. He stood before Qianlan and embraced her. For the first time in 10 years, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you, Aunt Qian." Gu's father accompanied Xiao Ji to complete the inheritance transfer procedures, but did not stay with him during the process. After ensuring Xiao Ji was settled, he hurried home. 3 days later, a 7-figure sum unexpectedly appeared in Qianlan's bank account, accompanied by a message from Xiao Ji. "My dad has a lot of savings. Please rest assured." Yin Nian, who had been furious over Xiao Ji's sudden departure, found his anger dissipating upon receiving the news from Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji posted a photograph of himself in the hospital, surrounded by numerous tubes, and then sent a message saying, "Do not be angry. I am striving to recover. Just wait for me patiently." That wait extended to 1 year and 10 months. Under the unwavering supervision of Xiao Ji's daily calls, Yin Nian gained admission to one of the top 3 universities in the country. On the day of enrollment, he trudged through the gates with heavy luggage and, upon arriving at the freshman registration area, he caught sight of a figure that was both strikingly familiar, yet oddly foreign. Xiao Ji had just completed filling out his personal details and, upon turning around, was met with the sight of Yin Nian standing a short distance away, seemingly frozen in place. It was September in Beicheng, the autumn breeze barely beginning to temper the lingering heat. Yin Nian was clad in a simple black t-shirt and gray sweatpants, gripping a large suitcase in his hand. He had grown taller compared to 2 years ago, and his increasingly mature visage bore an unmistakable alpha's assertiveness, exuding a charm that would turn the heads of countless betas and omegas on the street. At that moment, his black t-shirt sported a metallic name tag on the left side of his chest, showcasing 2 interconnected uppercase letters, XJ. On his middle finger rested a silver band, which, without a doubt, bore the same initials etched on its inner surface. Both the tag and the ring had been custom-made for Yin Nian by Xiao Ji from miles away. Moreover, Yin Nian also wore a ring, inscribed with the initials of his own name. Their gazes met, and Xiao Ji remained silent. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yin Nian displayed no outward emotion as he approached Xiao Ji, took a pen, and filled in his information. Apart from Xiao Ji, no one noticed that at that instant, the fingertips of Yin Nian, gripping the pen, were trembling ever so slightly. Chapter 88, Call You Brother, Part 8. The registration was conducted by an Omega senior with blue hair, adorned with a badge from the Finance Department's Student Council. His gaze flitted between Xiao Ji and Yin Nian, his eyes nearly overwhelmed by the sight before him. You two seem quite fated, sharing the same department class, and even matching rings. Do you know each other? Before Xiao Ji could respond, Yin Nian interjected, We do not know each other. Hearing this, Xiao Ji raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. The Omega senior, after observing the completion of their registration, handed the forms to a fellow student behind him and addressed Xiao Ji. Hello, I am Su Chuan, your senior. I will now escort you to the male B dormitory. Please follow me. He then called out to another student council member. Wengu, take these students away. Yin Nian did not glance at Xiao Ji. He merely leaned against his suitcase's handle, lazily standing in place, and inquired of Su Chuan, Why are you taking him alone? Su Chuan looked at Yin Nian and replied, Because he is the only beta here at the moment. Yin Nian's gaze fixed on Su Chuan, his pale eyes glimmering like two transparent glass beads in the sunlight. The atmosphere was languid, yet his gaze resembled that of a formidable beast on the hunt. Exuding an undeniable sense of pressure, he was not a beta. He simply had yet to differentiate. Su Chuan embodied the quintessential Omega, petite and charming, with an inherent sense of vulnerability in the presence of alphas, resembling a cautious rabbit. Aren't you unfamiliar with him? How do you know he isn't a beta, but merely undifferentiated? Yin Nian extended his long, slender finger, pointing to the spot on the table where the documents had been placed earlier. I filled out the forms behind him and saw it. Su Chuan was unclear about Yin Nian's intentions in putting him in such a predicament, so he tentatively inquired, So, do you have any advice? As the conversation shifted to a more substantial topic, Yin Nian straightened his posture and addressed Su Chuan. Why don't you tell me where the male B dormitory is? I can escort my classmate there. After speaking, he glanced at the two 28-inch suitcases in front of Xiao Ji. You can take him. I momentarily cannot determine whether he should carry his luggage or you. Su Chuan choked slightly, his previously fair complexion tinged with a hint of crimson. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he then instructed Xiao Ji and Yin Nian. Walk left for 300 meters, cross the basketball court. Turn right and go straight to the number 7 dormitory area, building 28, 4th floor. Our male A dormitory is also in that direction, directly facing the male B dormitory, separated by a road. You can simply go to the 3rd floor of building 35. The dormitories are pre-assigned. Look for your name by the door. His words flowed swiftly, yet they did not hinder Yin Nian's comprehension. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to Xiao Ji and said, Let us proceed, new classmate. Having spent the last 2 years across the ocean, Xiao Ji primarily communicated with Yin Nian through messages. Due to the 7-hour time difference and Yin Nian's academic commitments, their opportunities for genuine conversation were scarce. Xiao Ji's impression of Yin Nian remained anchored in the past. From 2 years ago, when Yin Nian had not yet differentiated and would insist on sharing a bed each night. In the presence of others, he was taciturn, yet at night, he would chatter incessantly to Xiao Ji. Now, however, he seemed to have adopted a facade. Yin Nian proactively took one of Xiao Ji's suitcases, following the direction Su Chuan had indicated. He remained silent, and Xiao Ji leisurely trailed behind him, tracing his silhouette with his gaze, involuntarily comparing him to the Yin Nian of 2 years prior. They walked 300 meters, crossed the basketball court, distancing themselves from several alphas behind them, before Yin Nian finally spoke. When did you return? Xiao Ji replied, Yesterday. Yin Nian fell into silence once more. No one informed me that you would return to study. I thought you would wait until after differentiation. Xiao Ji observed the rounded back of Yin Nian's head. I have recovered well. I couldn't wait until after differentiation. Yin Nian suddenly halted, turning to scrutinize Xiao Ji, not merely with a glance, but with a thorough and discerning examination. Then he remarked, Aside from your height, You truly resemble an omega in every regard. Xiao Ji met his gaze. Does that matter? The words of the doctor from years past echoed repeatedly in Gu Yinyan's mind. If Xiao Ji were an omega, as long as their compatibility was not too low and did not conflict, everything would be well. However, if Xiao Ji were an alpha, once differentiated, the influence of pheromones alone would lead them to a brutal confrontation. Therefore, at this moment, Gu Yinyan firmly conveyed to Xiao Ji, "Of course it matters." Xiao Ji cast his gaze downward. "You may not necessarily be an omega. There's a 50% chance your hopes may be in vain." Gu Yinyan found this sentiment rather peculiar. Xiao Ji's transformation was not strikingly evident. Aside from the remarkable growth in height, his face remained as handsome as it was 2 years ago. Only the round, youthful eyes had elongated considerably. Perhaps it was the heat that caused tiny beads of sweat to form on the delicate tip of his nose, reminiscent of their summer gym classes 2 years prior. In a moment of daze, Gu Yinyan felt as though they had never truly parted. Merely gazing at Xiao Ji filled him with an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The imagined embrace and joy of their reunion vanished in an instant. Yet, in reality, they had indeed been separated for a significant time. Gu Yinyan's simmering anger over Xiao Ji's return, kept hidden from him, could no longer be expressed as freely as in their youth. When he heard Xiao Ji's words, he hypocritically replied, "It's fine. Everything is quite good." Xiao Ji detected the insincerity in Gu Yinyan's tone, but chose not to expose it. Instead, shifting the topic, "Why did you say you don't know me?" Gu Yinyan struggled to respond. Was he angry because Xiao Ji returned without his knowledge? Or was it the unexpected appearance that left him bewildered? Perhaps it was the instinctive denial stemming from 2 years of trying to exclude Xiao Ji from his personal realm. Even Gu Yinyan himself could not articulate the truth. Thus, he abandoned the attempt to explain, rambling nonsensically. "Not knowing means we could get to know each other anew. A perfect new university life. Surely, you wouldn't want me to watch over you all day, would you? We have both grown. You need your own life, and so do I. Isn't that wonderful?" As soon as Gu Yinyan finished speaking, he regretted it profoundly, wishing he could strike himself twice. He anticipated Xiao Ji's rebuttal, calling him little Nian brother and urging him not to say such things. To his surprise, Xiao Ji merely nodded lightly and replied, "Very well, then let us get to know each other again." Hello, Gu Yinyan. Chapter 89. Letting you call me brother, Part 9. Alphas are not permitted to enter beta dormitories at will. Gu Yinyan did not greet Xiao Ji, but he engaged in a lengthy discussion with the gatekeeper of Dormitory Area 7. After presenting his identification, phone, bank card, and suitcase, he finally persuaded the gatekeeper to assist in delivering his belongings upstairs before descending. 2 suitcases, each standing at half a person's height. Xiao Ji claimed he could manage one, but Gu Yinyan was skeptical, fearing that Xiao Ji would shatter it with a mere touch. Thus, he instructed Xiao Ji to simply observe from downstairs. Gu Yinyan first ascended, delivering 1 suitcase, then returned to retrieve the other, bringing the empty-handed Xiao Ji along with him upstairs. "I can manage it. When I return, I will be alone," Xiao Ji remarked, watching Gu Yinyan laboriously carry the suitcase up the stairs. Gu Yinyan replied with a nonchalant hum, acknowledging understood. "Once you are inside, you can will it to your dorm yourself." Xiao Ji reconsidered. "Perhaps you should handle it. It's courteous to see the task through completely." Gu Yinyan ignored Xiao Ji, pushing the luggage into the dormitory. The environment at a university was quite pleasant, with student accommodations consisting of 3-bedroom apartments shared by pairs. Gu Yinyan paused in the living room to tell Xiao Ji, "You may enter. I will take my leave." Xiao Ji nodded in agreement. Yet as the words left his lips, Gu Yinyan remained stationary, seemingly awaiting something. Xiao Ji mirrored his stillness, patiently waiting for him to speak. When the silence became unbearable for Gu Yinyan, Xiao Ji finally relented, offering a way out. "Would you like to take a quick look inside?" Gu Yinyan declined. "No need. It's just a dormitory. I have my own as well." Xiao Ji nodded, preparing to suggest that Gu Yinyan leave. However, before the words could escape his lips, Gu Yinyan swiftly added, "But if you wish me to look, I would not object." Xiao Ji followed his lead. "Very well. I would like that." Only then did Gu Yinyan's expression soften slightly, as he approached the door of Xiao Ji's dormitory and knocked. Before long, someone from inside called out, "Come in." The door is unlocked. Being an alpha, Yin Nian maintained a sense of decorum with the opposite sex, casting a glance at Xiao Ji to signal him to open the door. Xiao Ji dragged one suitcase and pushed the door open. Inside, there were 2 beds, each with a desk below, complete with a private wardrobe and balcony. The environment was quite agreeable. On one of the beds lay a beta, bent over as he made his bed. Upon hearing the noise, he turned his head, glancing back and forth between Xiao Ji and Yin Nian for a moment before shifting his posture. An alpha? Yin Nian glanced at the beta, who was of average height and slightly plump, with a delicate but unremarkable face, merely the type that would blend into the crowd. Strangely, Yin Nian felt an immediate sense of relief, murmuring apologies for the intrusion. I brought up his luggage. The beta, unperturbed, replied, "No worries. We are probably all classmates. I'm Ji from Finance Class 1. Yin Nian responded politely, "Same class, Yin Nian." Xiao Ji remained silent. Observing this, Yin Nian nudged him. "Greet him." Xiao Ji responded with a simple, "Hello." Yin Nian then took the initiative to introduce, "This is Xiao Ji, also in the same class." Afterward, he turned to Xiao Ji, "Make sure to get along with your roommate. I'll be leaving now. Call if you need anything." Xiao Ji greeted him with a simple hello, and after watching Yin Nian depart, sent him a message. "Maintain a harmonious relationship with your roommate. Refrain from cursing. Avoid cold laughter, and do not belittle others." Yin Nian replied instantly, "Do I need your concern?" Ji observed as Xiao Ji put away his phone and curiously inquired, "Was it your alpha just now?" Xiao Ji denied, "Not yet." The mere word yet led Ji to understand. "Is it in the process of development?" Xiao Ji continued to deny, "We just met today." Ji was taken aback, for Xiao Ji and Yin Nian appeared far from unfamiliar. However, in truth, he and Xiao Ji had only recently acquainted, and feeling that excessive questioning might become bothersome, he refrained from further inquiries about Yin Nian. Instead, he sought to bridge the gap with his new roommate by asking common questions, such as where he was from, the score that got him admitted, which seemed quite high, and his precise height, among others. Xiao Ji answered each question succinctly, offering no superfluous words beyond that, leaving Ji momentarily confused about whether he was being friendly or unfriendly. This one-sided interrogation soon reached its conclusion. After much effort to assemble his bed, Ji witnessed how swiftly and efficiently Xiao Ji organized his belongings. Not only was his bed meticulously arranged without a single wrinkle, but his clothes were also categorized by color and style, with socks and underwear standing in perfect alignment. What puzzled Ji the most was that Xiao Ji had no bedding, only a pillow and a single sheet laid upon the bare wooden slats of the bed. With good intentions, Ji remarked, "If your bedding hasn't arrived yet, I have a new set you can use temporarily." Xiao Ji glanced at him and replied, "Thank you, but no need. I prefer it this way." Meanwhile, the atmosphere between Xiao Ji and Ji was as frigid as an ice house. In contrast, Yin Nian quickly formed a warm camaraderie with his new roommate. The alpha dormitory, like the beta side, consisted of 3 rooms and a hall, with 2 individuals residing in each bedroom. Yin Nian swiftly toppled a tall, dark-skinned alpha from the opposing dormitory to the ground. As he straddled the individual and was about to throw a punch, the message from Xiao Ji flashed in his mind, prompting him to refrain from further aggression. Instead, he grasped the alpha by his collar and said, "Rinpu, right? Don't act tough in front of me. If I hear you say anything about Xiao Ji again, I'll break your front teeth." After saying this, he stood up, stepped over the alpha, and dragged his suitcase into his room. The dark-skinned alpha, having lost face upon entering school, rose from the floor, fuming, "My name is Rin Jin." Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. Humiliated, he muttered angrily, "What the hell is wrong with that guy? What did I say about Xiao Ji to provoke such a reaction?" Yin Nian's roommate, a bespectacled alpha named Lin Mo, had also been waiting alongside him during the registration process to be escorted to the dormitory area by seniors. Yin Nian's proactive assistance in helping Xiao Ji move his luggage did not go unnoticed by others. Lin Mo glanced at Renjin and said, "Should I remind you? You mentioned that although Xiao Ji hasn't differentiated, he unmistakably exudes Omega traits." He is strikingly attractive and quite flirtatious. After just a couple of exchanges, he managed to entice an alpha. So, what do you think of this alpha who fell for his charms? Chapter 90, Call Me Brother, Part 10. Rin Jin was taken aback to discover that there existed human-shaped voice recorders in this world. After Lin Mo laid it bare, he fell silent. Having enjoyed the spectacle, Lin Mo accompanied Gu Yin back to their room. Don't mind him. Some people just speak without thinking, often oblivious to their own words. Gu Yin overheard Lin Mo's earlier comments directed at Rin Jin and, surprisingly, felt a slight fondness for this stranger. He adjusted his tone to be a bit more courteous. I'm not accustomed to sharing living spaces. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. I quite appreciate your demeanor. Alphas tend to prefer solitude. However, my pheromone gene sequence is rather low, so I probably lack any significant presence to you. As long as you don't feel the urge to physically assault me, we won't have any issues. Gu Yin touched his nose at those words. I am not one to act impulsively. Lin Mo nodded. That much is evident. Gu Yin chuckled softly. You do have a way with words, my friend. Lin Mo extended his hand. I'm Lin Mo. I look forward to your guidance. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Yin accepted Lin Mo's gesture, briefly shaking his hand. Gu Yin. Despite Gu Yin's seemingly irritable demeanor, Lin Mo found an inexplicable warmth towards him, speaking casually. You and Xiao Ji must have known each other for quite some time, right? Gu Yin did not conceal the truth. After a brief silence, he replied, I've watched him grow up. Lin Mo sensed a level of familiarity between Gu Yin and Xiao Ji, but was unprepared for the depth of their connection. Childhood friends? He inquired. Gu Yin hesitated, pondering how to articulate the nature of his relationship with Xiao Ji, especially after their recent conversation about reintroducing themselves. It felt awkward to label it as brotherhood, and childhood friends seemed inadequate. Ultimately, he merely said, Not quite. It's complicated and difficult to express. I want to elaborate. With that, Lin Mo recognized Gu Yin's reluctance to delve deeper into the matter and tactfully refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, Xiao Ji lay on the dormitory bed for the entire afternoon. At 5:30, he sent Gu Yin a message. Are you eating? Gu Yin did not respond. As Xiao Ji hesitated between calling Gu Yin to inquire further or respecting his apparent desire for distance and dining alone. Gu Yin's call came through. Come downstairs. I'm waiting for you. Xiao Ji emitted a soft sound. Neglecting to greet Song Ji as he abruptly descended from the bed, donned his shoes, and swiftly exited the room. This left Song Ji, who had intended to invite Xiao Ji to dine together, momentarily speechless. However, as Xiao Ji stepped out of the dormitory, still on the phone, Gu Yin inquired, How is your roommate? Xiao Ji candidly replied, I don't know him well. Gu Yin pondered briefly. Since you are classmates, and it's the first day of acquaintance, why not invite him along? My treat. Xiao Ji assumed Gu Yin was merely trying to foster camaraderie with his roommate and thought little of it. He returned to the room, opened the door, and asked Song Ji, Shall we go eat together? Naturally, Song Ji, who had already contemplated this plan, did not refuse and quickly agreed, changing his shoes and following Xiao Ji out. The 28th building of the 7th dormitory area was adjacent to the street, from which one could see the road below, as well as the 8th dormitory area, designated for male A. Upon descending, Xiao Ji spotted Gu Yin standing outside the dormitory gate, accompanied by a bespectacled alpha, exuding an air of refinement. Approaching Gu Yin, Xiao Ji scrutinized Lin Mo for a moment before inquiring, Is your surname Lin? Lin Mo was taken aback. He had arrived earlier than Xiao Ji that day and had been waiting for some time after completing his paperwork. In the interim, at least 2 others had filled out their forms. He glanced at Gu Yin. Did you introduce me so quickly? Gu Yin, maintaining a stoic demeanor, fixed his gaze on Lin Mo. I did not. Perhaps he noticed you elsewhere. Although his tone remained calm, Lin Mo, at the epicenter of the unspoken turmoil, felt a chill run down his spine. He vehemently denied, Impossible, I don't believe it. It's unrealistic. He then turned to Xiao Ji. Brother, I bear you no grudge. Observing Lin Mo's flustered state, Gu Yin asked, Why are you so anxious? Lin Mo, in a fit of denial, responded, "I'm not. I haven't tea," as he found himself in a state of confusion and uncertainty, unsure of how to assert his innocence. Xiao Ji interjected, looking at Yin Nian. "You sent me a photo of the dormitory this afternoon." Yin Nian first recalled the casual snapshot he had sent Xiao Ji earlier, which neither captured Lin Mo himself nor any details of the dormitory number. Squinting at Xiao Ji, he retrieved his phone and examined the photo closely, discovering nothing of significance. "Did you deduce his surname from the color of his bed sheets?" Yin Nian asked. Xiao Ji, with an indifferent expression, replied, "The table. Zoom in." Yin Nian enlarged the view of the tabletop, and finally noticed a book placed at the corner. Its cover opened to reveal a handwritten name, an uneven scrawl, Lin Mo. He was left speechless. "Your eyes resemble a scanner." Xiao Ji regarded him, more or less. "If you venture to the balcony tonight, it would be prudent to cover up, for I can see you at a glance." Yin Nian turned to glance at his own dormitory, directly opposite Xiao Ji's, and after a moment of silence, stubbornly declared, "I'll go out in the nude." Xiao Ji, ever accommodating, replied, "That's fine, just ensure you're not human." Yin Nian perceived a change in Xiao Ji. "You were not like this before." Xiao Ji replied nonchalantly, "It is natural for people to change, such as life." After observing the scene for a considerable time, Ji could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "So you two really know each other? Isn't it obvious?" They both replied simultaneously, before exchanging a glance and falling silent. Even Ji, though not the sharpest, could discern that the two were indeed acquainted and shared a profound connection. After all, it was uncommon for strangers to broach such intimate topics in the midst of tension. Yet, the atmosphere between them appeared far from harmonious, hinting at some unresolved discord. Ji regretted joining them for dinner, but suddenly claiming an urgent matter might seem disingenuous. Thus, he forced a chuckle and shifted the topic. "What shall we eat? The cafeteria or the snack street?" "I came across a recommendation on a forum about a highly praised barbecue place on the snack street. Shall we give it a try?" Yin Nian glanced at Xiao Ji, who shrugged indifferently. "Whoever is treating decides." Yin Nian nodded in agreement. "Then let us go, after all. It's your money being spent." Chapter 91. Call You Brother, Part 11. Xiao Ji and Yin Nian walked ahead, while Ji and Lin Mo trailed a couple of meters behind. "Is your roommate easy to get along with? He seems a bit intimidating. I'm hesitant to speak with him," Ji whispered to Lin Mo. After a moment's reflection on Rinjin, who had recently been on the receiving end of Yin Nian's wrath, Lin Mo replied cautiously, "Perhaps it's not as it seems. If you don't provoke him, he should be manageable." He then politely inquired, "What about Xiao Ji? Is he easy to get along with?" Ji recounted the afternoon's interactions, stating honestly, "It doesn't seem to correlate with how easy he is to get along with. He speaks little, answers when questioned, but if I remain silent, I feel I couldn't even hear his breathing." Lin Mo chuckled at this remark. That should make him quite compatible with Yin Nian. The four arrived at the barbecue restaurant